Hello everyone, like, subscriber and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 104. Uchiha Sen's figure had already disappeared in place, looking unscathed. Hinata, on the other hand, suffered a slight injury, and Inuzuka was more seriously injured and could no longer hold on to fighting. But you've done a good job, at least you've made me move, it's already an improvement. Uchiha Mori took 2 steps forward, and Shino the oil girl and Hinata quickly came to Inuzuka's side and made a defensive gesture. Don't be nervous, if I want to kill you, I can do it at any time, you don't have to struggle. Uchiha Sen stopped and looked at these 3 people. Without the blessing of the protagonist's aura, these people who were at the same time as Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were already far behind. Just like Haruno Sakura, just because he was in a group with Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, he was accepted as an apprentice by Senju Tsunade, and his identity changed suddenly. The 3 people in front of him, of course, except for Hinata, the future crown princess, I am afraid that the luck is not low. You don't want to take another step. Shino the oil girl gulped, his hands forming a strange Indian pattern towards Uchiha Sen. Occult. Worm swamp. The solace of Uchiha Sen's feet suddenly turned into a mud swamp composed of bugs, and in the next second, countless bugs appeared in the worm swamp, instantly engulfing Uchiha Sen. Wormum, together with Uchiha Mori, slowly floated in the air and turned into a ball. Ah! The chakra in Shino Oil's body burst out, and this spherical insect swamp began to compress. 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 Compress again. The spherical worm swamp seems to have been compressed to an extreme, and it can no longer be compressed. Boom! With Shino the oil girl's loud drink, the ball worm swamp that was compressed to the extreme suddenly exploded. The explosion was deafening, and the 3 of them had already stepped back some distance, and Shino the oil girl was already panting. The blow just now had almost used up his chakra. Originally this move did not need so many chakras, but in order to deal enough damage, so he added more chakras. Awesome! It seems that he must have been blown up. Inuzuka's face showed a hint of joy, and Akamaru, who was seriously injured next to him, also screamed twice, but the cry gave people a feeling of weakness. Shino the oil girl gasped, staring at the location of the explosion, unable to be careless until the enemy was confirmed dead. Nope. Not good. The center of the explosion. No one. Looking at Hinata, who had white eyes, gave them a very heavy blow. Good attack, but the gap between you and Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki is really too big. Uchiha Sen looked at these 3 people, and the figure was now in front of them, and their confidence had been defeated by Uchiha Sen. No matter what kind of attack, Uchiha Sen dealt any damage, and it seemed that they were powerless to fight back. What's more, Uchiha Sen is like a monster, and you have no idea where he really is. Okay, I don't want to go on with you anymore. How can I say that it has delayed me for so long? Next I have to solve you and get down to business. Uchiha Sen's body gradually flew into mid-air, and in mid-air, his hands began to seal rapidly. Just use a move that you haven't used before. It's a ride for you. Fire. Fire extinguished. Uchiha Sen's mouth directly spewed out a huge fireball, which was several times larger than Hao's fireball technique, directly encompassing the 3 of them. What's more, Uchiha Sen didn't use his full strength at all, because there was no so-called limit for this technique. Uchiha used this technique once, when his range reached 50 meters, and more than 20 water ninjas in the Ninja Alliance used water done to barely resist this attack. Therefore, this technique is based on the amount of chakra entered, to determine the scope of this fire escape. This man. Is it a monster? This level of chakra, this level of fire, who are we facing? Inuzuka's eyes showed despair. The speed of the fireball was very fast, and it came in front of them almost in the blink of an eye, and even Shino the oil girl could only support a thin layer of worm barriers. The hot flames were almost connected to them, and Inuzuka could even feel the temperature of the fireball. Maybe in the next second, they would die here. Therefore, the 3 of them couldn't help but close their eyes and wait for death to come. But after a few seconds, the pain they imagined did not appear, and even the burning sensation disappeared. Shinra raised her head and dispersed that layer of insects, and found that the fireball just now had disappeared. "You finally caught up, it seems that you are really lucky." Kiki Kakashi's voice came from behind them, and the three of Inuzuka quickly looked back, and they saw the incomparably familiar Kiki Kakashi and Matkai at the same time. "Kakashi-sensei! Teacher Kai!" Inuzuka's voice was full of surprise. "If it weren't for the arrival of Kakashi Kiki, I'm afraid they would really be dead." When they saw these two people, the boulder in their hearts was put down, and Chi brushed with relief. "Okay, the next battle has nothing to do with you, Hinata, Shino, go back with your teeth to heal your injuries. At the same time, tell Lord 5 Generations that the opponent is very tricky, let him continue to send reinforcements here." When Kakashi Kiki saw the familiar outfit, the trace of luck in his heart completely disappeared, and the strength of his opponent was much higher than him. "I see." Shino agreed, then put Inuzuka's hand on his shoulder, and the bugs lifted Akamaru on the ground again, and then the three of them ran directly to the back. Seeing that the three of them had left, Kiki Kakashi looked at Uchiha Mori. I don't know why, every time he faced him, Kiki Kakashi had a feeling. Powerlessness. It is the feeling of knowing that the opponent's strength is strong, but having to fight, and there is also the kind of battle that is obviously very desperate, but the end will still fail. This feeling is so annoying, Kakashi Kiki really doesn't like it. Kaleidoscope Sharinon. It seems that you are becoming more and more skilled with that eye. Kakashi. Uchiha Sen smiled, the two kaleidoscopic chakra eyes share a space. Could it be that when Uchiha Obito was using the blur, suddenly an explosion talisman appeared in the space? This is something that Uchiha Sen finds very interesting. Chapter 105. Kakashi stared at Uchiha Sen tightly. He still remembered the last time the two of them met, although they did not fight head-on, but the strength displayed by Uchiha Sen made him a little shocked. Just such a mysterious person, there is very little information about him, whether it is age, appearance, name, etc., it is not clear, and even whether the other party is male or female. Because the other party can change the voice at will, it is likely that the woman imitates the man. Just such a mysterious person, this time came to Konoha Village, said that he wanted revenge. This kind of thing sounds terrible. I don't know exactly what you came to Konoha Village for, but everything ends here, don't think about continuing. Kakashi stared at Uchiha Sen with both eyes, and the kaleidoscope in his left eye had begun to turn. Whenever the writing wheel eye begins to rotate, it is when the writing wheel eye is used, the faster it rotates, the higher the frequency of the writing wheel eye. Kakashi, in fact, many things are not within your control, you let me stop here, but in fact it is not. Just like your companion back then, Uchiha Obito died in the Battle of the Shinmue Bridge, and the girl who liked you was killed by your own hands and died under your reich. Your teacher was killed by a mysterious man, and his master mother died, and even in the end, even your teacher's son, you watched him suffer ridicule and white eyes for 12 years. Kakashi Kiki, do you think you can really control the whole situation? Uchiha Sen reopened all of Kakashi's wounds, bloody and cruel. Kakashi Kiki didn't say a word, and he didn't know what was going on in his heart. For so many years, Kiki Kakashi has never forgotten what happened back then, and when he dreams back at midnight, Kiki Kakashi can still dream of his companions. Kakashi, Matkai asked with some concern from the side. I'm okay, Kai, be careful with that person is good at space ninjutsu, and has strong combat power, and ordinary people are not opponents. I have fought them, although it is only a short time, and he is still a doppelganger, but I can feel that his combat power is really strong. Kiki Kakashi whispered. Matkai nodded, he was in charge of the main attack in this battle, while Kakashi Kiki was responsible for interfering on the side. This is the plan they made on the road, and it is also the tacit understanding when the two of them act together. Matkai jumped down from the tree and jumped in front of Uchiha Sen, who just stood in front of Uchiha Sen and made a Konoha fluid technique. With the left hand behind your back, your right hand in front of you, your palm slightly facing inward, and your body open to your side. Medi? Uchiha looked at Medi and said his name lightly. You know each of us very well, but we don't know who you are. It seems that you are indeed Konoha's rebel. It's just that over the years, Konoha has not rebelled except for Uchiha Itake, and you know what happened before. It seems that you are a rebel who defected very early. I don't know why. Seeing Matkai, Uchiha Sen wanted to laugh a little. Regardless of this analysis, it is indeed the head and the way, and the reasons are abundant. Others listened and agreed. You always know who I am, and of course, you must make sure that you live until that day. After speaking, Uchiha Sen directly left hand and blocked Matkai's kick. Ah! Don't say hello before the battle? It seems that I really have to be careful. As soon as Uchiha Sen's words fell, Medi's second attack surged in. Konoha Great Whirlwind. One leg was blocked, and Matkai used his strength at the same time to complete a turn in the air, but the other leg slashed towards Uchiha Sen's head, full of power. Bang! As the earth shattered, Uchiha dodged this attack, and a pit appeared where he had just stood. Konoha Rigid Whirlwind. Uchiha Sen had just landed, and suddenly another attack came from the back of his head, and Matkai's roundhouse kick came directly to the right side of his head and directly kicked him out. After breaking several trees in a row, the violent sound finally stopped. It is worthy of being a person who can achieve shinobi by relying on physical skills, and he is really second to none in Konoha in terms of speed. Is it just this little attack? Uchiha Sen's figure stood out from the other side, and the person who was shot off just now immediately turned into a cloud of smoke. It's just that the attack is not over yet, and as soon as Uchiha Sen stands, he immediately feels a twist in the space around him. Kamui. Kiki Kakashi drank loudly, and the divine power he had been brewing for a long time finally struck. Uchiha Sen glanced at Kakashi Kiki not far away, stretched out his right hand, and twisted it again in the opposite direction of Kamui. Kakashi, don't you forget, your divine power is in front of me, it has no effect. The space distortion was directly eliminated by Uchiha Sen, but in the next second, Uchiha Sen was kicked away again. Bang! The kicked Uchiha Sen turned into a piece of wood, and the body slowly rose from the ground, looking at Mati with both eyes. The blow just now was really fast, and compared with the previous speed, it was greatly improved. Uchiha Sen twisted his neck and moved his muscles, and he could feel that the chakras around him began to become agitated. Konoha Occult. 8 doors Dunjia. Phew! Raw door. Hurt the door. Open. With a loud drink from Meti, a violent chakra erupted from within his body, blowing a gust of wind. No wonder Uchiha Sen felt that Matkai's speed had become faster just now, and it turned out that he could already quietly open a door. Now that 4 of the 8 Dunjia gates have been opened, Matkai's speed and strength have been greatly enhanced. It's just that Uchiha Sen's face is a little ugly. Do you think that just 4 gates can defeat me? Uchiha asked in a low voice. Of course not, in my heart, you are not so easy to deal with. While speaking, Matkay had already come to the left side of Uchiha Sen and directly punched out, but was blocked by Uchiha Sen with his left hand. Although blocked, because of the problem of inertia, Uchiha Sen's body is still sliding to the right. It was at this time that Matkai once again appeared on the right side of Uchiha Sen. This time, it's an uppercut. An uptick, Uchiha Sen blocked again, but the same thing as last time, inertia made Uchiha Sen fly. The 5th wounded door. The 6th door. Open. Occult. Towards the Peacock. Chapter 106. With a loud gulp, his legs also began to swing rapidly, and as his legs swung, a large amount of flames rubbed out in the surrounding air, directly rushing towards Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen in the air stretched out his hands, and a protective shield appeared in front of him, and all the flames hit this. Uchiha Sen frowned. The Peacock of the 6th gate is not Matkai's special move. Uchiha Sen does not think that Matkai will directly go out of the Sunset Elephant and Night Kai, but at least it can't be just the 6th gate. At the same time, Uchiha Sen suddenly felt that the space around him began to distort again. Kamui again. I see. Uchiha Sen finally understood why Meti would use this trick instead of the more powerful Day Tiger. Towards the Peacock is a continuous attack, so if Uchiha Sen wants to resist, he must continue to resist, and his hands must be used all the time. Even without this shield, Uchiha Sen needs to dodge in other ways. Therefore, at this time, Kakashi's divine power came as promised, directly attacking Uchiha Mori's side, so that Uchiha Mori had no way to crack Shinwei. The space around Uchiha Sen began to slowly distort, and in a short period of time, he released 3 divine powers at once, which had already made Kiki Kakashi's chakra almost exhausted. So Kakashi Kiki closed his left eye and huffed down on the branch, looking at Uchiha Mori. Trying to defeat me just with an attack like this, aren't you a little too contemptuous of me, Kakashi? In Kakashi's shocked gaze, Uchiha Sen released his right hand and began to reverse distort space again. What's more, his left hand is still supporting the protective shield, and there is still no problem with the protective shield. Do you really think that I can't operate it with one hand? Uchiha Sen said. It's just that after the shock passed, Kakashi suddenly showed a smile on his face because he saw Matkai. 7th Gate. Shock. Open. Matkai appeared behind Uchiha Sen without any sign, only to see blue steam appear around his body, and a huge amount of chakra gushed out from his body. Meti made a gesture with both hands, and a tiger appeared around him. Day Tiger! With a shout from Meti, the tiger roared directly and rushed towards Uchiha Sen, slamming into his body. With an earth-shaking explosion, all the big trees with a radius of hundreds of meters were uprooted and blown farther away. This place has changed from a forest to a clearing. Matkai fell from the sky to the ground, and although he looked fine at the moment, it was a side effect of the 8-gate dungeon that had not yet appeared on his body. Kakashi also came to Matkai's side. He naturally knew the sequelae of Matkai, so they looked at the huge crater on the ground vigilantly. The smoke gradually cleared, and the familiar red cloud wind on a black background was in that deep pit, and the masked man who made Kakashi of Kiki extremely terrified lay in this pit. Kakashi stepped forward, confirmed the man, and slowly squatted down. I didn't expect to be defeated by you, Kakashi. Uchiha Sen's voice came. Anyone who wants to destroy Konoha Village, I will kill him with all my might, whether it is you or anyone else. Kiki Kakashi looked at the half-black, half-white mask and stretched out his hand to take off the mask. Really, Kakashi, don't you think there's something wrong with all this? Uchiha Sen said lightly. Kiki Kakashi did not intend to think about this because, in his opinion, everything was fine. The only thing he wants to know now is the identity of the masked man in front of him. Bang! A violent explosion suddenly came from afar, and Kiki Kakashi instantly withdrew his hand and looked at the place where the explosion occurred. It's the village. Something happened there in the village. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Hi. You're right, it's true that something happened in Konoha Village, and something big happened. It seems that the ontology really completed his goal, but he must thank me. If I hadn't brought the top 2 combat forces of Konoha Village here, how could it be possible to complete the mission? Uchiha Sen sneered, his tone full of endless taunts. Numenon. Led here. These 2 keywords came out of Uchiha Mori's mouth, and Kiki Kakashi immediately understood everything. Why would a ninja of Uchiha Mori's level be discovered by Inuzuka and let them track them here? All this is just something that Uchiha Sen has already planned. He deliberately revealed his whereabouts, was discovered by the people of Konoha Village, and then led Kakashi and Matkai here. And what led them here is just a doppelganger of Uchiha Sen. A doppelganger has been fighting with Kiki Kakashi and Matkai for so long, delaying it for enough time. Now, Kakashi Kiki finally understands the question before Uchiha Mori, what is wrong? Just now, Kakashi Kiki has been thinking about why this masked man doesn't use space ninjutsu, and since they came, he hasn't actively attacked, it's all passive defense. Originally. All just to stall for time. Hi. If it weren't for the fact that I only had a 4% chakra, I wouldn't be beaten so easily. It's a pity, so many chakras doing so many things is already the limit. I completed my mission, so Kakashi. You're going to watch your village destroyed. Bang! As soon as Uchiha Sen finished speaking, he was punched on the mask by Matkai, and the black and white mask was directly smashed, and Uchiha Sen's body was slightly dented inward. It's just that the mask is shattered, and what appears is not a human face, but dirt. Just like the Uchiha Sen that Kakashi saw during the mission to take back Kagaya. It's just that the last time Uchiha Sen was automatically lifted, this time it was beaten like this by them. But the same thing is that Uchiha Sen has dragged on for enough time. Kakashi, what the hell are you doing? We are now going back to the village to support. Matkai patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Kakashi was slightly shocked, and his eyes looked at Matkai. Your body. Are you alright? Kiki Kakashi asked. What is this? Now the village is important, we must rush back. You must not let this masked man destroy the village. Chapter 107. An hour ago, Uchiha Sen cast an illusion on Hinata and left the Mariko shop. In a dark alley, there is an extra Uchiha Sen next to Uchiha Sen. This is not an ordinary shadow avatar, but a unique avatar of Uchiha Sen, with a chakra of 4% of Uchiha Sen, which is about equal to the strength of 4%. The avatar can use a part of the power of the phoenix, and the strength is at least a superior ninja level. You go and take away the chasers, they are all young people from large families in Konoha Village, especially that girl Hinata, who is the daughter of the Hyuga clan, the number one family in Konoha. Konoha will definitely send reinforcements, remember to delay for enough time. After Uchiha Sen said lightly, the doppelganger nodded, and then ran directly in the other direction. Watching the three of Inazukaya chase the doppelganger away, Uchiha Sen returned to the Mariko shop and saw a Naka Shinobu. Uchiha Sen walked up to his table and made a mark on him in his puzzled gaze, and then this Naka Shinobu was stunned in place. After a while, this Naka Shinobu finally reacted and bowed slightly towards Uchiha Sen. Sir, I don't know if Lord Orochimaru is looking for me, what's the matter? This Naka Shinobu asked in a low voice. Do you know where the entrance to the route is? Or, do you know how to get into the routes? Uchiha Sen asked lightly. I know, if the adults need it, I can take you there. Naka Shinobu said. Uchiha Sen nodded, and the two of them left the ball shop directly, and under the leadership of this Naka Shinobu, Uchiha Mori walked towards a very remote place in the north of the village. The more remote the place, there are generally very mysterious things hidden, and the entrance to the route is here. Of course, this is the main entrance of the route, and some ninjas with permission know about it, but no one can think that someone who wants to break into the route will enter through the main entrance. Inertia thinking, the main entrance is definitely the most heavily guarded area, and it is the most difficult to enter from here. In fact, in addition to the two routes guarding the doorway, there are more than a dozen ninjas hidden around. These are dark whistles, they generally don't come out without anything, as long as they find someone trying to break in, they will stop them in the first place. Uchiha Sen and this Naka Shinobu swaggered over, and naturally they were stopped by the ninja guarding. The other dozen or so ninjas were all ready to go, and if they noticed something wrong or the guards signaled, they would immediately rush up and stop the two men. It's just that after they talked for a while, they looked at a scroll-like thing, and the guard put Uchiha Sen into the route. And that Naka ninja left here. Shadow Order, a Naka ninja of the intelligence department, the ancestors of the three generations are all people from Konoha Village, there is no problem. And the person he brought us, we don't, but it seems that he should have a warrant, so he can enter. After Uchiha Sen enters, the two roots hidden in the shadows whisper. One of them got the Shinobu information at the first time, but he was too clean and had no suspicion at all, so these root people did not suspect it. In addition, the guards at the door all let go, and they must have been done after checking. These two people should be fine, continue to be on guard. The captain-like ninja whispered. The root ninja nodded, and his figure immediately disappeared, continuing back to where he was supposed to go. The Nemoto ninja led the way, and Uchiha Mori followed, his face still wearing a mask at the moment, but the clothes on his body were changed to a white cape. From the moment these two guards saw Uchiha Sen, they were already controlled by Uchiha Sen, and mind control was not for fun, it was real. The Roots are a very large organization, not only the combat department, but all departments, even more complete than Konoha Village. Passing through the area with a relatively large flow of people, under the guidance of the guards, Uchiha Sen passed through 4 or 5 doors, and then came to a seemingly empty place, like a hall. This is where the root battle ninja gathers, and now they have already set out at this time, so they are not there. Only some of them stay here, and I'll take you to meet Danzo-sama next. The hint that Uchiha Sen gave them was that Uchiha Mori was the person Shimura Danzo had found, and he was going to communicate with Shimura Danzo face to face, so subconsciously, he would bring Uchiha Sen over. The ninjas here are obviously more alert than those outside, because this place has entered the core area of the roots, and if you are not careful, you will make a big mistake and it will be difficult to clean up. So whenever a person passed by, someone would glance at the two of them, and when they saw that the guard was their own, they didn't say anything more in the end, and let them go over. So they walked for a while, and at a corner, they suddenly encountered a ninja with roots. Only this time, he didn't let Uchiha Sen and them leave. The ninja and Uchiha Mori staggered over, only to take 2 steps forward before stopping. "Wait, you two stop!" the root ninja said. Uchiha Sen and the guard stopped at once, and the guard turned his head to look at the ninja. "This is a guest of Master Danzo, I wonder what advice this senior has?" the guard asked with a smile. "I don't have much advice, but I don't think it's that simple." The ninja walked up to Uchiha Mori and looked him up and down, not knowing what he was looking at. "I was born with a 6th sense, and when I encounter danger, my 6th sense will remind me that this 6th sense has saved me 3 times, which is very accurate. But when I walked past you, my 6th sense sounded the alarm again, and I was very anxious. I guess you must not be a simple character, right? So please take off your mask and check it out." This ninja seemed to stand casually, but if something special happened, he would definitely give the first warning. This is the quality of the root personnel, even if it is not to die, it is necessary to remind the people around you that something is wrong. "Of course, since you said it, then how can it?" Saying that, Uchiha Sen put his hand on the mask and gently took it off. What the ninja saw was a pair of weird kaleidoscope chakra eyes. The next second, a short knife penetrated his brain directly from the jaw. "Your 6th sense is reminding you, but why are you still dying? Maybe your 6th sense can save you 3 times, but it can't save you a 4th time." Chapter 108. The guard lowered his head on the side, saying nothing, as if he had not seen the scene in front of him. Uchiha Sen slowly let go of his hand, and the corpse of the root ninja slowly fell to the ground. Gradually, the corpse began to seep under the ground, and the whole scene did not even have a drop of blood. In a short time, there was no trace on the ground, as if this person had never appeared from beginning to end. "Let's go, keep going, and take me to find Shimura Danzo," Uchiha Sen said lightly. The guard continued to carry Uchiha Sen forward, and after reaching a very quiet spot, the guard found another ninja. Finally, under his lead, Uchiha Mori walked into a room. "Master Danzo, the person you are looking for has already arrived," the guard stepped forward to report. Shimura Danzo was originally closing his eyes and recuperating, and when he heard this, he couldn't help but open his eyes and look at the 2 people below. But before he could speak, the person in charge of the report just now suddenly covered his throat, and then fell straight down. But there were no scars on his neck, not even a drop of blood. "What are you? Are you also here to assassinate the old man?" Shimura Danzo didn't look flustered in the slightest, because he had a button at hand, and as soon as he pressed it, he could immediately exit the room and reach a safe place. Therefore, he can figure out who is on the other side before making plans. "Also? Ha 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 ha, it seems that Shimura Dange hides your enemies, there are really quite a few," said Uchiha Sen with a smile. Shimura Danzo frowned, this voice was not familiar to him, even very strange, it should not be an old man. But who exactly wants to kill himself? Shimura Danzo was a little indistinguishable. Uchiha Sen slowly unfastened his cloak, revealing a trench coat with red clouds on a black background, and then the iconic black and white mask. "You're someone from the Xiao organization." "Sure enough. I didn't expect you to be so bold." Seeing the costume of the Xiao organization on Uchiha Mori, Shimura Danzo also understood, because he knew this organization, and many years ago, he had dealt with them. At that time, Shimura Danzo secretly sponsored Hattori Hanzo to kill the leader of the show organization. But what I didn't expect was that the Xiao organization did not disband because of this, but became a very terrifying organization. Now that the people of the Xiao organization came to kill him, Shimura Danzo was not surprised at all. Xiao organization? I'm sorry, although I am indeed temporarily living in the Xiao organization now, but today I am not here to avenge the Xiao organization. Uchiha Sen opened his hands and looked at Shimura Danzo. He wanted to see Shimura Danzo struggling with his own eyes, but he was powerless to resist, and finally ended up with hatred. Not for the organization of Xiao? Then you are the right hand of the village group and touched the button. Uchiha smiled and put his right hand on his mask, showing his true face. Shimura Danzo, I wonder if you are still there. When Uchiha Sen revealed his true face, Shimura Danzo was really stunned. What he didn't expect at all was that Uchiha Sen actually appeared in front of him. At that time, he saw Uchiha Sen die with his own eyes, and confirmed several times, and confirmed that he was dead. He even buried Uchiha Sen in a mass grave, often asking people to check if the grave had been touched. There was nothing wrong with everything, but now, Uchiha Sen was standing in front of him again. It's just that at this moment, Shimura Danzo no longer wants to know how Uchiha Sen was resurrected, he just wants to leave here, because Uchiha Sen and him can be described as immortal. Thinking about it, Shimura Danzo directly pressed the button at hand, and his whole person disappeared directly into the chair. This is the use of space ninjutsu, although Shimura Danzo does not know spatial ninjutsu, but the spatial enchantment can still be arranged by someone. As long as there is a danger, this button can activate the spatial enchantment and send Shimura Danzo to another place. When Shimura Danzo appeared again, he came to a strange space, and at this moment Shimura Danzo's face was gloomy and terrifying, so he opened the door as soon as possible and walked out. It's just that the moment he walked out, his whole person felt bad. Because of him, he walked to the room just now. How can it be? At this moment, Shimura Danzo's experience told him that he had fallen for illusion. Solution. With Shimura Danzo's loud drink, the environment around him changed drastically. He was still sitting on that chair, but Uchiha Sen on the opposite side did not take off his mask. By now, Shimura Danzo couldn't even be sure if what he saw in the illusion just now was true. Because there is an illusion that can make the most feared things in people's hearts appear, and the explosion caused by Uchiha Sen made Shimura Danzo feel the feeling of death. Then, Shimura Danzo began to frantically press the buttons on his seat, but there was no response. Yo, how can you be crazy with 2 words? Why, do you want to borrow the spatial enchantment to escape? Uchiha asked with a smile as he stepped forward. Shimura Danzo knows that he can't escape, so the only way is to attract other peoples to save himself. So, the battle is inevitable. The old man has lived for so many years, I didn't expect it to fall into your hands, but at least you should tell me, who are you? Shimura Danzo said leisurely. Didn't you already tell you just now? I'm Uchiha Mori, the one you're most afraid of. Uchiha Sen did not take off his mask again, which made Shimura Danzo once again wonder if he saw Uchiha Sen because of illusion. What's more, he didn't even find out when he actually fell into the illusion. In that case, then don't blame the old man for defeating you first. Wind escape. Vacuum shade. After all, he is a veteran ninja, and the speed of Shimura Danzo's seal is so fast that in less than a second, he spit out one wind bomb after another in his mouth. The speed of these wind bombs is very fast, and the surrounding is very sharp. As long as it hits the person's body, it will not die or be disabled. It's just that these wind bombs did not hit the target, and all of them bombarded the wall. But this is exactly in line with Shimura Danzo's mind. He wants to use explosions to attract people and let people come to save him. Poof! It's just that what made Shimura Danzo very frightened was that a kunai was directly inserted into his heart. Chapter 109. Chapter 110. Shimura Danzo was grabbed by Uchiha Mori, and the chakra eyes on his arm were all closed. And his chakra, because of the use of Izanagi again and again, made his chakra almost exhausted. What the hell are you? Before my husband dies, let me ask for peace of mind. Shinra Danzo showed a rare trace of exhaustion, as if he was a tardy old man arranging the aftermath. Uchiha Sen looked at him coldly, but there was no trace of pity. Peace of mind? Ha 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 ha, Shinra Danzo, ah Shinra Danzo, you have done so many bad things, do you still want peace of mind when you die? Ha 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 ha. Aren't you afraid of the evil spirits asking for their lives, and aren't you afraid of those who were killed by you in the first place, waiting for you to reach Huangquan, and then killing you? After speaking, Uchiha Sen directly knocked Shinra Danzo out with a punch, and Shinra Danzo in midair spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could stop, Uchiha Sen stepped forward again, his right fist hit his stomach again, and Shinra Danzo suddenly bowed into a shrimp. Uchiha Sen will not directly kill Shinra Danzo, Uchiha Mori will torture him to see that everything he has built is destroyed. Even what he said that the single-minded Konoha Village would be destroyed in the hands of Uchiha Mori. Feeling desperate, Uchiha Sen grabbed Shinra Danzo's neck and picked him up. Yumura tightly grasped Uchiha Sen's right hand with both hands, and the strong feeling of suffocation made him a little unsustainable. At this time, the people of the roots finally rushed in, and when they saw Shinra Danzo in the hands of Uchiha Mori, they stopped at the same time. They didn't dare to attack, because if they attacked rashly, they were likely to hurt Shinra Danzo. What the hell are you? Let go of Danzo-sama. Otherwise you feel inseparable from this place. The root ninja at the head was obviously very angry, but he could only talk about it, and he didn't dare to do anything. Uchiha Sen glanced at him lightly. There were 17 or 8 root ninjas who came in together, and it seemed that each of them was a shinobi. I didn't expect your roots to be so deep, but if I destroy the roots, will you go crazy? Uchiha Sen lowered his head and said such a sentence in Shinra Danzo's ear, and Shinra Danzo instantly began to struggle violently. It's just that Uchiha Sen didn't pay attention to him, only to see him let go of his right hand, but Shinra Danzo was still floating in the sky. Even when Uchiha Sen flew, Shinra Danzo flew with him. Next, it's the moment of your death, don't blame me for being ruthless, it's just that you chose the wrong path. Saying that, Uchiha Sen directly stretched out his hands and faced the top of his head. Bang! With a huge explosion, the whole body felt the earthquake, the explosion spread far, far away, and even the surrounding ground collapsed. Fortunately, this is not a residential area, so no one can be sure. A huge crater was opened above the base of the entire root organization, and Uchiha Mori's figure flew out from it, and Shinra Danzo flew out with it. Then, the entire root began to explode and collapse violently, and the strong shaking made everyone untenable, and countless rubble fell from the top of the head, killing and injuring countless people. The entire Konoha village erupted into a violent tremor, and all the Konoha villagers were running outside at the first time, thinking that there was a strong earthquake. What happened? What the hell went wrong? Senju Tsunade in Hokage's office felt a strong shaking, and her body couldn't help but start shaking. Naruto-sama, there is a violent explosion in the north, it should be the base of the roots. The base of the roots? Senju Tsunade narrowed her eyes, although she had never had a good impression of the roots, especially that Shinra Danzo. But after all, they are all people from Konoha Village, how can they not go at this time? If they don't go, I'm afraid that the majesty of her Hokage will soon be swept away. Mobilize all the remaining upper ninja, go to the north of the village to stand by middle ninja and lower ninja, responsible for directing the villagers to the shelter to take refuge first. No one is allowed to come out without my order. What about Kakashi and Matkai? Where are they now? Senju Tsunade asked. Naruto-sama, they were sent outside by you on a mission more than an hour ago, and they haven't returned yet. Shizune said on the sidelines. Abominable. It seems that it is the enemy's plan to move the tiger away from the mountain. Forget it, this time I personally went out and let's go. After that, the door of the office was suddenly opened, and 2 Hokage advisors stood in the doorway. Tsunade, you can't go. Mito Minion spoke. Why? Now that the village is in danger, how can I, as the Hokage, not go? Senju Tsunade clearly disagreed with their words. It is precisely because of the current situation that you know how many enemies there are? What is the strength of the enemy, do you know? Or maybe the enemy is trying to lure you over. Xiao Chun took a step forward, although he seemed to be old, but the momentum in his voice was very full. Senju Tsunade was a little silent, and many times, although he was a Hokage, his power was not so sufficient. For example, now, she is stopped here by Koharu and Mito Minion. Impossible. For the sake of the village, the fourth generation of Hokage chose to die with the nine-tailed demon fox and protect the village. And Sarutobi Sensei is the same, for the safety of the village, he risked his life to seal the Great Snake Pill. This is Hokage's duty. If Hokage can't fight on the front line for the safety of the village, then what's the use of this Hokage? So, the two advisors don't need to persuade again. If you want to punish me, then wait until I'm done fighting. After that, Senju Tsunade directly led people to jump over Mito Minion and sleeping Koharu and rushed outside. In the blink of an eye, the Hokage office paper, which was originally very lively, was left with only two people, Mito Minion and Koharu. But something unexpected happened. Mito Minion and Koharu looked at each other and smiled, and their bodies slowly began to change, and then turned into two white absolutes. The fish is really powerful. I didn't expect to understand the mind of the fifth generation Hokage, and it was deceived by us so easily. One of them said. Don't say so much, quickly find the information that the fish is looking for, and then we will leave. After all, looking at this, the fish are going to kill next. Let's retreat as soon as possible. Chapter 111. Uchiha Sen flew in midair, looked at the earth that had cracked, and looked at Shimura Danzo with an expressionless face. Shimura Danzo, did you see it, the fruits of your hard work in this life, roots? As you wish, I will destroy it, and as for your other wish to become Hokage, I will kill you with my own hands, and then extinguish your second wish. As for Konoha Village, after you die, there will be people who like to see the destruction of Konoha Village more than I do, so when the time comes, Konoha Village will also be destroyed. Look, all your wishes and life's efforts, I will turn them into nothing. What do you think? Uchiha Sen did not look at Shimura Danzo's expression, but came to look at Senju Tsunade. Fifth generation Hokage Senju Tsunade, I didn't expect you to come in person. Seeing Senju Tsunade appear below, Uchiha Sen's voice was neither light nor heavy. Then, a flying eagle appeared at Senju Tsunade's feet and flew with her to the opposite side of Uchiha Mori. What kind of person are you, attacking the elders of my Konoha village without authorization? This is an unending crime. Senju Tsunade's eyes were tightly fixed on the masked man in front of her. She was really not good at air combat, it was very inconvenient just to move, let alone others. Uchiha Sen smiled, this kind of powerless threat had no effect on Uchiha Sen at all. So Uchiha Sen beckoned, and Shimura Danzo flew directly in front of Uchiha Sen as if he had a remote control. Konoha's elder Shimura Danzo. So, is Konoha going to bear the sins he committed together? No, I'm really sorry, I seem to have forgotten Shimura Danzo's decision back then, but with the approval of Sarutobi Hinata, I'm afraid the two Hokage advisors of Konoha village also know. Right. Mito Minion, turn to sleep Koharu? After speaking, the two corpses appeared directly next to Uchiha Sen, and the two people were no longer angry. The whole body is grey and there are cracks on the face. When he saw the state of these two people, Senju Tsunade's face instantly became ugly. Obviously, these two people had fought with Senju Tsunade just now, but who would have thought that they would be dead now? In that case, let the entire people of Konoha village hear what your beloved 3 generations of Hokage did back then. Solution. With Uchiha Sen's low drink, Mito Minion and Koharu's bodies began to twist strangely, and a pair of eyeballs appeared in the eyes that were originally full of dead grey. This is the improved soil rebirth technique of the Great Snake Pill, which can control the resurrection of the dead. Here it is. Konoha? Koharu whispered. It seems that after we were killed, someone else came alive. Is it the art of soil rebirth? Mito Minion looked at his hands, they obviously saw the signature color of the dirt technique. It seems that not much time has passed since our death. what happened in Konoha Village? Looking at the bottom like the end, Koharu couldn't help but frown. None of them knew how this happened, because they were killed by Uchiha in their home shortly after Uchiha entered Konoha. As for what happened next, they don't know anything. Okay too, don't talk about the extra sentimentality, let's talk about what Konoha Village has done all these years. Saying that, Uchiha Sen made a seal. Lord 5th Hokage, I believe you understand this technique, which can bring the dead back to life and allow them to tell the truth. So, the next show I'm most looking forward to is about to start. Saying that, Uchiha Mori made a seal, and Koharu and Mizuto Minion immediately closed their eyes. But the strange thing is that Mizuto Minion is not controlled, but is trying to break free from the shackles of Uchiha Sen. We, as Hokage advisors in Konoha, naturally know how to unravel the rebirth of dirt, so you can't control us. Saying that, Mizuto Minion began to seal the print. It's just that after he finished the 3 seals, his so-called unsealing of the seal didn't happen at all. Hi! Do you think I will not guard against your hand? Haven't you felt that you don't have chakra at all? Uchiha said with a smile. The reason why this is an improved technique is because Uchiha Sen asked Orochimaru to reincarnate the person of the soil, the characteristic of infinite chakra, was cancelled and changed to no chakra. Because Uchiha Sen doesn't need them to fight together, in order to prevent anything from going wrong in the middle, he simply doesn't want anything. You devil! You will not die well. You will always. Before Mizuto Minion could finish speaking, what little reason he had left had been swallowed up. Now, these 2 people stood in place, like 2 wooden people, motionless and without saying a word. Okay, now it's the most important moment. I want to ask the 2 advisors, what did you do when Konoha White Fang Banner Mushuo Shigeru died? Uchiha Sen's first question made Shinra Danzo next to him struggle violently. Kimushu Mao this point, in order to cover up this matter, they framed him for many things. Only a few of them know the truth. I thought that this incident would not appear again, but I didn't expect this masked man to know so much. And Uchiha Mori wants to put Konoha Village to death, and the current Kiki Kakashi, although not the Konoha White Fang of the past, is also a capable person in Konoha Village. If the truth is announced, even if Kiki Kakashi has a big heart and does not believe all this, Konoha Village will always be on the lookout for Kiki Kakashi to prevent him from defecting. Over time, some things don't stand up to temptation, especially the human heart. Then what happened? Konoha Village really had one less general. The death of Konoha White Fang Banner Mushuo Shigeru was single-handedly controlled by the village elder Shinra Danzo, because Chi Mushuo Shigeru's strength has threatened the position of Hokage. At that time, the 4th generation of Hokage had not yet been determined, and with the appearance of Kimushu Mao, a little voice faintly appeared in the village, that is, Kimushu Mao became the next Hokage. Shinra Danzo in order to become a Hokage, so the design let Kikishuo Shigeru participate in a mission. In the mission for the sake of his companions, Kikishuo Shigeru abandoned the mission, so he used this to attack him. And that teammate at that time was the person from the Shinra Danzo route, and at that time jumped out to accuse Kikishuo Shigeru. And Shinra Danzo used the fishing boat in the village to force Kikishuo Mao to commit suicide. After saying Mizuto Minion's words, the ninjas present were in an uproar. Chapter 112. When it comes to the ninja profession, the first statement is that the task is important, and the task always comes first. This was written in the ninja manual and was followed by ninjas for a long time. But in recent years, as the ninja profession has slowly developed, and because there is no war, many people will choose to save teammates between anyone and their teammates. Ninjas are also human beings and can't always be like a machine without emotion, full-screen ninja manual to do things. Therefore, the matter of forcing Kimushu Mao to death with a fishing boat back then was buried in everyone's hearts, especially those who participated in this incident that year, and they didn't want to mention it. Over the years, they have been more or less saved by their teammates, and if their teammates abandoned them for the mission, would they also follow what the ninja manual said without a word of complaint? Therefore, when the matter of Kikishuo Mao was mentioned again, the new generation of ninjas did not understand, and it was also appropriate to cause such a big sensation. On the other side, Tsunade could only clench his fists and look at Uchiha Mori. He knew a little about what happened back then, but he didn't know everything. Now the truth is bloody in front of him, which is even more unbearable for other ninjas. Back then, the old man did things by himself, and I did the wrong thing, but Konoha Village didn't know, and Sarutobi didn't know, they only learned later. At this time, Shinra Danzo spoke, although his voice was old and much hoarse, like a tardy old man. He came to the end of his life. In the end, he also vainly tried to fight the last knife for Konoha Village. Ha 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 ha, Shinra Danzo, don't worry, this is just the beginning. Do you think that you alone will bear all the sins of the incident? Think too much. Uchiha Sen glanced at Shinra Danzo coldly. He did this to torture Shinra Danzo. Everything they did back then, Uchiha Sen will disclose them, and they must not keep it. Tsunade. What are you waiting for? Do you want to wait for him to finish talking nonsense before being willing? Shinra Danzo yelled. Shinra Danzo shouted, Senju Tsunade reacted, and after making a gesture, the ninjas below began to take a fighting stance. No, I advise you not to move, otherwise. As Uchiha Sen said, he raised his hands, and as he raised his hands upwards, the already calm earth fell into shock again. This time the vibration was even stronger than the last time, and many ninjas swayed left and right, and some even stood unsteadily. However, something very frightening happened to them. The ground actually split apart, and then it was slowly rising. This part, which happens to be the entire area of the route, has a lot of injured ninjas. This part of the earth has been slowly rising into the air and flying until it reaches a very high level, hanging over Konoha Village. To make you feel that I'm not cheating on you, let's try it first. After that, Uchiha Sen hit, and this part of the earth began to slide directly as if a small part had been cut. When a heavy object flies high enough to fall, his speed will increase until he hits the ground. Of course, if there is no ground all the time, then his speed will reach an endless point. At the same time, every time he drops a certain height, his impact will increase greatly, which is why jumping from the 3rd floor may be disabled, but jumping from the 10th floor, the person has a high chance of death. Because the impact force is too great, the human body can't withstand it at all. Bang! With a loud bang, the Hokage building, which symbolizes the center of power in Konoha, and the surrounding area, were smashed to pieces. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to smash your Hokage building. Of course you also saw that if one of you dares to attack, then this piece will fall. When the time comes, you can think for yourself. Uchiha Sen pointed to the sky island above, looking at Senju Tsunade with a smile, waiting for his answer. Everyone knows that the masked man in front of him is definitely not so simple to say. Although it seemed to cut the next piece very randomly, it was ready to hit the Hokage building, saying that it was not intentional. Who believes it? So in this case, Senju Tsunade can only endure. Okay, then I'll move on to the second question, about the Uchiha clan. When the 3 words Uchiha were spoken, Senju Tsunade's heart seemed to be clenched by one hand. The Uchiha clan, once one of the elders who founded this village, why was it quietly exterminated in Konoha Village? Konoha Village claims that this is the work of Uchiha Itachi, but people with a little brain know that even if Uchiha Itachi has that strength, I'm afraid he can't stop the people of the Uchiha clan from calling for help, right? If you receive a call for help, why is no one in Konoha Village moving? But if you don't receive a call for help, may I ask, why didn't you receive a call for help? These questions of Uchiha Sen can be described as literal, and it has been nearly 10 years since the Uchiha family was destroyed. Many people forget the details, but many people remember. Because since the 2nd generation of Hokage, the village has been rejecting the Uchiha clan, and according to the words of the 2nd generation Hokage, the Uchiha clan is born without good people, so it is necessary to exclude them from the power center of the village. So the Uchiha clan was appointed to the garrison of the village and got a job that was most likely to offend people. And in order to separate the Uchiha clan, the 2nd generation Hokage Senjima and the 3rd generation Hokage Abe flew into the sun, gradually driving the Uchiha clan to the corner of the village, deliberately causing contradictions among the Uchiha clan. 4. Let the Uchiha clan rebel, and then Konoha Village will have the right reason to suppress. When Koharu's words were finished, the faces of many ninjas in the clan immediately changed. Ordinary ninjas may not know what's going on, but as a member of the family, they do. Especially the ninjas of the Hyuga clan, they even felt a little chill behind their backs. Sure enough, the Uchiha clan really couldn't bear it. They launched a gathering of clansmen, and Sarutobi Hinata infected Uchiha with the spirit of fire, making him a spy in the village in the Uchiha clan. The reason why the Uchiha clan will be silently wiped out is in addition to the indifference in the village. At that time, the Xiao organization was also introduced and the Uchiha clan was eliminated. When the 3 words Xiao organization were spoken, the entire Konoha village fell into an uproar again. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download the Feilu novel app. Chapter 113. Xiao Organization, a notorious name. In the current Konoha village, almost everyone knows that the Xiao organization is the target of pursuit, and the second son of the third generation of Hokage Ape Flying Sun, Flying Asma, has already led the team to pursue. More importantly, it was announced in the order that Konoha village and the Xiao organization were mortal enemies, because the Xiao organization had plundered the wind shadow of the Sand Hidden Village, and the Sand Hidden Village and Konoha Village were allies. But now, Konoha Village has unexpectedly revealed that it was once involved with the Xiao organization, and also hired the Xiao organization to destroy the Uchiha clan. It's just terrible. At that time, the Uchiha clan was already about to rebel. We are only doing this for the safety of the village. By this time, Shinra Danzo was still hard-mouthed, and the meaning was obvious. They were doing this, it was not wrong at all. It's just that the corner of Uchiha Sen's mouth showed a smile. What about the evidence? What do you say is the evidence of the extinction of the Uchiha clan? The Uchiha clan just had a meeting, and then you said that they gathered a crowd to rebel. Is it possible that when other families gather in the future, Konoha village can also put such a charge on them? Now the Hyuga clan? Or can the other families of Konoha village say that they want to gather people to rebel? Uchiha Sen's words can be described as murderous, and what he said has to admit that it does make sense. It is said that the Uchiha family rebelled, but there was no evidence, so they destroyed him to avoid future troubles. This is indeed very reasonable from the perspective of those in power, because they nipped the scourge in the bud. But for those family ninjas, I'm afraid it's not that simple. You don't try to provoke the relationship in Konoha village, the rebellion of the Uchiha clan. Konoha village has the exact evidence, and the hired organization at that time is just for the safety of the ninja in the village. At that time, the Xiao organization was just a mercenary-style organization, and you, as a member of the Xiao organization, probably wouldn't know about it. Senju Tsunade said solemnly. I have to admire Senju Tsunade's mental agility, and when I say this, it is as if Konoha village does not have the slightest responsibility. First of all, it is certain that Konoha village has evidence of the rebellion of the Uchiha clan. Anyway, now that the Uchiha clan has been destroyed, it is all right to say it. In order to consider the lives of the ninjas in the village, the impact was minimized, so I asked the Xiao organization at that time. Moreover, the Xiao organization at that time was just an organization in the form of mercenaries, and Konoha village would not know what they did later, so Konoha village did not bear the blame for this. What's more, Senju Tsunade also characterized Uchiha Sen's problem as provoking the internal struggle in Konoha village, which was really powerful. Hearing this, Uchiha Sen couldn't help but applaud, and couldn't help shaking his head while clapping. Very powerful, worthy of Konoha's 5th generation Hokage, although a few words can turn the truth around. Every generation of Hokage seems to have this, and it really deserves to be a brainwasher. Uchiha Mori seemed to sigh very much, a Konoha ninja whose spirit of fire is not many generations. But at the same time, how much Konoha shinobu brain is also given. But the next thing, I'm afraid you guys won't be so easy to explain. Uchiha Sen clapped his hands lightly, and he immediately appeared a spatial wormhole, and a white person wearing the clothes of the Xiao organization came out of it. After drilling out, without saying a word, he gave Uchiha Sen a scroll. Then he left here again. This small action immediately shocked all the ninjas. Being able to use space ninjutsu at your fingertips and also allow others to teleport is incredible for many people. And this also has a result, that is, if Uchiha Sen wants to go, no one can stay. Uchiha Sen didn't care about the shocked eyes of the others, but opened the scroll and looked at the contents inside. On July 18, 43rd year of Konoha, 3 people participated in the optimization experiment, 2 of them died after injection, and the other persisted for 2 days and also died. On September 3, 43 years of Konoha, 12 people participated in the experiment, and at first there were no adverse reactions, and all died 3 hours later. On October 21, the 43rd year of Konoha, 37 people participated in the experiment, all died, and none of them survived. On June 19, 44 years of Konoha, 50 infants participated in the experiment. The dose of this experiment was reduced, 1 survived, and the experiment was successfully completed for later observation. On December 8, 44 years of Konoha, a ninja with a quarter of the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan participated in the experiment, and there were no adverse reactions within a week after the test, but died a week later. Konoha secretly captured Konoha Kami Shinobu Uzumaki to complete the experiment in 45 years, and the experiment was successful, but due to special reasons, the experimental subject died, and the follow-up results are unknown. Uzumaki Kangami Shinobu has a son who has the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, which will be left for later experiments. When Uchiha Sen said these experimental records little by little, Shinra Danzo's face changed. His face became extremely shocked, because at this moment he already knew the identity of the masked man in front of him. Everyone looked around with very ugly faces, especially those who knew Yamato, and they all understood something. Senju Tsunade, on the other hand, looked at Uchiha Sen with a gloomy face, and she probably guessed the identity of the masked man on the other side. You've always been curious about who I am, and you probably thought I died in that explosion 3 years ago. But I'm back, and I have only one goal, to kill you. Saying that, Uchiha took off the mask on his face, revealing the face of a young man. In this, many people have seen Uchiha Sen, and even spit on his father back then. But I didn't expect that today ushered in this reversal. Now please ask the 5th generation Hokage-sama to help me explain why I secretly arrested my father to participate in the experiment, and why my father became a rebel in the village in the end. Don't rush to deny the authenticity of this thing, because it is the joint signature of the 4 people of Shinra Danzo, Sarutobi Hinata, Koharu, and Mizuto Minion. Now you can't say that this thing is fake, can you? Saying that, Uchiha Sen casually threw the scroll down, without nostalgia. Senju Tsunade didn't say a word. She definitely knew about this. After becoming a Hokage, this kind of S-class secret, she definitely needed to read. So, she couldn't deny everything Uchiha Sen said at all, because it was all true. Chapter 114. The scene was silent for a while, and Uchiha Sen looked at everyone coldly. His first question, about Kikishuo Shigeru, represented ordinary ninjas, and when this question was asked, all civilian ninjas began to feel a little flustered. The second problem about the Uchiha clan is that some families begin to distrust Konoha Village, although it is impossible to completely separate them, but they have some caution. The last question was asked by Uchiha Sen for himself, and it has nothing to do with others, only about Uchiha Sen's father. Uchiha Sen, this matter. We can't refute you, as long as you let others go. I'm willing to take the place of my teacher for 3 generations of Hokage and accept everything from you. Punish. Senju Tsunade's gaze was very firm, and at that moment, there seemed to be a light behind him. And those Konoha ninjas, as if they were also touched by her spirit, all the effects laid down by Uchiha Sen just now seemed to be useless. Uchiha Sen smiled. I have to say that Senju Tsunade is indeed a very suitable Hokage, and she inherited the methods of manipulating people's hearts handed down from the Hokage. Just this sentence has already restored the disappointed mood of many people, even with a little reverence. That's right, it's reverence. What do you think when a person is willing to sacrifice for you? If Uchiha Sen does not agree, it just follows her wishes, earning fame and pulling the hearts of the people back. If Uchiha Sen agreed, then she would not be able to willingly give her life, and at this time the other people would have to stand up and call on everyone to defend Konoha Village and Naruto-sama. This method Uchiha Sen has seen a lot, the hometown where Uchiha Sen was located in the past, but it has a history of 5,000 years of civilization, and this trick is the rest of their play. Hi. It seems that Naruto-sama is ready to sacrifice himself. But you think wrong, everything is under my control, and you have no choice. I can make them die and I can bring them back to life. Uchiha Mori pointed to Koharu and Mizuto minion next to him. Uchiha Mori. Playing with the souls of the dead is going to hell. How can you do that? Senju Tsunade's hands trembled all over. Although Senju Tsunade has always been uncomfortable with the two Hokage advisors, Koharu and Mizuto, at least they are also people from Konoha Village and a part of Konoha. To hell? Hi. You may not know that I am the evil who crawled out of hell to take revenge on the people of your Konoha Village. Hell is empty, the devil is on earth, and you people of Konoha Village. It's time for hell too. Saying that, Uchiha Sen raised his hands and looked at the island in the air. So, looking at your Konoha Village. Destroy it. After speaking, Uchiha Mori made a seal, stayed in the sky island above Konoha Village, and began to fall rapidly. As if losing the hands that held it, the sky island fell faster and faster, and it was already close in the blink of an eye. Not good. Take me there. Senju Tsunade naturally saw the danger of this matter, and saw that she urged the psychic beast under her feet and flew directly below. She clenched her right fist, chakra all concentrated, looking at the island that landed quickly, and did not avoid it. Danger, Lord 5 generations. Get out of there. Naruto-sama, be careful. It's too dangerous, get out of the way. Words like these began to be shouted among the ninjas below, gradually infecting some people, and eventually everyone began to shout at Senju Tsunade. Uchiha Sen's face was expressionless. This was Konoha Village's means, he could naturally see it. It's just that there is one thing Senju Tsunade seems to have forgotten. Although you have strange powers, do you think you can really break through this small island? The corners of Uchiha Sen's mouth gradually hooked an arc. In the blink of an eye, Kojima fell in front of Senju Tsunade. Senju Tsunade smiled slightly, and his right hand directly hit Kojima. But a scene that she didn't expect was discovered. Her strange power has no effect on this small island. In fact, it cannot be said that there is no effect at all, the part is indeed broken a little, there is only a small pit. It's like an ordinary ninja wrapping his fist in a chakra and hammering it on ordinary ground. On the contrary, because the island continues to fall, Tsunade's body is also falling rapidly, and if the island falls to the ground, Tsunade will definitely be crushed into a puddle of mashed meat. It's just that Tsunade can't leave anymore, because the speed of falling is so fast that she can't move. Tsunade-sama! Kato shouted below. It's just that it can be seen with the naked eye, the island will soon fall to the ground, and Senju Tsunade will die. Uchiha Sen smiled, this small island has been blessed by the power of the phoenix, although it looks fragile, but in fact, it is very strong. At least the strange power of Senju Tsunade can't break this stone to a certain extent. Get out of here. Hurry up and get out of here, if this stone falls to the ground, our people here will definitely die. At this time, the upper ninja had already begun to organize the evacuation of the crowd, because it was too dangerous here. But what about Tsunade-sama? Kato Shizune asked. Tsunade-sama will be handed over to us, you guys evacuate quickly. We have a way to bring Tsunade-sama back. A figure that Uchiha Sen was familiar with stood in front of Kato Shizune. This person was holding 1,000 books in his mouth. He was the unknown fire Genma of the 3rd Chushin exam at that time. But, Kato Shizune wanted to say something. Let's go. By the time the island falls, we'll all die. I don't know that another person next to Huo Genma also shouted. This person Kato Shizune also knows, it is the same. Standing with the unknown fire Genma and Ashirui was another person. This person was Yamashiro Aoba, a special shinobi of Konoha Village. These three people, like Moonlight Blast Wind, were once the guards of the 4th generation of Hokage Wave Feng Shuman, and their strength was very good. Kato Shizune didn't say anything, and directly turned and left. Seeing that the others had withdrawn, the three people formed a triangle, their hands placed together with the person next to them, and at the same time made a seal. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes. This scene seemed somewhat familiar, but he forgot where he had seen it. And these three people, except for the fact that the fire Genma Uchiha Sen is somewhat familiar, he does not know anyone else. I saw these three people standing in place, and after a few seconds, the figures of the three of them disappeared directly. Chapter 115. This is Flying Thunder God Technique? Uchiha Sen was stunned. Soon, Uchiha Sen remembered that there was once such a passage in the manga. During the Fourth Ninja War, these three people once sent Mizukage and Thunder Shadow to the battlefield. It uses the famous stunt of Wave Feng Shuman, the Flying Thunder God Technique. But because of the ability of the three of them, they can't use the Flying Thunder God Technique alone, and they need three people to join forces. Therefore, the conditions for this use are very harsh. Sure enough, when Uchiha Sen set his eyes on the island below, the three of them had already arrived there. It's just that Uchiha Sen smiled. If I'm not mistaken, if the three of you are going to take someone else to launch this ninjutsu, it will take a long time to prepare. But now, I'm afraid there isn't that much time. Uchiha Sen looked at the rapidly falling island, and in a few seconds, they were about to crash into the building on the bottom floor. If they couldn't leave before then, all four of them would definitely be smashed into Bolognese. Used to done. Lower the height of the building. A familiar voice rang in Uchiha Mori's ears, and Uchiha raised an eyebrow to find that Kakashi Kiki and Matkai had just returned to the village. At the moment when the doppelganger was eliminated, Uchiha Sen actually knew everything, and I have to say that this doppelganger did a good job. Using those things in his memory, Kakashi Kiki and Matkai mistakenly thought that they were real bodies, so they delayed for a long time, dragging all of Konoha's high-end combat power behind. In Uchiha Mori's heart, the only thing he had to worry about in Konoha Village was Matkai. After this person opened the 8 gates of Dunjia, he was simply not a person, but turned into a beast. Having experienced the day tiger of the 7 gates, Uchiha Sen is sure to defend, but after the 8th gate is opened, the sunset and night kai, Uchiha Sen feels that it is better to leave it to Uchiha Mama. It's not that Uchiha Sen is afraid, but Uchiha Sen doesn't feel the need. Kamui. Although the arrival of Kakashi has stabilized the military heart to a certain extent, the speed of the earth escape is too slow, and the speed of the island falling is too fast. Therefore, Kakashi directly used Kamui and moved part of the building to another space. Bang! At the moment when Kamui was finished, this island in the sky finally landed. As Uchiha had calculated, this small island fell right in the very center of Konoha Village, and the most prosperous place in Konoha Village was all destroyed. Shake! Crack! The screams of the rolling stones. Konoha Village was like entering the end of the world. Nowhere else, countless houses began to collapse, and even in the safest refuge area, the tremor was felt. It's just that Uchiha Sen's face didn't change, because at that moment, he felt spatial fluctuations. This shows that those three people have gone out of space ninjutsu and taken senjutsu Tsunade away. The shaking continued, and the bottom was already a mess, and Uchiha Mori made a seal, and Koharu and Mito minion slowly fell down and became the corpses of others. Shimura Danzo, see? The village of Konoha, which you are proud of, is now in ruins. Now can I ask you, what do you think? Uchiha Mori walked over to Shimura Danzo's side. Shimura Danzo lowered his head and was silent for a moment, then finally raised his head and looked at Uchiha Mori. You know, I once suspected that you were not dead, but the body was in front of me and I had to believe it. Although I don't know what method you used to deceive everyone, what I do know is that if you kill everyone bloodily like this, you will definitely go to hell after you die. Shimura Danzo stared at Uchiha Mori deadly, only hating that his Sharingan eyes could not be transferred. If he shifts to his left eye, he must give Uchiha Sen a farewell to the gods, and then let Uchiha Sen commit suicide. Ha 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 ha, Shimura Danzo, do you know who killed the ninja left behind at the site of the Uzumaki clan? It's me. Do you know what the secret you've been unsolvable for so many years is? I untied it. Every word of Uchiha Sen can have an impact on Shinra Danzo. For those ninjas, Shinra Danzo was not distressed at all, he was shocked by just another thing. He studied something that had not been studied for decades, but he did not expect that Uchiha Sen had already solved the secrets of the Uzumaki family in a short period of time. Is this really a destiny? You know what? As you guessed well, the secret of the immortal life of the Vortex clan is there. And I have obtained the secret of immortality. As long as I don't want to die, I'm afraid I really won't go to hell. Uchiha Sen's voice was low, but every word and sentence reached Shinra Danzo's ears, and Shinra Danzo was already stunned. He couldn't imagine why Uchiha Sen was so lucky. Obviously his strength was already so strong, and he didn't even have to worry about lifespan until now. People have a time limit throughout their lives, and Uchiha Sen has broken this time limit, and it is more stable. Of course, I know that you really want to kill me now, or even use the other god in your right eye to control me. When Uchiha Sen said this, Shinra Danzo's left eye was about to crack. He didn't know why Uchiha Sen was so clear about his information. The right eye is a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. He has never told anyone, only he knows about it. Could it be that Uchiha Sen really knows how to read minds? Let's take it. Uchiha Sen. Just as Uchiha Sen was communicating with Shinra Danzo, a large flame accompanied by a violent wind blew directly towards Uchiha Sen's location, very fast. Now that the island has fallen, the ninjas of Konoha Village have nothing to fear, so they directly attack Uchiha Mori. It's just that this level of attack has no effect on Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen dodged this attack and directly cut Shinra Danzo's right eye off, and Uchiha's eyes fell into Uchiha Sen's hand. Now, Uchiha Sen only needs to be wary of Uchiha Itachi. This Uchiha Itachi has been completely brainwashed by Konoha Village, and if he wants to use another god to control Uchiha Sen at that time, then Uchiha Sen will also have a means to counteract. After all, there has been good news from the Great Snake Pill. Chapter 116. Shinra Danzo died like this. Maybe in the eyes of others, he was a generation of heroes, but in the eyes of Uchiha Mori, he was not even as good as a small person on the street. The dagger of the god of death was ready to take away Shinra Danzo's soul, and unless Shinra Danzo learned the magic of the Great Snake Pill spell seal, it would be impossible for him to be resurrected in this life. And Uchiha Sen, who had done everything, disappeared without a trace under the angry gaze of everyone in Konoha Village. The news spread quickly, and in less than 10 days, the entire ninja world knew Uchiha Mori's name. Konoha Village offered a reward to hunt down Uchiha Sen, and the crime was to attack Konoha Village and kill the 3 elders of Konoha Village, which was a heinous crime. If someone can kill Uchiha Sen, he can bring Uchiha Sen's body to Konoha Village and learn 2 forbidden arts, even the Flying Thunder God technique. After this level of reward is released, there are indeed many people who want money and death, because as long as they learn one of the forbidden arts, they may become a generation of strong people. But imagination is always good. During this time Uchiha Sen has been assassinated, but no one has ever hurt him. The biggest ambush was when more than 70 Naka shinobi and Shangnan ambushed Uchiha Sen together, but they were killed by Uchiha Sen one by one, and Uchiha Sen didn't even have blood on his clothes. Everyone died in a strange way, with no wounds on their bodies, not a single fatal wound at all except for the abrasions left by the battle. But that's it, Uchiha Sen completely took them away, and suddenly Uchiha Sen's murderous name rose to a higher level. The bounty about Uchiha Sen is always at the top of the bounty, but no one dares to accept it. Time passed quickly, 3 months passed quietly, and a lot of things happened during this time. Kakuto and Hida killed Sarutobi Asuma from Konoha Village, but they were also killed by Sarutobi Asuma's 3 disciples. Of course, Naruto Uzumaki and Kakashi Kiki were indispensable here. The information about Uchiha Sen has spread to various major countries, and Uchiha Sen has become a target forbidden to enter. The 7-tailed human pillar force was also captured by the Xiao organization and successfully sealed into the outer path golem, and now there are 8 tails and 9 tails from the gathering of the 9-tailed beasts. Uchiha Mori is only missing Yaoi, so the plan to capture Yaoi also hurts the schedule. It's just that at this time, Uchiha Weasel invited Uchiha Sen to meet. The two of them met by a river, and when Uchiha Sen arrived here, Uchiha Weasel was already waiting here. This time, he was the only one here, and the dried persimmon ghost mackerel did not come with him. Now Uchiha Sen has revealed his true face, so he is not wearing a mask, and since what happened in Konoha Village, everyone in the Xiao organization has a strange look when they look at him. Uchiha Sen sits directly at Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Weasel does not speak, and Uchiha Sen does not speak. In fact, in Uchiha Sen's view, what Uchiha did could not be recognized. It's like your father wants to rebel, but the hand sends your father to the execution ground and destroys his relatives. Uchiha Sen didn't know what else to think. Anyway, Uchiha Sen couldn't do this kind of thing. The only thing he can do is to follow his father to rebel, even if he dies, at least with a clear conscience. Why attack Konoha Village? After a long time, Uchiha finally spoke, still with that emotionless voice. Why? Weasel, you're really naive. Konoha killed my father and my mother, why can't I take revenge on Konoha Village? Uchiha sneered. I can't be like you, my father was killed and indifferent, there is also no fraternity that you call fraternity, which loves others more than your own parents. I'm just an ordinary person, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. Uchiha Sen's voice was unusually firm, and even a trace of fierceness appeared in his eyes. He never wanted to convince Uchiha, because in his opinion, two completely opposite people with completely different philosophies, there was no need to convince each other. Maybe Konoha did it wrong from the start. Uchiha said lightly. Itachi, if you want to come to me to talk about this, then I have nothing to say to you, my time is precious, if there is nothing else, I will leave. With that, Uchiha stood up from the ground. I have one thing to trouble you. Uchiha suddenly spoke. What's going on? Uchiha Mori frowned. Soon, I will have a fight with Sasuke, and I will lose to him and die at his hands. I hope you can help me then, so that Sasuke doesn't fall into Uchiha's hands. Uchiha Itachi was like he was holding on to the loan, and it looked like his body had reached its limit. It's just that this matter is really not very attractive to Uchiha Sen. You should know Uchiha Sasuke's temper and personality, it can only be counterproductive for me to persuade. And everyone has a way to go, the road you prepared for Uchiha Sasuke, he doesn't want to go like that, so your arrangement in the future, I'm afraid he will be useless in his opinion. He will take revenge on Konoha after all, just like me. Uchiha Sen is telling the truth, although Uchiha Sen and Uchiha Sasuke both want to take revenge on Konoha, but many things are different. Uchiha Sasuke was kept in the dark forever, and he only came to his senses when everyone didn't need him in the end. I have a way to get Sasuke back on track, as long as you help me secure his life, Uchiha said. Uchiha Sen glanced at Uchiha Weasel coldly, and subconsciously wanted to reject him. It's just that after thinking about it, Uchiha Sasuke is still alive and well in the end, and Uchiha Sen doesn't need to bother much about this kind of thing. Forget it. Back then, you could give me that toy, and this time I should return your kindness. Your eyesight doesn't allow you to continue like this, maybe it's not long before you're going to die, right? Uchiha asked under a murmur. It seems that you have also opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel you are indeed a genius. Uchiha said bleakly. Uchiha Sen shook his head. Uchiha Itachi is an extremely contradictory and complex person, really good to others, but his act of betraying the clan, Uchiha Sen cannot agree. Some things are different, this is the supreme truth. Don't worry. Since I promised you, I will definitely do it. If you're going to die, go in peace. Chapter 117. As expected by Uchiha Sen, 3 days later, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke divided the victory and defeat in the secret base of the former Uchiha clan, and also decided life and death. Sasuke Uchiha successfully uses so-called delaying tactics to defeat Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Itachi also got his wish, and let Uchiha Sasuke personally kill him, this traitor. By the way, he also sealed the spell mark between Uchiha Sasuke's neck, completely solving Uchiha Sasuke's troubles. To put it bluntly, Uchiha Itachi had 10,000 chances to kill Uchiha Sasuke, but he didn't make a move. Uchiha Sen couldn't imagine how deeply Uchiha loved Uchiha Sasuke, and even his parents and clansmen in the family were not as good as a younger brother. But no matter what, Uchiha Sasuke still won, but he was also successfully taken away by Uchiha with soil. After learning the so-called truth, Uchiha Sasuke still opened his kaleidoscope chakra eye, the shape of a six-pointed star. Then, Sasuke Uchiha took his eagle squad and joined the Xiao organization. In a dark cave, the few remaining people from the Xiao organization had all gathered here. Kakuto and Hida died at the hands of Konoha Village, while Deidara died at the hands of Sasuke Uchiha, the Red Sand Scorpion died in the Wind Shadow Chase, and the Uchiha Itaki also died at the hands of Sasuke Uchiha. Things are so wonderful. Uchiha Sasuke used to be an enemy of the Xiao organization, but he didn't expect to join the Xiao organization now. For the death of the others, Pain was not interested at all, the only thing he was interested in was the tailed beast. Because our members suffered some heavy losses some time ago, so we have a new member this time. Sasuke Uchiha, Uchiha Itaka's younger brother, will be our new companion in the future. Pain didn't say anything about Uchiha Sasuke killing Uchiha Itaka, but everyone present was well informed, but no one said anything either. Now the members are very embarrassed. In addition to Pain and Xionin, only Uchiha Sen, Uchiha Obito played by Afei, Ju, and Dry Persimmon Oni Shark. Together with the newly joined Uchiha Sasuke, there are a total of 8 people. Next we will continue the mission, and next we will target the 8-tailed human pillar Kagaya Rabbi of the Land of Thunder. He is known as the best human pillar force with the tailed beast, which is very tricky. Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Sen, you two have the Sharingan, and this task is given to you. Pain looked at Uchiha Sen and Uchiha Sasuke, neither of whom spoke, which was regarded as acquiescing to this matter. As for the 9-tails pillar force, I'll do it myself then. In fact, Pain did not have many opportunities to strike in person, and only shot once, that is, when he captured the 6-tailed man Zulai. In the plot, Jiraiya sneaked into the Shinobi village, and Pain personally shot and killed Jiraiya, which was the first time that Pain's ability was revealed in front of everyone. But what was different this time was that Jiraiya did not sneak into the Yunin village, but has always been in Konoha Village. Because a few months ago, after most of Konoha Village was destroyed by Uchiha Mori, Jiraiya returned to Konoha. In order to ensure the safety of Konoha Village, the reconstruction period of Konoha Village has always been there and has never left. So, that's it. Zilla also luckily picked up a life. Okay, there's nothing to do next, you can disband. As for the 8-tailed human pillar force, try to speed up the rhythm a little, because soon I will go to capture the 9-tailed human pillar force. The sooner it ends, the sooner peace will come. I hope you will do it as soon as possible. After speaking, Pain glanced at Uchiha Sen and Uchiha Sasuke, and then the illusory figure disappeared directly. Uchiha Sen did not hesitate, disappeared directly, and returned to reality. He was still by Uchiha Sen's side, but this time Uchiha Sen went with Uchiha Sasuke, and he didn't have to go. Are you going to find Sasuke Uchiha now? Ju asked with a smile. How? Do you have anything else? Uchiha raised an eyebrow. Recently, Afei feels that there is something wrong, he seems to be secretly planning something, and I am worried that he has other ideas. Ju's words made Uchiha Sen slightly stunned. What he didn't expect was that he had known that there was a problem with Uchiha with soil. Originally, I thought that Je and Uchiha were unaware of Uchiha Obito's rebellion, but now it seems that it is more because he has already noticed, but he did not say. Why, do you want me to go and kill him? Uchiha asked with a smile. No, of course not. You need to pay attention to him, his kaleidoscope chakra eye is space ninjutsu. If you want to do it to him, I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. The absolute words made Uchiha Sen a little puzzled. Pay attention to Uchiha with soil? Tell me more about it. Uchiha Sen asked lightly. Recently, he has often done meaningless things, such as going to Konoha Village to see the memorial monument, and even going to places where he had a very good impression of Konoha before. This emotion shouldn't be in an Avenger. I think it's a bit problematic. The absolute analysis is actually not unreasonable, and Uchiha's hatred and impulse to bring soil all come from the longing for Nohara Rin. At that time, he personally witnessed the death of simple Nohara Rin, which put the young Uchiha Obito on a road of no return. But after all, so many years have passed, and with the passage of time, even if Uchiha Obito's love for Nohara Rin is deep, at least Uchiha Obito will begin to think. This is very deadly. Uchiha Sen didn't know why in the world of Hokage, Uchiha dared to use the word love to turn Uchiha into a dog and faithfully do things for him. Could it be that Uchiha doesn't have any backhand? Uchiha asked. Of course there is, but now we are still in the period of cooperation. Once used, I'm afraid. Then don't use it for the time being. Why not continue to use such a useful tool? He just let him have other ideas. As a person who killed 4 generations of Hokage, do you think he can return to Konoha Village now? And I also got some information here, you can show it to him. Saying that, Uchiha Sen threw the information to Je. The information above is true, to be precise, it is an order that has not been issued within the Hokage office. If Nohara Rin hadn't died, she would have become the pillar force of Konoha Village about the 3 Tails, and Konoha Village was ready to capture the 3 Tails of Kirihide Village at that time. At this point, there are 3 generations of Hokage seals on it. Chapter 118. The meeting with Uchiha Sasuke, unexpectedly peaceful. After the death of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sasuke seemed to have changed overnight. He went from wanting revenge on Uchiha to taking revenge on Konoha. Hesitating the reason for Uchiha Sen, Shimura Danzo has already been killed, so Uchiha Sasuke's target became the entire Konoha village. I didn't expect you to live until now. I thought that when Konoha announced the news of your disappearance, I thought you were dead. Uchiha Sasuke's tone was very indifferent, and there were some old friends reuniting in it, but Uchiha Sen didn't feel anything, but he just felt a little funny. Now Uchiha Sasuke has opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, and his strength has really improved a lot. But to be honest, he is not completely physical, not even an eternal kaleidoscope, but he feels that the whole person has calmed down, which is the biggest change. Hi. Actually, I did die at the time, but I was resurrected later. Uchiha said with a smile. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at him and didn't say anything more, because Uchiha Sasuke didn't believe it. At any time, he had never heard of the art that could be resurrected, and more importantly, the impression that Uchiha Sen had left on Uchiha Sasuke so far was really a bit poor. Whether it was during those years in Konoha Village, or later confronting Uchiha Sen and asking about the traces of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sen was deceiving Uchiha Sasuke with a deception. Therefore, for Uchiha Sen's words, Uchiha Sasuke is still very vigilant. Forget it, anyway, it's good that you're alive, at least I still have an opponent, otherwise it's too lonely. Once when I was in Konoha Village, I said I would defeat you, but later, I lost to you again, and now I want to say that I will catch up with you soon. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were full of determination. Perhaps for a while, he had an epiphany, and finally he would not be stubborn again. But in fact, this is not the case. In order to take revenge, Sasuke Uchiha can do anything. Okay, then I'll wait for you, but now is not the time. Since your Eagle Squad is now cooperating with the Xiao organization, then it is only proper for us to capture the Yaoi. Uchiha Sen said. It's just that Uchiha Sasuke's eyes are glued to Uchiha Sen, and he doesn't quite believe that this is the case. What are you looking at me for? Uchiha Sen raised an eyebrow. I think you must have some conspiracy, because in Konoha you are not a person who is willing to be left behind. Now that I've been helping others in the Xiao organization, I think you must have a problem. I have to say that Uchiha Sasuke's sense of smell is still quite sensitive. In fact, with Uchiha Sen's strength, I am afraid that few people in the entire ninja world can defeat him. Although he didn't fight Pain, the two of them defaulted to a tie, so Uchiha Sen didn't say much. So, what exactly does Uchiha Sen have? I don't know. What if I say I want to see peace? Or rather agree with Pain's philosophy? I don't care if the world is dominant, I just want to do what I want to do, and no one can stop me. Uchiha Sen said lightly. Uchiha Sasuke stared carefully for a while, but finally gave up. I once heard attackers say, "Let me be careful with you." Originally I didn't care, but now it seems that it is. But since we are companions now, then I will not do anything to you. If you want to stop me from doing anything, I advise you not to. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Uchiha Sen shrugged. What Uchiha Sasuke wanted to do was his business and had nothing to do with Uchiha Sen. However, the next Yao is crucial for Uchiha Sen, because he only lacks the chakra of the Yao. So when do we set off to catch the tailed beast? Uchiha asked. Everything now. Uchiha Sen listens to Uchiha Sasuke, he just needs to wait. After all, you can still gain without having to contribute yourself, so why not Uchiha Sen? Tomorrow we will leave for the Land of Thunder, and I will take a look at the information about the pillar power of the eight-tailed people tonight. Uchiha Sasuke said. No problem, see you tomorrow then. Early the next morning, Uchiha followed Uchiha Sasuke to the Land of Thunder. During this time, a lot of things happened in the ninja world, and it is said that because of the Xiao organization's large-scale capture of tailed beasts, the shadows of the five major powers seem to be holding a meeting of the five shadows. It's just that because the five major powers are enemies, and no one dares to guarantee safety, this matter has been delayed. If the security issue is not solved, then this five shadows conference will not be able to start. Then to deal with the Xiao organization, to put it bluntly, it is just the five major powers fighting separately. Uzumaki Nagato saw this time, so he asked Uchiha Mori and Uchiha Sasuke to capture Yao. And he himself will soon go after the nine tails. As for Konoha Village, when it has just begun to recover in the past few months, it is about to welcome another enemy. The group arrived in the Land of Thunder, although they were all wearing the clothes of the Thunder organization, but this was in a remote area of the Land of Thunder, only civilians, no ninjas. So getting in here is a breeze. The eight-tailed human pillar Kiribi, the only human pillar force who can control the tailed beast chakra at will, is very strong, and was once the right-hand man of the fourth generation of Hokage. Because after inheriting the Yaoi in his body, he once fought with the fourth generation Hokage Wave Feng Shuman, and since then he has been living in seclusion in the Cloud Thunder Gorge, and I don't know what to do specifically. Good at swordsmanship, can control the transformation of tailed beasts, has a unique hobby, and is very strong. So the purpose of our trip is Yunli Gorge. Kakato read the information brought by Uchiha Sen, which was collected by all and looked very detailed. Only Uchiha Sen knows, in fact, this part of the information is not complete, but there are some omissions. For example, Yunli Gorge is heavily guarded, and it is in the hinterland of the country of thunder, and it is difficult for ordinary people to enter. But for the Eagle Squad and Uchiha Sen, it is not a problem. Or in other words, the country of thunder has been waiting for the arrival of the Xiao organization, and the last time the matter of the two-tailed human pillar force was caught off guard, and now they want to catch a person from the Xiao organization. The eight-tailed man pillar Riki Rabbi may be a trap. In that case, our destination is the Cloud Thunder Gap, and after solving the Yaoi pillar force, our goal is the Konoha Ninja Village. Konoha. Naruto. We'll meet soon. Chapter 119. The news that the Eagle Squad and Uchiha Sen had entered the Land of Thunder soon reached the office of Thunder Shadow in the Land of Thunder. For this matter, the whole of Union Village attaches great importance to it, especially the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. Uchiha Sasuke's Eagle Squad he doesn't pay much attention to, his strength is not as good as Kiribi's, so he doesn't have to worry about Kiribi's safety. It's just that the appearance of the person Uchiha Sen made the fourth generation of Lei Ying feel a little dignified. Lord Lei Ying, I suggest that Lord Kiribi be transferred to another place, after all, the purpose of the organization is Lord Kiribi. A shinobi suggested. Yes, the safety of Lord Kiribi is a heavy responsibility, and we cannot underestimate it. Especially this person Uchiha Sen, his ability is very strange. According to intelligence, he can not only use space ninjutsu, but even fly freely. There is more intelligence that he can use the ninjutsu of the 5 attributes of water, fire, thunder, and terror, and even some strange techniques. The strength is very strong, we definitely can't underestimate him. As the guardian of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, Nozomi obviously knows a little more information, especially about Uchiha Sen. Since Uchiha Mori single-handedly captured Konoha Village, his name, photos, and various childhood experiences have all been on the desk of various national shadows. Konoha Village is very strong, although I don't want to say so, but the other four powers must also admit it. But that's it, Uchiha Sen alone can kill from the inside, and then calmly evacuate. This is the ability. In particular, Uchiha Sen is also a member of the Xiao organization, so various countries have studied the Xiao organization again and again. I think this is our chance. We can try to capture this Uchiha Sen. From his mouth, maybe you can know more secrets. Whether it is from Konoha Village or the Xiao organization, we need it very much. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow obviously did not want to avoid the war. His temper and personality did not allow him to do so, and he was also a little dissatisfied with Uchiha Sen. In his opinion, Uchiha Sen just relied on the ability of space ninjutsu, so that most ninjas could not attack him, but in Union Village, this can be cracked. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow has fought with the fourth generation of Hokage, and he has a certain understanding of space ninjutsu, so in his opinion, as long as the speed is fast enough, space ninjutsu is not a big deal. Lord Lei Ying means that we use Lord Kyrubi as bait to lure the people of the Xiao organization into taking the bait. And then when the time comes, shall we set up an ambush and kill them all? Darui said with a frown. That's right, that's what I meant. What Konoha Village can't accomplish, we Union Village can still accomplish. For so many years, I think our Union Village can replace Konoha Village and become the first ninja village in the ninja world. The eyes of the fourth generation of Lei Ying were very sharp, and there was a faint feeling of excitement, because he could feel that Union Village was about to rise in his hands. It's just that these people under him don't feel that way. Lord Lei Ying think twice, this is too big, the tailed beast is too important, I think it is better to transfer Kyrubi-sensei. Amwa said. Amwa is Kyrubi's younger brother. The strength is good, so I am more worried about the safety of Kyrubi. I saw the fourth generation of Lei Ying standing up and waving his hand, it seemed that he could not be persuaded. I decided on this, I will go to Kyrubi immediately, tell him about it, and let him pay attention. You arrange this order, except for a few people, no one else should participate in the battle. The matter of Konoha Village can already prove that the tactics of the human sea have no effect on Uchiha Sen, so we will take the elite route this time, and I will personally take action. When he said this, the fourth generation of Lei Ying looked firm. Lord Thunder Shadow. Are you going to do it yourself? No way. It's just too dangerous. Sure enough, as soon as this sentence was spoken, it was opposed by many people, almost everyone. The decision of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow is really a bit hasty. After all, Shadow is the soul of a village. If something goes wrong, then Union Village will have a problem. 5 generations of Naruto and a female ninja can go into battle, why can't I go? And I'm stronger. If Uchiha Sen comes, and I don't dare to go into battle as Thunder Shadow, wouldn't that make others laugh? Of course, the fourth generation of Lei Ying could not agree to avoid the war, and everyone began to persuade again, but they still couldn't. In the end, the table became a victim of the 4 generations of Lei Ying's subordinates, but the matter was decided. On this capture mission, only 2 people, Uchiha Sen and Uchiha Sasuke, went to the arrest mission, and the remaining 3 people were responsible for receiving the evacuation. Because once the 8-tailed human pillar force is captured, the Land of Thunder will definitely go to hunt them down, so the retreat route has become the most important thing. It's just that what they don't know is that now the Land of Thunder already knows about their entry. Oh! It seems that the intelligence of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow is very timely. Looking at the information sent by Baiju, Uchiha Sen couldn't help but show a smile. It has long been known that the 4th generation of Lei Ying is famous for being reckless. No matter what kind of opponent it is, he has to try it himself. And this time is no exception, he is also going to strike. Aren't you going to tell Sasuke Uchiha? Fortunately, he is now in a cooperative relationship with the Xiao organization. Baiju said. The target of the 4th generation of Thunder Cage is only me, As for Uchiha Sasuke, he is responsible for capturing the eight-tailed human pillar force. I'm responsible for other things, and I also want to try what the legendary thunder armor feels like. For the thunder armor, Uchiha Sen has always been very curious. Legend has it that it can achieve the same speed as space ninjutsu, which is very strong. Then since that's the case, I won't tell him. What about the rest of the Eagle Squad? Do I need to notify them? Baiju asked. That's Uchiha Sasuke's person, we don't have to care, we just need to take care of ourselves. Our only target is the eight-tailed human pillar force, by the way. Where's Pain? Uchiha asked. Pain is already preparing to capture the nine-tails pillar force, this time the eight-tails and the nine-tails are sealed at the same time, and then Fei will find a way to complete the follow-up plan. Uchiha Sen nodded, although Pain would definitely fail this time, Konoha would also be destroyed again. What's more, the Eye of Reincarnation that can revive Uchiha will also be taken away by Uchiha with soil. Chapter 120. As for the big scene of destroying Konoha Village, Uchiha Sen still has to go and see, especially after Naruto Uzumaki reaches the level of Yaoi, how is the combat effectiveness, Uchiha Sen also wants to see. However, the weaknesses of the Pain Six Paths in this life have not yet been known to Konoha, and Naruto Uzumaki has no chance to directly guide the strengths and weaknesses of the Pain Six Paths. Of course, the current Konoha village still has the three major combat powers of Senju Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Uzumaki Naruto, as well as Kakashi Kiki and Matkai, who are still very strong. The two sides seem to be evenly matched, whether it is strength or what aspect, it is difficult to distinguish, but how it will behave, no one knows. Seriously, if it weren't for Uzumaki Nagato killing Hinata himself, Naruto Uzumaki would have been captured by him long ago. Killed Hinata, but instead let Naruto Uzumaki be devoured by the chakra of the nine tails, and finally defeated. To put it bluntly, Pain feels that he is invincible to the world and wants to try the level of the nine tails. It's a pity that his ability is there, but his heart is indeed a lot worse. Even in the end, he used the last bit of life force left to use the reincarnation innate art to resurrect the people of Konoha. That's a bit of a stretch, right? But none of this had anything to do with Uchiha Sen. He wanted Naruto Uzumaki to erupt again, after all, his thoughts, but to see what the power of the nine-tailed human pillar would be like. Uchiha Sen and Uchiha Sasuke, two people, came to the territory of Union Village. Not far away is the Yunlei Gorge. Just stepped into here, Uchiha Sen felt. There were not many people around, and it was not quite the same as the number of guards shown on the newspaper. But on the other hand, Uchiha Sen discovered a very powerful chakra reaction, and there were several elite shinobi-level chakra reactions around him. As for the Yunlei Gorge, there is a tailed beast chakra. Be careful, don't die. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly stopped and said. Uchiha Sen raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Uchiha Sasuke's senses to be so keen. It seems that he has indeed grown. Looks like you found out too, Uchiha smiled. As long as you're not a fool, you usually find something wrong here, right? How can Yunlei Gorge be regarded as the hinterland of Union Village, and the two of us wearing Xiao organization clothes swaggered in, but no one stepped forward to stop us? Wouldn't it be that you know that the prestige of the organization has already scared them so much? After speaking, Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Uchiha Sen lightly, and his eyes were a little dissatisfied. It was as if Uchiha Sen's question just now was looking down on him. Uchiha Sen shrugged and didn't say much, since Uchiha Sasuke found out, then found out. The two of them continued to walk forward, as if nothing happened, until they came to the middle of the Cloud Thunder Gorge, in a huge body of water. This is the place where the eight-tailed man pillar Leaky Rabbi is often active, and you can feel the chakra of the tailed beast in the air. It seems that the eight-tailed human pillar force is here. Capture the human pillar force, and leave the rest to you. Uchiha Sasuke's tone showed irrefusal. Of course, Uchiha Sen would not refuse him, although in Uchiha Sasuke's opinion, this time the human pillar power is the greatest. It's a pity that what he doesn't know is that this time there is someone more powerful than the human pillar power, the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. Yo, I still have spare strength, the charm shines. Yao Sa Beach Rabbi is me. Yes. Yes. The enemy has appeared, it is time to advance strongly. At the same time as a very ugly rap, Yao Kirabi suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, rapping while doing some movements. Uchiha Sen's expression was very strange, as if he remembered a very famous figure in his previous life. I'm a personal trainee who has been practicing for 2.5 years. Ahem, Uchiha Sen really can't imagine replacing Kirabi's face with someone, it feels exactly the same. Yao Kirabi? The intelligence doesn't say that you have a problem with your head, it seems that our intelligence is not accurate, Uchiha Sen said mockingly. Yo, little bug, my lord Kirabi, this is a beautiful rap. I have to say that Kirabi's rap and that chicken you are too beautiful are basically the same level, our magic sound into the ears. When Uchiha Sen also wanted to ask if he also liked singing, dancing, and basketball, another figure appeared behind Kirabi. 4 generations of Thunder Shadows. Uchiha Mori. The old man is the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, I advise you to leave here now, we have everything to say. If you want to find death, then the old man can also fulfill you. The 4th generation of Lei Ying was very direct, and came up and went straight to the point, directly picking out the purpose of Uchiha Sen's trip. However, one thing was unexpected to Uchiha Sen, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow did not come up directly, but instead warned a word, it seems that the murderous name of destroying Konoha has already spread here. Is it? It seems that I should thank you, but unfortunately, your warning is the opposite of my purpose. Therefore, I am also here to advise you, handing over the 8-tailed pillar power can ensure that the rest of you will not have problems. Uchiha Sen tilted his head and looked at the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, and an arc crossed the corner of his mouth. This kind of provocative words cannot be tolerated by anyone. If you are a person with a better temper, you may be able to calm down, but the temper of the 4th generation of Lei Ying. Bang! With an explosion on the surface of the water, the high water waves rose up, and the 4th generation of Thunder Shadows had appeared in the position of Uchiha Sen just now, half crouching, and his fist fell on the water. The first time Uchiha Sen had already jumped away, and Uchiha Sasuke's speed was not so fast, and he only had time to use Susanoo local defense, but he was still knocked out by the air wave. Good speed, it seems that the evaluation of you by the outside world is true. The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow stood up. Uchiha Sen smiled, this level of speed is indeed very fast. At this moment, a trace of thunder and lightning has appeared on the body of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, which is probably the most primitive application of the thunder armor, and the speed has reached this point. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at this side coldly, although he was protected by Susanoo, he was not injured. But the impact just now is also very painful. At that moment, he understood that the 4th generation of Thunder Cage and his strength were not at the same level, just in terms of speed, and Uchiha Sasuke was not his opponent. Okay Sasuke, just as we said before, you come to capture the 8-tailed human pillar force. And it's about dealing with the rest of these little trash fish. Chapter 121. The 4th generation of Thunder Shadows was as heavy as water, without the slightest overreaction, and was not stimulated by Uchiha Sen's phrase little miscellaneous fish. Instead, he glanced at Kirabi, and only after Kirabi nodded did he look at Uchiha Mori. In the next second, Kirabi turned and left, with obvious intentions, luring Sasuke Uchiha away, and letting the 4th generation of Thunder Cage and Uchiha Sen single out one-on-one. Uchiha Sasuke followed directly, and Uchiha Sen did not stop it, but looked at the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow with interest. Okay, the others have already left, although I know that you are a radical general, but your little miscellaneous fish still makes me very unhappy. Bang! Between Uchiha Sen and the 4th generation of Thunder Shadows, 2 water curtains suddenly appeared, and this water curtain rose instantly, because the acceleration of the 4 generations of Thunder Shadows suddenly was too fast, so there was this scene. And in less than a second, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadows came to Uchiha Sen, and this punch just hit Uchiha Sen's face. Merely. Very fast, also very powerful, but it seems that you did not use your fame skills. A circle of rib-like things appeared in front of Uchiha Sen, the same as Uchiha Sasuke, except that Uchiha Sen's was not purple, but light cyan. This is Susanoo in Uchiha Mori's eyes, and Uchiha Sen has used it for the first time in so many years. Are you looking down on me? One of Susanoo's fists directly manifested, and one punch knocked the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow out. Water droplets fell in the sky, new looks began to appear around Uchiha Mori's body, a pale cyan skull slowly appeared, and the skeleton of his right hand also appeared. At this point, the half-body Susanoo appeared around Uchiha Mori. This level, which belongs to the first form of Susanoo, already has a specific head and bones, and the defense power has been greatly improved. As for before, it was only the initial form, and part of Susanoo appeared to fend off attacks. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadows got up from the water, and the attack just now was really nothing to his body. Although it was not injured, it was enough to punch in the face. Hi! I didn't expect that the power that I didn't see in the intelligence actually appeared. It's incredible. So next, let you see the secret art passed down from generation to generation in our Union Village. Occult. Thunder Armor. With the loud drink of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows, a blue-purple thunder chakra began to appear around his whole body, wrapped around his whole body, visible to the naked eye. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes. This level of thunder armor, it seems that the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow has not yet exerted its full strength. Thunder Armor. It is a secret technique that has been passed down from generation to generation. After using it, it can greatly enhance the strength and defense power of the human body. This technique is unique in the entire ninja world, only our Union Village has it. So next, I will show you the unique Thunder Chakra mode of Union Village. The fourth generation of Lei Ying looked at Yubosan with both eyes. Although it was only a short exchange just now, he already felt Uchiha Sen's strength. The ability mentioned in the intelligence, Uchiha Sen did not use any of it, but instead used a new ability. It was almost impossible to pull out the whole cards as soon as he came up, so the fourth generation of Lei Ying wondered if Uchiha Sen had other whole cards. My trick. Hehe, in the Uchiha clan, anyone who opens the kaleidoscope chakra eye can use this trick. This move is called Susanoo, presumably with the intelligence of the Land of Thunder. I must have heard of this trick. I won't go into detail about the specifics, so I'll ask you to experience it in battle. Uchiha Sen smiled and just stood motionless, waiting for the attack of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. The fourth generation of Thunder Cage narrowed his eyes. Susanoo naturally heard of it, but that was a long time ago, and the time would continue to the time of Uchiha. It was all recorded in history. There is also a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and it is said that those who awaken the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye will have two unique abilities. Thinking of these two unique abilities, the heart of the fourth generation of Lei Ying was full of vigilance. It's just that now is not the time to retreat. Things have reached this point, there is only no end to death. With the sudden splash of sleep, Uchiha Sen's kaleidoscopic chakra eyes began to turn. The speed of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow is very fast, but he is not a space ninjutsu, so there must be a trace to follow. This level of speed, if Matkai opens the first 6 of the 8 Dunjia, it is definitely comparable. So after seeing the speed of Meti, and then looking at this speed, Uchiha Sen can also figure out the specific trajectory. Suddenly, Susanoo's left and right smashed directly into the ground, and with a wave of water, a figure was moving forward quickly. Bang! In the next second, a fist smashed directly on Susanoo, and it was visible to the naked eye that Susanoo was shattering. Nice power! Uchiha Sen's figure disappeared instantly, and in the next second, Susanoo's fist smashed down from the top of the head of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. It's just that the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow dodges quickly, and Susanoo is slightly stiff, so the fourth generation Thunder Shadow has not suffered any damage at all. If you only have this strength, it is recommended that you surrender as soon as possible. Syllable. Click. Uchiha Sen glanced behind him. Susanoo had been shattered, and the fist of the fourth generation of Thunder Cage instantly knocked Uchiha Sen with Susanoo out. The huge Susanoo drew a huge mark on the surface of the water, and the surface of the water began to become uncalm. Uchiha Mori stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A smile appeared on his mouth. I haven't experienced an injury for a long time, so I was injured once by accident, and I was a little excited. In addition to the little blood that was vomited, the injuries in Uchiha Sen's body had long been instantly healed, and the power of the Phoenix plus the body of Wolverine allowed Uchiha Sen to recover instantly. The shattered Susanoo began to repair slowly, but at the same time, at the exterior of the skeleton, blood veins and meridians began to appear, and the coat-like chakra wrapped the skeleton. At this time, a Fang Tian painting halberd appeared in Susanoo's hand, which looked very spectacular. This is Susanoo's second state. Uchiha Sen smiled, and the moment that Fang Tian drawing halberd appeared, he knew his exclusive ability to Susanoo. Although it is not as perverted as the Ten-Fist Sword, it is strong enough. Thank you for your attack that allowed me to further master Susanoo. Next. We're starting the next round. Chapter 122. Just like before, this attack of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow is more ruthless, faster, and more powerful. But when the attack hit Susanoo, there was no crack at all. Whoever hears that he has become a sparring partner for others to exercise new abilities will definitely not give up, let alone the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, who is known for his short temper. Is that all? Although you could smash my Susanoo before, but now it seems that it can't work. Uchiha Sen's voice reached the ears of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, and the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow has never suffered such humiliation since he was a child, even in the face of the fourth generation of Hokage Wave Feng Shuman. But now, Uchiha Sen said such words, which made the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow simply unacceptable. Bang bang! The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow attacked Uchiha Sen more than a dozen times in an instant, from all aspects, front and back, left and right, but no matter where it was, the ability of the fourth generation Thunder Shadow had no effect. Uchiha Sen watched the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow attack up and down, but there was no expression on his face. This kind of work was useless, unless it is worthy of being the man who destroyed Konoha Village. Just this defensive power, I am afraid that there are few people in the entire ninja world who can match it. But I must break your turtle shell today. After speaking, a chakra began to erupt from the body of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, and it was visible to the naked eye. The muscles on his body began to expand slightly, and his hair stood up. This is the second state of the Thunder Dun armor, and the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow in this state are obviously stronger than the first state. Occult. Heavy Torrent. The speed of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow was 3 points faster than before, and he came to Uchiha Sen in an instant, only to see Lei Dun Chakra concentrated on the elbow of his right hand and smashed directly towards Uchiha Sen Susanoo. Bang! Uchiha Sen was slightly stunned, although Susanoo was not broken, but Lei Dun Chakra was entangled in it. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow's Lei Dun Chakra instantly covered half of Susanoo, and Uchiha Sen frowned, but in the next second, a violent explosion occurred. Bang! With a violent explosion, Uchiha Sen's Susanoo was suddenly buried in the water mist, while the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow retreated directly, slightly panting. Just now using the Thunder Chakra to fill half of Susanoo, has consumed a lot of his chakra, even if there are a lot of chakra of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, but it is also a little tired. The explosion is not only once, but a succession of explosions. Where Uchiha Sen is, the explosion is not fire, but blue-purple thunder. It's just that the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow did not end the attack with this, but began to quickly seal the seal, and a ninjutsu was completed in an instant. Thunder. Ground storm. The lightning rushed directly to the site of the explosion along the surface of the water, and then disappeared into the water curtain, not knowing if it attacked. Although the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow is good at ninjutsu, he can't do ninjutsu, and many times his ninjutsu can solve all problems, so there is no need to waste chakra using ninjutsu. It may be that he can destroy an enemy using 3 ninjutsu, but he uses ninjutsu and only needs a ninjutsu chakra. In this way, ninjutsu does not have much effect in his hands, and only when a long-range attack is required, he will use it once or twice, and it is rarely seen in normal times. The other Yunren were staring at this place very nervously, once there was any danger to the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, they would all rush forward in unison to rescue the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. But now it seems that the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow not only has no danger, but also has certain advantages. It seems that the legendary Uchiha Mori who destroyed Konoha Village is not so strong. A stick of grass fell from Darui's mouth, and there was a slight disdain in his tone, because he felt that he had blown Uchiha Sen too strongly. In the end, Uchiha Sen is only an 18 or 19-year-old boy, younger than Darui, and compared to his own children so much, Darui feels a little unconvinced. Don't talk. If Uchiha Sen can be defeated so simply, then Konoha Village is too weak. We don't believe in the strength of others, you always have to admit the strength of Konoha Sanshin. Nozomi was still calmer. Cut. Darui made a faint cut, but his eyes still looked in the direction of Uchiha Sen very honestly. Like everyone else, the eyes of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow have been staring at Uchiha Sen, although he can ninjutsu, but the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow is somewhat weak in terms of perception, and it is generally Nozomi who is responsible for sensing the enemy's position. Now one-on-one, with the line of sight blocked, the method of judging the enemy by the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows is only to wait for the water mist to disappear. It is worthy of the fourth generation of Thunder Cage, and in this case, I still found the flaw of Susanoo, and it is really strong. When the water mist gradually fell, Uchiha Sen's figure appeared next to the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows again, and everyone looked at Uchiha Sen stunned, their faces full of disbelief. Uchiha Sen's body. Not a single scar. What's more, there wasn't any dust or anything on his clothes, not even a little wrinkled. In that case, I have to be serious. Although Susanoo is very powerful, it is very difficult to deal with individuals very quickly. So next. I'm going to start. Uchiha Sen's figure gradually hung in the air, and the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow stared at Uchiha Sen with his eyes tight, ready at any time. First move. Water Dragon Break. As Uchiha Sen stretched out his hands, 6 water columns rushed out directly, and the speed of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows was very fast, directly dodging the area where they were and evacuating behind. 6 water pillars hovered around Uchiha Sen, moving around Uchiha Sen's body with a certain rhythm, which looked very shocking. Uchiha Sen smiled, and saw that he clasped his hands together, and a huge phoenix power penetrated out of his body, all entering the 6 water pillars. These 6 waters immediately began to undergo huge changes, and a dragon head began to slowly appear, dragon scales, dragon claws, dragon tail. As the originally godless eyes lit up, the 6 water dragons let out a roar. This Uchiha Sen. What kind of monster it is? This ninjutsu. Is it really something that humans can do? Yun Shinobi, who was hiding on the side, was frightened. Obviously he didn't have a connection seal, why could he use this ninjutsu? It's just that these questions, Uchiha Sen is destined to not hear. At this moment, his eyes have looked at the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows, and a weird smile has appeared at the corner of his mouth. Next. The show begins. Chapter 123. The 6 water dragons rushed out directly towards the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, and the eyes of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow narrowed slightly, and the body rushed out directly. 6 water dragons directly hit the surface of the water, and suddenly shocked the earth-shattering waves. Do you want to hurt Lord Thunder Shadow with this level of attack too? Although the speed is fast, the speed of Lord Thunder Shadow is faster. Darui muttered to himself, he didn't know why Uchiha Sen would spend so much effort to make such a senseless attack. But soon, he overturned all his ideas. Those 6 water dragons rushed out from the surface of the water again, and the target was the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows that had just avoided them. What? This kind of ninjutsu can be like this? Darui was taken aback. Uchiha Sen smiled, his hands naturally drooped and hid in his sleeves, and he watched with a smile as he watched the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow dodge everywhere. The reason why these 6 water dragons can automatically pursue targets is because Uchiha Sen entered the power of the phoenix inside. The power of the phoenix is different from chakra, it has a certain spirituality, and can feel some of the instructions of Uchiha Sen. This also caused that even without Uchiha Sen's control, he could automatically track the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. Bang! The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow broke a water dragon with a fist, but was quickly attacked by another water dragon and rushed out directly. Although he was injured, the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow shattered the water dragon that attacked him in the process. But the corners of the mouth of the fourth generation of Lei Ying also flowed a trace of blood. I didn't expect you to hide your strength. It seems that your strength is rumored to be strong, which is correct. But no one expected that when you attacked Konoha, you still had hidden strength. The face of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow was a little ugly. So far, Uchiha Sen had used a total of 2 powers, but only one was the same as in the intelligence. For example, the power of space. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, who has always been very confident in speed, did not force out the space power of Uchiha Sen this time, which is unacceptable to him. The 4 dragons roared beside Uchiha Sen, and as long as Uchiha Sen gave an order, they could directly rush up and attack the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows. Ignorant people always think that what they know is everything, but what they don't know is that the part they steal is just what others want to show them. Including me showing my Susanoo today, I just wanted you to know this ability, that's why I showed it. If I didn't want to, maybe you won't know until death. Now. Uchiha Sen paused slightly, and did not continue, but raised his eyebrows, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he felt the news of his doppelganger. His doppelganger had absorbed enough Yaoi chakra, and the system had received it all. Now it doesn't matter. I'm going to beat you. It is to defend the village and drive away the invaders. Saying that, the chakra in the body of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow surged madly, and in the eyes of Uchizen's riding wheel, he could clearly see that the chakra of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow was gathering towards him. A large number of chakras appeared on his right hand, and his right hand only extended 4 fingers. Thunder Secret Technique, Hell Spurt. 4 books. With the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow shouting, his body rose directly to the ground, and with this attack, he directly rushed towards Uchiha Sen, who was still in midair. Uchiha Sen waved his hand, and the 4 water dragons rushed directly up, but in front of the 4 books, the first and second water dragons were directly shattered, like a blank piece of paper. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow drank loudly, and the 4 fingers slowly withdrew one more, and as the little finger retracted, Uchiha Sen could clearly feel that the power on the right hand of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow increased again. The remaining 2 water dragons also shattered, and by inertia, the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows came directly to Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen's eyes narrowed, his right hand swung upward, and an invisible shield appeared directly in front of Uchiha Sen. Hell Spurt Sanyongo. Click. The fingers of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows seemed to have attacked a wall, and cracks began to appear in the void. What is it? How do you feel that there is an invisible shield blocking this attack? Nozomi was a little surprised. That's right, it looks like there is indeed a shield. Is it his susanoo? Darui's eyes widened. Nope. His susanoo is light cyan, at least he can see the silhouette, but this defense, touchable but invisible. Nozomi shook her head. No matter what, she had been recording Uchiha Mori's intelligence, word for word. Everyone else was looking at the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, secretly cheering him on. Is it already impossible to break through with this level of defense? Why dare you call this move Hell Spurt? Uchiha Sen naturally knows that there are still 2 moves behind the 3 Hungwan hands, and the power is greater and greater every time, but Uchiha Sen wants to ruthlessly humiliate him and let him exert stronger strength. Although the fourth generation of Lei Ying was very resentful, because of gravity, his body had to fall. The continuous high-intensity use of chakram made him can't help but feel a little breathless, especially since the enemy was still in mid-air, and he couldn't attack it at close range. You know, if the 4 Han Shaojiu can't attack the opponent at close range, it's useless. Lord Lei Ying, I'll help you. Saying that, Darui directly channeled a giant eagle, and then flew directly to the side of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. Uchiha Sen glanced at the giant eagle, stretched out his right hand, and a water cannon directly bombarded the giant eagle. It's just that the fourth generation of thunder shadows appeared in front of the giant eagle, and the four Ben Guan hands in his hand only had 2 fingers left, directly piercing the water cannon. And with the back of the giant eagle, the fourth generation of thunder shadows exerted their power for the second time and rushed towards Uchiha Sen faster than the last time. This time, Uchiha Sen's defense was directly shattered, but Uchiha Sen also dodged directly. The giant eagle received the falling fourth generation thunder shadow and continued to fly quickly in the direction of Uchiha Sen, and only 1 finger remained in the fourth generation thunder shadow's hand, which was the strongest state of the 4 generations of thunder shadow. It seems that the fourth generation of thunder shadow plans to divide the victory and defeat. In the blink of an eye, the fourth generation of thunder shadow came to Uchiha Sen, and the strongest blow was ready. Hell Spurt. 1-in-1. The target of the fourth generation of thunder shadow is the heart of Uchiha Sen, and the speed is extremely fast, and it reaches Uchiha Sen's chest in an instant. It's just that Uchiha Sen smiled and let him poke him directly in. Chapter 124. A hand went directly through Uchiha Sen's chest, and everyone in Union Village showed a look of surprise on their faces. Because in their opinion, as long as they are hit by a book, no one can survive, this is the law. The power of a book is self-evident, this is the hidden secret technique of Union Village, the inheritance is only between thunder shadows. Once 3 generations of thunder shadows used this trick to defeat a coalition army. It's just that before they could be happy for long, a strange scene appeared in front of him. The expected blood did not appear, and neither did Uchiha Sen's screams, and even. Not only did the arm of the fourth generation of thunder shadow pass through Uchiha Sen's heart, but then his whole person passed through. Bang! With a violent explosion, a mountain not far behind Uchiha Sen shattered. Countless boulders began to roll into the water, and the mountain also swayed and was about to collapse. All the power of the book just now attacked that mountain, and it can be seen from the side that if the human body is injured in this way, it will definitely die. Uchiha Sen slashed the psychic giant eagle with a wave of his hand, and opened his right hand and aimed it at the mountain. A figure immediately appeared on the mountain, and the fourth generation of thunder shadows was directly locked by an invisible chain and held up in midair. Seeing this scene in front of them, those Union ninjas directly couldn't bear it, they couldn't let the fourth generation of thunder shadows have problems. Up! Rescue Lord Thundercage! With Darui's loud drink, several upper shinobi who came with them rushed directly up, and Darui summoned a giant eagle and rushed up. Uchiha Sen glanced at the upper shinobi who rushed up lightly, and couldn't help but show a smile. Look, so many people came to rescue you, it seems that you are indeed a respected good thunder shadow. It's just that you are always enemies, and you say that I am better at how to deal with them, or kill them. Or kill them? Uchiha asked with a smile. If you have the ability, you will kill me. Kill someone weaker than you and you won't achieve anything. The fourth generation of Lei Ying's eyes widened. Sorry, you are also weak, but I have encountered a more interesting enemy, and if I don't play with you for a while, won't I be bored? Now that Yao has finished capping, I don't want to play with you either. Saying that, a layer of chakra began to appear around Uchiha Sen's body, and Susanoo appeared in front of him again. This time, Uchiha Sen directly skipped the primary form and the first form, and directly used the second form. Fang Tian's halberd was held in Susanoo's hand. Uchiha Sen smiled, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes in his eyes began to turn wildly. Eclipse Day. The Fang Tian painting halberd in Susanoo's hand swept across, and a powerful force directly rushed towards those Yunin who rushed over. This move was the best of Uchiha Sen Susanoo. Unlike Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Sen does not have a so-called god, a Fang Tian drawing halberd. And this Fang Tian drawing halberd is something more powerful than Use Haibo's 2 artifacts. Although the trick of breaking the void eclipse sun is just a simple sweep, in fact, it is not so simple. In addition to pure energy attacks, the power of space and time can also be integrated into the moves. It's just a pity that in an attack, only one power can be integrated, either the power of space or the power of time, and it cannot be fused together. Shui Shui Duan. Water Array Wall. Shui Shui Duan. Water is even walled. When this move attacked in front of these Yun Shinobi, Yun Ninja's reaction speed was also very fast, and he directly supported the defense. It's just that what they didn't expect was that these defenses were useless at all. The trick of breaking the void eclipse sun is pure energy on the outside, and this pure energy is very powerful, directly shattering all defenses. In the next second, all this energy hit the bodies of these cloud ninjas, who had already closed their eyes and waited for death. But to their surprise, they didn't die or even feel any pain. It's just that something weird happened. They are actually starting to grow old. That's right, it's getting old. The originally black and thick hair of these Yunin began to fall out, gradually turning into grey hair. The young face also began to grow wrinkles, and the skin was visibly sunken. Even their originally straight backs began to slowly rise. What's going on? Why is your hair all grey? No, how did you get old? Just now I saw that you are not like this. These Yun Shinobi looked at each other's faces, and after hearing each other's words, they couldn't help but lower their heads. When they looked down at the surface of the water, the appearance reflected in the surface of the water made their whole person almost go crazy. Nope. No way. How did I become like this? I don't believe it. A cloud ninja roared angrily. This. What the hell is going on here? How did I become like this? What to do? Some Yunren sat directly on the water, touching their faces and arms in disbelief, but the touch was telling them that all this was true. There were many similar roars, and everyone did not believe the scene in front of them, thinking that it was fake. Humans can accept many things, such as accepting themselves as hurt. You can accept that you can't beat the other party, even at a certain age. You can calmly accept your own death. However, a person who clearly only remembers in his 20s has suddenly become an old man in his 50s and 60s, and who can accept it? 1 second he is still such a gorgeous teenager, but the next second he is already dying of old age. Who will believe it? That's right, this move of Uchiha Sen directly took away their 30 years of time. It's just that Uchiha Sen's face is a little not good looking. He didn't expect this move to consume so much power, but it's normal to think about it. The power of time is always mysterious, almost no one can go against the power of time, and this move of Uchiha Sen turned 7 or 8 cloud ninja into 50 or 60 years old, which is very terrifying. It is also understandable that the consumption is so large. Susanoo directly subsided. Uchiha Mori could feel it, and he could only use Susanoo's primary state now. Uchiha Mori. What the hell did you do? How did they become like this? The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, who was locked in midair, began to struggle violently, and the chain that locked him was also a little precarious. Nothing, just teach them a lesson. Chapter 125. Uchiha Sen glanced at the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow lightly. He no longer wanted to continue to drag on. The war between Pain Rokudo and Konoha Village has already begun, and Uchiha Sen really wants to see the specific battle situation. And Sasuke Uchiha has already captured part of Yao, and Uchiha Sen's doppelganger has also absorbed Yao's chakra, and the matter here is almost over. Abominable. What the hell is going on here? What's going on here? Darui looked at the ninjas below. He saw everything that had just happened, but he didn't know what was happening. Why did these people become like this in an instant? Could it be that he fell for illusion? It's just that Darui used the method of unlocking the illusion several times, and nothing has changed around. Abominable. Thunder. Black thunder difference. A layer of black thunder and lightning suddenly appeared on the appearance of Darui's body, and the thunder and lightning directly turned into the shape of a leopard, tearing and biting in the direction of Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen looked at the black leopard, and the left eye of the chakra eye turned slightly, and the leopard disappeared out of thin air. This is the ability of Uchiha Mori's left eye to erase any kind of existence. In the next second, Darui was directly exploded by a huge force, and the whole person flew out directly from the giant eagle, and blood sprayed directly from his mouth, and then fell vertically into the water. Solving this annoying little fly, Uchiha Sen looked at the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow again. Okay, the purpose of my trip has been achieved, and I will solve you next. Saying that, Uchiha Sen's right hand made a seal, and the fourth generation of Lei Ying suddenly felt that something began to appear on his body. It's just that these things can't be seen, you can only feel it with the skin, but the more you feel it, the more you feel a little terrifying. Boom! Uchiha Sen said such a simple word, and the body of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow began to bloom bloody flowers madly. Bang bang! Shoulders, arms, chest, legs. Every place began to explode, and the blood flowers all exploded at the same time, and the 4 generations of Thunder Shadows turned into a blood man in an instant. After this trick is used up, the 4th generation of Lei Ying is going to be wasted, because most of the places where the explosion is his tendons. Without these tendons, he is a waste person. Uchiha Sen quietly watched the body of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow fall, and then fell into the water all of a sudden. On the other side, Uchiha Sasuke should have also ended the battle, although he was only holding a tentacle of the 8-tailed tail, but it was enough for the golem of the outer path to revive. Therefore, Uchiha Sen left the country's Yunli Gorge directly. I didn't expect you to solve Zuli so quickly, it seems that your strength has really grown a lot. Looking at the scarred Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Sen's tone was a little strange, but he couldn't fault it. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at him lightly, and did not say anything on his lips, but his heart was full of vigilance towards Uchiha Sen. A person who has fought with the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow for so long, whether he defeats Thunder Shadow or escapes, these Uchiha Sasuke can accept it. But the only thing that made him feel unacceptable was that Uchiha Sen didn't have any wounds at all. What's more frightening is that not only is there no wound, judging from his appearance, he even sees a trace of dust. It's just a personal pillar force. It seems that what we are going to discuss now is not this. Now that the country of thunder has been blocked all over the territory, let's think about how to escape. Uchiha Sasuke said lightly. I still have some time to escape with you, but I'm afraid I don't have much time now. I'll take the first step, and you'll take care of the rest, Uchiha smiled. Wait! Uchiha Sen suddenly shouted. How? Any other advice? Uchiha asked with a smile. Uchiha Sasuke did not speak, and directly threw the kiribi on his shoulder, and Uchiha Sen caught it. Yaoi Ren's Huli, you can bring it back together. I will not participate in your next mission for the time being, I still have business. I don't know what Uchiha Sasuke had in mind, perhaps because the next target of the Xiao organization was his friend Naruto Uzumaki, so he directly pushed this matter away. Or maybe it's because of the little thing in his heart that is difficult to give up, so he has this idea. Hey! It seems that you have already thought about it. But it's okay, I'm afraid Konoha Village won't be able to wait for you to retaliate and be destroyed again. As for that friend of yours, maybe he has been caught by pain. Uchiha Sen smiled, directly carried the body of Kiribi, and the figure disappeared in front of them. Sasuke! This man is so terrible, you have to be careful with him. Shortly after Uchiha left, Kachiha couldn't help but speak. For Uchiha Sen, she has always had a very scared feeling, not only because Uchiha Sen almost killed her last time, but also because of Uchiha Sen's strange temperament. Just like the current Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke's body has a dark temperament that is slowly strengthening, but Uchiha Sen is completely black. Don't worry, after the next cooperation, I will not cooperate with Xiao organization again. No one can control me, I say it's me, Sasuke Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were full of sharp eyes, but Kazuki was still very worried. Because of the special Kagura heart eye of the Uzumaki clan, he can see some things that others can't, especially chakra. Chakra will reflect a person's state, such as the current Uchiha Sasuke, and feel a little enchanted. This degree of enchantment is even deeper than when chasing and killing Uchiha Itachi. In fact, it is understandable that Sasuke Uchiha looks like this, a person who has always hated deeply. After being bladed by his own hands, others actually told him the truth of the matter. It turned out that the person he had always hated had been protecting him, and for his sake, he was willing to bear the name. Whoever this is, everyone will make this obsession deeper and deeper. Of course, I don't know why, maybe it was Naruto Uzumaki's mouth that made a contribution, and Sasuke Uchiha had such a deep hatred with Konoha Village, and finally helped them. Even in the end, it was a bit too much to face Konoha as a redeemer. At that time, when Uchiha Sen watched the finale, he thought that Uchiha Sasuke must have a life and death duel with Naruto Uzumaki, that is, the kind of duel where either you die or I die. But in the end, he just lost an arm and vowed to protect Konoha. Uchiha Sen really almost threw up. Chapter 126. Anyway, how about Uchiha Sasuke? Uchiha Sen does not care. At this moment he has handed over the body of Kiribi to Jie, and he also used space ninjutsu to reach Konoha Village. By the time he arrived in Konoha Village, the good show had just been staged, and Pain Rokido had just invaded Konoha Village. Although the weakness of Pain's 6 paths has not yet been known, after all, there is also such a master in Konoha Village. If you just single out, you may not be able to beat Pain's 6 Dao, but if you add the helpers of Kakashi, this victory may be in the number of 5-5. However, Uchiha Sen will not let the victory last for 5 or 5, and when Pain Rokido is unable to defeat his opponent, he will definitely help Uzumaki Nagato and take out the people of Konoha Village. Pain Rokido broke into Konoha Village just like that, and compared to Uchiha Sen's last visit, Uzumaki Nagato was more direct. Pain and screams rose one after another, and Uchiha Mori sat on the Hokage rock, carefully watching Uzumaki Nagato attack. The human way is responsible for gathering intelligence, and the animal way is responsible for creating chaos and attracting the attention of others. Hungry Ghost Dao this is standing next to Heavenly Dao, and he is responsible for absorbing these ninjutsu that attack Heavenly Dao. The Hell Road did not enter Konoha Village for the time being, and the Hell Road was the foundation of the other 6 resurrections, so he did not enter. Azura Dao, on the other hand, was attacking wantonly, attracting other ninjas, and then began to strike. Pain's 6 paths each had their own jobs, and Tendo was waiting in place, and when the main Lord Uzumaki Naruto appeared, it was only when he started to move. Konoha Village has once again entered a kind of human tragedy, but the ninjas of Konoha Village have gradually awakened from the chaos at the beginning, and they have begun to fight back. Although their counterattack was extremely weak, at least they were not slaughtered, and the 5th generation Hokage Tsunade of Konoha Village was also planning to go into battle himself. Naruto-sama, you can't go. This time the opponent is trickier than Uchiha Sen, and hating you is not only Hokage. Kato Shizune persuaded Tsunade bitterly on the side. It's just that Tsunade seems to be unable to hear it, and directly ignores Kato's silent words and goes out. Only this time, she was stopped again. This time, it was not the Dark or other ninjas who stopped Tsunade, but Jiraiya, who was still in Konoha Village. Jiraiya, are you going to persuade me too? Tsunade frowned. I'm not here to persuade you, but to order you, as a Hokage, must stabilize at this time. You are the backbone of Konoha Village. If you mess up and panic, then the whole Konoha will also panic. Especially at a time like this, the last time you almost had an accident, it has already made Konoha Village almost desperate, and now you have to face all this maturely. Zai Lai also said lightly. But the enemy has invaded our doorstep, as Hokage, are we just watching others die? The enemy who came this time is not small, the intelligence that came, everyone has the eye of reincarnation, and... Tsunade's tone was very impatient. For the second time since she took office, she had been invaded. The last time it was Uchiha Mori alone, and this time it was only very personal. If it goes on like this, her position of Hokage does not have to continue at all, just abdicate directly. You're Hokage, you have to sit, enemy. Leave it to me. After speaking, Jiraiya turned around in the shocked gaze of Tsunade and walked outside. By the way, if I can come back alive this time, speaking of this, Ji Lai couldn't help but pause. Remember to invite me to drink. After that, Jiraiya walked out of the Hokage building without looking back, leaving the stunned Tsunade alone in place. The battle in Konoha Village is in full swing, all kinds of giant summoned beasts are emerging one after another, and many parts of Konoha Village have also been destroyed. The Animal Road has been imprisoned by Mori Ibiki using his unique secret technique, and he originally wanted to get a little news, but what he didn't expect was that not only did not escape at all, but he was even almost killed back. Just when everyone was having a headache about how to deal with these psychic beasts, a huge toad fell from the sky. Jiraiya-sama! Many ninjas exclaimed. Give these psychic beasts to Mrs. Wen, you help him together, I'll go see the enemies in other places. After speaking, without waiting for Mori Ibiki to reply, he directly disappeared in place with a teleportation technique. To deal with these psychic beasts, you must attack them with psychic beasts of the same level, otherwise it will be difficult to defeat. Jiraiya also left Buntad to help, and the pressure of these Konoha ninjas suddenly eased a lot, and even faintly cheered. And Kimmo Kakashi is against the Azura Deo, and the endless weapons of the Azura Deo make Kimmo Kakashi a little difficult to parry, but it is also stabilizing the situation little by little. Jiraiya was speeding towards the battlefield, and before he arrived, the enchantment squad had already told him that only one enemy had invaded at first. But later, I don't know why the enemy increased to 5, in addition to the 3 who were fighting, there were 2 people at the head of the village. Jiraiya's target was the 2 people at the head of the village, because from the information he replied, he had a very familiar feeling. Hair color, reincarnation eyes, even looks. Although Zi Lai doesn't know why the eye of reincarnation is on this person's body, Zi Lai will definitely not guess wrong. More importantly, this matter must be solved by his own hands. The students he once taught, although it is impossible to determine now, but I don't know why, there is a voice in Jiraiya's heart. The person who invaded was his former student. The battle was in full swing, and Zi Lai also came to the entrance of the village, and when he saw the man, his heart clicked. Yahiko! Zi Lai also came directly to the front of Heavenly Deo Pain, watching this former disciple and a stranger slaughtering the villagers of Konoha Village. Yahiko! How could it be you? Why did you invade Konoha? The name in Jiraiya's mouth made Tien Deo Pain stop and look at Jiraiya. It turned out to be Jiraiya sensei. I didn't expect you to be in Konoha Village too. Pain casually threw the dead ninja in his hand aside, turned around and looked at himself, expressionless. Yahiko! What the hell are you doing? What about Nagato? What about Zionin? Jiraiya's tone was intense. Hi! Jiraiya-sensei, don't you really know? Yahiko was killed by the people of your Konoha village in Hanzo. Pain's voice was full of indifference. Chapter 127. When Pain finished saying this, Zi Lai was directly stunned in place, not knowing how to express it. He never thought that several of his former apprentices were forced into this by Konoha village. Jiraiya-sensei, the purpose of my trip is only to take away the 9-tailed human pillar force. If you obediently hand over the 9-tailed human pillar force, then we will retreat. Pain's face was expressionless, and he didn't have any mood swings because he was Jiraiya. Maybe it's because of Zilei, so Pain's hatred in his heart will be more, which is all to blame for Zilei. Impossible. No matter what, Naruto, you can't take it from Konoha Village. Jiraiya rejected Pain's proposal. Konoha Village had reached such a point that it was absolutely impossible for the Nine-Tails to hand over the pillar power, especially since Naruto Uzumaki was still his disciple. It's just that Jiraiya is also heartache. Konoha Village has just recovered. Because of the last Uchiha Mori incident, many villagers have decided to move out of Konoha Village. Although it is not as comfortable as Konoha Village outside, at least there is no danger to your life. Many people also wanted to leave at that time, but they were persuaded by Konoha Village to come down, and this time there was such a thing. I am afraid that Konoha Village will have a lot fewer people. More importantly, the ninja in the route was almost slaughtered by Uchiha Sen last time, and there was a shortage of ninjas in the village, and now Pain is here again, and there are countless deaths and injuries. It seems that you are going to be stubbornly resisting, but it doesn't matter. Even if the Nine-Tails pillar hides deeply, I will find him. Saying that, a black rod appeared in Pain's hand, and then rushed towards Jiraiya. Zi Lai also stretched out his hands, directly blocked Pain's black rod, dodged Pain's right leg attack, and retreated. But before he could stand firm, a missile appeared directly where he was standing, immediately causing an explosion. Bang! With a burst of fire, countless smoke rose directly, and the place where Zi Lai also stood had become a piece of smoke. Pain looked at the place of the explosion expressionlessly, and suddenly a figure appeared from inside, and instantly came to the side of Jiraiya, and his right hand was a blue spiral pill. Datama spiral pill! Zai also shouted, and the one in his hand suddenly became larger, but at the same time, another figure appeared in front of Jiraiya. What? Block damage for teammates? I'm also a little puzzled. But what happened next surprised him. The great jade spiral pill was slowly disappearing, as if it had been absorbed. It was also at this time that the Jiraiya appeared directly on the left side of Jiraiya and knocked him out with a punch. Zai's body flew out directly for a long distance, bringing a lot of dust along the way, which was very miserable. The three pairs of reincarnation eyes stared closely at the place where Zai also fell, and they did not move, allowing Zai to stand up. Who the hell are you? Nagato or? Why do you have Nagato's reincarnation eye? Zai still didn't seem to give up, he was still questioning, he wanted to know what happened to his three disciples. Ah! Yahiko? Haven't I passed? Yahiko is dead, and the people of Konoha Village have killed. As for me, my name is Pain, and Pain is code name for all of us. We will be the god who leads all, God Pain. Pain said lightly. He claimed to be a god. Jiraiya also looked at Pain in disbelief. From his mouth, he learned the news of Yahiko's death. This Pain, and it is three pairs of reincarnation eyes, plus the pair of reincarnation eyes seen earlier, the win is the fourth pair. Why there are so many reincarnation eyes, it is not clear now. Whether you are Yahiko or Nagato, as long as you invade Konoha, then I will not let you go. Saying that, Zai also clasped his hands together, and a psychic immediately appeared on the ground. Psychic! A cloud of smoke appeared beside Jiraiya, and Toad Jian appeared directly on the right side of Jiraiya, holding a steel fork and shield, blocking Jiraiya's front. Lord Jiraiya, it is an honor to serve you, said Toad Jian in an urn. Toad Jian, help me block him, I'm going into that mode. Zai still put his hands together, and his body began to absorb some different chakras, which is the immortal mode. Understand, although I am stupid, I will still do my best. As soon as the words fell, Toad Jian took out his shield, and a shell directly bombarded the shield. The violent explosion attracted many people, especially Kiki Kakashi, who had already come to Jiraiya's side. Jiraiya-sama, are you alright? Kiki Kakashi said. Kakashi, help me block this person, I'm going to enter immortal mode, it will take a little time. Zai also said seriously. I know. Kiki Kakashi nodded, just now he had been fighting with Jiraiya for a while, and he had already felt the trouble of his opponent. Now that three identical people come at once, it feels even trickier. Let me try it, after all, I don't have much chakra left, how long will it take Jiraiya-sama? Kiki Kakashi's expression was a little serious. A few minutes is enough, mainly entanglement, don't fight with him. Kiki Kakashi is also one of Konoha's top combat powers, and the loss of a Kiki Kakashi is too great. So I also told him more. That person, you can absorb ninjutsu, I have only tried it once, you can try again. As for the other person, you should understand. As for the last one. Zai also looked at Heavenly Dao Pain, he had only exchanged hands once just now, and he didn't know the other party's ability. It's okay, I'll try it first, it should delay for a few minutes. Saying that, Kakashi Kiki touched his left eye, and he felt that his pupil power had begun to recover. Jiraiya nodded, accelerated, and began to absorb the natural energy around him, entering the immortal mode. Kakashi Kiki stood in front of Jiraiya, following Toad Ken, staring at Pain closely. They also don't need to shoot, they just need to drag out time, so waiting for the opponent to attack is the best. Just before Kimmo Kakashi could think of anything, 4 or 5 shells flew directly over, and the two toads jumped up directly and dodged this attack. It was at this time that Tiendao Pain rushed up, still holding a black rod in his hand, expressionless. Kimmo Kakashi took out a handful of kunao and directly blocked it in front of him, kunao rubbed against the black rod, and several sparks appeared visible to the naked eye. The big war is about to break out. Chapter 128. On the other side, Uchiha Mori sat very leisurely on the Hokage rock, watching everyone's battle. As a pawn, I have to say that the fate of Uzumaki Nagato is sad, because his fate was arranged by Uchiha from the beginning. Including the Eye of Reincarnation, including his future, and even including his encounter with Yahiko, who then died to save him. All of this is part of Uchiha's plan to complete his plan, except that Uzumaki Nagato is just one of the pawns, and the other is called Uchiha Obito. In fact, Uchiha Obito is even more pathetic, thinking that he knows everything, understands everything, and even Uchiha's partner. But as everyone knows, he is even more pitiful than Uzumaki Nagato. Of course, the most pitiful is Uchiha, who thought that he was the one behind the scenes. He planned everything, and then the plan was completed perfectly. But in the end, he realized that his so-called knowing everything was just what Heiju wanted him to know. Whether it is the Eye of Reincarnation or the Eye of the Moon plan, it is actually a preparation for the resurrection of Kagaya Atsuki. Ah! I didn't expect you to be so interested in watching here and not planning to destroy Konoha yourself? The figure of the big snake pill appeared not far from Uchiha Sen, and judging by his appearance, he should have come specifically to find Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen turned his head and looked at the big snake pill, and from the big snake pill's eyes, Uchiha Sen saw a trace of attachment. "Why, do you miss what you experienced in this village?" Uchiha said with a faint smile. "Hehe, nostalgia or something, it's just something that some old people experience, and I'm not old or dead." Orochimaru's tone was calm, as if he was saying something unimportant. "So, you came to me this time, what the hell happened?" Uchiha asked. "Nothing, just wanted to tell you a gratifying result, my experiment. It worked." Saying that, Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Sen, and his eyes turned into a different pattern. "Kaleidoscope Sharingan. It seems that you have obtained this power. How about it, do you feel that this power has an extraordinary attraction?" Uchiha said with a smile. "I have to say that this kind of power is really intoxicating. I never thought that this ability was so easy." "What you said, the Uchiha clan is a cursed clan, and there is really nothing wrong at all." Orochimaru licked his lips, and after Uchiha Mori's guidance, he had found the trick to evolve the kaleidoscope chakra eye. It's just that this trick is too harsh, and he has been looking for so long to successfully study it once. Watching your closest people or friends die, or kill them with your own hands, you can open the kaleidoscope of chakra eyes. But if you want to ensure that you won't go blind, you have to gouge out your brother's eyes with your own hands. The Uchiha clan has the power of the Sharingan, and they also have to bear the curse brought by the Sharingan. Uchiha Mori quietly watched the fight between Kakashi and Tendo Pain, and Kakashi was already a little unable to support it. "Hey! How did Kakashi's kaleidoscope come about?" "I investigated, he didn't have relatives and friends who died." The big snake pill also looked at Kimu with interest, very curious. Uchiha Sen shook his head. In fact, Kakashi Kiki's kaleidoscope chakra eye had already been opened the moment he killed Rin Nohara. At that time, Uchiha took the soil to witness the death of Rin Nohara with his own eyes, and the Sharingan jumped directly from Shuangoyu to the kaleidoscope, which is indeed a very strong genius. It's just that Kakashi Kiki is not from the Uchiha clan, so although his chakra eye evolved into a kaleidoscope, it was sealed by himself. It wasn't until more than a decade later that this chakra eye became today's kaleidoscope chakra eye. Uchiha Sen told Orochimaru that it was Kakashi Kiki himself who opened the kaleidoscope, but he was just making up a story. The matter of Uchiha bringing soil cannot be exposed yet. He is still a very useful pawn, and he will keep it now. I don't know about this, but looking at his appearance, even if he has a kaleidoscope chakra eye, I'm afraid it won't hurt Pain too much, right?" Uchiha said with a smile. The big snake pill did not answer immediately, but looked at Heavenly Deo Pain. "When I joined Xiao, I wanted to study the Eye of Reincarnation, the eyes of the legendary 6 immortals, which are very tempting to me. It's just that after I joined, I learned that that guy is unfathomable and has a strong ability to reincarnate the eye. Now that I see this scene, I am sure that it is indeed the eye of the immortal." The big snake pill should have understood something, but it was not transparent, and he always felt that something was wrong. It's just that Uchiha Sen smiled and said nothing. He is already a rare person who understands, he knows most of the truth, but he is not qualified to know the complete truth now. Let's not talk about this. According to rumors, Pocket has inherited your legacy and become another you. I also provided Konoha Village with a lot of information. It seems that he is really your loyal subordinate. Pocket is an ambitious person. I once said that if he had the opportunity, he would definitely want to be me, even surpass me. I don't know why he sent information to Konoha Village, but I'm sure he definitely has his own ideas. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. He still understood this person. After working under the big snake pill for so long, what kind of disposition is in the pocket, the big snake pill naturally knows. It's just that what makes him a little mindful is that he has learned the Earth Dragon Cave immortal art that he has been unable to learn. But it doesn't matter, anyway, my identity has been disclosed now, it doesn't matter. It's you, don't be found by the people of Konoha Village, otherwise you will die a very bad death. Uchiha Sen glanced not far away. Someone has already spotted him and is rushing towards him. Ha ha ha, it seems that you have guests again, then I will leave first. Your other pair of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes are ready, if you have time, you can try it. After speaking, the figure of the big snake pill directly merged into the rock on the ground and disappeared. Not long after, the group of ninjas just now came directly to Uchiha Sen's not far away, looking at Uchiha Sen very nervously. For Uchiha Sen's murderous name, they are still clear. Uchiha Mori, what are you doing in Konoha Village? Aren't you afraid of death? A ninja shouted. Uchiha Sen glanced at him lightly and sighed slightly. Why are there always so many people who are anxious to die? Chapter 129. For these ninjas, Uchiha Sen really wanted to ask, why did he bother him? If they don't come, maybe Uchiha Sen won't plan to make a move. After all, look at Pain's 6 ways to fight Jiraiya. This kind of thing is rarely seen, and even after this time, there will be no Jiraiya. But there must be that kind of ants to ruin Uchiha Sen's sensory experience, which is unacceptable to Uchiha Sen. Hey! Did you know? If you don't show up at this moment, I will never make a move. It's just that you have appeared now. If I don't make a move, won't I be sorry for the vitality you sent me? Uchiha Sen smiled, and before he could get up, a ninja fell straight down. The other ninjas immediately looked around warily. They didn't feel chakra's fluctuations at all. What's even more frightening is that the fallen ninja seems to have just fainted, but when his teammate goes to touch his pulse, he finds that there is no pulse at all. It's just that there is not a trace of scars on the body. Don't bother, obediently be killed by me, everything is easy to say. Looking at the ninjas who pulled out their kunao, Uchiha Mori stood up and looked at these people. Bang! Another person fell, just like the previous person. There was not a trace of scars on his body, and he didn't even know how he died. Surround him back to back, don't let him sneak up from his back, stay vigilant. With the captain-like man's order, the remaining 4 ninjas leaned back to back, vigilantly watching the surroundings to prevent Uchiha Sen from sneaking up at this time. Uchiha Sen looked at these 4 people with some helplessness. He was obviously standing in front of them. Why did they look elsewhere? Well, since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill you, let you enter the prefecture early, and line up earlier. As soon as the words fell, 4 Uchiha Sen appeared in front of the 4 people at the same time, and grabbed their necks. The 4 Uchiha Sen looked at them expressionlessly, and with a slight force in their hands, they directly lifted them up from the ground. Your destiny, at this moment, is over. The 4 Uchiha Sen mouthed the same words, and at the same time a short knife appeared in his left hand, directly stabbing into the heart of the ninja on the opposite side, cleanly. The 4 ninjas' eyes widened at the same time, and although they were pierced in the heart, they still struggled slightly. If someone is different from ordinary people, then he may see such a scene. Every person who is pierced through the body will have an emerald green energy into Uchiha Sen's body, and the blue soul is devoured by the short knife in Uchiha Sen's hand. And then there is no single wound on the body and clothes. Throwing away the 4 corpses casually, the 4 doppelgangers slowly merged into Uchiha Mori's body and disappeared. This move is Susanoo's move. as long as Uchiha Mori uses the kaleidoscope Sharingan, you don't have to open Susanoo. Of course, if you open Susanoo, it is Uchiha Mori who opens for open Susanoo. Each of them has the strength of Uchiha Sen, which is much stronger than the Uchiha doppelganger. After solving these few people who got in the way, Uchiha Sen looked at the battlefield, and the battle was very fierce at the moment. Kiki Kakashi had been beaten and lay on the side, but again, Pain Rokudo was also quite miserable. The Azura Deo and the Hungry Ghost Deo have no combat effectiveness, and the Beast Deo has also been solved by the battlefield on the other side, and the combat effectiveness of the Human Deo is not strong, only the Heavenly Deo Pain and the Hell Deo that did not appear. Zi Lai also stood breathlessly opposite Tien Deo Pain, with two toads standing on his shoulders, and many wounds on his body. Pain was also injured, but it didn't seem to be a big deal. Xiao Zilei, did you find out? The law that rebounds all harm, Fukazaku asked with his hands folded. Ah! I found that the time interval is about 5 seconds, and as long as it is released once, it cannot be released again within 5 seconds. Zi Lai also stared at Pain tightly, he had already seen it in the tentative attack just now. Next, let's use that technique. Shima whispered. Zi Lai also nodded and rushed towards Tien Deo Pain again. After this period of fighting, Tien Deo Pain also almost knew Zi Lai's fighting style. The strange attack method of the frog group hand also provided a lot of combat power to Zillet, but it was also quickly cracked by Pain. The two fought together again, and the battle was very fierce, but at this time, Fukazaku and Shima made a move. Immortal Law. Frog chirping. As the two of them opened their mouths, a strange sound entered Heavenly Deo Pain's ears, and at that moment, Heavenly Deo Pain's body stiffened. It was also at this time that Zi Lai also knocked Tien Deo Pain out with a punch. At this time, Ji Lai was not idle, and his hands began to seal quickly. Immortal Law. Fire Bomb. The chakra in the body has become the Immortal Chakra, so the ninjutsu used by Jiraiya has also become the Immortal Law. Although Pain's body was a little stiff, he was still able to use ninjutsu, and when the fire bomb came to him, he used ninjutsu. Shinra Heavenly Sign. Shinra Tianzhang directly knocked the fire bomb away, but a smile appeared on Jiraiya's face. It's now. Immortal Law. Super Large Jade Spiral Pill. The spiral pill that was larger than the Great Jade Spiral Pill appeared in Ji Lei's hand, and while Heavenly Deo Pain's body was still stiff, and Shen Luo Tianzhang was still cooling, he directly stunned it. It's just that what surprised Zi Lai was that a figure blocked in front of Heavenly Deo Pain. It's the way of the world. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes, had Pain already been forced to this point? Looks like there's a good show to watch next. Zi Lai's move successfully blasted out the human Deo, and half of the body of the human Deo has been wasted, but unfortunately, Tien Deo Pain was not seriously injured. This time the attack also cost a lot of chakra, and the two immortals of Miyama Mountain also understood. Immortal Law. The Art of Two Lives. A steady stream of immortal chakra began to recover in Jiraiya's body, but the requirements of this technique were too harsh. Seeing from Yella Sensei, you are indeed very strong, worthy of the name of one of the three ninjas. It's just that I'm going to be serious next. Psychic. Heavenly Deo Pain slapped on the ground, and several other Deo that had been scrapped and the Hell Deo that had never appeared behind him. Hell Deo smiled and made a seal, and a Hades-like head rose from the ground and swallowed those crippled bodies into his mouth. Not long after, an intact Azura Deo walked out from the inside, and immediately after, the few defeated people just now walked out from the inside again, intact. Okay, Jiraiya Sensei. We're going to start the second round. Chapter 130. I never imagined that the few people they had worked so hard to defeat would be resurrected intact again. Is this still a normal human being? No. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Zi Lai was also a stirring spirit, because he saw the appearance of the human way, and I don't know why, there was a familiar feeling. Jiraiya suddenly remembered that this human path was a Taki ninja teacher he once met during his wandering, and he taught children how to survive in the war. And when Zilla also looked at the Azura Deo, he remembered another person, who was also a puppeteer that Zilla also met during his travels. He believed that fate was not to be sought, that people should accept the fate that would come, that they should be thrown into the coming war, and that they did not agree with him at the time. As for Beast, it is a ninja of the Wind Demon clan, who once fought with Jiraiya, and his forehead was cut by Jiraiya. Hungry Ghost Michi is a Kusahide village ninja who he also met in the tavern, and he is a person who has always complained and is extremely dissatisfied with the world he is in. As for the final path to hell, it is the leader of an unknown religion that I also met during my travels, a man who taught people to avoid disasters through prayer in troubled times. The last heavenly Dao in front of Jiraiya was one of his previous disciples, Yahiko. It turns out. I see. Are these people all related to me? Is that why they are what they are? Zi Lai also looked at the 6 people in front of him, and he finally understood why he appeared like this. Oh? Seeing that Teacher Lei has found out, these people are indeed the people you have seen before, and they are also the people you have written into the book, don't you feel surprised? It took me a lot of thought to find them. Tiandao Pain looked at Zi Lei, although his tone fluctuated a little, but his face did not change in the slightest. Jiraiya stared at his disciple tightly, and he was now finally sure that Yahiko was dead. As for the person who was manipulating these people behind his back, it must be his other disciple, Uzumaki Nagato. Nagato, I know it's you, I'm sorry to say that, but I'm still going to beat you. If you want revenge, come to me, the mistakes Konoha once made, I am willing to bear everything, as long as you are willing. Jiraiya closed his eyes, he didn't know what to do with the disciple in front of him and Konoha behind him. His own disciple was killed by the people in his own village, and now the disciple came to take revenge. Jiraiya knew that he should be on the side of the village, but he felt that they owed Uzumaki Nagato too much. Little Jiraiya, what are you talking about? He is an aggressor, what are you thinking? Fukazaku is very dissatisfied. Yes. Is your head broken? I see Naruto, that kid knows more than you do. Shima smacked Jiraiya's head hard. Again, if you are sure that the 9-tailed pillar force will be handed over to me, I will leave here. But if it doesn't work, then don't blame me. Saying that, Heavenly Dao Pain slowly flew up, and at that moment just now, the chakras of the other 5 Dao all focused on Heavenly Dao. Uzumaki Nagato, who was not far away, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, followed by a quick gasp. Nagato, do you have to use that trick? You body, Xiaonan persuaded from the side. It's okay, since the opponent is Jiraiya teacher, you must treat it wholeheartedly, otherwise you are likely to lose. Now our purpose is to find out the whereabouts of the 9-tailed pillar force. After Uzumaki Nagato's words, he spat out a mouthful of blood again, but the bar expression on his face smiled. On the battlefield, the other Pain 5 Dao all left here using psychic magic, and when they just left, they fell. Tiandao Pain gradually flew into the air and opened his hands. Jiraiya Sensei, the 9-tailed pillar force is bound to be obtained, and the war in the past has made both sides accompanied by death, injury, and pain. And now, I am the god who led the world to a new order, and those who do not understand pain will not understand what true peace is. I will not forget Yahiko's pain, understand the pain. Accept the pain. Here. Let the world feel the pain. God Luo Tian, Zheng. An incomparably powerful chakra erupted from Heavenly Dao Pain's body, and with Heavenly Dao Pain as the center, a powerful repulsive force began to spread outward. The buildings on the ground were all razed to the ground, and countless ordinary people died directly in this disaster. A slug, which immediately appeared next to Jiraiya, directly wrapped Jiraiya in it, and then exploded in the sky. Uchiha Sen looked at the scene in front of him with excitement, this scene in Uchiha Sen's opinion, but the most shocking scene in the entire Naruto. Although the lines are slightly middle too, Pain's strength is really not to be underestimated. The buildings in Konoha were collapsing layer after layer, feeling the line up coming from the ground, and a smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Mori's mouth. It seems that Naruto Uzumaki is about to appear, and if the savior does not appear at this time, I am afraid that Konoha Village will be gone. Pain gradually fell back to the ground, and at this moment, Konoha Village had become a ruined and peaceful place, and if an outsider looked at it, he would definitely think that this was a deserted place. The slugs vomited violently, spitting out Jiraiya and the two toads. Jiraiya has also exited the immortal mode, his whole body is full of scars, and he looks unable to fight again. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama, in order to treat the people in the village, chakra is overconsumed, and now he has fainted. The slug reports the latest information about Senju Tsunade. Zai also nodded. At this time he couldn't help it, this person on the other side was too strong. Just that move just now destroyed the entire Konoha. Is this the power of the Eye of Reincarnation? Jiraiya-sensei, are you willing to hand over the Nine Tails Pillar Force now? Pain looked at the scarred Jiraiya, his eyes full of indifference. Hi. Things have come to this point, do you still want me to hand over Naruto? Zai also stood up, his figure was a little stumbling. Although the slugs had protected him just now, he still suffered a lot of damage. At the moment, he couldn't even stand steadily. In that case, then I have to know everything from your brain. A black rod immediately appeared in Heavenly Dao Pain's hand and rushed towards Jiraiya. Zai also stared at his eyes and made a defensive motion, but his body could no longer keep up with his brain. Chapter 131. The black rod directly penetrated his palm, and then through his shoulder, and he suddenly felt that his chakra was in a brief chaos. Zai also opened his eyes wide, and his right hand blocked Heavenly Dao Pain's flying kick, but his body flew backwards due to inertia. Vientian Heavenly Lead. It's just that Pain didn't let him go, directly stretched out his left hand, and sucked Zilla back again. Poof! With a burst of blood spraying, Jiraiya's right arm was directly cut off, and a black rod was directly inserted into his heart, knocking him out fiercely. Zai also suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, but at this moment, he was completely unable to control his body. Pain filled Jiraiya's brain, but his senses were already somewhat delayed, a sign of impending death. Little Jiraiya, hold on. Your chakra is messed up now, is it the reason for this black rod? Fukazaku directly took out the black rod on Jiraiya's chest and left hand, and Jiraiya spat out a mouthful of blood again. Jiraiya-sama, I'll help you treat. Saying that, green light began to appear on the slug's body, and began to help Jiraiya to treat. Jiraiya gasped roughly, he knew that Konoha could not stop Pain's attack, and Konoha Village was now destroyed. What's more, both Senju Tsunade and Jiraiya have already fallen, and as for Kakashi, another top combat power flag, he should have lost his life. Mati led the team to go on a mission, but has not returned so far, and Konoha has suffered heavy losses. What made Jiraiya even more desperate was that Uchiha Sen's figure appeared next to Pain. Uchiha Sen. The last one who destroyed Konoha Village. What are you going to do? Tendo Pain frowned, this was a battle that belonged to him, and he didn't want others to disturb him. Nothing, I just found Naruto Uzumaki. Oh, it's the hidden address of the nine-tailed man Zulai, who is not in Konoha Village. Uchiha shrugged. Where is the nine-tailed pillar force? Tendo Pain asked. Myoki Mountain. One of the three holy places and home to these toads. Uchiha Sen said lightly. Myoki Mountain. Tendo Pain narrowed his eyes, he had naturally heard of it. The entrances to the three holy places have always been difficult to find, and some people have spent their entire lives unable to find the corresponding entrances, and it is too twilight to look for them now. And Uchiha Mori observed the field and found that Shima had disappeared, probably to Myoki Mountain. I have a way to force the nine-tailed pillar force out, but don't talk next. Uchiha Sen said lightly. Tendo Pain glanced at him, and without speaking, he watched Uchiha Sen walk forward and walk to the front. Uchiha Sen looked at Uchiha, who struggled to stand up, although he was already seriously injured, but he was still standing in front. At this time, some ninjas who had been the same as Uchiha Mori stood in front of him. Inyazuka Yat, Shino the Oil Girl, Hinata, Dingji Akimichi, Sakura Harano, Ino Yamanaka. These were once Uchiha Sen's classmates, and now they all stand on the opposite side of Uchiha Sen, and they are a little trembling. After all, Uchiha Sen's murderous name is too great. Oh? It seems that Konoha is indeed no one anymore. Have you already asked you to come out to meet the enemy? Uchiha Sen said lightly. Uchiha Mori. With us here, you don't want to step forward unless you step over our corpses. Inyazuka had fought with Uchiha Sen, and that time they didn't have any chance at all, not to mention that there was an enemy standing behind him who seemed to be on par with Uchiha Sen. You guys? Hehe. I have no interest in you, you are too far behind the world. Sakura Harano, do you know why you have been unable to recover Sasuke Uchiha? Because he pursues something that you never understand, you know what you want him to do. And Sasuke Uchiha is not a person who can tolerate others commanding him, so you can't chase him back at all. Uchiha Sen glanced at Harano Sakura. I have to say that Harano Sakura, this person, Uchiha Sen really hates. If this is not a manga, but an urban drama, then Naruto Uzumaki is a naked spare tire who likes the second daughter, and also helps the second female chase back the person she likes. Isn't this a naked green tea bitch? Fortunately, Naruto Uzumaki did not fall deeply, and chose the eldest lady of such a large family as Hinata. Harano Sakura was slightly stunned. She didn't know what Uchiha Sen's purpose was in saying this, but she was comforting herself. Uchiha Sen, this is definitely a psychological offensive. As for Jiraiya-sama, I hope you will not struggle, the wheel of history is rolling, and peace is coming. We already know that Naruto Uzumaki is on Mount Myoki, and we also have no way to find him, but I can tell you this, if he doesn't come out for a day, we will kill someone from Konoha Village. If we don't come out in 2 days, we will kill 2, and we will kill 3 in 3 days. And it will be like this until there is no one in Konoha, and if Naruto Uzumaki still does not come out, we will recognize it. But let the entire Konoha village be buried for Naruto Uzumaki, are you selfish? Or what? Uchiha Sen's voice was not loud, but it reached ordinary ninjas in the distance, and those who had no communication with Naruto Uzumaki had a somewhat ugly face. To die for someone who has never been sociable, is not willing to put on anyone. Despicable. Yamanaka Ino scolded. The means are neither mean nor mean, as long as the end is achieved, it is a good means. Uchiha Sen instantly came behind Yamanaka Ino, and these words came to her ears. Yamanaka Ino couldn't help but shiver, she felt the feeling of Uchiha Mori's hand on her shoulder. How about Lord Jiraiya, can we make this deal? What do you think of exchanging the lives of everyone in Konoha village for Naruto Uzumaki alone? Uchiha Sen jumped past the people and looked at Jiraiya. Yamanaka Ino and the others felt a chill behind their backs, and they didn't even know that Uchiha Mori was behind them. Jiraiya looked at Uchiha Sen, his body trembled a little, he didn't know how to choose. Naruto Uzumaki was not only his disciple, but also the child of destiny he had always thought of, the one who changed the fate of the ninja world. But if you exchange the entire Konoha village for Naruto Uzumaki, Jiraiya doesn't know what to say. Still hesitating? Hehe. Pain, let's do it, Uchiha smiled. In the next second, Tendo Pain came to Inyazuka, and a black rod pierced directly into his chest, and Inyazuka did not have the slightest chance to resist. In an instant, Inyazuka died. Chapter 132. As Inyazuka's body slipped down, he felt the whole world playing in slow motion. With a pain in his chest, Inyazuka felt that he was slowly isolating himself from the world, his pupils began to slowly spread, and the sky was still a little ghosted. Shino the Oil Woman. Hinata. Sakura Harano. Akimichi Dingji. Ino Yamanaka. They all seemed to be gathered around, saying something in their mouths, but Inyazuka couldn't hear it clearly. The figures of these people began to overlap, and the expressions on their faces began to gradually blur, and Inyazuka saw it. They. Is it in a hurry? This is. What does death feel like? It's really not very good. Inyazuka's gaze slowly began to become unfocused, his gaze began to fall backwards, and the clear blue sky entered his eyes. The heart beat violently, but as if it was dying, it stopped beating the next second. In the past 10 years, everything has flashed in front of his eyes, and the speed is so fast, Inyazuka has lost all the pictures before he has time to reminisce. Poof! As Inyazuka's body fell to the ground, he finally died at this moment. Teeth! Are you okay, Tooth? You wake up! You must not die. Hinata was already crying. A green light appeared on Harano Sakura's hands, and the black rod was directly withdrawn, and Harano Sakura was treating the wound. Everyone gathered around Inyazuka, yet they never thought that it was Inyazuka who left for the first time. Uchiha Sen glanced at it lightly, and then turned to Jiraiya. How about Lord Jiraiya, can this deal still be established now? Uchiha Sen asked lightly. Jiraiya spat out a mouthful of blood, struggled to step forward a few steps, looked at Uchiha Sen and Pain, and didn't know why, he suddenly laughed. Hi! It seems that it is indeed our Konoha village who are committing crimes, and the two masters who surpass the shadow level were actually forced out by our Konoha village itself, ha ha ha. Ahem, ahem. Jiraiya began to cough violently, and blood spilled out with his cough, which was very violent. At this moment, Shima suddenly appeared here, and after quickly forming a seal, a formation appeared at its feet. Psychic! Bang! With a huge burst of white smoke, 4 or 5 huge figures appeared beside Jiraiya, all of them toads from Miyama Mountain. Untad Toad Ken and 2 small toads, and Naruto Uzumaki alone. Naruto Uzumaki appeared in a brand new outfit, a red trench coat, eyes and special colors, and a huge scroll behind it, looking very handsome. It's just that when the surrounding smoke disappeared, Naruto Uzumaki looked at the situation and was a little puzzled. Is this Konoha village? Is it wrong to send? Naruto Uzumaki wondered. No, this is Konoha village, but it has been destroyed by the person with the Eye of Reincarnation, and the other Uchiha Mori is his companion, but he has been selling. Shima crouched on Naruto Uzumaki's shoulder and looked at the form on the field with a heavy face. Naruto Uzumaki was stunned. He now saw Jiraiya, who was quite injured, and friends who were gathered around over there. Fairy, are you all right? Naruto Uzumaki quickly came to Jiraiya's side. Looking at Jiraiya's miserable appearance, he was very distressed. It's okay, you have to be careful, there are 6 people in pain, each of them can use an ability, and the one. Ahem. Jiraiya spat out a mouthful of blood again. He wanted to tell Naruto Uzumaki about Pain's information, but his body no longer allowed it. Xiao Jiraiya, don't talk anymore, we will tell Xiao Naruto the information. Fukazaku said. Jiraiya nodded, as if suddenly relieved, and sat on the ground with one butt. Naruto! You're finally back. Harano Sakura ran over crying. Just now she had been treating Inyazuka tooth, but it was already night. Sakura, what's wrong with this? What happened? Naruto Uzumaki was still a little confused. That Pain invaded Konoha village and made the village what it is now, tooth already sacrificed. This news gave Naruto Uzumaki a huge blow, and one of his friends had been sacrificed. At this time, Naruto Uzumaki observed the surrounding environment, and the original prosperous and peaceful scene was gone. Naruto Uzumaki turned his head and looked at Uchiha Sen and Pain, who were standing opposite. These 2 people, Uchiha Mori, he knows, and has been a classmate for 6 years, but the 2 people are not very familiar, just ordinary classmates. And the other person, that is, Pain, Naruto Uzumaki had never seen before. Is this the Nine-Tails Pillar Force? It seems that I learned the same moves as Jiraiya sensei. Pain's reincarnation eyes take in everything, and although he can't sense natural energy, his eyes can. That's right, the 3 holy places in the legend have their own immortal modes, and the legend says that the original Hokage inherits the immortal mode of the Wet Bone Forest, and Jiraiya and Naruto Uzumaki learned from Mount Myoki. As for the immortal mode of the last Dragon Cave, I haven't seen it yet. Although Uchiha Sen felt that the current pocket had probably learned the immortal mode, he did not intend to say it. Uchiha Mori! Why did you come to destroy the village? Why did you do this? Naruto Uzumaki only knew Uchiha Mori, so he planned to talk to Uchiha Mori. Uchiha Sen smiled and shrugged. Naruto Uzumaki, don't you think you're a little too naive? Didn't anyone tell you what I was last here for? Konoha killed my parents and wanted to experiment on me, do you think I should be captured? Uchiha Sen's rhetorical question left Naruto Uzumaki speechless. By the way, haven't you always wanted to know who your biological father is? Does anyone in Konoha village still tell you? Uchiha put his hands on his chest. What did you say? Naruto Uzumaki was a little emotional. I just want to tell you the identity of your biological father, don't get too excited. Actually, your biological father, you can see him every day, he is there. Uchiha Sen smiled. Where? Naruto Uzumaki didn't quite understand something. The Hokage rock you used to prank when you were a child, in fact, your father is the 4th generation Hokage. Wave Feng Shuman. Your mother is Uzumaki Tsunade, the previous nine-tailed human pillar force, and when your mother gave birth to you, the nine tails broke the seal, causing the death of your parents. But Konoha didn't tell you that. Chapter 133. Naruto Uzumaki was stunned when he heard this. He didn't think at all that his father turned out to be the 4th generation of Hokage in the village. If what Uchiha Sen said is true, then why did he become? Maybe you must be wondering now why you have been suffering from the white eyes of others when you were a child. It is clear that your father is a hero, and you are also the hero who sealed the 9 tails. But you have become what people call you, no one wants to be friends with you, no one wants to play with you. You will always be yourself, have you forgotten all this? Uchiha turned out all the memories that Naruto Uzumaki was about to forget, and now Naruto Uzumaki felt that he had come to another world. Do you know that in order to control the 9 tails, your mother willingly became a 9 tails pillar force and was admired? But what about you? What was your result? White-eyed? Or is no one willing to be with you? Uchiha Sen's voice was full of temptation, and what he never understood was why the people of Konoha Village treated Naruto Uzumaki like this, but Naruto Uzumaki still wanted to follow Konoha Village with a dead heart. To be honest, if this person is Naruto Uzumaki, let alone treat Konoha with a dead heart, Uchiha Sen can destroy them. Impossible. You must be lying to me. Absolutely impossible. Naruto Uzumaki was a little unconvinced. If you don't believe it, you can ask Jiraiya next to you. Jiraiya-sama is one of the 3 shinobi, I'm afraid he won't lie. Uchiha Sen looked at Jiraiya with a weird smile on his mouth. If he admitted it now, it would definitely be a huge blow to Naruto Uzumaki, and if he denied it now, Naruto Uzumaki would have seen his parents sooner. Naruto Uzumaki also looked at Jiraiya, who was also a little silent, he didn't know what to say. Lustful Immortal, is my father the 4th generation of Hokage? Naruto Uzumaki asked. Naruto, I don't want to lie to you, so, Jiraiya didn't continue. Naruto Uzumaki's head slammed, he didn't think at all that his father turned out to be the 4th generation of Hokage. So what is the suffering he suffered as a child? Is this the arrangement of the village? But Naruto, what I'm telling you is that when your father decided to sacrifice himself to seal the 9 tails, he once said that he wanted you to become a human pillar of the 9 tails. He believes that you can become a hero of the village, but Sarutobi-sensei hides your identity as the son of the 4th Hokage in order to protect you. Jiraiya-sama, when you say that, aren't you afraid of other people's jokes? The entire Konoha village believes that Naruto Uzumaki is the incarnation of the 9-tailed demon fox. If the enemy wants to spy on the intelligence, can't he even analyze this point? The identity of the son of the 4th generation, the son of the hero, why hide it? Uchiha Sen looked at Jiraiya, and his words once again aroused the dissatisfaction in Naruto Uzumaki's heart. Unconsciously, the 9-tailed chakra has reached his body, and as Naruto Uzumaki's emotions become more and more excited, the faster the 9-tailed chakra leaks. Naruto, don't be tricked by him, he is attacking your mentality now. These things are all Shinra Danzo's conspiracy, he did this in the beginning, but he is now dead. Jiraiya shouted. Is it? Without the order of the ape flying sun, is it an elder, does he dare to do this? If Sarutobi didn't agree, then why didn't he come forward and explain it later? Didn't he acquiesce? Uchiha Sen's words are heartfelt, and the entry point is very deadly, so that Jiraiya can't refute it. Jiraiya stopped his mouth, his eyes fixed on Naruto Uzumaki, for fear that Naruto Uzumaki would make some bad move. The current Konoha village can no longer withstand the toss. I don't know what the village has done, but I believe that the village has a point. I agree with the words of the 3 generations of grandfathers, without him, there may not be me now. Whatever you say, I'm going to verify it myself. Naruto Uzumaki's mood suddenly calmed down, and the irritable nine-tailed chakra just now began to shrink slowly, leaving only the pure fairy chakra. Is it back to normal? It looks like your verbal attacks have no effect on him. Pain stood beside Uchiha Sen and said expressionlessly. It's just a try, if it really works, it's a bonus, and even if we fail, we don't lose anything. Uchiha Sen shrugged, just as he said, even if he failed, it didn't matter. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki had returned to normal, and his expression was no longer hesitant. I feel that if I meet with Bo Feng Shui Gate again, I am afraid that he will love Konoha even more. Uchiha Sen really doesn't know what to say. Maybe this is the legendary Virgin and the High Wind Bright Festival. He was wrong to speak for others, and then pretended that there was nothing. Xiao Lu really didn't know what to say. Sakura, you take the lecherous fairy and leave here first, the battle here will be fierce later, and the others will leave first. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes were determined, as if Uchiha Sen had never said anything. Harano Sakura glanced at Naruto Uzumaki, picked up Jiraiya without saying a word, and left directly. Others also left the neighborhood to prevent it from being affected. It seems that he is another person who was brainwashed by Konoha, so are you on or me? Uchiha turned to look at Pain. It's my job to capture the nine-tailed Manzuli, so I'll be in charge of this matter, and you can leave. Pain's tone was very cold. Uchiha Sen didn't care, and after one last glance at Naruto Uzumaki, his body began to disappear in midair. Back to Hokage Rock, only Hokage Rock can stand at the moment. Nah. It looks like Pain is going to do it himself. The absolute figure appeared next to Uchiha Sen, haunted. I want to feel what it will be like for the nine-tailed pillar to storm away, and that scene should be very spectacular, right? Uchiha Mori laughed. That's why you said those words to stimulate him? Ju asked softly. That's right, although it seems that his emotions have stabilized, if one or two more people die, I'm afraid he will really take him away. I'll see what the situation of the Nine-Tails runaway is. Uchiha Sen looked at Naruto Uzumaki and Pain, who were in a ball, and a weird smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 134. Even Naruto Uzumaki, who has the Immortal mode, is not an opponent of Tendo Pain at all. Although the frog group has a haunted hand, it has already been used once before, and Pain is also wary. More importantly, while fighting, Naruto Uzumaki's mood began to become inexplicably anxious, even excited. Knocking Naruto Uzumaki away again, this time Naruto Uzumaki did not stand up immediately, but was a little tired. The fairy chakra in the body has been exhausted, and Naruto Uzumaki also has no fairy chakra. Give up the struggle, you have seen trees, but you have never seen woods, but you have not understood the meaning of peace. Just grab it. Your death will promote peace. Saying that, Tendo Pain once again quickly stepped forward and punched and kicked Naruto Uzumaki. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki can only rely on instinct to defend, but without the Immortal Chakra, he is really not the opponent of Tendo Pain. Bang! After a kick, Naruto Uzumaki was shot out again, this time doing something different. You talk about peace, but do you think war is peace? The peace I know is that everyone understands each other, and there will be no war at that time. If there is no war, the world will naturally be peaceful, and your kind of peace is just a false peace. Naruto Uzumaki's tone was very anxious, because in his opinion, he couldn't understand what Tendo Pain was doing at all. Peace has been maintained for many years, but all these wars seem to have been provoked by the Xiao organization. Hi! What a good ideal, is that true peace? But you used to take my entire family. Take my companion. Take my village. Spoiled as you are now. Are you the only ones who can define true peace? This time, Tendo Pain's voice was loud, and it was a cry from the heart of Uzumaki Nagato. Naruto Uzumaki was slightly stunned, he heard the meaning of Tendo Pain's words, and the knight gradually understood what was going on. Your country is too big, so you must protect your country's interests in the battles fought by other powers, otherwise the country, the village, the people will suffer. But it is we weak small countries that have become battlegrounds for your great powers. Every time there is a war, my country is destitute, hungry, and prisoners. After countless wars, big countries are still safe and secure, but our small countries are left with only endless pain. Pain's expression was very excited, and Naruto Uzumaki kept silent because he didn't know what to say. And this Pain opposite him has endured a lot of things that should not be bared, and Naruto Uzumaki is not qualified to persuade him. You and I share the same dream, both want peace. There is no difference between you and me, both live for justice. The justice I have done to your village is no different from what you think of trying to knock me down. The loss of something really important is the same for everyone, and you and I share the pain. Saying that, a black rod reappeared in Heavenly Deo Pain's hand, and he was ready to attack. It's just that Naruto Uzumaki won't sit still, although he has just heard Pain say so much, but the battle will continue. I saw Naruto Uzumaki throw out the scroll behind him, and two people, Fukazaku and Shima, jumped on the scroll and used psychic techniques. The shadow doppelganger who was absorbing the fairy chakra in Myoki Mountain was directly summoned here, and Naruto Uzumaki made a seal and dissolved the shadow doppelganger. Pain's eyes watched Naruto Uzumaki's changes, but there was no expression. No matter what, I will defeat you. Even if you are strong, I will not give up easily. With that, Naruto Uzumaki rushed forward again and fought with Pain. The battle between physical arts and physical arts looks less gorgeous than ninjutsu, but it is also a deadly move. Datama Spiral Pill. A spiral pill suddenly appeared in Naruto Uzumaki's hand, and the volume was gradually increasing, because the spiral pill did not need to be printed at all, so the use in battle was very sudden. Shinra Heavenly Sign. Tendo Pain directly shot Shenluo Tianzheng to knock Uzumaki Naruto away, but at the same time, a Uzumaki Naruto figure appeared in the sky again. Wind Escape. Spiral Shuriken. A huge spiral shuriken appeared above Heavenly Deo Pain's head, extremely fast, and Heavenly Deo Pain no longer had Shinra Tianzheng. If it is hit, I am afraid that this invasion will be over. Suddenly, the Azura Deo and the Hell Deo, who had been lying on the ground for a long time, suddenly appeared beside Heavenly Deo Pain, and with their remnants, they directly resisted this spiral shuriken. Naruto Uzumaki still wanted to do something, but 5 seconds was up. Shinra Heavenly Sign. Bang! Naruto Uzumaki was shot off again, but halfway through, he felt a huge attraction. Vientian Heavenly Lead. A huge and incomparable suction force appeared on Tendo Pain's right hand, sucking back Naruto Uzumaki, who was halfway flying, and then Tendo Pain kicked Uzumaki Naruto in the stomach. This kick made Naruto Uzumaki bow into a ball of shrimp in the air, but the attack was not over yet. 5 or 6 black rods appeared in Tendo Pain's hand, directly nailing Naruto Uzumaki's limbs to the ground. The black rod has the effect of suppressing chakra, and Naruto Uzumaki instantly can't feel chakra in his body. I want to put an end to the truce in this war-torn world, and this is God's mission. Pain will make the world grow as I used to, and to make the world grow, think, and move forward, it takes God's explanation. The world is still just a child, and for the world to grow, you need to let him know what suffering is. Your death will promote the emergence of true peace, so you did not die unjustly. Tendo Pain said these few words to Naruto Uzumaki, harvested the 9-tailed pillar power, and everything was over. Naruto Uzumaki lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking, but just silent. Being caught only shows that he is not strong, and he has already thought about the fact that he is about to die. Just as Tendo Pain was about to take Uzumaki Naruto away, a figure blocked in front of Tendo Pain. Hinata. Oh? Is there another person who does not measure himself? Want to try to stop me? Tendo Pain glanced at Hinata lightly. Hinata took an offensive stance and didn't say a word. Chapter 135. I won't let you do anything to Naruto-kun again. Hinata only said such a word, her eyes were firm, and there was a feeling of looking down on death in it. Faced with an enemy that neither Jiraiya nor Naruto Uzumaki could defeat, Hinata stepped forward, and at the last minute, risking his life. Let's go, Hinata. This person is too dangerous, you hurry up and get out of here. Naruto Uzumaki's voice was very anxious, making Hinata and Pain desperate, it was simply a pebble. Naruto-kun, this move was decided by myself, standing here is my will, I have figured it out. Hinata's white eyes opened, staring at Tendo Pain tightly, his tone full of firmness. In the past, I always cried, I gave up early on everything I did, and several times I wanted to give up the appointment just like that. But this is me, but Naruto-kun was led to the right path. As soon as the words fell, Hinata's figure began to quickly hind his legs, and his hind legs directly broke a black rod with his right hand, and another black rod was broken with the palm of his right hand. It's just that when she wanted to attack the black rod again, she was directly shot out by Heavenly Deo Pain. So that's the case, is it another person who stands up because of feelings? It seems that you have never understood what pain is. Tendo Pain slowly stood in front of Naruto Uzumaki and said this sentence without emotion. It's just that Hinata didn't listen to what Tendo Pain said, but struggled to stand up and looked at Naruto Uzumaki. Always chasing Naruto-kun behind my back, when can I take a walk together after I want to catch up, I always want to stay by Naruto-kun's side. Two blue chakras appeared in Hinata's hands, which were her soft fist double lion steps. I saw Hinata rushing towards Heavenly Deo Pain again, and the attack in his hand went directly towards Heavenly Deo Pain, but this level of attack really couldn't hurt Heavenly Deo Pain. It's too slow, although I don't know why you rushed up to send it to death, but let's satisfy you. Another Shinra Tense, Hinata was once again shot out, this time the attack was much more powerful than the previous one. When Hinata stumbled to her feet again, red blood was already flowing from her forehead. I saw her step by step, staggering towards Naruto Uzumaki, and you could feel that her body had reached its limit. Tendo Pain didn't stop him, but let her walk to Naruto Uzumaki's side. It was Naruto-kun who changed me, and Naruto-kun's smile saved me, so in order to protect Naruto-kun, even if it was death, I'm not afraid either. Hinata put her hands on a black rod and pressed slightly. Because I like Naruto-kun the most. Syllable. This black rod broke again, and Naruto Uzumaki looked at Hinata in disbelief, but in the next second, Hinata's figure disappeared into Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata's body flew directly into the air, and with the rise and fall of Tendo Pain's right hand, it directly smashed on the ground in front of Tendo Pain. Only those who can truly feel pain can empathize with other people, so pain is the best and only way for a person to face the world. Feeling the pain and understanding it is a wonderful thing. Saying that, a black rod appeared in Heavenly Deo Pain's hand. I saw that his left hand was raised high, and the target of the black rod was Hinata, and he quickly stabbed in. Poof! As the blood gradually flowed out, Naruto Uzumaki looked at all this in front of him dumbfounded, and he had no second expression. Now do you feel the pain? Do you feel how painful it was when I lost my companion? If you experience pain, then you can definitely agree with my approach, so take your life. Tendo Pain seemed to be looking at Uzumaki Naruto very madly, but at this moment, Uzumaki Naruto could no longer hear what he was saying. Naruto Uzumaki's whole body was wrapped in an unknown emotion at this moment, and gradually he felt that he could not breathe. An evil and powerful force penetrated from his body and went straight to the sky. A black-red chakra burst out directly, full of evil and dangerous smells, and Tendo Pain looked at Naruto Uzumaki with excitement on his face, because the 9 tails were about to appear. This powerful chakra directly blew the people around him back one after another, and even Uchiha Sen, who was far away on the fire shadow rock, felt the explosive power of this chakra. Is the chakra of the 9 tails starting to erupt? It seems that there is a good show to watch, said with a smile. I'm afraid Pain is going to face a completely explosive 9-tailed pillar force, and the mentality of starting my attack on him is for the moment now, it seems. It's kind of interesting. Through the kaleidoscope chakra eye, Uchiha Sen had already seen that this time it was directly 5 tails that appeared directly behind Naruto Uzumaki, and his body had become red. This is a sign of tailed beastization, and unlike other tailed beasts, the tailed animalization of the 9 tails is somewhat weird. Naruto Uzumaki's appearance had already appeared a bone-like thing, which was not available after the other pillar force tail beast. These bones made Naruto Uzumaki truly turn into a beast, landing on all fours. It also made him a little nine-tailed, without a bit of his own sanity. It's just 5 tails, what kind of scene it would be to expect 9 tails to appear at the same time? Said with a slight expectation. If the 9 tails appear, it means that the seal in the body of the human pillar force has been broken, and at that time, the 9 tails will break the seal, and you are facing the real tailed beast. Aside from the kaleidoscope Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, I only know one person who can suppress the 9 tails, and that is the original Hokage Senjukuma of Konoha Village. Other than that, no one can restrain the 9 tails. I just don't know if Pain can do it. Uchiha Sen looked at Pain with a smile on his face. He was more looking forward to Heavenly Dao Pain's Earth Explosion Heavenly Star. Although it is not as spectacular as Uchiha, it is also an S-level move, and the scene should be very good looking. But look at it, it's not safe here anymore. Aren't you going to go to the other side? Ju said. Let's go to the other side. The view here is not good enough, let's go find a place with a good enough view. Saying that, Uchiha slowly flew up and floated farther. At this moment, Tendo Pain and the tailed beastly Uzumaki Naruto had already fought, and it could be seen that Pain no longer had the upper hand. As the number of tails increases, eventually Heavenly Dao Pain will also be defeated. Chapter 136. As the fight between the two intensified, the underground river was dug up by them, and the stones on the ground became their weapons, but the attacks on each other did not look good. Most of them were Tendo Pain being beaten, and even if Naruto Uzumaki suffered a little attack occasionally, he couldn't feel it. It may feel pain, but being protected by the Nine-Tails cloak is absolutely unscarred. If he hadn't seen this scene in front of him, he wouldn't have been able to believe it, and a ninja of Pain's level would have been beaten on the ground. What's more, after fighting during the day, I found that Dao Pain was not an opponent at all. The clothes on his body were half shattered, his forehead was missing, and many parts of his body were injured. But it doesn't matter, this Dao Pain was originally a corpse, there was no feeling at all, and it didn't hurt to be attacked. As long as his hands are still there, it doesn't affect his spelling. Tendo Pain had already come to a clearing, and I saw him clasping his hands together, dodging Naruto Uzumaki's attack. Naruto Uzumaki has no reason at the moment, and the only thing left is the instinct of some beasts, and the instinct is that Tendo Pain is his enemy, so he is going to attack Tendo Pain. After a tree, Heavenly Dao Pain finally completed the prelude to this technique, and saw a black sphere appear in his hands. The sphere left from Heavenly Dao Pain's hand and slowly flew into the sky, and when it coincided with the sun, the black sphere stopped directly. At this time, Naruto Uzumaki rushed over again, and Tendo Pain was folding his hands and fingers together. Earth burst Sky Star. With a loud drink from Tendo Pain, Uzumaki Nagato not far away suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and then began to gasp. Nagato, this technique is too harmful to your body, so your life will go on. Xiaonan was a little worried. Nothing, things have come to this point, we have captured the 9 tails, and we are only one last step away from our goal of achieving peace. So now, it's time for us to harvest. On the other side, all the chakras in Heavenly Dao Pain's body poured out, and the black ball in the sky began to slowly grow larger, and a huge suction force began to appear. The earth began to split into pieces, flying forward and flying into the sky, and Naruto Uzumaki after the tailed beast was also flying in midair. The keen senses of the beast made him feel that something was wrong, so the tailed beast jade in his mouth began to shoot towards the boulder in the sky. It's just that his tailed beast jade didn't have any effect, although it bombed some of the stones, but it didn't help. The surging stones directly smashed the vortex Naruto of the tailed beast into the stone, and the originally black ball has now turned into a huge meteorite. If you follow the next step of the Earth explosion, Sky Star is to explode directly. Tendo Pain didn't do that, because doing so would kill Naruto Uzumaki, and so would the 9 tails. Of course, there wasn't enough chakra in his body for him to squander. After fighting for so long, there are not many chakras of the whirlpool, and this earth-burst star has also consumed his life force before it barely gushes out. In the meteorite, a monster that looked like a 9-tailed beast directly exposed half of its body, and finally still roared. While roaring, Fierce flames erupted from his mouth, as if he was experiencing the end times. It really deserves to be the strongest nine-tailed beast, and this level of attack is not even life-threatening. I can't help but marvel. The nine tails are strong on the one hand, and on the other hand, it seems that Pain doesn't have that much chakra anymore. As far as I know, in addition to sealing people or tailed beasts, the Earth Explosion Star can continue to explode. Uchiha Sen glanced at Tendo Pain, and from his body, he could see that chakra's flow rate had slowed down. This is Uzumaki Nagato slowly recovering chakra, but the speed of recovery is not fast, but a little slow. Those yin-yang escape techniques made black rods, although they can conduct chakra, but they also inhibit chakra's flow speed. Just like the trick used by Heavenly Deo Pain before, it was also waiting for several minutes before gathering the chakras in the other 5 bodies in the body of Heavenly Deo. It can be seen from this that the speed of Pain's 6 ways of transmitting chakras should not be so fast. The next thing, Uchiha Sen actually already knows, he came this time, it is nothing more than to see the extent of the tailed beast Uzumaki Naruto. Now it seems that if you let Uchiha Sen fight Yao's Uzumaki Naruto, you can also win. As for the tailed beast mode in the back, Uchiha Sen felt that there was no trouble with Naruto Uzumaki of the 8 tails. Of course, this is not absolute, Uchiha Sen has not seen it, it is just a guess, but it still feels that it is not so difficult. As for the latter things, let's talk about it later. Okay, let's leave, Uchiha Sen said lightly. That's right, now that Pain has completely gained the upper hand, go back and wait for the sealed-tailed beast. It is absolutely believed that Pain has captured the 9 tails, and is one step closer to his resurrection of Kagaya Atsuki. It's just that what Uchiha Sen knows is that Naruto Uzumaki was not captured, but instead rebelled Uzumaki Nagato. This point is the most speechless place for Uchiha Sen, whether it is Uzumaki Nagato or the future Uchiha Obito, such a deep hatred for Konoha Village, and finally was countered by Naruto Uzumaki's mouth. A man who has resurrected the dead, one helped them block a move by Kagaya. Even in the end, they began to cry about the sins they had committed, feeling that they deserved to die, and they were sorry for Konoha Village. Uchiha Sen is really unable to complain, for this kind of person Uchiha Sen really does not know how their brain circuits are long. A second ago, I told people to feel the pain, and then killed someone else's girlfriend. The next second, he was persuaded by someone else, and then resurrected the person who was killed by himself. When Uchiha Sen thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder people said that there was not a pure bad guy in the Hokage, and finally turned back, who is still a bad guy. Even Kagaya Atsuki wanted to take revenge on the world because he was betrayed by his 2 sons. Now that I think about it, Uchiha Sen should be the complete big devil, a pure bad guy. The wind has blown and everything has been settled. Next. That's when the real big guys appear. Chapter 137. In the north of Kawanakuni, in a remote hill, Uchiha Sen was standing in front of an experimental table, looking at the person in front of him who was exactly like himself. His face was a little strange. This person is the person cloned by Orochimaru using Uchiha Sen's hair, except that he has no consciousness of his own, everything else is the same as a mold carved by Uchiha Sen. How, don't you feel very surprised? In fact, this is your stand-in. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Sen's appearance, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This technique, he had just completed. Uchiha Sen would not be surprised, because in the previous life, this cloning technique had already existed. At that time, there were other cloned sheep, cloned cows, and other animals, and for a period of time it was extremely hot, and various newspapers were reporting this kind of thing, which seemed very promising. There are even people who propose that cloning organs can allow people to have organs replaced, which is a good way. But I don't know why, after a few years, the topic of cloning like this suddenly disappeared in an instant, and I don't know what happened, and no one reported it anymore. But in the ninja continent of the other world, Uchiha Sen witnessed the first cloned self. What about his chakra eye? Is it also a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye? Uchiha Sen asked lightly. That's right, but what I'm more strange about is that the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye it opens is not different from yours. Saying that, the large snake pill stretched the clone's eyelids open, and a 3-diamond-shaped kaleidoscope appeared in his eyes. Uchiha Sen knew about this, and to put it bluntly, his pair of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes mutated into this because of the power of the phoenix. As for the kaleidoscope chakra eye opened by the clone, it should be the gene of Uchiha Sen itself. In other words, if Uchiha Sen did not have the power of the phoenix, then he opened the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye and it was what it is now. Who knows, the Sharingan is called the eye of spiritual reflection, even if he is a clone, maybe it will be different. Uchiha Sen gave an explanation casually, and Orochimaru didn't say so much, just looked at Uchiha Sen. Why, do you need me to change your eyes? Orochimaru licked his tongue. I don't need to, I just need to absorb the pupil power in these eyes. Saying that, Uchiha Sen put his left hand on the clone's eyes and closed his own eyes. The power of the phoenix directly entered the clone's eyes from its left hand, sucking out the pupil power in its eyes. A new pupil force entered Uchiha Sen's eyes, and Uchiha Sen could clearly feel that his kaleidoscope chakra eyes were changing. A whole new feeling filled Uchiha Sen's brain, and his eyes were evolving in another direction. A steady stream of pupil power entered Uchiha Mori's eyes, and after about 20 seconds, this pupil power disappeared. Uchiha Sen opened his eyes again, and he could feel that another power filled his eyes. It's such a fascinating pattern, after 2 glances, I'm about to fall into illusion. Saying that, Orochimaru also opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye so that he dared to look at Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen casually summoned a cloud of water, a mirror, and placed it in front of him. Uchiha Sen can see that in the middle of the 4-petal lotus, there are 4 diamond-shaped patterns, just superimposed on the 4-petal lotus, which makes people look not very real. In addition, the 4-petal lotus flower, which was not originally connected, now has several arcs that connect them together. As for the rest, Uchiha Sen didn't find anything. It is said that after opening the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye, you will inherit another kaleidoscope ability. I don't know what your ability is. Orochimaru asked curiously. Uchiha Sen glanced at the corpse on the table lightly, and a flame immediately appeared on the corpse. Unlike ordinary flames and Amaterasu, Uchiha Mori's flame is a blue-purple flame, and after the flame burns, it doesn't feel hot at all, and even feels a little cold. The clone was burned in an instant, and finally the purple fire disappeared. This is my new ability, completely different from Amaterasu, but it feels good, said Uchiha Mori lightly. Orochimaru's eyes were full of color, he had seen Amaterasu, and he had also seen ordinary flames, this flame was the first time he had seen it. However, Uchiha Sen only showed the first ability, and the other ability, Uchiha Sen did not show. Uchiha Sen seemed to have forgotten, and Orochimaru did not ask, as if he didn't know. What about you? Since you already have a kaleidoscope chakra eye and made another pair of kaleidoscopes, haven't you thought about turning yourself into an eternal kaleidoscope? Hearing Uchiha Mori's question, Orochimaru shook his head. It's not that I don't yearn for an eternal kaleidoscope, it's that my genes can't inspire the chakra eye. So my kaleidoscope is enough. Orochimaru said that he was not greedy, but in fact, he was helpless in his heart, because his genes were not the genes of the Uchiha family, so even if he had the Sharingan, he could not evolve. As for the one he has evolved, it will also evolve by chance. If you want to copy this routine, I am afraid that there is no chance. Since that's the case, then I'm welcome, the new eyes are not bad, at least in all respects. But Pain is dead, have you heard the news? Uchiha asked. That's right, just like in the plot, Pain died at his own hands, and he used his remaining life force to resurrect those he killed in Konoha Village. And the news of his death reached Uchiha Obito, and Uchiha Obito was also unbelievable. Of course, this is also because Uchiha Obito has not experienced Naruto Uzumaki's mouth, and if he did, I am afraid that he will defect faster than Uzumaki Nagato. The owner of the Eye of Reincarnation, I didn't expect to die so quickly, it's a pity. How nice it would be if I had the opportunity to study the Eye of Reincarnation. Orochimaru licked his lips. Uchiha Sen glanced at him lightly. Orochimaru still didn't know the truth. Actually, you don't have to be too sorry, what if I told you that those reincarnation eyes are not actually Pain's? A smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Sen's mouth. You mean, Orochimaru's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, what if someone arranged his life? Chapter 138. In fact, an if, is the biggest false proposition. To be honest, Uchiha Sen said these words, except for the big snake pill, no one dared to believe it. The reason is very simple, in the eyes of others, such a strong person, will be arranged by others for a lifetime, even to death do not know what he has done. So this topic is too scary to say, no one dares to believe it. But the big snake pill is different, he is a completely different person from ordinary people, whether he acts or thinks, he is different. People have fantasized about immortality, but no one has tried to do it, only the big snake pill did it himself. That's right, in another sense, he has completed eternal life, as long as there are still people in this world, the big snake pill can survive. More importantly, the big snake pill knows many secrets that ordinary people do not know, which is his own knowledge reserve. Someone else arranged his life, although I wanted to say that I couldn't believe what you said, but I don't know why, but a voice told me that I must believe you. The previous two events have proved that your words are correct, and now this time I still choose to believe it. Orochimaru glanced at Uchiha Mori, his eyes full of jealousy. The owner of a reincarnation eye, his whole life was actually arranged by others. What about Uchiha Sen, who knew about this? What role did he play in this incident? In fact, it doesn't matter if you believe it or not, because time will give you the answer soon, and you can't wait long. However, it is said that because of the destruction of Konoha twice, Konoha initiated the second 5-cage talks, which was chosen in the Land of Iron, a country ruled by samurai. Yes, the 5 Shadows talks were held as scheduled, because the tailed beasts of various countries were either captured by the Xiao organization or escaped by chance, and only 2 of the 9 tailed beasts remained. These 2 are the 8 tails and the 9 tails, and the human pillar forces are Kiribi and Naruto Uzumaki, both of whom are strong. That's right, I just don't know what the 5 Shadows talks are going to talk about. Orochimaru licked his lips. It's nothing more than discussing how to deal with the Xiao organization. Since Pain's death, the newly joined Afei has become the leader. And he also claimed to be Uchiha. When Uchiha Sen said the name, Orochimaru was obviously stunned for a moment. This name is not unfamiliar to Konoha's shinobu, and it has become a taboo by default, and his name cannot be mentioned. It is a well-known thing that Uchiha Madara died at the hands of the original Hokage Senjukuma, but now that another Uchiha Madara has appeared, it is difficult to convince the public. I know you once searched for Uchiha's body, how's that, do you have any clues? Uchiha asked. I checked the scriptures. After Uchiha Madara died, the second Hokage Senjuma once sealed his body for a period of time, and at that time he planned to study his body. But this matter was passed by the original Hokage Senjutsu, and in the end, this plan was not implemented. As for where Uchiha is buried, no one knows. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. As for whether he was telling the truth, Uchiha Sen didn't know, but looking at him like that, Uchiha Sen felt that he definitely found Uchiha Madara's body. Since Orochimaru doesn't want to say it, then Uchiha must say something. Anyway, Uchiha will return to this world sooner or later. As for how to come back, Uchiha Sen does not care. Uchiha Sen's purpose has been achieved. Leaving Orochimaru's base, Uchiha came to his secret base. Since absorbing the Yao Chakra, Uchiha Sen's system has begun to evolve. For some time, there has been no news from the system, but today, the system finally has a new tone. Congratulations to the host, the system has been successfully upgraded, and the host has collected one of the most important elements in this world, the automatic awakening of the yin-yang escape technique in the tailed beast mode. The host's next goal is to collect the power of yin and yang, and gather the power of the 2 forces and the power of the 9-tailed beasts, so that the host can search for the coordinates of other worlds on its own, and there is a certain chance that it can return to the original world of the host. What? Uchiha Sen was a little stunned. Why was this system able to travel through space after it evolved? Although it is necessary to absorb the power of yang and yin, it is not difficult at all for Uchiha Sen. As long as Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha obtain the power of Yang and Yin respectively in the bodies of the 6 immortals, Uchiha Sen can complete the task. System: if I want to return to the original world, what are the odds? Uchiha Sen asked a little apprehensively. The system starts to calculate, and the calculation is. After the calculation, the host has a 136.72 million chance of returning to the original world, and has helped the host omit the number after the decimal point. The system's prompt made Uchiha Sen couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth. If Uchiha Sen could touch this 130 million chance, then he was really the Emperor of Europe. How to collect spatial coordinates, is it necessary to do it? Uchiha Sen couldn't help but ask. The spatial coordinates are all random searches, and the system cannot determine them. The words of the system made Uchiha Sen's heart sink even more. With his current strength, it is indeed enough to run amok in the world of Naruto, but what if he goes to other worlds? The legendary Flood Baron world, or some other cultivation world? Uchiha Sen didn't dare to think that if he got there, he might be a little ant in the eyes of a saint again. Then if you find the spatial coordinates, do you have to go? Uchiha Sen couldn't help but continue to ask. Whether to go or not to go is up to the host. Search once a year. If you can't search, wait until the next year. The first search must be searchable, and if the host decides to give up, continue the search the next year. The explanation of the system made him can't help but nod. All the options are up to him. Uchiha Sen can go if he wants, and he won't go if he doesn't want to go. It's very simple. As for what the future holds, Uchiha Sen hasn't thought about it yet, so he has to wait until Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha grow to their peak state. At that time, Uchiha Sen can extract their yin and yang power and complete the final evolution of the system. As for the yin-yang escape technique and tailed beast mode that have evolved now, it has not improved much for Uchiha Sen's strength, but it can be used to install X. What Uchiha Sen is looking forward to is what his face will look like when he sees him using these moves. The future. It's already coming. Chapter 139. Just like what Uchiha Sen said to Orochimaru, the current Xiao organization has reached a fragmented realm. The main leader Pain is dead, and the rest of these people are basically dead. Now only Uchiha Sen and the dried persimmon ghost mackerel are left in the Xiao organization, and everyone else is dead. Fei officially changed his name to Uchiha and became the leader of the Xiao organization, continuing to conquer the world with the people of the Xiao organization. For Uchiha Sen, his only purpose was to get the power of Yin and Yang from Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, and after obtaining the power of Yin and Yang, all his tasks were completed. In that case, it doesn't matter much to follow Uchiha and mix with the soil for the time being. However, to Uchiha Sen's surprise, a very familiar person visited Uchiha Sen. Medicine Man Pocket. At this moment, the medicine man's whole body is shrouded in a layer of black clothes, and he also has a hood on his head, which looks very mysterious. For the visit of the medicine master, Uchiha Sen really did not expect it. Sen-kun, I didn't expect that after so long, we met again. The medicine master said with a smile. Senior Du is as polite as ever. I didn't expect you to live until now. Uchiha said with a smile. The joke in Uchiha Sen's tone medicine master Pocket also heard it, and did not say much. After all, it was indeed not easy for him to live until now without the great snake pill. After Lord Orochimaru died, I decided to complete Lord Orochimaru's legacy and become a person even stronger than him. So I chose to go to the Dragon Earth Cave, practiced the immortal art chakra, and became even more powerful than Lord Orochimaru. A trace of fanaticism appeared in the eyes of the medicine master, and the immortal chakra of the Dragon Earth Cave that he had learned was indeed something that the Great Snake Pill had not learned. It's just that what the Big Snake Pill really relies on is not these, but his smart brain. That's the case, but you came to me this time. I'm afraid it's not so simple to reminisce, right? Uchiha asked. Of course not. I just heard that the leader of the Xiao organization recently claimed to be Uchiha Madara. Is this true? Hearing the medicine master's question, Uchiha Sen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This matter the medicine master Pocket also heard? You must know that this matter has just been announced by Uchiha Obito. and it seems that there are spies within the Xiao organization. The Xiao organization mentioned here refers to all the people in the Xiao organization, and the Xiao organization is not an organization with only a few people on the surface, but a huge organization with many people. Since the death of Uzumaki Nagato, Konan, who also disappeared shortly after, was most likely killed by Uchiha Obito. So Uchiha Obito didn't know what kind of method he used to control the Xiao organization. It's true, that person claims to be Uchiha, but whether it is or not, I don't know, said Uchiha Sen. A smile appeared at the corner of the medicine man's mouth, and this was the answer he wanted. How? You asked with pretending to be puzzled about this. No, in fact, I have evidence that the person is not spotted. The medicine master said with a smile. Oh? What evidence do you have? Uki raised an eyebrow. After speaking, the medicine master smiled, and his hands began to seal, and Uchiha Mori could observe that his seal order was once the forbidden art of Konoha Village, the art of soil rebirth. When the medicine master finished the seal and chakra used it, a coffin immediately appeared on the ground. The coffin opened, revealing a person that Uchiha Sen knew very well. Uchiha Madara. How is it possible? Did you find Uchiha's body? Uchiha Sen's face was solemn. That's right, I found Uchiha's body and used the dirt rebirth technique on him, the technique. It worked. The medicine master did not continue, because at this point, it was enough. The art of reincarnation of dirt is the art of resummoning the souls of dead people from the Yellow Spring to help people fight. Senju Kuma invented this technique that year, but later felt that playing with the soul of the deceased was a bad thing, so he sealed it. But I didn't expect that it would be developed like this by the big snake pill and the medicine master later. So it is, so that it can be proved that the current Uchiha spot is fake, and it is really dead. Then why did this person impersonate Uchiha? What purpose does he have? Uchiha Sen really acted like a person who didn't know anything, and his contemplative expression added a lot of points to his performance. Yakushi Pocket also did not think to suspect Uchiha Sen, because he felt that Uchiha Sen would not know. I'm also interested in this, so Mori-kun, I'm here today to ask you for help. The medicine master said. Tell me about it, as long as I can help. Uchiha Sen nodded. Help me introduce that Uchiha-ban, I'm going to find out who he really is. The look in the medicine master's eyes was very excited, just like the big snake pill back then. If it weren't for the different looks of the two people, Uchiha Sen really felt that it was Orochimaru himself who stood in front of him. That's fine, but under what name do I introduce you? Uchiha asked. Collaborators. Saying that, the medicine master began to continue to make seals. This time the seal was still the art of soil rebirth. 3 coffins immediately rose on the ground, and the lids of the coffins opened one after another, and Uchiha Sen saw the acquaintance again. Flying Section, Kakuto, and Deidara. All 3 died in the wild, and the Xiao organization did not recover his body, so it was found by the medicine master. It is said that when Deidara's self-explosion, he should have blown himself up. How did the medicine master find Deidara's body? So that's the case. Now the Xiao organization lacks high-end combat power, so you want to use this to cooperate with him. This is no problem. In 3 days in the land of rain, I will wait for you there. Uchiha Sen said lightly. That's really thanks to Sen-kun. If Senjun has something to do in the future, you can naturally come to me, and I will definitely help. I still have important matters, so I will leave this time and look forward to meeting in 3 days. After speaking, the medicine master made a seal, and his body turned into a cloud of smoke, which dispersed. The dirt rebirth technique can be described as a big bargaining chip in the hands of the medicine master. If Uchiha Obito wants to go to war with the entire 5 powers, then he must have high-end combat power. It is absolutely impossible to rely on whiteness alone. Therefore, it has become necessary to cooperate with the medicine master, so Uchiha Sen can be sure that Uchiha Obito will definitely not refuse the medicine master. Chapter 140. 3 days later, the land of rain was still on that tower, and Uchiha Mori found Uchiha Obito, who was sitting on the top. Is there something going on with you? Perhaps he found Uchiha Sen, and Uchiha took the soil without looking back, and asked in his voice that was not much different from Uchiha's. For voice change, Uchiha Obito seems to be born with a talent, and he really wants to imitate the voice. Someone wants to meet you and says they want to cooperate with you. Uchiha Sen said lightly. Uchiha turned around and looked at Uchiha Sen, his eyes full of hesitation and uncertainty. For Uchiha Sen, Uchiha Obito has always been more or less defensive, because Uchiha Sen's strength is too strong. More importantly, according to Ju, Uchiha Sen is also one of Uchiha's helpers, but Uchiha Sen does not know the identity of Uchiha Obito, and only thinks that he is facing Uchiha Madara. But I don't know why, Uchiha Obito always feels a little strange, especially when he sees Uchiha Sen's eyes. Uchiha Sen's eyes seemed to see through everything, as if he knew everything well, but he was all hidden in his heart, and he was only focused on watching the play. This feeling is really very bad, and it is a little uncomfortable for Uchiha Obito. What people? Uchiha asked with soil. Uchiha smiled and turned to look outside the door, where the figure of the medicine master was standing in the doorway. I've brought him here, and I think we should need his ability very much. After all, we lack high-end combat power. This is Medicine Master Pocket, once the right and left hand of the Great Snake Pill. After the death of the Great Snake Pill, he inherited all the forbidden techniques of the Great Snake Pill, including the art of rebirth of dirt. When Uchiha Sen said the name of this technique, Uchiha Obito was obviously slightly stunned. He is from Konoha Village, and naturally knows the name of this technique. When the Great Snake Pill invaded Konoha and implemented the Konoha Collapse Plan, this long-forgotten forbidden technique was once again unveiled. I thought that after the death of the Great Snake Pill, no one would be so ninjutsu anymore, but I didn't expect that there would be another one. Madara-san, I really admire your daimyo for a long time, and as a legendary figure who created Konoha Village together with the original Hokage Senjukuma, it is a great honor to meet you. I have to say that if the medicine master is put into the world of Uchiha Sen, he is definitely a master performance artist. If it weren't for Uchiha Sen knowing the character of Yakushi in advance, I am afraid that he would really be deceived. Especially the excitement on his face, and the right trace of fanaticism under his eyes, made people can't help but want to believe him. Are you the medicine man? The one who learned the art of soil rebirth, said Uchiha with soil lightly. He lifted his eyes and said with a smile, that's right, if Mr. Madara doesn't mind, I can show it to you. Hearing Yakushi Pocket say this, Uchiha took the soil and signaled that Yakushi Pocket could continue. The medicine master simply made 2 seals, and 3 coffins appeared on the ground, the same as the one shown to Uchiha Sen before. The 3 people in the coffin were Xiao Organization, Kakuto, Flying Duan, and Deidara. This is the art of rebirth of filthy soil, and those who benefit the living can not only fight for themselves, but also be injured and can repair themselves. On the basis of the research of Lord Orochimaru, I have added some changes, so that those who are channeled can exert their strength 100% under the premise of obedience. Regarding the members of the Xiao Organization, I only have tissue samples from these few people, but I can also collect other people. For example, the ape Flying Asma of Konoha Village, for example, Mamakai, who was once one of the 7 people of the ninja sword, will not be chopped again. Of course, if you are willing to give me the remains of Uchiha and Pain, maybe I can play a greater role. Yakushi's gaze flashed, but he lowered his head and wore glasses, and Uchiha Obito didn't notice his abnormality. At this moment, Uchiha Obito was already immersed in his own thinking. The current Uchiha Itachi does not have the Sharingan eye before his death. Does the Uchiha Itachi who was channeled by you have the Sharingan? Uchiha Obito found the key to this question, although he asked Uchiha Itachi, but in fact he wanted to ask Uzumaki Nagato. If Uzumaki Nagato can also be resurrected, this may be able to have a second pair of reincarnation eyes. As long as he is still on his eye at the moment of death, he can be directly resurrected. Because the art of soil rebirth is the peak strength of the deceased before death, as long as his eyes are not gouged out before death, then he can use it. The place where the art of soil rebirth is perverted is here, such as the pupil technique of writing wheel eyes and reincarnation eyes. As long as they are not dug up before death, even if they are dug up after death, it will not affect the appearance of dirty soil after rebirth. In this way, people who are reborn from the dirt can use the blood succession limit at will, which is very powerful. It seems that you have already been ready. Uchiha took a deep look at the medicine master. If you are not ready, how can you impress you, Mr. Madara? The medicine master bowed slightly, his posture was very low, and he seemed to be very humble, but only Uchiha Sen knew that the medicine master pocket did not care about this at all. Sometimes people who don't care about this kind of superficial fame and fortune may get more things. So what do you ask for? From this point of view, you are giving everything, but you are not getting anything. Uchiha Obito is still very vigilant, in his opinion, only pay for things that are not gained, not done by normal people. No, I can gain a lot of things, such as seeing the future direction of this world. What is the truth of this world? Or what my goal should be? The medicine man's words were very awkward, and ordinary people couldn't understand what he was saying. Uchiha took the soil to ponder for a while, although he felt that there must be some conspiracy in this medicine man's pocket, but he was reluctant to refuse. The current Xiao organization is really lacking in high-end combat power. Together with himself, there are only 3 people in the Xiao organization who can fight now, and Uchiha Sasuke's mind wanders and cannot be counted. If once you fight with the 5 major powers, without high-end combat power, I am afraid that you will not be able to win. Well, although I don't know what your purpose is, but about the matter of joining forces, I promised you. The cells of Uchiha and the others you need are swollen, I will help you bring them over. As for the rest, it's up to you. Uchiha took a look at him. Of course, this is the basis of our cooperation, and I also want to show my sincerity, said the medicine master with a smile. It's just that you'd better not have any other ideas. If you have, then don't blame me for killing you. Chapter 141. In the end, Uchiha Obito and Yakushi finally completed the cooperation. Of course, the two still had their own ghosts. For these things, Uchiha Sen didn't want to mix more, he only knew one thing now, the 5-cage conference was about to begin. Without Shinra Danzo, Uchiha Sen doesn't know if Uchiha Sasuke will go again, but there are some things Uchiha Sen still wants to know, such as this 5-cage conference. Because of Uchiha Sen, Shinra Danzo died early, and Uchiha Sasuke does not know whether he will continue to take revenge. Or maybe because of this incident, Uchiha took the soil to transfer Uchiha Sasuke's hatred to someone else. At this moment, Uchiha Sen has come to the land of iron, and with him is Uchiha Obito and Ju. Seeing that Uchiha brought soil here, Uchiha Sen was basically sure that Uchiha Sasuke would definitely come. The current Uchiha Sasuke is basically a child who can be coaxed, but the difference is that the current child has great power and is showing off this power everywhere. Similarly, his power comes from hatred, and Uchiha Obito also uses Uchiha Sasuke's hatred, so he has been playing with him. The shadows of the 5 major powers are usually mortal enemies, but I didn't expect that this time in order to deal with us, they actually joined forces. Should I say our honor or our problem? It seems that he has lived for thousands of years, witnessing the prosperity of the ancient period, the decline of the warring states period, and the establishment of the 5 great powers. The disturbances of the 5 major powers over the years are absolutely clear, and even the hatred between them. It is indeed a bit surprising that they can join forces to deal with Xiao now. This is not necessarily, the 5 major powers have their own minds, and it may not be so easy to unite together. Uchiha Obito felt that the chances of the 5 powers joining together were not high. Uchiha Sen looked at Uchiha with soil a little speechless. Don't you really know about this goods? In the normal track of the plot, if it weren't for the declaration of war oath that Uchiha Obito said in front of the shadow of the 5 powers, could the 5 powers be linked to this? I'm afraid that the contradiction between themselves alone is enough to delay for a while. But because of Uchiha's words that inspired the self-esteem of the 5 major shadows, it indirectly contributed to the ninja alliance. Sometimes Uchiha Sen wonders, did Uchiha Obito mean it in the first place? This is the second 5 Shadows conference, right? Since the original Hokage Thousand Hand Pillar divided the tailed beast, the shadows of the 5 great powers have never gathered together again. Now it seems that things are getting more and more interesting, Uchiha said with a smile. There is a bottom in his heart, even if it is Uchiha, it is not his last whole card. Uchiha Sen is the same, with absolute strength, he will not feel flustered. But Uchiha Obito is different, and Uchiha's heart definitely has a different idea. Just thinking that he hid the eye of reincarnation is something he thinks a lot about now. After participating in the 5 Shadows conference, we will print the 8 tails and the 9 tails, although there is only one tentacle of the 8 tails, and the 9 tails only has one pseudo-human pillar force, but it is enough. Uchiha Obito said enough, went to war, and wanted to make the 10 tails from the outer path golem into a complete body, and the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts was indispensable. Therefore, it is necessary to obtain the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts. Then I'll blend in and take a look, maybe I can find any interesting information. Uchiha Sen smiled. In the team of the Land of Earth, there was a former spy of Uchiha Mori, and what Uchiha Sen had to do was to replace them and enter the venue. This person's position is not low, although he can't stand behind tying, he can already enter the conference room. After all, the conference room also needs a lot of people to protect security. Since you have a way to blend in, let's go in, but you have to be careful, Sasuke Uchiha will attack it. Uchiha took a look at Uchiha Sen. Although they are all of the Uchiha family, the relationship between the 3 people is not very harmonious. The 3 people have their own ideas, and even if they are temporarily united, they are just trading with each other. And Uchiha Obito has always been wary of Uchiha Sen, and he won't tell him many things. But what Uchiha Obito doesn't know is that Uchiha Sen is one of the masterminds behind the scenes, and he knows even more than Uchiha Madara. Hi. I'm just watching from the sidelines, and I'm not going to do it. If you start to eliminate the 5 shadows now, wouldn't it be a lot less fun later? Uchiha Sen smiled. Uchiha took the soil and frowned. Judging from Uchiha Sen's tone, he seemed to be a little dismissive of the 5 shadows. It was as if he could defeat the 5 shadows with a wave of his hand. This kind of self-confidence is inadvertently revealed, and it is also what Uchiha Obito has always suspected. Who is Uchiha Mori? Although the various resumes are very clear and the identity information is prepared correctly, it really can't be true. But he said that this was the helper that Uchiha was looking for when he was alive, but Uchiha didn't say that he still had a helper before he died. So Uchiha Obito can only think that Uchiha Sen is here to supervise him. As for Uchiha Sen's strength, Uchiha Obito also knows a little about it, at least destroying Konoha Village, but coming and going freely. Uchiha Obito can only come and go freely and destroy Konoha. He's a lot worse. If you can, investigate the whereabouts of the 8-tailed human pillar force and the 9-tailed human pillar force. I have been looking for a long time and have not found intelligence. The place where they are hiding is very critical, so it is hard, said with a smile. Uchiha Sen nodded, and the figure began to slowly disappear in place. The slight spatial fluctuations disappeared, and Uchiha Sen's figure also disappeared, and Uchiha took a look at the location where Uchiha Sen left, his face full of jealousy. Controlling spatial ninjutsu to such an extent, and not the pupil technique of kaleidoscopic chakra eyes, is terrifying to think about. Even now, Uchiha Obito didn't know what Uchiha Mori's kaleidoscope was capable of. Knowing oneself and knowing that he will win 100 battles, but now that Uchiha Sen's intelligence is still on the surface, how can this make Uchiha feel at ease? But now is not the time to say this, since it is about to go to war with the 5 major powers. Uchiha Obito can only put down the uneasiness in his heart. In his opinion, as long as he has the eye of reincarnation in his hand, Uchiha will not be resurrected. So what to do then, isn't it up to him to decide? Chapter 142. My lord. In a dark alley, Uchiha Mori is standing in the corner with a ninja of the Land of Earth, and the night gives them the best cover. How's that, have you managed to blend in? Uchiha Sen asked lightly. That's right, I've already mixed into the conference room, mainly responsible for security, and adults can borrow my identity to enter. This spy is named Tsukashi Dafang, a very common name, which is very common in the Land of Earth. His appearance is also the standard look of the country of Earth, with a burly figure, a kind face, and a kind treatment for people, and you can't find him in the crowd. That is, this kind of person, the most suitable for spying, harmless to humans and animals, and clear resume, no one will suspect this kind of person. Well, when does the meeting start? Uchiha asked. Tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, I will inform the adults of the map of the venue and the code. Saying that, Tsukushi generously took out a piece of paper from his ninja bag, which recorded the map of the entire venue in detail, and on the back of the map were some code words. For a spy, the less things he carries that can reveal his identity, the better, so the map and code notes are all on a piece of paper, and the earth and stone think very clearly. Uchiha Sen took the note from Tsukushi's generous hand, looked at it in detail, and then nodded. You did a good job, take your wife and daughter to live somewhere else. Saying that, Uchiha Sen gave Tsukushi a generous piece of paper with something written on it. Tsukushi was overjoyed and thanked Uchiha Sen again and again before he turned to leave. It's just that he hasn't left too far, and suddenly he feels a colic in his heart, an indescribable feeling comes from the bottom of his heart, and then severe pain and boundless darkness. Uchiha Sen glanced in the direction that the earth and stone generously left, and as the person died, the body would slowly fall to the ground. Before the seal was unsealed, Tsukushi Dafang did not know who Uchiha Sen was, but after unsealing the seal, Tsukushi Dafang knew Uchiha Sen's identity. Uchiha Sen is not the kind of villain who has no brains, and he does not leave any unnecessary traces on himself. If someone accidentally sees Tsukushi Dafang tomorrow, they will definitely suspect the one in the venue, and it will cause unnecessary trouble at that time, and Uchiha Sen will also feel very annoyed. Without leaving any troubles, Uchiha Sen can also sneak into the center of the 5-cage talks with peace of mind. At 9:30 the next morning, Uchiha Mori turned into a generous appearance and came to the venue. After 3 or 4 checks, and after a code message, Uchiha finally arrived in the main conference room. This conference room is not large, only a square table, which is prepared for the shadows of the 5 major countries. As a defense officer, Uchiha was handed out to a scroll after arriving in the main conference room. This scroll contains a ninjutsu, but only a part, as if everyone present has such a part. Guys, the 5 of you are the people responsible for the security of the chamber, so calling you here alone this time is a very important matter for you. In the scroll in your hand, there is an enchantment technique, and this enchantment requires 5 people to activate it at the same time, so each of you has a part of this enchantment in your hands. This enchantment technique was contributed by Konoha Village, and if necessary, we will notify you to use this technique. You are all elites, presumably it shouldn't take much time to learn this part, so please. The person in charge of distributing the scrolls was very polite, and the person who protected the venue was one from each country. Everybody, you look at me, I look at you, and no one knows what's going on. Uchiha Sen didn't know, it seems that this matter was decided a long time ago, and it will only be said today. This would minimize the spread of information from spies, or here, except for the 5 shadows and the shadow guard, no one was trusted. This time, it was Senju Tsunade who came to Konoha Village, and he did not come, but stayed in the village. However, Jiraiya was seriously injured last time, and he can't do much activity now. So this time the members of the Shadow Guard are Kakashi Kiki and Naruto Uzumaki. That's right, when Pain Rokido invaded Konoha, he was promoted to a member of the Shadow Guard because of Naruto Uzumaki's outstanding performance, this time protecting Senju Tsunade with Kakashi Kiki. And Naruto Uzumaki came this time for another purpose, that is, to help Uchiha Sasuke intercede. Uchiha Sasuke killed the 8-tailed man Pillar Leaky and captured it. Naruto Uzumaki had already heard, and Naruto Uzumaki didn't know what to say about the crime committed by Sasuke Uchiha. Therefore, he planned to come and personally request the 4th generation of Thunder Cage this time to let Sasuke Uchiha go. Uchiha Sen and the others came to the conference room first, although this conference room was not large, but there were some differences inside. In addition to the vacant seat benches, there are many places around the surrounding area with charms to reinforce the buildings, in addition to the unique decorations of the Iron Country. After these people came in and confirmed that there was no problem, the shadows of the 5 major countries walked in. The 5th generation of Hokage Senju Tsunade, the 4th generation of Thunder Cage AI, the 5th generation of Kaze Cage Sand Waterfall Iai Luo, the 5th generation of Water Shadow Terumi, and the 3rd generation of Tokage 2-Day Scale Onaki. The initiators of this conference were the 5th generation Hokage and the 4th generation of Thunder Cage, and Senju Tsunade advocated dealing with the Xiao organization because it destroyed Konoha Village 3 times and twice. And the 4th generation of Lei Ying initiated this meeting because his younger brother was killed by the Xiao organization. Each country's shadow has 2 escorts, and here Uchiha Sen has seen many familiar people. For example, Qing, who was almost killed by Uchiha Sen, had already stabbed him in the heart at that time, but I don't know what the reason was. Aoi still survived. It seems that each great power has its own means to protect some precious ninjas. As for the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, he didn't have any injuries when he came. In fact, it was not that the injury that Uchiha Sen gave him was not serious enough, but it was too serious. At that time, with a strong physique, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow survived, but his hands and feet were all wasted. Helplessly, later Union Village invited Senju Tsunade to help with treatment, so the 2 shadows have already met once, and this 5 shadows conference, to put it bluntly, has long been prepared. As for the others, I don't know who is very thoughtful. The shadows of the 5 major countries all entered their seats, and the talks officially began. Chapter 143. Uchiha Sen stood at the edge of the conference room, listening to the shadow discussions of the 5 powers on how to come together. To be honest, this kind of thing is simply impossible for individual countries to pass so easily, and it is really difficult to connect the 5 major powers with this meeting alone. Therefore, if Uchiha does not come out to tell the story of the so-called 10 Tails, I am afraid that the 5 great powers will never be united. Uchiha Sen didn't listen much to the content of the meeting, and he never wanted to understand such political things. There is nothing nice to hear about this information, but what makes Uchiha Sen a little curious is why he would say that he does not know the information of the 8-tailed human pillar force and the 9-tailed human pillar force. The 8-tailed Manzuli didn't know if it was true, because since the Battle of Yunlei Gap, Kiribi had disappeared without a trace. The tentacle that Sasuke Uchiha brought back alone could not satisfy the needs of the golem of the outer path. But the 9-tailed man pillar force Uzumaki Naruto has always been in Konoha Village. Could it be that he has been in Myoku Mountain some time ago? Indeed, Myoku Mountain is a very nice place, and no one can find their entrance except the people who signed the contract with Myoku Mountain. But before Uchiha Sen could hear much, he heard a violent explosion outside the venue. "Gentlemen, there is an intruder's voice outside, and according to judgment, it should be the renegade Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha Village." When the ninja said the 5 words Uchiha Sasuke, the other 4 shadows immediately looked at Senju Tsunade, and a strange light appeared in their eyes. Senju Tsunade didn't say anything, just looked not far away, and Naruto Uzumaki was obviously a little excited, but he was held down by Kakashi Kiki behind him on the shoulder. "Of course, we will deal with the rebellion of Konoha Village. Sorry everyone, I will deal with it first." With that, Senju Tsunade stood up and headed outside. "No need for Hokage, leave this matter to me. Sasuke Uchiha killed my brother, so I'll deal with this matter." After speaking, without waiting for any reaction from Senju Tsunade, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow walked out directly. Naruto Uzumaki immediately chased out. Kiki Kakashi glanced at Senju Tsunade nodded, and Kiki Kakashi followed and went out directly. "Let's go, let's take a look, just to support the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow." Iai Luo got up to relieve the embarrassing scene. After all, it is all a shadow of a village, and face is very important. Shogun Onaki and Terumi both nodded, and together with Senju Tsunade, the 4 of them left the main conference room. Taking advantage of this time, Uchiha Sen also came to the outside of the conference room to enjoy the battle. "Uchiha Sasuke, you even dare to appear in front of your old husband, aren't you afraid of death?" The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow roared. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at the 4th generation of Thunder Cage lightly. He came this time to find Senju Tsunade. Fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, didn't Uchiha Sen beat you up last time? It seems that he is really a waste. But it's okay, I'll get off you this time. Saying that, a kaleidoscope appeared in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, and the eagle squad behind him also took an attack posture. The body of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows immediately erupted with thunder and lightning, and his face was a little ugly. The last time he was beaten into a sun by Uchiha Sen, it was the biggest shame in the life of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, but there is no way, it is the gap in hard power, and the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow can only be broken in the swallow. But now it's different, now Uchiha Sasuke even dares to provoke him, how can the fourth generation of Thunder Cage endure? Sasuke! What are you doing here? At this time, Naruto Uzumaki rushed out. It's Naruto. I didn't expect you to come to the Five Shadows conference, you are still so naive. A mocking smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Sasuke's mouth, but before Naruto Uzumaki could say anything, the attack of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows had come to Uchiha Sasuke. This speed. Uchiha Sasuke was slightly startled, but with his kaleidoscope chakra eyes, he still saw it. Bang! The punch of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow directly typed Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo Go, although this move was defensive, but Uchiha Sasuke's body was still retreating. Cut! Is Susanoo like Uchiha Mori? But I feel that your quality is much worse. As soon as the words fell, the figure of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows disappeared again, this time faster than the last time. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Sasuke saw the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow come in front of him, and punched his Susanoo again. Something that Uchiha Sasuke couldn't believe happened, and the Susanoo in front of him was shattered. Click! With a shattering sound, this punch of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow directly hit Uchiha Sasuke's stomach, knocking Uchiha Sasuke out again. Sasuke Uchiha spat out a mouthful of blood, and then hit the wall directly. Sasuke! Shigigo rushed directly up and confronted the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, and at this moment he had already opened the second state of the spell seal. But what he didn't expect was that the gap between him and the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow was too big, and as soon as he rushed up, he was knocked out by the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. Ghost Lantern Shuyu also wanted to rush up, but was stopped by Darui, and the two fought together. Kakato quickly came to Uchiha Sasuke's side, stretched out his arm, and put it to Uchiha Sasuke's mouth. Uchiha Sasuke was also not polite, and directly bit on Kaka's arm, and his body was recovering rapidly. This girl, there is a mysterious power in her body that can quickly restore people's combat effectiveness. The injury that Sasuke Uchiha suffered just now is now recovering quickly. The white eye hidden in his right eye had opened, observing Sasuke Uchiha's current state. It's just that as soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke Uchiha let go of Kakato's arm and stood up again. I have to say, I really underestimate you, every shadow is very strong. Next, I'm going to give it my all. Saying that, a powerful chakra began to erupt from Uchiha Sasuke's body, his hands quickly froze, and a stream of flames erupted directly from his mouth. Fire! The art of dragon fire. A fire dragon directly rushed towards the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, and the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow squinted and directly dodged this fire dragon, and the fire dragon hit the wall next to it. With this collision, the whole venue began to shake a little. And the body of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow has already flown in midair. It's now. Amaterasu. Chapter 144. Uchiha Sasuke's left eye suddenly left a line of blood, and a black flame immediately ignited on the body of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. Lord Thunder Shadow. Seeing the appearance of Amaterasu on the body of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, the rest of Unearthing village couldn't help but exclaim. They naturally knew what this trick was, and ever since Uchiha showed the kaleidoscope chakra eye, they knew about Amaterasu's technique, as well as its abilities. They are understandable to be able to see it in Uchiha Sasuke's body. Uchiha Sasuke gasped slightly, he could clearly feel that the vision in his left eye was a little blurry again. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadows screamed, and suddenly turned into a ball of lightning, directly exploding in midair. Raid Doppelganger! Uchiha Sasuke's eyes froze, Susanoo appeared directly beside him. This time Susanoo was darker in color and stronger defensive than the last time. Bang! Sure enough, behind Uchiha Sasuke, the figure of the fourth generation of Thunder Cage appeared again and hit Susanoo. I have to say that Uchiha Sasuke's sense of combat smell is still very keen, and he used Susanoo at that moment to block this fatal injury. This time, Susanoo was not as fragile as the last time, and although it was also slightly cracked, it still defended against this blow of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. Taking advantage of this time, Sasuke Uchiha immediately opened the distance, his eyes staring at the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. Susanoo, who improves himself in battle, seems to be really strong, said Uchiha Sen with a faint smile. At this moment, Uchiha Sen was standing watching from afar, and the people next to him were watching the battlefield, and no one paid attention to him, so Uchiha Sen could watch the play so leisurely. On the battlefield, Sasuke Uchiha looked at the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow breathlessly, and the use of the kaleidoscope chakra eye many times made his body slightly overwhelmed. His left eye is still closed, accumulating pupil power, and he has just opened the kaleidoscope wheel eye, and he is frantically using the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, which looks very powerful. But once he loses sight with the kaleidoscope chakra, Sasuke Uchiha will change his eyes. Bang! The fourth generation of Thunder Cage punched the ground where Uchiha Sasuke was, and Uchiha Sasuke also jumped up and dodged the blow. It's just that he immediately began to fight back, and a hand appeared directly on Susanoo, and his fist smashed directly on the ground of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, but it did not attack anyone. The other four shadows have not yet made a move, just a fourth generation of Thunder Shadows is so difficult, which makes Uchiha Sasuke a little uneasy. He came to ask Hokage a question this time, but he didn't expect to be chased and killed by the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, and he still said something like avenging Kiribi. It's worthy of being a member of the Uchiha clan. Is this the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Terumi muttered. Mizukage, have you ever fought Uchiha Mori to know his abilities? How is it compared to Sasuke Uchiha? On the side, 2-day scale Onaki asked. I saw Terumi shook his head and said with a smile, compared with Uchiha Senpai, Uchiha Sasuke is like a child. Although I haven't seen Uchiha no before, Uchiha Sen can easily defeat me without Susanoo, and the fourth generation of Thunder Cage has also been defeated by him. I'm afraid Naruto thinks that too, right? After speaking, Terumi looked at Senju Tsunade. Senju Tsunade nodded, and for Uchiha Mori, it could be seen that she did not want to say more. Is this your Susanoo? But it seems that there is a big gap with Uchiha Sen. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo, the fourth generation of Thunder Cage couldn't help but provoke. These are some small means on the battlefield, attacking the mentality of the opponent from the side, so that the mentality of the opponent is disordered, and when the time comes, whether attacking or defending, you will find an opportunity. Sure enough, when it came to Uchiha Sen, Uchiha Sasuke was obviously a little impatient. A person of the same age as him, but stronger than Sasuke Uchiha so much, which makes Sasuke Uchiha a little unacceptable. Shut up! Let you see how awesome I am. Susanoo, who said that Uchiha Sasuke, once again waved his fist and smashed into the fourth generation of Thunder Cage. It's just that although Susanoo's speed is fast, after all, the size is too large, and the process is extremely inconvenient, so it was easily avoided by the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. Is it only this extent? If that's all, then you dare to say something stupid like defeating the 5 cages. Saying that, the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow changed his form again, and at this moment, his hair stood on end, and the Lei-Dun chakra outside his body surface increased by a large amplitude. This time, the speed of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow reached its peak, and it was this speed when it was compared with the wave Feng Shui Gate. After so many years, the speed of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow has improved slightly. Bang! With a loud bang, without Sasuke Uchiha not seeing it at all, the fourth generation of Thunder Cage directly punched his Susanoo, throwing him out of the main venue. It's just that the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow has not finished the attack. The figure flashed, followed Uchiha Sasuke to the outside, and attacked Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo again. Occult! Heavy Torrent. Bang bang. This move is the same as the one that attacked Uchiha Sen, but it is faster and more powerful than before. It seems that after the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow was defeated by Uchiha Sen, he broke through his own limits. Although the first form of Susanoo is also very defensive, at least in front of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, this defense is really not enough. Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo shattered in an instant, and the person flew out. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow stood directly not far from Uchiha Sasuke, intending to end Uchiha Sasuke's life with one blow. It seems that the Uchiha family is not rich in geniuses, except for a few people. There are also mediocre talents. The voice of the fourth generation of Thunder Cage was like a knife, directly inserted into Uchiha Sasuke's heart. In this life, Sasuke Uchiha hates comparing himself to others, especially those who are stronger than him. Uchiha Sasuke's self-esteem does not allow himself to be weaker than others, even if they are of his own race. What do you have? Eligibility, discuss. People from the Uchiha clan. With a shout from Sasuke Uchiha, a layer of skeletons once again appeared on the appearance of his body, which was Susanoo's first form. But this did not end. Flesh and blood and skin began to appear on the skeleton's arms, and a helmet appeared on the skull, covering the skull, and the eyes radiated. In Susanoo's hand, a bow and arrow appeared. The second form of Susanoo. Chapter 145. Feeling the continuous power from the Sharingan, Sasuke Uchiha covered his right eye and couldn't help but laugh. Xiangfos, who had been hiding on the side because of the explosion, was trembling all over his body at this moment. Sasuke's chakra. It was colder and darker than before, and the appearance before him was completely like the two of them. In fact, Xiangfos's judgment is not wrong. The people of the Uchiha family, as long as they open the kaleidoscope chakra eye, it is a process from light to darkness. This process is not only about vision going from light to darkness, but also about the human heart moving from light to darkness. Uchiha Sasuke is in such a state at the moment. He has been blinded by hatred. He can't accept that a person he once hated has become the one who saved him. Uchiha Itachi has always been a target to kill in his heart, but after killing him, someone told him that Uchiha Itachi did this all for Uchiha Sasuke himself. Among the family and the village, Uchiha Itachi chose the village, but the only one kept Uchiha Sasuke's life. So this time, Uchiha Sasuke came to ask Senju Tsunade if Konoha Village forced Uchiha Itachi to do this. This form. Sure enough, it has changed, although I have already seen it once in Uchiha Mori, but I will still feel surprised when I see it again. The fourth generation of Thunder Cage looked at the change in Uchiha Sasuke Susanoo, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. But it seems that every Uchiha clan's Susanoo is different, not only the color, but also the weapons in his hand, so the abilities are different. In an instant, in the heart of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, he had already begun to judge the ability of Uchiha Sasuke's weapon. Bows and arrows are such a thing, everyone who knows that it must be a long-range attack, so the fourth generation of Lei Ying also has plans in his heart. Let me show you the glory that belongs to Uchiha. Saying that, Uchiha Sasuke directly controlled Susanoo to take the bow and arrow, and shot towards the fourth generation of Thunder Innuendo. This arrow carried huge energy, and although the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow was fast and dodged this blow, this arrow still shot at the main venue. Just listening to the boom, the main venue began to falter, and many ninjas exclaimed. It's just that Iai Luo didn't panic at all, but I saw him raise his hands, and the sand flew away, fixing the entire venue and stabilizing it. Thunder Shadow, quick victory! If it goes on like this, everyone will be buried here. Onoji shouted. Shut up, old man! I know what to do. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow obviously does not like to be commanded by others, but the words of the two-day scale Onaki can be regarded as having played a role, and the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow does not want to continue to drag on. But what he didn't know was that this level of Susanoo, even if it wasn't Uchiha Mori's, wasn't something that the fourth generation of Thunder Cage could easily break. As for why he was able to smash Ukasano later, it was because of the cooperation with Tsuchikage. It's just that Uchiha Sasuke has just opened the kaleidoscope chakra eye, and Susanoo, who is already using this form, his body and eyes can't stand it at all. This is the only weakness of Sasuke Uchiha. As long as you hold on, you can win. Uchiha Sasuke naturally knew his situation, so he saw him open his bow and arrow again, and the target was the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows on the opposite side. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow naturally knew the power of this blow, so his figure immediately disappeared in place, moving quickly while observing Uchiha Sasuke's target. Uchiha Sasuke's kaleidoscopic chakra eye has also been observing the orientation of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows, but the speed of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows is too fast, so Uchiha Sasuke has not attacked. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, Uchiha Sasuke could not lock the location of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, so he could not attack, but Uchiha Sen knew that Uchiha Sasuke was calculating. Calculate the running trajectory of the four generations of Thunder Shadows, because when people dodge, the brain will focus all their attention on the opponent's attack, and dodging is an instinct given to the body. Although the body instincts are very strong, but after a little time, the body will fall into a misunderstanding. Dodge only on fixed routes. That's right, Sasuke Uchiha is observing the trajectory of the four generations of Thunder Shadow to calculate the foothold of the next four generations of Thunder Shadow. Nice sense of battle. It seems that Uchiha Sasuke is not so stupid. I thought that Uchiha Sasuke was just a child after all, but now that I think about it, some things are indeed growing. On the left, top, below, right, left, top, below. Uchiha Sasuke counted the dodging direction of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow in his heart, and 3 seconds later, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is it. Su. The arrow in Uchiha Sasuke Susanoo's hand shot out at once, and in an instant, the arrow was just about to shoot into the chest of the fourth generation of Thunder Cage. If in the eyes of ordinary people, Uchiha Sasuke's arrow hit the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, and in the eyes of these people in Uchiha Sen, it is actually the arrow of Sasuke Uchiha, who predicted the next position of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. This is the magic of the Sharingan. Even in the middle of a battle, you can see the next second's action. Predicting the opponent's movements is also judged according to the opponent's body movements, just as now Uchiha Sasuke has judged the next dodging move of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. In the disbelieving gaze of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, the arrow was about to hit his chest. Subconsciously, the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow raised his right arm, wanting to block this blow. But a wall of sand suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking Uchiha Sen's bow and arrow for the first time. It's just that this sand wall did not completely block Uchiha Sasuke's arrows, and the arrows pierced the sand wall and directly pierced the hands of the fourth generation of Thunder Cage. Only half a centimeter away from the chest of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, the arrow finally stopped. It's just that before the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow relaxed, he suddenly saw the black at the front of the arrow. Not good. It's Amaterasu. Amaterasu immediately began to burn violently, following the forearm of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, and began to burn towards his body. The fourth generation of Lei Ying is also a ruthless person, directly stabbing his forearms to stand short, and then quickly retreating. Everything happened in an instant, and except for the 5 shadows present, only Uchiha Sen understood what was going on. It's really good. Did Amaterasu use it in that instant? It's worthy of being the reincarnation of Indra. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes. He could see the attack just now. He could be said to see clearly. Chapter 146. In fact, that attack was very simple, and Uchiha Sen understood it at the first time. When Uchiha Sasuke's arrow was fired, Aira used his unique sand. In fact, he was not prepared to judge Uchiha Sasuke's attack, but a large-scale defense. So he was lucky enough to help the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow block this blow, but all this was also seen by Sasuke Uchiha. When Sasuke Uchiha saw that Aira had used the sand wall, his left eye, which had been closed, opened. The pupil power had been accumulated, and at that moment, Sasuke Uchiha placed Amaterasu in front of the arrow. This is why Amaterasu suddenly appears on the arrow. It's just that what Uchiha Sasuke didn't expect was that the subconscious action of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow saved his life, and if there was no arm to block it, I am afraid that this arrow would directly pierce the body of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. At that time, once Amaterasu burned, the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows would be reduced to ashes. Now, the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow has exchanged only one arm for a life, which can be said to be worth it. Wow! Uchiha Sasuke directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and Susanoo also began to falter. The injuries that were previously injured by the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow were aggravated by the intense use of chakra, and the body was almost unable to support it. Join forces. Take him down first. And then something else. After that, the 2-day scale Onaki flew directly over, and Iai Luo didn't say anything, but my hands began to move. A large amount of sand directly pounced on Uchiha Sasuke, who stretched out his bow and arrow on Susanoo as a shield, but was still retreated by the weight of the sand. The sand of my love slowly surrounded Uchiha Sasuke's susanoo, and Uchiha Sasuke could only watch around vigilantly to prevent any accidents. 2 Shu. Aggravate the art of rock. In 2 days, the scale Onaki jumped directly on the sand of my arrow, slapped his hands on it, and the weight of the sand immediately changed. Uchiha Sasuke immediately felt that Susanoo was suffering from this oppression, and the heavier and heavier sand combined with the restraint of his own sand made Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo a little unsustainable. Except for Sasuke Uchiha, who was still struggling to support here, the rest of the Eagle Squad had already been subdued. Ghost Lantern Shuya was restrained by Lei Duan, Shigigo was directly knocked unconscious, and Xiong Fa's combat effectiveness was very low, and he was caught almost in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Sasuke, just grab it, if you continue to struggle, it will just be a dead end. Although the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow is missing an arm, he is still standing on the front line, ready to attack Sasuke Uchiha at any time. Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo began to slowly fade, and from the second state, there were signs of degrading from the first state. I'm Sasuke Uchiha. How could it be here? Stop it. I'm from the Uchiha clan. I will never allow myself to do this. Saying that, Uchiha Sasuke roared, and the second state that had originally retreated was restored, faintly having the posture of improving again. It's just that his eyes are just kaleidoscope eyes after all, and if he wants Susa to go further, only the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye can do it. It's really tricky, it's worthy of being a US person. Thunder Cage, I'll use the light and heavy rock technique to deal with his Susanoo later, and then you will continue to go on. As soon as Onoji's voice fell, his figure came in front of Susanoo, and Uchiha Sasuke immediately controlled Susanoo's arm to fight back, but he was entangled in sand. The added weight of the sand firmly bound Susanoo's 2 arms in an instant, and he could not move. 2 Shu. Light and heavy rock art. With the 2-day scale Onaki with his hands on Susanoo, Uchiha Sasuke felt for the first time that the Susanoo outside his body was so light. Occult. Heavy torrent. The figure of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows then arrived, and I saw a large amount of thunder and lightning concentrated on his left elbow, rushing towards Uchiha Sasuke at an extremely fast speed. Click. I saw that the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows' elbow attacked where Susanoo was, and Susanoo began to appear a slight crack, and the crack was further expanding, and it began to spread slowly. Ah! With a roar of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows, the chakra in his body began to tilt out in large quantities, and more thunder and lightning concentrated on that point, and the speed of cracking began to become faster. The sound of shattering began to appear one after another, and Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo was like a fragile piece of porcelain at this moment, allowing others to beat hard. It's not that Uchiha Sasuke doesn't want to fight back, but the surrounding sand makes him unable to move. To put it bluntly, it is that Uchiha Sasuke is too naive, and he came up and said that he would challenge the 5 shadows, but the other 2 shadows have not yet made a move, and even the Earth Shadow has not been eliminated with blood, and Uchiha Sasuke can't support it. Finally, under the knocking of the 4 generations of Thunder Shadow again and again, Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo finally shattered. But Susanoo's shattering also freed Uchiha Sasuke from his restraints in an instant. Uchiha Sasuke stopped for so long, and also recovered a lot of physical strength, and at this moment, his figure directly disappeared in place. Want to run? Impossible. Seeing Uchiha Sasuke rushing into the main venue, the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow directly followed, faster than Uchiha Sasuke, and almost in the blink of an eye came to Uchiha Sasuke. And Sasuke Uchiha also found his goal, Kakashi. His only goal in looking for Xiang foes is to recover his injuries, and only then will he have a chance to fight again. It's just that the first time he recovered from his injuries, he was already in the eyes of the fourth generation of Thunder Cage, so before Uchiha Sasuke could get close to Kakago, he was punched away. The place where Uchiha Sasuke flew out happened to be the main conference room, and Uchiha Sasuke was still in the air, and the 2-day scale Onaki appeared behind him. Got you. The 2-day scale Onaki smiled slightly, his body was still floating in midair, but his hands were already rapidly imprinting. Sasuke Uchiha knew that something was wrong, but he couldn't control his body, so he could only take out the shuriken on his wrist in midair and throw it at Onaki on the 2-day scale. It's just that this level of attack has no effect on the 2-day scale Onaki and is easily dodged. But after the dodge is over, the 2-day scale Onaki seal has been completed. Dust. The art of origin stripping. A white square appeared from the hands of the 2-day scale Onaki, seemingly insignificant, but the chakra fluctuations emanating from it, Uchiha Sasuke saw it clearly. In an instant, this white square began to grow larger, directly engulfing Sasuke Uchiha. Chapter 147. Boom! With a low roar from the 2-day scale Onaki, the white square wrapped around Uchiha Sasuke exploded directly, and after a burst of dazzling white light, there was nothing left in the entire conference room. What about Sasuke? Where did Sasuke go? At this time, Naruto Uzumaki rushed in for the first time, looking for Sasuke Uchiha everywhere. He has been killed by me with dust, which can separate opponents into atomic states and disappear. 2 days of scales Onaki looked at Naruto Uzumaki. At this moment Naruto Uzumaki had already frozen, he couldn't believe that his best friend was now dead. Senju Tsunade looked at Tainogi with a serious face, and Senju Tsunade couldn't say anything about his approach. After all, Konoha Village has already announced that Sasuke Uchiha is a traitor, and this rebel has also killed the younger brother of the 4th generation of Thunder Cage. Dusty? The legendary blood succession elimination, I didn't expect to finally see it today. Terumi sighed a little on the other side, this ability has been heard of before, and has never seen it. Blood succession? What is blood succession? Kojuro was a little puzzled. The combination of 2 types of chakra is generally referred to as the blood succession boundary, however, it does not include the Sharingan of the inevitable Uchiha clan, but it includes the Mudan of the original Hokage. The original Hokage's Mudu is actually a combination of chakra with the attributes of water and earth, which is called the blood succession boundary. And blood succession elimination is undoubtedly a higher ability than the blood succession limit, which is a ninjutsu composed of 3 or more chakra attributes, which is called blood succession elimination. Terumi is popularizing knowledge of Kojuro, and if you look closely, you can see that these shadow guards brought by the 5 major powers this time, except for the country of wind, other shadow guards have become shadows. Kiki Kakashi became the 6th Hokage, and Naruto Uzumaki became the 7th Hokage, Kojuro became the 6th generation of Mizukage, Kuratsuka became the 4th generation of Tsuchikage. There is also the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow next to Darui, and later the 5th generation of Thunder Shadow of Union Village. So this is also the reason why Terumi was able to popularize knowledge to Kojuro at this time, and it was because he was training the juniors of the village. And Naruto Uzumaki was still kneeling on the ground and didn't know what to think, perhaps thinking that he had failed Haruno Sakura's expectations, or that he had lost an important friend and was regretting it for the rest of his life. Just as everyone relaxed, a voice instantly made their sweat explode. Ah! I didn't expect to watch such a wonderful play today, it's really exciting. Uchiha Sen appeared at the venue full, still with a familiar smile, but the clothes on his body were changed. Uchiha Sen changed into a black imperial robe and looked handsome. On his shoulder was Sasuke Uchiha, who had just been eliminated, and he looked very cool. Uchiha Mori. Why are you here? Here, except for 2-day scale, Onaki does not know Uchiha Sen, everyone else knows Uchiha Sen. Even here, I've all fought Uchiha Mori, and I've had Iroh, Tsunade, Terumi, and the 4th generation of Thunder Cage all fought Uchiha Sen, and of course, when Iai Luo fought Uchiha Sen, I could already say that I had gone years ago. How can such a grand event as the Five Shadows Conference be less for me to come to see the excitement? Of course, the excitement I originally wanted to see was not this, but I helplessly saved a child. Uchiha Sen put Uchiha Sasuke down. Uchiha Sasuke can still stand on his own at the moment, but there is no chakra anymore. Uchiha Sasuke stood hard, he glanced at Uchiha Sen and then at Naruto Uzumaki. Why did you save me? Uchiha Sasuke said lightly. What a disobedient child, I once promised Uchiha Itachi to save your life, so this time it is considered to have fulfilled my promise and did not break my word. There's another one, are you really not going to come out and take him away? Uchiha Sen looked to the other side. 5 cages looked to the other side very vigilantly, and sure enough, after a burst of spatial fluctuations, the figure of Uchiha Obito appeared opposite them. Since Sen and you have made a move, I don't have to make a move, but I do have something I want to say to the 5 cages. Uchiha Obito stood on the opposite side, looking at the 5 shadows in front of him faintly, and there was no rise or fall in his voice. The 5 cages all set their eyes on him, all expecting what he could say. I forgot to introduce myself, but now I will formally introduce to you, my name. Uchiha Madara. When these words came out, all of the 5 shadows showed a look of disbelief, especially Senju Tsunade. She couldn't believe that Uchiha Madara, who was killed by her grandfather, was still alive. Impossible. You were already killed by my grandfather. How is it possible to live until now? Senju Tsunade denied. Hey! How can you be sure that the 1000-hand pillar will definitely kill me? We were just defeated by both, and although I lost to him, I faked my death and escaped to ascend to heaven. Uchiha said lightly. Since you are Uchiha, what exactly is your purpose? According to your strength, I'm afraid you don't need this kind of intrigue, right? 2-day scales Onaki were also a little skeptical. Because when he was very young, he saw Uchiha once in 2 days, and the memory that Uchiha left him back then was very terrifying. Therefore, for the strength of Uchiha, the 2-day scale Onaki is also very familiar. It's still because of the battle with the 1000-hand pillar that I have no combat effectiveness now, so I have to resort to this method. The Moon Eye Project, which exists on the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan, the higher the level of the Sharingan, the more things can be read, and I am here today to tell you about this. Uchiha Obito's words made the people below a little confused, and they didn't know what Uchiha Obito was going to say. What exactly are you trying to say? Obviously some irrelevant topics. The 4th generation of Lei Ying frowned. Legend has it that in the era of the 6 Dao Immortals, a monster named Ten Tails ravaged the earth, and the 6 Dao Immortals used all his strength to defeat this monster and seal it on his body, said Uchiha Obito. What does this have to do with the 6 Dao Immortals? The 2-day scale Onaki was also a little dissatisfied. It's just that Uchiha Obito did not act for him, but continued to say it with his own care. Because they were afraid that after their own death, the 10 Tails would unlock the seal and cause chaos, so the 6 Dao Immortals divided the 10 Tails chakra into 9 parts. That's the current 9-tailed beast. Chapter 148. When these words came out, everyone began to understand a little what Uchiha Obito wanted to say. These 9-tailed beasts, Iai Luo present used to be a 1-tailed human pillar force, and a 2-tailed human pillar Kikai Ruby, until there was also a 9-tailed human pillar force Uzumaki Naruto present. Uchiha Obito's eyes looked at Naruto Uzumaki, and this dazzling blonde hair made him think of a person. A 4th generation Hokage wave Feng Shuman who was killed by him more than 10 years ago. Also his teacher. So, is that why you know that the organization wants to collect the 9-tailed beasts? Terumi said. That's right, as long as these 9 chakras are fused together, and then the 10 tails are successfully summoned, then I will become the 10 tails human pillar force, and then through the Sharingan, I will cast an illusion on the moon. Everyone will enter this illusion at the same time, and the name of this illusion is Unlimited Monthly Reading. Uchiha Obito apparently made all their plans public, which is the most incomprehensible point of Uchiha Sen. If Uchiha Obito didn't say anything about this, I'm afraid Kirby and Uzumaki Naruto wouldn't be cultivating together, and there wouldn't be the tailed beast mode of Uzumaki Naruto behind. That arresting person Zuli is much simpler than saying these words. But Uchiha Sen has another idea. Maybe Uchiha Obito deliberately wanted to tell them? Borrow the hands of the 5 major powers, and when the time comes, the only restless point Uchiha will be solved, then Uchiha Obito can obtain everything, including everything. In fact, Uchiha Obito has never believed in Uchiha very much, and he feels that there is always something wrong. Therefore, he must use external forces to realize some of his ideas. Unlimited monthly reading? What kind of technique is that? Iroh asked. Infinite monthly reading is a technique that can immerse all the people in the world in illusion. In the world of illusion, there is no war, no death, everyone can live happily. Isn't this the world we want? Only peace, no blood, everything is perfect. When he said this, Uchiha Obito's voice couldn't help but be a little excited, because he thought of that moment, the moment when he met Nohara Rin again. It's just that this kind of thing is too ridiculous for the shadows of the 5 major powers. Impossible. How can such an illusory peace occur? It's just self-deception. Onoji was the first to object. The other 4 shadows, like the 4 generations of Thunder Shadows, did not intend to agree to this matter. As long as you hand over the 8-tailed human pillar force and the 9-tailed human pillar force, we don't need to go to war. Uchiha Obito looked at these people present, apparently he didn't think they would agree. Yaoi Ren pillar force? You mean, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow was obviously a little surprised. That's right, what Sasuke brought back was just a tentacle of Yaoi, the real Yaoi Ren's Huli has been escaped by him, I hope you can hand him over. Uchiha Obito didn't mind revealing this information to them at all, after all, it was all true. Impossible. We will not hand them over to you, you will die. Tsunade shook his head. Whether Naruto Uzumaki was from Konoha Village or not, just this story of Uchiha Obito would not agree. The other 4 shadows also nodded, agreeing with Tsunade's words. In that case, then we have to go to war. Well, I'm here to announce the 4th Ninja World War. Here we begin. When this sentence came out, Wu Ying obviously did not expect it. No one has ever dared to start a war so cleanly, especially such a big war. It is even more necessary to make a decision. Are you serious? Are you really going to provoke the 4th Great War in the ninja world? Tai Leonaki flew forward, looking at Uchiha with serious eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. It was you who provoked the 4th Ninja World War. If you don't want war, then give us the 8-tailed human pillar force and the 9-tailed human pillar force, naturally there will be no war. Saying that, a spatial fluctuation appeared in Uchiha Obito's left eye, directly taking Uchiha Sasuke into his space. Then he looked at Uchiha Sen and nodded at him. Since the battle post has been sent to you, then we are leaving, and next time I hope to see you on the battlefield. Saying that, Uchiha Obito was once again ready to use the pupil technique of the kaleidoscope chakra eye and directly leave here with blurring. It's just that how could the 5 shadows let him go? Quick! Unleash the enchantment! With a shout from Onoji, the 4 surrounding ninjas began to quickly seal, and a barrier appeared directly around the main conference room. Uchiha Obito, who was using space ninjutsu, suddenly couldn't sense the space, and he immediately withdrew. If he waits in it again, maybe he will be directly cut in half by the space. Then, Uchiha Obito could not sense spatial fluctuations. This enchantment technique was originally aimed at Uchiha Sen, and I was afraid that he would use space ninjutsu to invade the main conference room, so he deliberately chose the enchantment technique. In this enchantment, no one can use spatial ninjutsu, this is an enchantment technique specially developed for you. Saying that, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Mori. Since that incident, this enchantment technique has been studied in Konoha Village, and it is not until Pain's invasion is complete that it can be regarded as a real use. In other words, from now on, no one in Konoha Village can use spatial ninjutsu. So that's the case. I didn't expect to have this honor to design an enchantment technique for me specifically. It's just that I'm curious that this ninjutsu should be launched by 5 people, right? But why can 4 people still successfully complete the launch now? Uchiha asked with a smile. This enchantment technique can be activated even by 1 person, but it will consume a lot of chakra. The more people who release together, the more evenly the chakra is consumed, so the more people, the better. Tsunade explained the principle of this technique. So it seems that it is worthy of being the first ninja village, and the foundation is powerful. But now that you can't leave, what are you going to do? Uchiha Sen looked at Uchiha Obito. I'll take Uchiha Sasuke out of here first, and you help me block them. Uchiha didn't say anything with the soil, and directly let Uchiha Sen block here, and he himself left first. Uchiha Sen didn't have any opinions, there were still many ninjas outside, as long as Uchiha could go out with the soil, he didn't care. Anyway, he also wants to try the level of the 5 shadows. Chapter 149. Uchiha took the soil and broke directly out of the door, and Gakage just wanted to chase it out, but there was a Uchiha Sen standing at the door. Seeing Uchiha Sen standing at the door, Gakage immediately stopped, and everyone stared at Uchiha Sen nervously, because Uchiha Sen's murderous reputation was too great. Whether it is destroying Konoha, defeating the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow without damage, or when capturing the 3 tails, hard and rigid water shadow and other achievements, it is a little daunting. But now, it's not just a single shadow to fight Uchiha Sen, but the 5 shadows are all there, which more or less gives the 5 shadows a little confidence to defeat Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Mori, is it? I've always heard of your name, but I've never had a chance to ask for advice. This time I finally know the opportunity. The old man wants to try to see if your strength is as invincible as the legend. As the only person here who has not fought against Uchiha Sen, he obviously does not know Uchiha Sen's strength, and he has heard a lot of rumors. Konoha Village was destroyed by Uchiha Mori in front of the 5th Hokage Senju Tsunade. The 4th generation of Thunder Cage fought against Uchiha Mori, but the defeat caused his whole body to be paralyzed, but Senju Tsunade saved him. And now, Uchiha Sen is standing in front of him, and Onoji really wants to test his strength. The 3rd generation of Tokage 2-day scale Onaki is good at blood stain elimination and various ninjutsu of Tudun, and his strength is strong. It's great to meet a senior like you, because I also want to try how strong the person who was shadowed by Uchiha is. Uchiha Sen's first sentence directly opened the wound that Onoki had forgotten for 2 days. When Onaki and his master did not go to Konoha Village for 2 days and wanted to sign a peace treaty with Konoha Village, they were stopped by Uchiha and rejected them. Not only did he reject them, but he easily injured both of them, resulting in Wu later dying. Since then, the demon-like figure of Uchiha has been imprinted in the heart of Onoji for 2 days, and it was not until Konoha Village heard that Uchiha Madara's death was careful, and he let go of his heart. After so many years, I thought that this matter had been forgotten, but today Uchiha spot suddenly appeared, and there was another person who ruthlessly exposed his wounds, which made the 2-day scale Onaki suddenly remember this matter. It's just that Uchiha Sen didn't pay attention to him anymore, but looked at the others. It turns out that this place is full of acquaintances. The one who hid his eyes, I was curious, how did you survive? Uchiha Sen looked at Aishi, he had already fought them once the last time he captured the 3 tails, and that time Uchiha Sen remembered that he had seriously injured Aizu, and it was fatal. But now, Ching was still standing in front of him alive, which made Uchiha Sen a little curious. It's just that Ching's face is a little unpleasant, obviously thinking of something bad. I know, I'm afraid that your Wuyin village also has the same techniques as Cheyenne village, similar to self-rebirth, and then saved you with a person's life. Uchiha Sen's eyes lit up, it seems that these ninja villages have their own heritage. Ching didn't speak, so he acquiesced to this matter, and the other ninja villages were also surprised and did not take it seriously. Stop talking nonsense, Uchiha Sen. Since you are said to be this powerful, then the old man will try your jin too. Saying that, the 2-day scale Oniki rushed up with an extremely fast speed, and directly competed with Uchiha Sen with physical skills. Uchiha Sen raised his eyebrows. As a ninjutsu-oriented ninja, he actually wanted to come to puzzle with Uchiha Sen. It seems that there is definitely some conspiracy in the past 2 days. Sure enough, when Uchiha Sen blocked the punch of the 2-day scale Oniki with his palm, he received a huge force on his hand, and this force directly pushed Uchiha Sen backwards. Super heavy rock art. Uchiha Sen immediately thought of this technique, only in this way can it have such great power. I see that you are quite powerful, but that's all. In 2 days, the scale Oniki directly sealed his hands quickly, and the ground immediately churned up a huge amount of stones and rushed towards Uchiha Sen. A layer of Susanoo's ribs immediately appeared around Uchiha Mori, blocking the attack of these stones. At the same time, Uchiha Sen's hands began to print, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Since you are so persistent in wanting to see my strength, then I will let you see my strength. Fire. Fire extinguished. This time, it was not Uchiha Sen's doppelganger who performed this technique, but Uchiha Sen's body. The fire erupted directly from Uchiha Mori's mouth, and a huge amount of flames engulfed the entire venue in an instant, and the 5 shadows were among them. How is it possible? Is this human ninjutsu? 2 days of scales Oniki is a little unconvinced. It's just that someone reacted faster than him, and Terumi began to seal quickly at the same time, and a large number of chakras poured out. Shui Shui Duan. The art of the Great Falls. A huge amount of water gushes directly from the ground. Fortunately, this venue is built on the water, otherwise even if it is a water shadow, where there is no water, it will not be able to cast this level of water escape. Water and fire are suddenly entangled. Water can overcome fire, but there are certain limits. The flames were raging around them at the moment, and the steam from the collision of water and fire began to spread around them, and Kojuro couldn't help but cough a few times. This cough is like it is contagious, and after Kojuro started, many people began to cough as well. It's not good, there is not enough oxygen here. The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow also felt it. Because the space is small, the flames have been raging inside, so it has led to a sharp decrease in the amount of oxygen in the air, and if they don't get out of this enclosed space, they will all die here. Hokage, break this room! 2-day scale Oniki shouted. No need for you to shout. I'm already doing it. Indeed, without being reminded by others, a thin layer of chakra had appeared on Senju Tsunade's fist, and I saw her jump up and come directly to the roof. Senju Tsunade's right fist slammed directly into the roof, and the roof shattered in response. Bang! With the sound of shattering and collapsing, the venue finally could not escape the fate of collapse, and everyone hit under the sand of my arrow, and was not hit by rubble. Feeling the fresh air around them, everyone else couldn't help but take a few more breaths. But the face of the 5 shadows is not very good looking. Uchiha Sen's first attack almost killed them, although there is a relationship with the location, but this is also strength. And now, looking at Uchiha Sen on the opposite side, the faces of the 5 shadows showed a serious look. Chapter 150. Compared to the last time, they could obviously feel that Uchiha Sen had somehow become stronger again. Perhaps in other words, Uchiha Sen is not getting stronger, but showing them something else, showing tricks that have never been used before. The 5 shadows stared closely at Uchiha Sen's figure. These 5 shadows can be said to be the top combat power of the entire ninja world, and the 5 people combined together seem to have their own division of labor. Senju Tsunade is in charge of medical treatment, and also has a strange power, belonging to the top existence among medical ninjas, and the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow is responsible for close combat and looking for opportunities. Oronaji and Terumi are ninjas of the ninjutsu genre who can attack Uchiha Sen from a long range, not only to help the 4th generation of Thunder Cage find opportunities, but also to cooperate with each other. These 2 people can use the attack of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow to find the flaws of Uchiha Sen to attack. They can also use ninjutsu attacks to provide a little space for the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow. As for Iailuo, he generally does some auxiliary and defensive work, and when encountering large battles, his sand can play a big role, and one-on-one is not obvious. Therefore, in terms of cooperation, 5 people should belong to the kind of candidates who are naturally very suitable for forming a squad. It's just that since it is a squad combination, then there will inevitably be someone in the C position, someone in the auxiliary position, everyone is the shadow of each village. I'm afraid that with such a division, no one can pull down the face. So in order to increase the difficulty of Uchiha spots in the future, Uchiha Sen decided to help them train. Good cooperation, even if there has never been cooperation, can reach a tacit understanding in an instant. I have to say that the shadows of every village are really masters, it's really wonderful. Saying that, Uchiha Sen even applauded, and his face was full of admiration, as if he had seen a wonderful picture. But Gakage didn't intend to buy it, because from Uchiha Sen's tone, they seemed to have heard the banter. Abominable. Being able to mobilize so many chakras in an instant, using such a crazy fire, is worthy of being a man called a demon. In this way, we need to fight him in an open space, those 4 generations of Thunder Shadow, we need you to entangle him. Although he was not in a good mood, Onoji was still analyzing Uchiha Mori's course of action. If the attack just now had been in a small space, I am afraid that they would have been burned to death. The previous fire escape technique is still raging, but most of it has been extinguished by the surrounding water, and only some of it remains. I know, but I want to remind you that Uchiha Sen is also able to susanoo, and is more skilled than Uchiha Sasuke. His susanoo ability is very unique, which can make the person who hits instantly become an old man. The tone of the 4th generation of Lei Ying was very serious, and he couldn't help but think of not long ago, when he was in the Cloud Thunder Gorge. The ninjas who rushed up together became old men in their 60s in an instant. Later, they checked the bodies of these people, whether it was physical function or mental state, and suddenly changed from people in their 20s to 60s, and a full 40 years of time was taken away. And after only half a month, some of those people were already dead, old and dead. What? Become an old man in an instant? What do you mean? Hearing the word old, Zhao Mei paid special attention to it. This is her dead hole. That is to say, if you are hit by his move, a person will be robbed of 40 years of life in an instant. There were 7 ninjas in our village, and they were hit at the same time, and they suddenly changed from young men in their 20s to old men in their 60s. The 4th generation of Thunder Shadows glanced at the other 4 shadows lightly. He had estimated the speed of that move, he could dodge. But the remaining 4 shadows don't know. Hehe, if I serve to be hit, will it instantly reach more than 110 years old? 2 days of scales. Onaki couldn't help but make a joke. The atmosphere was not so serious, because in their opinion, if the 5 shadows really united together and could not defeat Uchiha Sen, then it would be good if the ninja world was directly destroyed. Therefore, after a few people whispered for a while, the discussion was finally completed. After deliberating, several people instantly put up a formation. Senju Tsunade was at the end, in front of her was Terumi and Iera, and the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow and Tylee Onaki were in the front. Oh? It seems that you have finished discussing the battle plan. I am really looking forward to it. Uchiha Sen smiled and looked at the few people in front of him. He spoke even more angrily than Uchiha. Uchiha faces the 5 cages, because of his fame and strength. What he says is to look down on you nakedly. There was nothing that the 5 shadows could do with him. But Uchiha Sen is different. Just like now, Uchiha Sen said expectation, but his tone was joking. It's like laughing at someone else's lack of self-determination. This tone made the 5 shadows feel a little unbearable, so they decided to attack. Up! Thunder Shadow! I saw that the 2-day scale Onaki put his hands on the back of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadows, and at that moment, the figure of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadows directly disappeared in place. It's more than half as fast as before. Uchiha Sen's eyes immediately turned into an eternal kaleidoscope, and the chakra eyes slowly turned, observing the trajectory of the 4 generations of Thunder Shadows. It's just that the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow did not rush up at the first time, but circled around Uchiha Sen. It's like Uchiha Sen facing the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow for the first time. Shui Shui Duan. Huge wave shockwave. At this time, it was Terumi who made the first move, and when Uchiha Sen observed the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, she had already completed the seal. I saw her hands slap to the ground, and the surrounding water surged up at the same time, and at this time, the water turned into a monstrous wave and shot down directly. The place where Uchiha Sen was located was photographed as a ruined wall in an instant, and it was visible to the naked eye that part of the foundation of the meeting site fell into the water. Everyone did not let their guard down. No one would think that this move would directly kill Uchiha Sen, because according to Uchiha Sen's ability, space ninjutsu will definitely be used. Sure enough, the next second, Uchiha Sen's figure appeared in the sky. Nice attack. The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow is responsible for attracting my attention, while Water Shadow is attacking me. Taking advantage of the characteristics of water all around, the power of water is greatly enhanced. It's just that such a slow attack can't hurt me. Uchiha Sen shook his head with some disappointment. It's just that Zhao Miu's face didn't mean to be depressed at all, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Where are you looking? Bastard Uchiha Sen. Chapter 151. The voice of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow suddenly came from behind Uchiha Sen, and Uchiha Sen was slightly stunned, and then the fist of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow directly hit the back of Uchiha Sen's head. There was a lot of thunder light bubbling on the fist of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, and it could be seen that this blow was very heavy. As long as you hit Uchiha Sen, you can definitely eliminate Uchiha Sen, which is no joke. It's just that Uchiha Sen was not so easily eliminated, and an invisible protective shield appeared directly behind his head. Bang! When the fist hit the protective shield visibly cracked, and 3 seconds later, the protective shield shattered directly, and the fist of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow struck again. It's just that this punch of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow did not hit Uchiha Sen as hoped, but passed through Uchiha Sen's body. The body of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow just passed through the body of Uchiha Sen, and Uchiha Sen stretched out his right hand, and an energy cannon immediately appeared in his right hand, directly bombarding the back of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow. As the blood rushed out, the fourth generation of Thunder Shadows was directly bombarded on the ground. Ah! The fourth generation of Thunder Shadow couldn't help but show a painful whimper, and Senju Tsunade immediately rushed over, and a layer of green chakra appeared on his hands. When the green chakra touched the back of the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, the wound on his back began to slowly heal. Abominable! His spatial ninjutsu was really unpredictable, and attacks at this speed were useless. For 2 days, Onoji stared at Uchiha Sen tightly. The battle plan just now was formulated by him, but he didn't expect that Uchiha Sen was not injured at all. Nope. That's not true. Ahem. The fourth generation Thunder Shadow, who was being treated, suddenly spoke, but it aggravated his injuries, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. He wanted to say something more, but Uchiha Mori made a move. Thunder. 1000 Thunder Gun. Uchiha Sen opened his right hand, and a huge thunder and lightning appeared on his right hand, and the thunder and lightning directly turned into dozens of lightning spears and flew towards the direction of the 5 shadows. Sandy. Empty sand wall. Iai Luo directly raised his hands, and the sand in the gourd behind his back poured out, creating a huge barrier in the sky. The barrier blocked the location of the 5 shadows tightly, and Uchiha Sen's dozens of lightning spears all bombarded the sand. Bang! The continuous explosion sounded, and my Ai Luo's face was very serious, and he could feel the impact. If he hadn't added a part of chakra at that time to ensure that there would be no problems, I'm afraid that this defense of his would really be able to prevent it. After the treatment, the 4 generations of Lei Ying's face gradually improved a lot, and his speech was not so uncomfortable. I found one of his weak points, and the moment I attacked him, he didn't dodge it with space ninjutsu in the first place. Instead, he used an invisible shield, and after about 3 seconds, the shield shattered, and at that time my fist penetrated his body. Ahem. After saying this, the 4th generation of Lei Ying began to cough again, only this time he did not vomit blood. The blow that Uchiha Sen gave his internal organs a lot of shocks just now, and now after treatment, it is much better. So that's the case, then I have a plan. 2 days of scales. Onaki's eyes lit up. What plan? Terumi asked. We set him 3 seconds to restore the use of space power, and we can set a battle plan. As the shadow of a village, no matter who it is, it has a strong understanding and the deployment of the battle plan, so when the 2-day scale Onaki said this plan, everyone immediately understood what he meant. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes, covered by sand, he didn't see what the people inside were doing, but his perception could sense that Senjutsunade's chakra consumption stopped. This shows that the injuries of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow can already continue to fight, and during that time, they may have made a new battle plan. Uchiha Sen's right eye moved slightly, a pupil force popped out, and a hole immediately appeared on the sand. No one. In an instant, Uchiha Sen's figure disappeared in place, and an attack by the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow directly fell into vain. Abominable. With this kind of perception, coupled with this speed, how did Konoha Village cultivate this kind of monster? The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow shouted at Senjutsunade dissatisfied, and Senjutsunade's face was also a little unpleasant. After all, this is a family ugly, but it is known by everyone. If it hadn't been for those things that happened at the beginning, then Konoha Village would definitely have one more shadow-level powerhouse. Pity. These can only be thought of, and now Uchiha Mori is already the biggest enemy of Konoha Village. Stop talking nonsense. Now it's useless to say this, it's better to leave some strength to attack. On the back of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, the 2-day scale Onaki said, because he was on the back of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow can fly up and attack. Otherwise, Uchiha Sen flew in mid-air, and they simply did not have a chance to attack. Dissolve. The art of monster solving. The 2 chakras of the fire and earth attribute combined at the same time, and Terumi's mouth spit out a violent magma, which was very corrosive and sticky, and struck towards Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen frowned, this level of attack had no effect on him at all. Even Uchiha Sen didn't need to dodge, allowing this magma to pass directly through his body. But in the next second, a huge palm appeared behind Uchiha Sen. This palm was made of sand. Sandy. Sand shot. The palm of his hand directly wrapped the magma that passed through Uchiha Sen and slapped it towards Uchiha Sen again. Uchiha Sen raised his hands, and a protective shield immediately appeared behind him, blocking the blow. It's now. Above. The 2-day scale Onaki roared, and the 4th generation of Thunder Shadows instantly came to Uchiha Sen, and a large number of thunder and lightning gathered on his right elbow, which was his secret technique. Ninjutsu. Heavy torrent. The elbow of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow directly attacked Uchiha Sen's face. As long as this attack hits, Uchiha Sen will definitely die here. A layer of cyan ribs suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Sen, but it was instantly covered with blood veins and muscles, directly blocking the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow and Uchiha Sen. This move has been touched by the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow, and his heavy torrent cannot be broken. Tsuchikage. The 4th generation of Thunder Shadows shouted. I know. The 2-day scale Onaki also responded. Dust. The art of origin stripping. A small square immediately appeared in the hands of the 2-day scale Onaki and directly attacked Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen's susanoo was instantly opened a gap, and the elbow of the 4th generation of Thunder Cage was no longer blocked. Chapter 152. The elbow of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow smashed Uchiha Sen's face, but something strange happened. This time the attack took less than 2 seconds from the start to the hit, which is already the limit speed in the calculation. The first time that the 5 shadows can cooperate to this extent, it is already precious. But to their surprise, their attack once again penetrated Uchiha Mori's body. Because of inertia, the body of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow is still rushing forward, but in front of him is magma. Ah! With a very miserable shout, the figure of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadows came out of the huge palm, and many parts of his body appeared burned, and he had become a bloody man. Uchiha Mori smiled, but in the next second, Senju Tsunade appeared in front of him. "Don't be proud, Gremlin!" Bang! Senju Tsunade punched Uchiha Sen out, and Uchiha Sen's figure cut a parabola from the sky and landed directly on the sea not far away. Senju Tsunade's figure was also falling, but soon a layer of sand appeared on the soles of her feet and caught him. "Well done!" Fortunately, Naruto thought a little more. "If it was just us, I am afraid that I would have to be dodged by Uchiha Sen again." Although there were still injuries on his body, a smile appeared on the face of the fourth generation of Lei Ying. When they were making the battle plan just now, they didn't count Senju Tsunade into account, because in their hearts, Senju Tsunade was at most a logistics ninja. Although Senju Tsunade also has good combat power, in this kind of battle, she can do very little. But this time, she shows the meaning of her existence beyond medical ninjutsu. "Don't underestimate the female ninja," Senju Tsunade said seemingly arrogantly. Just when several people showed a smile, the figure that they hated very much appeared again. Uchiha Sen's figure flew into the air again, and there was no visible scar on his body. "Nice scheme, it looks like it is worthy of the 5 shadows, it can actually hurt me, you are already very strong." Uchiha Sen's face was ancient, without the slightest emotion, but only Uchiha Sen himself knew that after such a long time, Uchiha Sen finally got serious once. Uchiha Sen had never been serious for so long, and this time he finally decided to be serious. Gokage looked at Uchiha Sen with an ugly face. Although Senju Tsunade was just a female streamer, but his strange power was recognized by everyone. After such a punch, Uchiha Sen looked fine at all, not even a trace of scars. This is something they didn't expect at all. "Hokage, are you sure you just attacked?" The 2-day scale Onaki frowned. "The attack just now, I can be sure of that. No, and it also hit, there will definitely be no problem. I once read an intelligence that Ji Bosun has the power to quickly recover injuries, and it is because of this that he was regarded as experimental subjects." Senju Tsunade's face is a little unpleasant. After all, these things are family ugliness, and it is a bit shameful to say it now. The other 4 shadows didn't say anything. This kind of thing, any village will have it, but it will not be discovered by others. "Woo! It looks like it's going to start from scratch." According to calculations, his space ninjutsu cooldown is almost 1 second, so we have to carry out successive attacks to find his flaws. For 2 days, Onaki was still calm, and he was still making a battle plan. If it is an ordinary person, with the strength of their 5 shadows, it is definitely crushing level. But in the face of Uchiha Sen, their strength is not crushing at all, and even Uchiha Sen has not made a move until now. It's just that Uchiha Sen doesn't plan to do what they want this time, and this time he plans to use part of his strength. "Susanoo." While they were still talking about the battle plan, a layer of cyan bones began to appear outside Uchiha Sen's body. The bones soon appeared bloodlines and sexy line curves. The head Weno put on a helmet, and the Fang Tian painting halberd also appeared in his hand. "Be careful. This is Uchiha Sen's susanoo, watch out for that knife." The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow reminded. He was the only one who had ever seen Uchiha Mori Susanoo's abilities, so he was unusually careful. But what surprised the 4th generation of Thunder Cage happened, and Susanoo in Uchiha Mori's appearance did not stop changing, but instead appeared in the lower body. The lower body and legs gradually appeared in the void, and the eternal kaleidoscope in Uchiha Sen's eyes turned wildly. This was the first time Uchiha Sen used this ability. This is the 4th form of Susanoo, and Uchiha Mori's Susanoo can already vaguely see that this is an ancient general with his weapon in his hand. The martial general who used Fang Tian's halberd as a weapon, Uchiha Sen could only think of the only one. It's just that for the 4th form of Susanoo, Uchiha Sen does not intend to stop. A large number of pupils appear again, and this time Susanoo has changed again. There can be changes. The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow was a little shocked. Every time Susanoo changes, Susanoo's abilities increase, which is verified by both Uchiha Sen and Uchiha Sasuke. Now Uchiha Mori's Susanoo has changed twice, which is strange. If this continues, Uchiha Sen's Susanoo, where is his ability? The Susanoo outside Uchiha Mori was visibly draped in armor, which resembled the armor of the Sengoku period, but the style was different. It's just that Uchiha Sen knows that this is the ancient Chinese armor, exactly the same. After the armor was put on, a helmet immediately appeared on the top of Susanoo's head, and this helmet was also very familiar. Trident bundle hair purple gold crown. Of course, the color purple gold is not available, only cyan. But Uchiha Mori is even more convinced of who his Susanoo really is. Susanoo's change finally ended, and it was visible to the naked eye that a giant more than 100 meters tall stood on the surface of the water, holding a long fanged yen painting halberd in his hand, looking at the 5 shadows. This? What kind of monster is this? Terumi stammered. This was the first time he had seen such a large number of people besides the tailed beast. Tsunade, on the other hand, was very calm because she had read the relevant information. Once Uchiha had this power, and his grandfather was even stronger. As you wish. We're starting the second round. Chapter 153. Uchiha Mori stood on Susanoo's forehead, and this was the first time he had used a full-fledged Susanoo to fight. To be honest, controlling Susanoo is like controlling a mech, but the difference is that the mech also requires the driver to give various commands, but Susanoo is like a human body. Uchiha Sen felt that his entire body had expanded several times, but he could swing all parts flexibly. Looking at this huge Susanoo, the 5 shadows couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva in unison. I didn't expect that until just now. Uchiha Sen didn't use all his strength. Is it that ours are too weak? For 2 days, Onoji's face was a little ugly, but more importantly, Uchiha Sen had not taken the initiative to attack until now. The only attack was just a ninjutsu casually, and it seemed that only A was a B-level ninjutsu. Right now. I'm afraid Uchiha Sen is going to start. Ninfa. Hyakushiki Uniyaki. Susanoo directly raised his right hand, and a purple flame appeared directly in Susanoo's hand, and a violent flame directly hit the location where the 5 shadows were. Not good. Get out of the way. Feeling the chakra contained in the flames, the 5 shadows immediately began to dodge, but the purple fire exploded in the air. Bang! With a violent explosion, the purple flames scattered, and some of them burned directly to the body of the 5 shadows. What surprised them was that the 5 shadows did not feel any trace of burning, and even felt a trace of coldness. Soon, they found that the position of their bodies contaminated with purple fire began to become a little paralyzed, and they even lost consciousness. Quick! Use chakra to drive away these purple fires, which can paralyze people's bodies. A green chakra immediately appeared in the hand of Tsunade, and his right hand directly approached the place where the purple fire was, and pulled the purple fire out. That's right. These purple fires are like growing in the flesh and skin, and they must be pulled out vigorously. The other 4 shadows didn't know how to heal ninjutsu, so they couldn't touch these purple fires at all. So, Tsunade directly cast the shadow doppelganger, divided into 5 identities, and began to deal with the purple fire of the other 4 shadows. It's just that Uchiha Sen won't give them a chance, and when the shadow avatar was just used, Uchiha Sen manipulated Susanoo to rush over again. Just imagine, a giant more than 100 meters tall, running at speed, how shocking this face is. Not good. He rushed over. We don't have a chance anymore. The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow roared angrily. After saying that, he planned to stand up and fight, but the purple fire on his leg made his right leg instantly unconscious. Ah! The 4th generation of Lei Ying couldn't help but shout, his forehead was already oozing sweat, this kind of pain was unimaginable. Don't move. The body has gone to stop Uchiha Sen, and I am responsible for healing your wounds. Wait until the wound is healed, you will go. The shadow doppelganger of the Tsunade directly held down the 4th generation of Thunder Shadows, and with a green chakra in both hands, he began to pull out purple fire. The other 3 shadows could only look at Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade was rushing forward. She had to keep the battlefield away from these people, otherwise it would affect them, and they would definitely die. Give me. Stop. Tsunade jumped up directly, and a large number of chakras gathered on his right hand, and directly slammed a punch on Susanoo. Susanoo shook slightly, but there was no scar. Bang! Susanoo shocked Senju Tsunade with a punch, and then the Fang Tian drawing halberd in his right hand swung again, slashing at Senju Tsunade in midair. The Senju Tsunade in midair couldn't dodge at all, and her only way was to block it with both hands. But in this way, her hands will inevitably be nullified, and her combat effectiveness will also be lost. At this moment, a layer of sand suddenly appeared in front of Senju Tsunade, directly blocking in front of Senju Tsunade. It turned out to be Iai Luo. Just now, when the purple fire exploded, Iai Luo subconsciously blocked part of the purple fire with sand, and there were only a few purple fires stained on his body, which were quickly removed. So he was the second to enter the battle, and also blocked the fatal blow for Senju Tsunade. Originally, this move would have directly split Senju Tsunade in half, but the sand blocked part of the attack. But even so, the sharp part of Fang Tian's halberd also scratched the abdomen of the Senju Tsunade with a sword, and a large amount of blood sprayed out directly. The sand further turned into a hand, pulling Senju Tsunade back quickly. Back on the ground, Senjutsu covered his abdomen, blood was flowing out. At this time, the other three shadows' injuries were also dealt with, and they all stood in front of Senju Tsunade, looking at Uchiha Mori warily. "Hokage, you are injured, the next battle, you lean back a little," the fourth generation of Lei Ying said in a low voice. I saw Senju Tsunade shook his head, and the prismatic mark on his forehead began to slowly extend outward, and a pattern began to appear on Senju Tsunade's face. As the color slowly spread to Senju Tsunade's body, a huge amount of chakra began to emerge from her body. The wound is healing fast. It is said that the original Hokage has this ability to heal wounds quickly. Is this the technique left by the original Hokage? I was a little surprised. No, this is a ninjutsu I created myself. I will put chakra in it at normal times, and release it when needed. Senju Tsunade stood up again. The place where he had been injured just now had completely healed, and if it weren't for the blood remaining on it, I'm afraid no one would know that this place had been injured. Psychic. After a puff of smoke, a small slug appeared on the ground. "Tsunade-sama, is there anything I can serve?" The slug's voice is very gentle. "You doppelganger into the other four shadows and treat them at any time." After Senju Tsunade finished speaking, he looked at the other four shadows again. Slugs have a spiritual rhinoceros in their hearts and can transmit intelligence remotely, so if there are any problems, we communicate in time. The other four cages nodded, all crouched down to let the split slugs into their clothes, and then everyone looked at Uchiha Sen on the opposite side. Uchiha Mori stood in place, holding a seal in his hands, and 5 minutes passed. It's not that Uchiha Sen doesn't attack, but in his eternal kaleidoscope, there is also a jutsu that never appears. And to use this technique, Uchiha Sen needs to make a seal within 5 minutes. When Gakage finished talking, 5 minutes had just passed, and a smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Mori's mouth. Accept the sanctions. Hellfire Rain. Chapter 154. This move is another move that Uchiha Sen got after awakening the Eternal Kaleidoscope Chakra Eye. For Uchiha Sen, the ability of the left and right eyes is honestly satisfactory, at least the ability of Purple Fire can be further developed and developed into a more powerful force. As for the other power, it is this move that Uchiha Sen is using now. Hellfire Rain. A huge black hole suddenly appeared in the sky, and in an instant, the surrounding wind and clouds began to change color, and the sky began to be gloomy. The surrounding environment is really like a hell, full of strange atmosphere. This trick. What is it? Terumi looked at the black hole in the sky dumbfounded, and an ominous premonition appeared from her heart. As the shadow of a village, her strength is certainly no problem, and the higher the strength, the more obvious the perception of some things that are about to happen. The shadows of these 5 powers all looked at the black hole in the sky with serious faces, not knowing what they were thinking. "No need to struggle, don't worry, I won't kill you today. If I kill you now, won't it be a lot less fun in the future? It's better to keep you guys first, to deal with it." The name that Uchiha Sen finally said, the 5 shadows could no longer hear, because in their eyes, they had already seen what appeared in that black hole. Flame. Specifically, meteorites wrapped in flames. Although it is not as big as the celestial shock star of Uchiha, it is larger than the earth-burst star that Pain used at the beginning, and it is more terrifying. The huge meteorite wrapped in a roaring flame fell down directly, and the target was the 5 shadows. Nope. If you can't let him fall, the people of the Iron Country will be wiped out. 2-day scale Onaki shouted. So what to do? Our means simply cannot prevent his whereabouts. The 4th generation of Lei Ying also shouted. My sand can't lift such a heavy meteorite, so we have to find a way to get him to change orbit. Iai Luo frowned, his sand couldn't stop a meteorite of this magnitude. Tsunade squeezed his fist and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Is this Uchiha Sen really a monster? I have a way. Water shadow, you put out the fire on the surface of the meteorite with water, and I will do the rest. Saying that, the 2-day scale Onaki took off directly and flew towards the meteorite. Zhao Mei did not hesitate, directly sealed the seal with both hands, and a huge amount of water rushed towards the meteorite. The water directly hit the surface of the meteorite, and because of the impact force, the speed of the meteorite falling was slightly weakened, but it was still falling rapidly. The fire on the surface of the meteorite has been cleared, and Libra Onaki flew in midair and raised his hands. 2 Shu. Super light and heavy rock art. When the hands of the 2-day scale Onaki touched the meteorite, the chakra in his body gushed out, all attached to the meteorite, and at the same time he caught the meteorite so hard. However, although the meteorite was greatly lightened in weight, but there is still a part of the weight that weighs on the body of the 2-day scale. This led to the fact that the 2-day scale Onaki was a little powerless. At this time, the sand of my love Luo once again came in handy, and the sand once again turned into a palm, and then helped the 2-day scale Onaki to support the weight of the meteorite. Wind shadow, work hard together and throw the meteorite into the sea. I love Luo's participation, which greatly lightens the burden on the 2-day scale Onaki, so he turns around and starts shouting I love Luo. Then, the 2-day scale Onaki turned his head, followed me arrow, and threw the meteorite hard into the sea under his feet. When the meteorite and the sea came into contact, the huge waves rose directly to the ground, and the sea level rose slightly as visible to the naked eye. But soon, the sea level began to drop and the meteorite disappeared. The 2-day scale Onaki just showed a little smile, but what he didn't expect was that Uchiha Sen directly slashed in the void. Poof! With a large amount of blood spraying out, the body of the 2-day scale Onaki was directly cut in two by Uchiha Sen from the waist, and the eyes of the 2-day scale Onaki revealed disbelief. His 2 halves fell quickly, but they were quickly caught by the sand of my arrow and sent to the ground. The 4th generation of Lei Ying was already dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the person who had helped them solve the problem just now would die in the hands of Uchiha Sen in the next second. But before they could react, a huge change occurred in the sky again. The black hole in the sky began to slowly get bigger, visible to the naked eye, and some small meteorites began to fall. In the process of falling, the surface of the small meteorite suddenly ignited with flames, as if it was in the next fire rain. The scope of the fire rain is extremely large, almost including the entire Iron Country. Even if the 5 shadows do their best, I am afraid that they will not be able to guarantee the safety of the entire Iron Country. Everything has just begun. You don't think that after solving that one, everything is over, right? Uchiha Sen's voice sounded again, but this time, what Gakage heard was undoubtedly the voice of the Shinigami. The whole scene, as if the end of the world had come, the sky had already changed color and had gradually darkened. Countless thunderbolts brewed in the clouds. Did they create an electric light and illuminate a sky, but soon became gloomy. Send the upper and lower bodies of the earth shadow to me, he is still saved. Tsunade shouted. Tsunade's shout, as if to wake up the other 3 shadows, Iai Luo hurriedly sent the body of the 2-day scale Onaki to Tsunade's side, watching Tsunade heal. The 4th generation of Lei Ying and Terumi also came back to their senses, and their eyes became even more firm. We are responsible for fighting these meteorites as best we can, and you are responsible for protecting Hokage and Earth Shadow. How many people can be saved, how much? With the loud drink of the fourth generation of thunder shadows, thunder and lightning erupted from his body again, his hair stood on end, and the power was turned to the maximum in an instant. Terumi's hands also began to seal quickly, and she had to use the water escape defense to save more people. When the people of the Iron Country saw this scene, they had already made a mess and were running towards the bomb shelter. As for the ninjas of the other 5 powers, they have also begun to defend, and each of them uses their defensive skills to prepare for the next attack. As the first meteorite landed, a succession of meteorites began to fall to the ground, and the earth began to shake endlessly. Everyone is in this apocalypse, and countless civilians who did not flee into bomb shelters began to die. Many ninjas also began to die, and the whole land really seemed to have ushered in the end. Chapter 155. With the landing of meteorites one after another, the entire Iron Country has really become a purgatory on Earth, and all around it is a scene of doom. Although the ninjas of the 5 major powers are desperately trying to block the arrival of meteorites, they still can't stop this place from becoming a sea of fire. The ground was basically full of charred corpses, both ordinary people and ninjas, and the scene was very miserable. Because of this meteorite rain, most of the Iron Country was destroyed, the people were killed and injured, and the samurai did not need to say more. The situation of the 5 shadows is slightly better, their individual strength is strong, and although the meteorite falls fast, it is not as fast as their movement speed. As long as they dodge a little, these meteorites will not attack them, but of course there are accidents. For example, Senju Tsunade in their direction, to treat the injury of Onoji for 2 days, they can't move, so Aira can only hold up the defense and bite the bullet to defend against Uchiha Mori's attack. It's just that I'm still smart, part of the sand turned into a defense, and the other part of the sand turned into a palm to attack those meteorites that are about to fall. Most of the meteorites were slapped away by the palms, and a small number fell on the protective shield, which was no big deal. They are not a big problem, but the inhabitants of the Iron Country are miserable. The main venue where the 5 shadows were located had already been smashed and shattered, and the debris of the building fell directly into the water, and this place changed from a piece of artificial land to the world of the sea. The 5 cages can only stand on the sand made by Iroh, otherwise they will not be able to float in the air at all. Finally, when everyone was close to exhaustion, the black hole in the sky finally stopped throwing meteorites down. Uchiha Sen could clearly feel that the pupil power of his left eye had dried up, and although the power of the phoenix began to nourish his eyes at the first time, the pupil power could not be replenished in the first place. The lack of pupil power also caused Susanoo to be unable to continue, and Susanoo, who was more than 100 meters tall, began to slowly shrink and directly became the second form. The second form of Susanoo did not help Uchiha Sen's battle greatly, so Uchiha Sen directly closed Susanoo, and his eyes became 3 Hookatama Chakra eyes. Heavy downpours began to fall in the sky, and in the black hole in the sky just now, so many hot meteorites fell at once, and there were fires burning on the ground. This also led to heavy rain in the sky, and this heavy rain can be regarded as helping the Iron Country. The flames on the ground began to be extinguished by the heavy rain, and this rain also began to dilute the blood on the ground, but the dead could not be resurrected after all, and died forever. Uchiha Sen does not have a reincarnation eye, and even if he has a reincarnation eye, he is not Vortex Nagato. Uchiha Sen has never been a person who can sacrifice himself for others. Uchiha Sen is not so fraternal, he is just an ordinary person. Of course, although he thinks he is an ordinary person, in the eyes of others, he may be the biggest demon in the world. The attack finally stopped, and the 5 shadows also breathed a sigh of relief. Rao was them, and the chakra had also consumed a lot, and it had bottomed out. But the opposite Uchiha Sen, just Susanoo, has many abilities, and Uchiha Sen is useless. It's just that Uchiha Sen has already continued to fight with them, and the move just now consumed too much of his chakra and energy, and also consumed a large part of his pupils. And Uchiha Sen didn't want to kill them, so Uchiha Sen didn't want to fight. I didn't expect that you 5 shadows really have this ability to block my attacks, it's really good. Uchiha Sen's words sound like compliments, but in reality, there may be more of a taste of mockery. To put it bluntly, 5 fought 1 has not fought, and even almost lost, and the opposite side also praised the 5 of them for being powerful, and anyone who knows this kind of thing will not be satisfied. It's just that the 5 shadows did not speak, but turned their eyes all on Uchiha Sen. Even if the current Uchiha Sen did not attack, he was not less vigilant at all. To be honest, now the 5 shadows are also apprehensive in their hearts. Even if the 2-day scale Oniki has now been cured by Senju Tsunade, they are not absolutely sure of defeating Uchiha Mori. Because what Uchiha Sen showed was really terrifying, especially the move just now, which had almost closed them to a desperate situation. Even now, Uchiha Sen has not used his knife move, a strange weapon that is said to take away 40 years of life from others. Uchiha Sen, if you want to kill us, then you should do it as soon as possible. At least give me a pain. Onoji narrowed his eyes. He was not bent on death, he just felt that his face was a little red. At the beginning, Onoji vowed to teach Uchiha a lesson, but now it seems that it is a complete joke. A big joke. Kill you? No, 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 don't joke, you are the shadow of a village in the 5 major countries, how dare I Uchiha Sen set out to kill you? Uchiha said with a smile. The faces of the others were a little ugly, after all, it was the shadow of Ichimura, and he didn't even defeat Uchiha Sen with his hands. On the contrary, it makes Uchiha Sen look like this, very relaxed and happy, and it may not be difficult to defeat them. Uchiha Sen, what the hell are you trying to do? If you want to humiliate us, then we will definitely not accept it. The strength is average, and the temper is quite big. I saw Uchiha Sen sigh softly, and looked at the 5 shadows in front of him with some pity. I just said something truthfully, but I didn't expect to be associated with so much by you. It seems that it is indeed my fault is. I didn't beat you to death from the beginning. Uchiha Sen's voice gradually became cold, but he did not strike again. It's just that this time it's over here, and I think the training given to you is enough. In the future, you will practice more, and the next time 5 people cooperate, I hope you don't disclose anything. With that, Uchiha waved at them, ready to leave the place. Uchiha Mori. What do you mean by that? What exactly are you trying to express? The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow shouted loudly. It's nothing, the war has already begun, there will be a lot of us when we meet in the future, don't worry. I just hope that next time, you guys don't be as vulnerable as this time. So, enjoy the war. Chapter 156. In the end, Uchiha Sen still left in front of the 5 shadows, and no one could stop him, and no one dared to stop him, leaving only a mess in one place. Even if someone had the courage to stop Uchiha Sen, he would have to consider his own strength, and even consider whether Uchiha Sen would still cause such large-scale damage. Because of this incident, the people of the Iron Country suffered great losses, and countless people died here. When the 5 cages returned to their respective villages, each village offered a large sum of money and materials to help the people of the Iron Country rebuild, and to compensate everyone affected by the disaster to the greatest extent. Because of this incident, the daimyo of Uchiha Mori once again spread throughout the ninja world, and now a name is recorded in all ninja manuals, regardless of large and small countries and ninja villages. Uchiha Sen. This name is placed first in all ninja manuals. Meet him, in any way cannot provoke him. If the mission conflicts with the other party's purpose, the mission can be abandoned as appropriate. More importantly, once faced with Uchiha Mori, no matter who the target of this task is, Shinobi Village is not responsible. Of course, there is also a condition: this is only for ordinary ninjas, and this will not exist in the face of important ministers and daimyo lords of some countries. Even if you die, you must die with the daimyo, this is a hard and fast rule. But even so, it was enough for Uchiha Mori's name to spread throughout the ninja world once again. Now in the ninja world, it is time to talk about Uchiha Sen's color change. Every A or S level mission, ninjas have to think in their hearts, it is best not to touch Uchiha Sen. Of course, there is not much time left for them to do so, because the war is about to begin. Since Uchiha Obito announced the start of the 4th Ninja World War in front of the 5 cages, preparations have begun for the major powers, and most of the ninjas have been sent to the front. The ninjas of the 5 major countries became the Ninja Alliance, and the unified forward protection became the word shinobi, which means that they are a family. But of course, this kind of thing will not be approved by the ninja below, and after many objections appeared, it did cause some trouble, but it was quickly resolved. After an inexplicable verbal canon, the allied forces of various countries have also become friends with peace of mind. As for how this kind of thing is done, Uchiha Sen does not know. Anyway, I heard that it was touched by love. Uchiha Sen didn't think much about this kind of thing. This is something that Uchiha should worry about. In addition, Uchiha Obito has one more thing to care about, that is, where the 8-tailed Kirby and the 9-tailed Uzumaki Naruto went. Since the declaration of war, no trace of him has been lost to anyone. However, Uchiha Obito had met once, and when Uchiha Obito left with Uchiha Sasuke, he was caught up by Kakashi Kiki and Naruto Uzumaki, who asked to see Sasuke Uchiha. He met with Uchiha Sasuke and got into an inexplicable fight, and then Uchiha took Uchiha Sasuke with soil. It's just that Uchiha Obito never thought that he agreed to meet and really let Naruto Uzumaki take Uchiha Sasuke back with a mouthful. Now Sasuke Uchiha is changing eyes, he is still in a coma at the moment, and he doesn't know when he will wake up. Uchiha Obito only sent Ju to monitor Uchiha Obito, so he didn't care. Now the only task of the Xiao organization is to find the traces of Naruto Uzumaki and Kirby, and then catch them. On a mountaintop, Uchiha Mori was sitting on the top of the mountain blowing the wind, and he appeared from the ground. Mori-kun, it looks like you're very leisurely, said desperately. Of course, I don't need to intervene in anything now, so I can naturally relax and enjoy it. Uchiha Sen is right, since the end of the 5 Shadows Conference, Uchiha Obito has taken over all the affairs of the Xiao organization and become the leader of the Xiao organization. Although Uchiha Mori is also one of Uchiha's assistants, Uchiha Obito does not believe him. There is no need to do anything Uchiha Sen, even the previous work of collecting intelligence, Uchiha Obito was handed over to the 2 people of Dry Persimmon Oni and Ju. Actually, that Fei is not Uchiha Ban, but a spokesperson selected by Uchiha Ban, called Uchiha Obito. I don't know why, but I suddenly told the truth to Uchiha Sen, and even said the name of Uchiha Obito. Oh? And then what? What are you trying to express? Uchiha turned his head with a smile. I think there's something wrong with him, as if something is hiding from us. Ju's expression was a little serious. It's just some cleverness, haven't you seen it yet? He doesn't want to resurrect Uchiha at all. Uchiha Sen shook his head. In fact, he could see this kind of thing for the first time. Uchiha Obito was not a fool. Obviously, his current strength is enough to crush the entire ninja world, why resurrect another Uchiha and make him his leader? And after Uchiha took the soil to change the Eye of Reincarnation, he must have gone to the shrine of the Uchiha clan once and read the entire content with the Eye of Reincarnation. Since anyone can become a 10-tailed human pillar force, why can't Uchiha Obito become a 10-tailed human pillar force himself, and then cast infinite moon reading to achieve his goal? I know, otherwise he wouldn't need to hide the other reincarnation eye. Ju nodded. Although Uchiha thought that he was hiding a very secret, he was still discovered. After living for thousands of years, many things are not worth mentioning in his eyes. So, you're coming to me now, what's the matter? Uchiha asked. I want you to go to the person who can use the art of soil rebirth, and let him use the art of soil rebirth to resurrect Uchiha first. Then I will find a way to let Uchiha take the soil to perform the reincarnation innate art. If Uchiha Sen didn't exist, I'm afraid he went to find the medicine man. It's just that now, Uchiha Sen has a better relationship with the medicine master, and is obviously a more suitable candidate. Uchiha Sen glanced at Ju lightly, and he knew everything about what was in his heart. In order to keep Uchiha in the dark, it took a lot of attention, and it began to lay out almost decades ago, until now. Now that the time has finally come to fruition, I will never give up. As for Uchiha Obito, in the absolute opinion, it is not an obstacle at all. The only obstacle is Uchiha Sen in front of him. I don't know if Uchiha Sen will agree. Chapter 157. Hi. I didn't expect Senkun to have time to come to me. what a rarity! In a dark cave, a snake-like medicine man appeared at the entrance of the cave, and not far away, Uchiha Mori stood outside. Since cultivating the immortal mode of the Dragon Earth Cave, the medicine master has behaved more and more like a snake. Whether you like a humid environment or like to be in this dark environment, it is exactly the same as a snake. Looking at this, your immortal power has improved a lot. Uchiha Sen looked at him and said. The reason is simple, compared with the last time, this time the medicine master pocket is more like a snake, whether it is appearance or eyes. Just like the immortal mode of Mayama Mountain, after performing the immortal mode, there will be some physical features like frogs, which is an obvious example. As for Naruto Uzumaki, well, you know, people who open the hang are different. It's just a small improvement, not comparable to Mori-kun's strength. During this time, all kinds of information about Mori-kun have been pouring in, and what Mori-kun did in the Land of Iron has really spread throughout the ninja world. The medicine master held up his eyes and hid a light in his eyes. Although he was not present at the beginning, it did not prevent him from knowing the cause and effect and the process of this matter. The strength shown by Uchiha Sen is the strength that destroys the world and the earth, and no one knows that Uchiha Sen is so strong. Even if he destroyed Konoha before and defeated the fourth generation of Thunder Shadow, no one could have imagined that Uchiha Sen could face the five shadows head-on, not only not falling behind, but also almost killing two of them. What's even more terrifying is that the move that Uchiha used that day is an extinction-level existence. Is it? I didn't pay attention to these, but I came to you today, there is something. Uchiha Sen said lightly. Okay, let's go in and talk. Behind you, there are always some people who don't have long eyes. The medicine master glanced behind Uchiha Sen, and his tongue couldn't help but lick his lips. This action is particularly like a big snake pill, and of course it is also very much like a snake, and Uchiha Sen just glanced at it. It doesn't matter, just let them follow, anyway, as soon as I appear, someone will follow me. Uchiha Sen doesn't care about these people behind, anyway, Uchiha Sen doesn't plan to do anything, the person who really does things is Uchiha Obito, not him. Senjun's strength cannot care, but I can't care, I don't want to expose the position for the time being. So leave these people to me, and we'll go in and talk. Saying that, the medicine master made a seal, and behind those who followed, 3 coffins appeared. The coffin is opened, the ape flies Asma, the peach land is not chopped, the pepperfish Hanzo. Not long after, the screams rang out. I followed the medicine man to the depths of the cave, and soon came to a bright room with various instruments and a person lying on the bed. Uchiha Sen glanced at the man's body, which looked very ordinary, but chakra's flow was somewhat abnormal. I am working on transforming these people, transforming those who use them as sacrifices to channel spirits, and their combat effectiveness will be greatly enhanced, and they can even reach the peak of their lives. Of course, there are some special people who need me to make over, and I'm trying to do some interesting things. Seeing that Uchiha Sen was interested in this person, Yakushi couldn't help but explain. So that's the case, it seems that during this time, you haven't done anything. Uchiha Sen nodded. Hi. Mori-kun praised, but I don't know what happened to Sen-kun this time? The medicine master asked with a smile. Uchiha Sen raised his head, glanced at the medicine man, and then looked at the corpse again. Someone asked me to come to you and ask you to help him resurrect another person, by the way, when he resurrects someone else with the art of rebirth of dirt. Uchiha Sen said lightly. Oh? Who is it? As long as I provide flesh and blood, I can be resurrected. The medicine master said with a smile. There is no need to provide flesh and blood, because this person is still in your hands, and you can resurrect him at any time. Uchiha Sen looked at the medicine man, and his tone did not change in the slightest, as if he was saying something ordinary. Your consciousness is Uchiha spots? The medicine man raised an eyebrow. Well, it's Uchiha. Uchiha Sen did not say anything, and directly stated the purpose of his trip. A smile appeared on the medicine master's face, and he suddenly had a premonition in his heart, he might know something very incredible today. And for the exploration of these secrets, the medicine master, like the big snake pill, always maintains a curiosity, and will never give up until he finds the right answer. If you want, I can tell you a story, and you can choose to believe it or not. Uchiha knew that if he wanted the medicine master to agree, he had to pay something to satisfy him. Give him a story, and this should be the best reward. Of course, if this story satisfies me, I will naturally agree to Mori-kun's request and release Uchiha Madara. I will even transform a very suitable corpse for him to make him more combative. A hint of fanaticism appeared in the medicine man's eyes, because he knew that he might come into contact with a secret that he had never heard of before. Uchiha Sen glanced at the medicine master pocket. In his opinion, in fact, the medicine master pocket had already thought about it. Although it may be that Uchiha Sen does not say, he will also release Uchiha on the battlefield, but this is full of uncertainty. Uchiha Sen didn't dare to confirm whether after having him, Yakushi would release Uchiha Spot to help the organization. That's up to you, you just need to resurrect Uchiha and everything else is yours. Uchiha Sen nodded. I just don't know what is your story, Mori-kun? The medicine master asked with a smile. Uchiha Sen looked left and right, found a sofa, walked over slowly, and then sat down directly. Raising his head, Uchiha Sen looked at the medicine man, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This smile looked a little strange in Yakushi's eyes. He didn't know what story Uchiha Sen was going to tell. Pocket, did you hear about the Five Shadows conference some time ago? Uchiha asked with a smile. Naturally, I heard about such a big thing. The medicine man nodded. Next, I'll tell you something. I want to ask you, do you want to know the identity of this Uchiha Spot? Or are you interested in all of the plans of the organization? Chapter 158. The medicine man's eyes flashed with a magical light, something he was very interested in. Therefore, Yakushi Pocket has been looking at Uchiha Sen with an excited expression. Probably after the battle between Uchiha and Senjukuma in the Valley of Ending, everyone thought that Uchiha Madara was dead, even the two brothers Senjukuma and Senjima. Even Senjukuma sealed Uchiha's corpse, intending to use it for future research. It's just that no one knows, in fact, Uchiha didn't die at all, but used a secret technique of the Uchiha clan to avoid this death. I believe that you should know this secret technique, called Izanagi. When Uchiha Sen said the name of this trick, the medicine master also knew what kind of technique it was. This move he had seen in the literature of the Great Snake Pill, and he also knew the effect. Uchiha lost an eye because of the use of Izanagi, but before he died, he said that he tore off a piece of flesh and blood between the Senjo pillars, so it opens the eye of reincarnation. When these words came out, the medicine master's face was finally a little moved. He had always thought that the eye of reincarnation was Uzumaki Nagato's, but now Uchiha Sen's words made him a little doubt about some of his previous judgments. Are there two pairs of reincarnation eyes in this world? That's right, in fact, what you guessed is correct, those eyes of Uzumaki Nagato are the reincarnation eyes of Uchiha. When Uchiha Sen confirmed this sentence, the medicine master finally spoke. It turns out. Can the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars plus the cells of the Uchiha family open the eye of reincarnation? Then why did Uchiha do this? The eye of reincarnation has such great power, why did he give it to others? Yes, this was the medicine master's biggest doubt, but he forgot the most important point. She didn't know this, because there was a bigger secret hidden in it. It is not an eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, plus the cells between the 1,000 hand pillars, you can open the reincarnation eye, which is not right. Although this is true on the surface, in fact, there is an important hidden point. Because Uchiha has Indra's chakra and 1,000 hand pillar has Ajura chakra, the combination of the two chakras can open the eye of reincarnation. Instead of a simple formula such as a simple eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye plus collecting cells equals reincarnation eye. You forgot a very important point. At that time, Uchiha was already very old. And in the battle with the Senjojuku, he was seriously injured, and Izanagi could only avoid fatal damage and transform that injury into a dream, but the previous injury was not. So he gave the eye of reincarnation to Uzumaki Nagato, and arranged for someone to be by his side to guide Uzumaki Nagato to complete his moon eye plan instead of him. Uchiha Sen directly told all of Uchiha's plans, and he planned to hide something. Anyway, these things will be exposed in a short time. It is better to say that the pharmacist listens. The Eye of the Moon project? And then? The medicine master couldn't help but ask. The more Uchiha Sen spoke, the more questions he had in the medicine shop, and even now, he was a little unclear about what Uchiha Sen wanted to say. Uchiha Sen smiled. For this kind of thing, people who don't know the details can never guess. The Eye of the Moon project, divided into two parts. The first part is collect tailed beasts. Presumably, what that Uchiha Madara said at the Five Shadows conference, you should have also heard. This is their purpose in collecting tailed beasts, and Uchiha BA really wants to become a human pillar force. However, the other part of the Eye of the Moon plan is to resurrect Uchiha Nagato Uzumaki. When Uchiha Sen said this, then all the medicine masters understood. So that's the case, it's the person Uchiha who supported has something wrong now, so you came. No, Uchiha should have supported two people behind his back. The first is the current Uchiha spot, and the other is responsible for monitoring this person. Now there is a problem with this Uchiha spot, so the person in charge of monitoring has come to find it, and wants me to use the dirt rebirth technique to resurrect Uchiha Madara to maintain the situation. If you do that, everything will be smooth. The medicine master couldn't help but laugh. Uchiha Sen didn't tell him about the Eye of Reincarnation, because it was about the truth of the second layer. The truth of the first layer can be made public, but the second layer cannot, so just talk about it here. That's right, there was a little problem with Uchiha's plan, so it was only possible to use this unique way. Uchiha Sen didn't say much, it was enough to say this. This information was enough for the medicine master to make a move. As for the real truth, there is no need to say so much, just point to point. No problem, Sen-kun, I am very satisfied with the story you said, and I hope to see this scene as soon as possible. I'll make a small change to Uchiha's body that will allow him to use more power. There was a hint of fanaticism in the eyes of the medicine master, originally thinking that this was just a small chip in hand, but he didn't expect to cause so many unexpected surprises. As for the story that Uchiha Sen said, although it did not help him much, it guaranteed one thing. Make sure that the medicine man's pocket will not be covered by fog now. However, what the medicine master did not know was that he had only unveiled the first layer of fog, and there was a deeper layer of fog waiting for him. Well, since that's the case, I can go back to my life. Uchiha stood up, intending to leave here. Sen-kun, actually, I have another question for you, I wonder if you can help answer it. The medicine master suddenly asked. Oh? What problem? Uchiha turned his head. I want to know. Is Orochimaru-sama really dead? This question of the medicine master pocket made Uchiha Sen can't help but raise his eyebrows. How did the medicine master pocket suspect? More importantly, why would he ask Uchiha Sen? Orochimaru? Didn't he die a long time ago? Died at the hands of Sasuke Uchiha. I still listen to you about this news. Uchiha smiled. Is it? Then I know, thank you Senjun for solving the confusion, thank you. Saying that, the medicine master bowed. Uchiha Sen smiled, although he didn't know what Yakushi knew, but he didn't care. Everything, it's already started, hasn't it? Chapter 159. The five major powers were completely in a state of readiness, except for some who had to stay in the village. Everyone else participated in the Ninja Alliance and went to the front. The shadows of the five major powers were in the same office, and they did not pass at the first time, but pressed the defense. The only thing they are worried about is whether Uchiha Sen will participate in the war, and if Uchiha Sen joins, then only they can barely fight with Uchiha Sen. Therefore, they cannot go to the battlefield of one side, otherwise Uchiha Sen appears in another battlefield, and they are helpless. If they stay at the headquarters, they can use various teleportation techniques to transmit to a certain battlefield, which reduces a lot of hidden dangers. The commander-in-chief of the front is Nara Shikamaru. The intelligence of the Nara family is famous throughout the ninja world, and Nara Shikamaru's father Nara Shikaku sits in the command center and is responsible for transmitting intelligence. Similarly, Yamanaka Heike of the Yamanaka clan also stayed at the headquarters, using their family's unique secret techniques to convey the orders of the command center to various battlefields, facilitating command and mobilization. As for the Xiao organization here, Uchiha Obito has changed the Eye of Reincarnation and can control the golem of the outer Dao. 100,000 white is already ready to go, and the dried persimmon oni mackerel also finds the location of Naruto Uzumaki and Kirby, allowing his shark to transmit information, but he himself dies on Turtle Island. Turtle Island began to change locations, but the same medicine master managed to find Turtle Island with the information left by the dried persimmon ghost mackerel. So, he comes to Uchiha Sen, hoping that Uchiha Sen will join him to capture Naruto Uzumaki and Kirby. Of course, that's what to say, it's just that Medicine Master Pocket doesn't plan to really capture the two-tailed beasts. On the one hand, his strength is not enough, even if he catches it, he may not be able to bring it back. If you let Uchiha Sen make a move, although you can subdue these two people at will, but it is meaningless for the Medicine Master. Because he got a message that he couldn't pass on. And Uchiha Sen will not easily capture Naruto Uzumaki. After all, Uchiha Sen's purpose is to harvest the power of yin and yang, so following the plot is the safest and easiest. But Uchiha Mori still agreed to Yakushi's invitation and went to Turtle Island. On the other side, Uchiha Obito has made 6 human pillar forces into his own 6 doppelgangers, but he only has 1 reincarnation eye, and I am afraid that he cannot exert the maximum limit in terms of ability. In order to understand the secret of the art of rebirth of dirt, Uchiha took the soil and went to the medicine master to inquire. In the end, Yakushi Pocket was trusted by Uchiha Obito, and the two reached a true cooperative relationship, and Yakushi Pocket also successfully obtained the flesh and blood of Uchiha Itachi and Uzumaki Nagato from Uchiha Obito's hands. When he learned the news, Uchiha Sen's face was actually a little strange. If it weren't for summoning Uchiha Itachi, I'm afraid that this filthy earth rebirth technique would not have been unraveled. But there is one thing that Uchiha Sen is very fond of, that is, why Uchiha Weasel knows the order of unsealing of the rebirth of dirt. From the conversation between Uchiha Obito and Yakushi Pocket, it can be learned that if you want to remove the art of soil rebirth, you must control Yakushi Pocket and use the unseal to remove it according to Jiao Nunyin. This matter, the Medicine Master Pocket will not publicize everywhere, so there should be very few people who know. How would Uchiha know that? According to normal terms, soil rebirth, as a forbidden technique in Konoha Village, is generally not shown to outsiders, especially if Uchiha is still a member of the Uchiha clan, let alone show him. Even if he violated all this, Uchiha Weasel read the Book of Seals, so why could he just see the rebirth of filthy soil, and even see the rebirth of filthy soil? If all this is a coincidence, or that Uchiha is erudite, Uchiha Sen does not believe it at all. The only explanation is that Uchiha took the soil and told Uchiha about it in some way. Although he wasn't sure what was going on, Uchiha had a thought. For example, after Uchiha took the soil and gave the flesh and blood of the medicine master Uchiha Itachi, the medicine master carried out the art of soil rebirth in order to test whether it was real. At this time, Uchiha Obito told Uchiha this information with the Sharingan eye, and sealed it in his mind, and it would naturally appear when needed. This is the only possibility, otherwise Uchiha Itachi wants to know the means of lifting the rebirth of the soil, and other conditions are unlikely. Perhaps, from the beginning, Uchiha Obito did not believe in Yakushi Pocket, and he thought that Yakushi Pocket definitely had something to hide from him. Or maybe he had already guessed that the medicine master might have known the hiding place of Uchiha's body, and had already found it, or even channeled Uchiha's body. And Uchiha Obito has probably already thought that Yakushi is very likely to summon Uchiha to participate in the battle, and I am afraid that it will really become an obstacle to him at that time. In order to remove the obstruction of Uchiha, Uchiha took the soil to find Uchiha Itachi, and asked him to control the medicine master when necessary and remove the art of rebirth of dirt. According to Uchiha Sen's guess, even if Uchiha Itachi does not see Naruto Uzumaki, he will definitely be controlled by Uchiha Obito later, and when the time comes, he will replace Uchiha Obito to find trouble with Yakushi. Of course, the only thing that Uchiha didn't expect was that Uchiha would actually lift the seal of the rebirth of the soil. Therefore, if it were not for this negligence, I am afraid that Uchiha Obito would really complete his plan and turn from a chess piece in Uchiha's hand into a chess player. And a chess player who wins in the end. It's just that the world is unpredictable, and in time Uchiha took the soil to really control the Uchiha Weasel and lifted the art of rebirth of dirt. I am afraid that Uchiha also has a backhand. As can be seen from the situation behind, Kuro took control of Uchiha Obito and used the reincarnation technique to resurrect Uchiha Madara of the reincarnation body of the soil. If Uchiha's rebirth of dirt is lifted, I'm afraid that the fate of Uchiha Obito will still be like this. No matter how you think about it, everything that Uchiha has done with the soil is actually useless, and all the struggle is futile in Uchiha Sen's opinion. The plan is one link after another. Maybe Uchiha Obito thought that he knew the whole plan, but in fact, he only knew the plan of the first layer. As for the latter, even Uchiha, a guy who calls himself a chess player, doesn't know. Knowing everything naturally has the advantage of knowing everything, at least in Uchiha Sen's opinion. The arrangement of thousands of years of black will not be destroyed so easily by Uchiha Obito. Black is by no means such a simple character. Chapter 160. Ah! Is this where the dried persimmon ghost mackerel died? He died here in order to pass on information, and it seems that he is indeed loyal to that Uchiha spot. On a small island, Yakushi and Uchiha Mori stood on the island, looking at the surrounding environment and couldn't help but say. It's just verbal demagoguery. The more people like the dried persimmon ghost mackerel, in fact, the more empty his heart is. Even if he has already come to the truth, I am afraid he will not believe it. Uchiha Sen closed his eyes, and the environment around him appeared in his brain in an instant. This should be the place you are looking for, although I didn't perceive the chakra of the eight-tailed pillar Leaky Rabbi and the nine-tailed pillar force Uzumaki Naruto, but I sensed Muduin. And Matkai from Konoha Village, and some other ordinary ninjas, Uchiha Sen said lightly. Ah! According to the newspaper, the eight-tailed human pillar force and the nine-tailed human pillar force are hidden in a place that can isolate the perception of chakra from the outside world, so it should not be perceived. Our purpose this time is not the tailed beast, but that wooden ninja. Medicine Master Pocket smiled. This kind of thing of tailed beast, it is better to leave it to that Uchiha to deal with. After all, in Yakushi Pocket's opinion, now is not the best time to collect tailed beasts. Uchiha Sen didn't speak. He came this time to get an invitation from the medicine master to come and see. Anyway, there is nothing for him ahead. He doesn't have to intervene in these things at all. He just needs to seize the power of yin and yang in the end. You're Muduin. In fact, it's not just to increase the combat effectiveness of Baiju, right? Do you still want to do some experiments on Uchiha's body to complete your conjecture? Uchiha Sen's words broke the purpose of the medicine master's pocket, and the medicine master pocket did not feel nervous at all. That's right, since you told me that story that day, it has confirmed my conjecture with Lord Orochimaru, a conjecture about the 6 Dao immortals. So the only ninja who has a wooden dun is here, although the strength is a little low, but if you use the wood dun cell to enhance it, you can definitely get a lot of gains. A smile appeared at the corner of the medicine master's mouth. Originally it was just a guess, and everything was still inconclusive. I wanted to summon Uchiha to make a conclusion later, but I didn't expect that before that. Uchiha Sen told him a story. The content of this story is completely consistent with the conjecture of Medicine Master Pocket and the Great Snake Pill. This conjecture was not revealed to anyone, so the Medicine Master Pocket felt that this matter was true. This is also why, the last time the two met, when Uchiha Sen was leaving, the Medicine Master asked, "Is Orochimaru-sama really dead?" The meaning of this sentence is actually to ask Uchiha Sen if this matter was told to him by Orochimaru. Uchiha Sen denied it, so this means that Uchiha Sen did not listen to Orochimaru. As you please, I'll only help you this time, which means that the deal between us is done. So if I need your help, you're okay over there, right? Uchiha Sen looked at the medicine master, his eyes had turned into chakra eyes, and there was a hint of a different meaning in his tone. This shot is a deal with Yakushi Pocket, and Uchiha Sen's main purpose is to let Yakushi Pocket install something different on Uchiha Sen's body. This thing can play a role at a critical time, and Uchiha Sen is very much looking forward to it. That's of course, as long as this time is successful, your affairs will naturally be a problem, and our transaction is very pleasant. After all, this is not our first time trading, and we have all succeeded before. A smile appeared at the corner of the medicine man's mouth, and he came to Uchiha Sen just to be safe. Mitarashi red beans can enhance the power of the medicine pocket, and Yamato can increase the quality of the weapon in the medicine pocket's hand, which is basically enhancing the medicine pocket itself. Although it cannot be compared to Uchiha Sen, Yakushi feels that he is unlocking the secrets of the 6 immortals. Uchiha Sen nodded. In the face of absolute strength, no matter what kind of scheme, it is actually useless. Next, it's time to find our target. Saying that, the medicine master made a seal, and then slapped his right hand to the ground, and a large number of snakes burst out of his hand, quickly burrowed into the surrounding jungle, and soon disappeared. The medicine master stood up and smiled with satisfaction. In terms of reconnaissance intelligence, he was also very strong in this move. Then we'll just wait, soon my snake will find out the news, and then we'll be fine. Uchiha Sen nodded, and in a flash, he came to a tree and sat down, leaning his back against the wood, closing his eyes and recuperating. For this capture mission, Uchiha Sen did not pay much attention, although there was Mat Kai on the island. Senior Kai, this time the mission looks difficult. It is said that the front line has already arranged troops to begin. In a makeshift camp, Yamato and Mat Kai are sitting in the camp, a pot of soup still boiling on the fire. It was just lunch time, so the two of them had leisure to sit down and chat. Soon I will leave the island and go to the front line to support. Although this place has been exposed, at least we have changed the specific direction, so don't worry too much. But you're not inside, is Naruto okay? Mat Kai patted Yamato's shoulder. He knew what Yamato was thinking. It's just that since the people of Union Village said that it was nothing, it didn't matter. I'm not worried about the enemy, and Naruto is now learning from Mr. Kiribi to control the power of the tailed beast, and I have no effect in it. So why don't you patrol and keep them safe? Yamato shook his head. Naruto Uzumaki didn't need Kato's control now, so he didn't have to be in it either. But I don't know why. Yamato's heart always feels that something is not quite right, and he always feels that he is being targeted. It's just that this feeling is fleeting, and he doesn't know if he is a little stunned. That's fine, after I'm gone, the Ninja Alliance will send someone, and this time depends on you. Don't worry, youth will always encounter some setbacks before you can grow. Matty smiled, his teeth still reflecting in the sun. Yamato was also infected by this smile of Mat Kai, and no longer had a wry smile on his face, and laughed again. But what they didn't notice was that all their conversation was overheard by a snake hiding in the grass. The snake stuck out its tongue and turned away. Chapter 161. Bang! As soon as Mat Kai's words fell, the figure disappeared in place, trampling the little white to death with one kick. Senior Kai, what happened? Yamato rushed straight over. I found this and always felt that this seemed to have been seen somewhere. Is there such a white snake on this island? Mat Kai pointed to the little white snake that died tragically under his feet, and his face was a little unpleasant. Yamato narrowed his eyes. He also felt that this thing was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. At this time, 2 ninjas from Union Village rushed over, obviously hearing the noise just now. 2, what happened? Union's ninja was a little nervous. We found this, but we're not sure if it's from this island. You guys came just right. Mat Kai pointed directly to the little white snake at his feet and asked with a frown. The 2 Union ninjas frowned, and after taking a closer look, they looked at each other. No, although there are snakes on this island, there should be no such white snakes. What's more, we sprinkled some drugs around the camp, and animals such as snakes, rats, insects and ants did not dare to come near here. Unless this snake is a psychic beast. Union's ninja faces were very serious, because they also seemed to sense that something was not right. That means there may be an enemy, Yamato said. That's right, although we can't be sure of this kind of thing, we still have to tell the various guard teams. The safety of Naruto and Kiribi is the most important thing, so we must not take it lightly. Maddie's expression was very serious. This kind of thing must not go wrong. The purpose of their war was to protect these two people from being captured by the Xiao organization. If something goes wrong, then there is a problem with this battle. Understood. The Union Ninja immediately dispersed and informed the various departments to go. Matkai's face is a little ugly, and the reason is simple, because they are probably in danger here. In the woods, Uchiha Mori was sitting in a tree and closing his eyes, as if he had no vigilance at all. The medicine master pocket is similar, also closing his eyes, not knowing what to think. It's just that unlike Uchiha Sen, Yakushi always has a seal in his hand, and this seal has always been maintained here, and if someone can observe it with the Sharingan or White Eye, they will find that Yakushi's chakra has been using it. After a while, many small white snakes began to appear on the ground, and the little white snakes were rushing to the direction of the medicine master pocket one after another, and then all of them got into the black robe of the medicine master pocket. About 5 minutes passed, and when the last little white snake returned to the medicine master finally opened his eyes. I saw the medicine master holding his eyes, and a weird smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sen-kun, I already know the intelligence on this island. The environment is more complicated, and according to the information I got, this is not an island, but a giant tortoise, which is always moving. And the specific guards have also been figured out. Do you have any ideas? The medicine master said with a smile. Uchiha Sen opened his eyes and looked at the medicine man's pocket, his face expressionless. It's not for me to worry about these things, since Uchiha Obito wants to do it himself, then I won't bother him. I'm only responsible for talking to Uchiha, so where we're aiming now, I only care about that. Uchiha Sen disappeared from the tree and came directly to Yakushi's side, without making a sound at all. Although this ability is not unique to Uchiha Sen, it is also a little envious of the medicine master. But our tracks seem to have been discovered, and a snake did not return, and was wiped out by Matkai of Konoha. The medicine master said such bad news until the end. Obviously he didn't just find out. Uchiha Sen just glanced at him lightly, and didn't say much. He didn't care about this. It's okay for Yakushi to play a little cleverness occasionally. For such a person, Uchiha Sen doesn't want to entangle with him more. Anyway, when the time comes, he will naturally know that this kind of cleverness will never be on the table. Let's go, no matter who found what, it doesn't matter, I just want a quick fix. Although Uchiha Sen's words sounded quite plain, Yakushi heard something different. Suddenly thinking of Uchiha Sen's strength, the medicine master had to hide some thoughts in his heart. If Uchiha Sen wanted to kill him, I am afraid that he used the immortal mode, and he was not Uchiha Sen's opponent. After all, Uchiha Sen is a tough person who even the 5 cages, and he also destroyed a country with one technique. Then of course, let's go, this snake can lead the way. Saying that, the medicine master threw a small white snake from his hand, and the little white snake stuck out its tongue, and then quickly crawled in this direction. Uchiha Sen and Yakushi followed directly, and the figure disappeared directly in place. For the guards on the island, discovering people does cause some tension. And the reason for suspicion is very sufficient. At this time it is better to be wrong than to let go, so all the guarding units are cheered up and wary of the arrival of the enemy. It's just that they didn't expect that the purpose of the enemy who came to fight this time was not 2 people at all, but others. Yamato and Matkai stopped laughing. The 2 of them were monitoring different directions, and the abilities of the 2 of them, ordinary ninjas could not defeat them. But how can the people who can find here be ordinary ninjas, just like the dried persimmon oni mackerel before? If it weren't for Medi's presence, I'm afraid no one would be able to defeat the dried persimmon ghost mackerel. And more importantly, even if it died in the end, the dry persimmon ghost mackerel would still pass on the information. Although the position has been changed, it does not mean that there is no danger, so they are extremely vigilant. Suddenly, in the perception of a perceptual ninja, there were suddenly 2 more strange chakras. All units pay attention, there is a strange chakra approaching, and one of the people's chakra is very gloomy, at least the chakra above the elite shinobi. The other, Another. When it came to the other one, this sentient ninja couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. What happened to the other one? The person next to him asked a little anxiously. The other person, his chakra, is even more than Lord Kirby. And it's a lot more. After saying these words, a drop of cold sweat flowed from the forehead of this sentient ninja, because he could feel that the figures of these two people were getting closer and closer. What? How can it be? Others simply don't believe it. Nothing is impossible. This one on my side is the famous Uchiha Sen. Chapter 162. The figures of Uchiha Sen and Yakushi came out of the woods, and when they saw Uchiha Sen's appearance, those ninjas of Union Village took out their kunao defenses in unison. But in the next second, their hearts clicked. Uchiha Sen's name was not blown out. Once the shadows of the 5 villages united together did not defeat him, isn't it a joke to let them, ordinary ninjas, face Uchiha Mori now? The perception ninja just now unconsciously swallowed another mouthful of saliva. If the chakra reaction in each of them is a candle fire, then Uchiha Sen's chakra reaction is a sun. The contrast between the sun and the candle flame, the discerning person knows that there is no comparison at all, and even comparing the two together is a great insult to the sun. And Uchiha Sen's reputation can be described as a murderous name. As long as he is a ninja, I am afraid that he has heard of Uchiha Sen's name. Although this name can't stop a child, any ninja who hears his name will probably have to gasp, and then think about this person and breathe a sigh of relief. In any case, Uchiha Mori truly became the first person in the ninja world who is now recognized, the first powerful ninja, but unfortunately an enemy. It seems that their mental abilities are very good, and they don't even turn around and run when they see you. Yakushi looked at Uchiha Sen, his tone not knowing whether he was provoking him or teasing him. Uchiha Sen's face was expressionless, his eyes scanned the audience, and there was no Yamato figure here. It seems that your goal is not here, so what are you bringing me here for? Uchiha asked. No, they should be here. You should know that there is a trick in Mutant that can avoid chakras detection. The medicine man stretched out his left hand, and a snake appeared on his hand. We people judge each other's position from the voice, the eyes, and the perception of chakra. If the other party does not make a sound, hides, and isolates his own chakra, then except for the blood succession limit of the white eye, very few people can find the hiding enemy. But snakes are different. Snakes rely on their tongues to detect the smell around them, so they can find the direction of the enemy. Saying that, the snake stuck out its tongue, shook it from side to side a few times, and finally stopped the snake's head in one direction. Is it here? The medicine man looked at the woods on the right. At the same moment, two figures rushed out directly from the woods on the right. Konoha whirlwind. Medi directly swept towards the head of the medicine man. The medicine man smiled slightly, the snake behind him flew out directly, quickly wrapped around the foot of the medicine master, and then threw her out. In the next second, 2 large trees immediately appeared on the ground, growing at the feet of Uchiha Sen and Yakushi respectively, instantly fixing the 2 people in the big tree, leaving only one face outside. Well done Yamato! Matkai couldn't help but shout. Mu done! Tree binding for eternal burial. With Yamato's loud drink, the chakra in his body began to pour out, all poured into the 2 big trees. The big tree firmly binds Uchiha Sen and Yakushi pocket, and as soon as Yamato orders the detonation, the 2 trees will explode immediately. Mu done. The spell is forever sealed. Yamato's attack was not over yet, but he saw his hands quickly sealed, and around the 2 trees, one tree after another appeared, and the trees were all drawn with charms. A few branches appeared on the wood, directly binding the 2 large trees, and then began to absorb the chakra of the 2 people. The original Hokage's Muduan? Although the gap is very large, after all, it is Mudun, and there are still remarkable places. Absorb chakras technique, it seems that you have finished learning the wood of Konoha Village. Uchiha Sen glanced at Yamato, his face was flat, and he didn't look like he was restrained. Hi! When the Great Snake Pill Master conducted the experiment, in order to ensure the success rate, the Mudun cells were weakened a lot. Even so, out of 50 children, only 1 survived, that is, the one in front of us. The medicine master looked at Yamato with both eyes. He was not in a hurry at all, as if it was not the two of them who were trapped. Mat Kai stepped forward and looked at Uchiha Sen's face, and he once wondered if Uchiha Sen was really trapped. According to his understanding of Uchiha Sen, the 5 shadow-level ninjas can't take him. Have they really succeeded? However, the scene in front of him told him that Uchiha Senshi had been caught by them. That's awesome! Did this catch Uchiha Sen? That's great! That's right! This ninja should be the ninja who inherited the original Hokage Mudun of Konoha Village, but I didn't expect Mudun to exercise such restraint on Uchiha Bosen. But is it really uniformed? Uchiha Sen is so strong after all. Don't worry. Looking at this, Uchiha Sen should not be able to move. These ninjas in the back suddenly had a smile on their faces. The pressure that Uchiha Sen gave them just now was too great. Now that Uchiha Sen has been caught, the fear in their hearts has also disappeared. Well, these pieces of wood will keep pumping their chakras, and they can't move. Are we going to kill them, or what? Yamato stood up. I saw Mat Kai shake his head. He couldn't decide this kind of thing. Let the sensing ninja send a message to the base camp, ask for instructions on what exactly should be done. I still have something to ask him. After instructing the sensing ninja, Mat Kai turned back and looked at Uchiha Mori. Uchiha Sen didn't have the slightest emotion on his face, just looked at them lightly. How did you know about this? What are you here for? Mat Kai asked. Of course we have intelligence, that's why we came here. Don't you know our purpose? The medicine master said with a smile. Your purpose is indeed Naruto and Mr. Kiribi, but you don't have any chance. Yamato next to him said. Oh? Listening to the meaning of your words, it seems that the 8 tails and the 9 tails are really here? Then it really is not in vain for us to come here. If we catch it easily, won't the war be over? The medicine master said with a smile. Pocket, you should be clear about the purpose of our trip, so the target has been found, right? Uchiha Sen's words made the medicine master put away his smile and nodded gently. Then, something that shocked Yamato happened. The bodies of Uchiha Sen and Yakushi Pocket actually slowly floated out from the uncle. That's right, it's like the soul leaving the body, there is no obstruction. Chapter 163. The 2 trees were still in place, but Uchiha Mori and Yakushi stood out unharmed. How? How can it be? Yamato looked at Uchiha Sen with some horror, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Yamato's movements also represented the actions of the other ninjas of Union Village, and everyone took 2 steps back in unison, leaving only Mat Kai alone in place. Mitek frowned and looked at Uchiha Sen. He knew that Uchiha Sen would never be controlled so easily. It seems that you have always underestimated Sen-kun. If you are trapped by this little trick of yours, wouldn't it be very faceless? The medicine master took 2 steps forward. Yamato was his goal. As long as he was taken away, many things would be complete. Yamato couldn't help but shed a drop of sweat on his forehead. Uchiha Sen was no longer able to deal with it at all, and now there was a person of unknown strength. This scene was really a little difficult to control. Stop talking nonsense, I'll help you drag Mat Kai, and you can do the rest yourself. Saying that, Uchiha Sen looked at Mat Kai, and his eyes had turned into 3 hook jade chakra eyes, spinning faintly. At this moment, Mat Kai's gaze moved directly down, placing his gaze on Uchiha Sen's shoulder, avoiding looking at Uchiha Sen, which was a way to deal with Sharingan. It's just that Matty himself knows that even so, the power of the chakra eye is too mysterious. Mat Kai didn't make a move, and Uchiha Sen didn't make a move, but next to Yakushi and Yamato had already fought together, and the ninja of Union Village also joined in. As for whether Yakushi Pocket can beat these people, Uchiha Sen does not intend to care. If Yakushi Pocket does not even have this strength, then he deserves to die. Uchiha Sen only needs to drag Meti. It's just that the more Uchiha Sen doesn't make a move, the more uneasy Mat Kai becomes, because on the side, many Yunin have already been injured. It can be seen that Yamato and those ninjas are not Yakushi's opponents at all, and they will soon lose. So, Matty decided to support them. It's just that his legs have just taken 2 steps, and Uchiha Sen suddenly appeared in front of him. "Don't move, the battle there belongs to them, as long as you don't move, I won't make a move. Otherwise, once I make a move, then whether you will die or not, I don't know." Uchiha Sen's tone was ancient, and his eyes looked at Matkai lightly, not intending to take the initiative at all. For Matty, he couldn't watch his comrades being killed, but he didn't make a move. But facing Uchiha Sen, Matkai felt a little weak. At least here, Uchiha Sen's strength is simply no one can match him, and not Matty. It must be admitted that you are very strong, and you are also a genius, and you have already traversed the entire ninja world in your teens. Although I am inferior to you, my lack of youth does not allow me to watch my comrades fight alone, so let's go. Matkai's body immediately erupted with a stream of chakra, which seemed to have opened the 8-door dungeon. It's just that I don't know how many doors have been opened. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Matkai's figure disappeared directly in place, and instantly came to the left side of Uchiha Sen, and his left leg also kicked towards Uchiha Sen's left face, very fast. Bang! Only a sound was heard, and a layer of cyan bone appeared on Uchiha Sen's side, blocking this blow from Meti. Kensu Sakare. Matkai's left leg stepped directly on this layer of bone, and his body retreated rapidly, because Uchiha Sen's Susanoo had already smashed his right hand. Dodging this blow, Matkai looked at Uchiha Mori seriously. For Uchiha Sen's detailed information, almost every upper shinobu has a copy, including Uchiha Sen's ability and various aspects. Even personality, age, way of speaking, etc. are mentioned, which can be described as a comprehensive analysis. But the only thing that is not written is Uchiha Sen's weakness. There is only one available point on it, which indicates that Uchiha Sen's space ninjutsu recovery time is about a second, and if you can use this. But how could an ordinary ninja have such an ability? So what is said is the same as not being said. It's just that Matty is different, he feels that if he turns on that state, there is a chance. 8-gate dungeon. Raw door. Hurt the door. Duman. Jingman. Open. In the attack just now, Matkai instantly opened 2 doors, but did not kick Uchiha Sen's susanoo. But now, Matkai directly opened to the 6th door, and a wave of chi erupted around his body. Susanoo appeared in front of Uchiha Mori and blocked this wave of chi, and a smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha Mori's mouth. Everything is under the control of Uchiha Sen, and the 8 doors of dungeon can't deal with him. Now there are only 6 doors, even if Matkai opens 8 doors, Uchiha Sen is not afraid. Bang! Once again, Matkai once again kicked Uchiha Sen's susanoo, and Susanoo in the initial stage could not stop the 6-door Matkai, so Susanoo shattered in response. But Matkai's attack directly passed through Uchiha Sen's body, and the ground immediately erupted into a puff of dust. Uchiha Sen flew directly into the air, widening the distance between him and Matkai, but Matkai also came to Uchiha Sen in an instant. 8-gate dungeon. Towards the Peacock. Matkai's hands and legs began to swing rapidly, and flames were rubbed out of the air, directly attacking the direction of Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes, and the appearance of his body immediately appeared in the 2nd stage of Susanoo. At this stage, Susanoo began to resist this attack, and there were many flames in the sky, all of which hit Susanoo. As long as Matkai does not stop waving his hands and feet, the flames will be there, and at this time, Matkai has violated the principle of gravity. He even flew in the sky. Gradually, Uchiha Sen knew why Meti kept using this move, because most of the fists were hit on one point. Susanoo is about to be broken with a point. So Uchiha Sen directly controlled Susanoo and slashed at Matkai. If it weren't for Matkai's speed, this knife would probably have killed him. At the first time, Matkai discovered the strangeness of this knife. When the eyes saw that this knife had just been swung out, the next instant came directly to the top of Matkai's head, as if passing through space. This is actually Uchiha Mori Susanoo's 2nd move, manipulating space. It's not just about deceiving the eyes, it's really hiding in space and slashing at the enemy. Chapter 164. The knife that Matkai dodged did not stop because of his dodge, but directly rushed to the opposite ground, directly cutting the earth into a huge ravine. No, it is no longer possible to say that the ravines can no longer explain this, this is a bottomless abyss. The violent vibration aroused the attention of many people, and at this moment, the image of Uchiha Sen made many people think of two words. Death. It's just that Uchiha Sen doesn't care what they think, and he is now expecting Mati to use his tricks. Is it just the sixth gate of the 8 Dunjia? Do you think you can beat me by opening the sixth door? Uchiha Sen glanced at Mati lightly, retracted Fang Tian's halberd behind his back, and asked in a low voice. Of course not, so. Now it's time to start my own bloom. 8 Gate Dunjia. 7 Doors Shock. Open. When Mat K shouted these words, a burst of blue steam began to erupt around his body, which was caused by the evaporation of sweat from his body. Although Uchiha Sen knew that this was sweat, judging from the chakra burst out by Mat Kai, it had definitely surpassed the shadow level. Uchiha Sen's eyes emitted a rare look, this was the first time he felt that he might have to go all out. Mat Kai's figure instantly disappeared from the spot and punched Uchiha Sen's susanoo. Susanoo was not broken, but it seemed to be stripped of Uchiha Sen's appearance. Just like when the 5 cages faced Uchiha Spot, he used sand to pull Uchiha Spot out of susanoo, and directly cracked Uchiha Spot's susanoo. This scene is similar to that one, except this time it is Susanoo who breaks away from Uchiha Mori. 8 black spheres suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Sen, and these spheres flowed quickly like liquid, laying defenses around Uchiha Sen. Bang! When Mati kicked over again, the black liquid directly blocked the kick, but there was a crack. This sphere is the Seeking Dao Jade, but the quality of the Seeking Dao Jade, Uchiha Sen is indeed a little overestimated. In fact, it is not that Seeking Dao Jade is not strong, on the contrary, Seeking Dao Jade is very strong, and all ninjutsu attacks are ineffective against Seeking Dao Jade, and from this point of view, it is indeed invincible. However, for the attack on physical skills, the hardness of the Dao Jade is indeed not very good. Of course, the physical attack mentioned here simply refers to the physical skills of Meti, and the gap between Mat Kai's physical skills and other people's physical skills is almost the gap between heaven and earth. And to be honest, if the Seeking Dao Jade is used as a defense, it is indeed a bit of a chicken rib, and it can only defend against the forward ninjutsu of the 5 attributes of water, fire, thunder, and terror, but the immortal chakra cannot be defended. More importantly, Kakashi's divine power has also broken Uchiha's Dao Seeking Jade in immortal mode, so it seems that Seeking Dao Jade is indeed more suitable for attacking. Although the speed of the repair of the Dao Jade was very fast, and it was repaired almost in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Sen had already sensed that there was a dangerous smell around him. Mat Kai's speed is fast, but it can't escape Uchiha Sen's eyes, and now his chakra eyes can observe all of Mat Kai's offensive lines, and his defense is also like a shadow. Almost every Meti attack is defended by Uchiha Sen, but occasionally something different. For example, occasionally Meti will be slightly faster than Uchiha Sen, but he can't kick Uchiha Sen. Because Uchiha Sen will always use space ninjutsu to avoid it, physical attacks have no effect at all. It's just that Mat Kai is still persevering in attacking, and I don't know what he is thinking. Finally, after Uchiha Sen used a space ninjutsu to avoid one of Mat Kai's teachings, Mat Kai finally made a different move, and his body actually changed direction in the air. According to normal terms, humans cannot move in the sky at all, but Mati is not an ordinary person. The series of attacks he had just made were not useless, because when he attacked, he drove the airflow. The airflow changed a lot of things, which made Uchiha feel a little unbelievable. This is also the reason why Mati was able to turn in the air, he borrowed the airflow and changed his direction. Day Tiger. From the beginning to the present, Mati has been accumulating his momentum, while Day Tiger is to compress the air and defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. The last time Mati and Uchiha Sen fought, Mat Kai defeated Uchiha Sen with this move, although it was just a doppelganger, but it gave Mati a lot of inspiration. Mati's hands shot out at Uchiha Sen, and a tiger that turned from air immediately roared towards Uchiha Sen, and the surrounding wind suddenly began to attack Uchiha Sen. The speed of the Day Tiger was fast, and in almost less than a second, he came to Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes, it seemed that his spatial ninjutsu had to launch this information in more than a second, and it was already known to everyone. Perhaps no one knows that all this is just a flaw left by Uchiha Sen to others. It would also be a good trap, one that others accidentally step into. Although Uchiha Sen is very confident in his own strength, he is confident, not proud, and complacent. Complacent people are easy to kill, but confident people, while trusting their own strength, will arrange to make things 100% complete without any disclosure. Uchiha Sen is such a person, although it is very unnecessary, but he does it right. Uchiha Sen's quest jade directly fused together, forming a black shield that directly blocked the day tiger from Uchiha Sen's outside. This time the collision between attack and defense erupted into a huge and dazzling light, and the surrounding earth trembled, and the surrounding trees were uprooted. Seeing this scene, the medicine master couldn't help but brighten his eyes. If he could get the flesh and blood of Matkai, wouldn't it? It's just that thinking about this now, the medicine master feels that he thinks too much. A strong person of this strength, if he lives, he is absolutely impossible. The chips in his hand were enough for the medicine man's pocket, so the medicine man's pocket did not plan to continue collecting. Matty fixed his eyes on the direction of the day tiger explosion. He didn't expect Uchiha Sen to be defeated by this, but at least let Uchiha Sen get hurt a little. No matter what, he couldn't let Uchiha Sen take away the two human pillars. This was his mission. It's just that when the light gradually dissipated and Uchiha Sen's figure appeared in front of him again, Medi was disappointed. Nice attack, but this level of attack is tantamount to tickling for me. Chapter 165. For Uchiha Sen, Day Tiger's attack did not break through the defense of the Seeking Jade. The reason was simple: he fused all the Seeking Jade together, and the defense was greatly enhanced. Seeking Dao Jade is not a single individual. They can be fused, they can be dispersed, they can be used for attack, they can also be used for defense, and their roles are very diverse. But even so, Uchiha Sen felt that these things were a bit chicken and did not have much effect at all. The only effect is that because this is made with yin-yang escape technique, people who are attacked by Seeking Dao Jade, no matter what part of their body, will be cut off in an instant. Even if it is a reincarnated body of dirt, after being attacked by the Dao Jade, the attacked place will not be restored. But thinking about it even more chicken, ordinary people are attacked by Seeking Dao Jade to the arm. It is the loss of the arm that was slashed by an ordinary knife is also a loss of an arm. Could it be that this Dao Seeking Jade was made to deal with the reincarnation of the soil? Thinking of this, Uchiha Sen couldn't help sighing. The role of Seeking Dao Jade is really not good except for pretending. Medi, you have already opened 7 doors of the 8 doors of Dunjia, and there is still one dead door left. Are you sure you want to open it? It is said that none of the people who opened the door of death survived, so do you want to try it? Matkai's face did not change. In other words, perhaps because of the relationship between Bame and Dunjia, others could no longer see the expression on his face. But for Uchiha Sen, Matkai still understands, especially Uchiha Sen's strength. Ordinary people under the attack of the Day Tiger, there is no power to fight back at all, and they will be destroyed in an instant, as is the case with the dried persimmon ghost mackerel. But Uchiha Sen is different. Uchiha Sen not only suffered the blow of the Day Tiger, but also was not injured. Matkai exhaled softly. He didn't plan to speak. He couldn't speak. He was afraid that as soon as he spoke, he would be deflated. It seems that you are ready to die, and plan to kill me with the death door of the 8 Dunjia before you die. Then come and try it. I use my own life to try your 8-gate Dunjia array. Uchiha Sen roared, and the appearance of his body immediately appeared completely susanoo, and a general in battle armor stood between heaven and earth again. This time, in order to prevent being broken by Matkai, Uchiha Sen's susanoo is not very large, that is, 7 or 8 meters in height, not too high. But the Fang Tian painting halberd in his hand was even higher than susanoo. Eclipse Day. With Uchiha Sen's roar, Susanoo immediately danced the Fang Tian drawing halberd and slashed directly towards Matkai. It is still the power of space attached. The speed is much faster than before. If it weren't for Matkai opening the 8-door Dunjia, I'm afraid he would be slashed to death by a knife now. Although Matkai dodged this blow, the clouds behind him were very miserable. Originally, they heard the voice and rushed to support, and they were in full swing with the medicine master, but they didn't expect to be hacked to death by Uchiha Sen and killed more than a dozen people. But before they could react, Uchiha Sen slashed again, and more than a dozen people were killed again. Matkai feels that he can't drag it out anymore, and if he drags it on like this, I'm afraid all the ninjas here will die. So, Matkai decided to open the ultimate mystery of the 8 doors dungeon. My father taught me the determination to protect my companions, and my father once told me that if it was not to protect my friends and companions, I should never use this trick. But now, it's time, father. You'll understand me, right? After Matkai muttered this paragraph, a huge chakra erupted from his body again. This time, chakra's outbreak was larger than all the previous combined, and even the medicine master who was standing not far away was directly blown away by this airflow. 8 Gate Dunjia. The 8th door of death. Open. Bang. With a violent explosion, a red flame immediately erupted from Matkai's body, which was caused by the evaporation of the blood in Matkai's body. This ability can only be used once in a lifetime by everyone, and it cannot be used at all. There is no life to use. So when this chakra burst out, a rare trace of fear appeared on the medicine master's face. Terrible man, I didn't expect that Konoha Village still hides this kind of master, just the chakra that burst out just now, it is already dozens of times higher than the 5 shadows. Although it is not as good as Uchiha Sen, it feels almost the same. And those red chi waves, what the hell is this? Why do you feel palpitations just by looking at it? The medicine master pocket never imagined that this person who had been ignored by him would now burst out with such great power. Now that I think about it, Yakushi is really glad that when he came, he pulled Uchiha Sen with him, otherwise when he encountered a guard like Matkai, he wouldn't know how to die. However, no matter how much the medicine master sighed, the battle still had to continue, and at this moment, Matkai had opened 8 doors, 2 or 3 times faster than before. This time, Uchiha Sen's chakra eyes began to be a little unable to keep up with the speed of Matkai. 8 Gate Dunjia Array. With a shout from Medi, his figure immediately disappeared in place, and before Uchiha Sen could react, he punched Uchiha Sen in the face. But Uchiha Sen's space ninjutsu was faster and directly dodged this blow. In order to prevent himself from being attacked in the back, Uchiha Sen directly let Seeker Dayu appear behind his back. However, the speed of Medi is getting faster and faster, and the frequency of the blows is getting faster and faster, even if Uchiha Sen is already trying his best to defend at the moment, but he is still injured. This is the first time since Uchiha Sen came to this world that he has been injured in someone else's hand. It's just that this injury, Uchiha Sen can get better in an instant, and it doesn't delay things at all. Let's take it. Sunset Elephant. Medi's big man again, a pillar of light directly appeared in his hands. This is not an ordinary pillar of light, it is the air cannon produced after Medi hits the air. There is not only one air cannon, as the speed of Matkai's blows becomes faster and faster, there are more and more air cannons around Uchiha Sen. The air cannons from all angles bombarded the preparation Uchiha Sen together, and Uchiha Sen was instantly submerged in a huge white bright light. Matkai gasped slightly, the move just now had already fractured his hand bones, but he still did not let his guard down. Because he felt that Uchiha Sen was not dead. Chapter 166. Sure enough, after this dazzling white light flashed, Uchiha Sen also came to the ground. With the naked eye, a trace of blood appeared at the corner of Uchiha Sen's mouth, and the layer of black imperial god robe outside his body had also become a broken state, looking very embarrassed. But in the blink of an eye, the clothes on Uchiha Sen's body began to slowly repair, along with the injuries on his body, they were also repaired. This was the first time Uchiha had personally experienced Yuzo's attack, and although it was a little stronger than he expected, it was not much more than he expected. And now, Matkai, who opened the door of death, has one more move, which is also his last move. Medi, in your current state, I'm afraid you won't be able to last long, your body is already shattered. Uchiha Sen looked at Matkai quietly, and had to admit that this guy in front of him was almost the entire Naruto him, and he felt that the only person he could admire. If there is one person in this world who has really become a hero through hard work, it must be Mati. With the power of one person and the strength of the flesh, Matkai almost became a hero and almost defeated Uchiha in the Six Paths mode. Of course, the death of Matkai in this life at the hands of Uchiha Sen is not much grievance. This move is a move that I gambled with my life, although I can't be sure to kill you, but I know that I have to do it. If I don't dare to try, I'm afraid no one will be able to try it in my life. Saying that, the red light on Matkai's body burned again, and it could be seen that her body had begun to collapse. 8-Gate Danjo can make an ordinary person become a strong person after a long period of training. It is because of the previous training that this person is a real strong person both physically and mentally. Merely. The heroic moment that belongs to Meti is only this one attack, and after this attack is over, Meti can only stay in the hearts of others in another way. Life is like the brilliance of summer flowers, and death is like the quiet beauty of autumn leaves. Maybe this sentence is talking about people like Meti. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes, putting all these irrelevant things aside. For this kind of opponent, it is respectful to them to go all out. So this time, Uchiha Sen put away the quest jade, closed susanoo, and stood in place. The power of the phoenix burst out from within his body, and a flame of thousands of degrees burned directly, enveloping the entire surface of Uchiha Mori's body. At this moment, Uchiha Sen was like a phoenix in the flames, reborn from the ashes, and also exerted his greatest strength. This is the second stage of the application of the power of the phoenix. Since opening the kaleidoscope writing wheel Uchiha Sen rarely uses his own phoenix power, not that Uchiha Sen does not want to use it, but it is not necessary. In the absence of an opponent, Uchiha Sen also wins by crushing with a kaleidoscope writing wheel why use the power of the phoenix? Anyway, in his opinion, if he hadn't met Meti today, he might have hidden the power of the phoenix until Datomu Kagaya appeared. Mati's figure had disappeared in place the moment Uchiha Sen's transformation was completed, and before that, he had made a very strange pose, like a beast ready to attack. In the next second, Matkai's figure came to Uchiha Sen's right hand, and he kicked directly towards Uchiha Sen's head. It's just that the current Uchiha Sen is not the Uchiha Sen in his normal state, attacking him, but he will be injured. Matkai's kick was directly empty, but then, the flame that had just been kicked by him was like an appendage that instantly invaded his left leg. It's just that after opening the 8-door Danjo Matkai, the pain is no longer so obvious, so he decided to continue to attack Uchiha Sen. Meti instantly moved away from Uchiha Sen, not giving him a chance to attack, and his body also took the exact same pose as before, looking very weird. 8-Gate Danjo Array. Night Kai. With a roar from Meti, the red steam around his body instantly turned into a red dragon, which was such a move that Matkai made at the cost of his life. The red dragon roared towards Uchiha Sen and rushed over, and the surrounding space was already distorted. As we all know, using space ninjutsu when space is distorted, it is very likely to be swept away by the turbulence of time and space and die in space. Therefore, this move of Mati has basically cut off Uchiha Sen's use of space ninjutsu. Not even for a second, Matkai appeared in front of Uchiha Sen again. This time, Uchiha Sen didn't even have any reaction, and was directly kicked in the abdomen by Matkai. The fire around Uchiha Sen's body is blooming. Engulfed Matkai's right foot in an instant, if not, but even so, Matkai's attack worked. Uchiha Sen's figure disappeared in place at this moment, and a long ravine appeared on the ground, directly blasting Uchiha Sen out a distance of several hundred meters. The explosions were endless, and the medicine master also looked at Matkai standing in place with great horror. He couldn't imagine that the man in front of him who he had contacted countless times was so strong. Next to him was Yamato, who at this moment had already passed out and was bound by a snake. The place of the explosion was a wood, which was also the landing point of Uchiha Sen, and the surrounding trees had all fallen, strangely turning into a red background. Matkai directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fell directly to the ground alive. His body began to slowly dissipate, which was the consequence of using the 8-Gate Dun armor, and his body had been completely shattered. And Uchiha Sen has returned to his original appearance. Looking at his appearance, but there is nothing too big. It's just that Uchiha Sen's face is a little ugly, and at that moment, he used a secret technique of the power of the Phoenix. Phoenix Nirvana. No matter what kind of damage the host suffers, it will recover in an instant, even if it is dead, it will be resurrected. But this technique has a disadvantage, that is, after using it, for a long time, you can no longer use this technique. However, there is no problem with the power of the Phoenix, and it can continue to be used, but this move is temporarily sealed. Uchiha Sen returned to Matkai's side and quietly watched him disappear, which was the final farewell. The ninjas who rushed to support on the island had long since disappeared, and they did not dare to look at Uchiha Sen at this moment. Uchiha Sen did not pay attention to them, but glanced at the direction where the medicine master's pocket was, and the figures of the two people disappeared directly in place. Chapter 167. Matkai's death spread to the Fire Nation the next day, and when he learned about it, Tsunade was stunned for a moment. Then the wine glass in his hand fell directly to the ground, and suddenly fell to pieces. As a Hokage, she naturally knew the strength of Matkai, including his 8-door Dunjia, and how his ability was after opening the 8-door Dunjia. Although he had never seen the strength of the 8th gate of Matkai, Tsunade had seen his strength after the 7th gate, and few people in the ninja world could defeat him. And according to Matkai's own statement, after he opened the 8-door Dunjia, he burst out dozens of times the chakra of the shadow level. But that's it, it was still defeated by Uchiha Sen, and it was a fiasco. It is said that when Uchiha left without visible injuries on his body, not even his clothes were damaged. Could it be that Uchiha Mori dodged that blow with space ninjutsu? Anyway, in any case, the death of Mati completely silenced Konoha Village, and also made the mood of various major powers to seek war more and more high. Now there was no need to persuade them, and the ninjas decided to fight to the death against the people of the Xiao organization. Because they don't know if the next death is themselves, as long as the organization is not extinguished for a day, I am afraid that their hearts will not be able to settle down one day. Because of Meti's sacrifice, Konoha Village held a relatively grand funeral, and many people came to attend. Matkai's disciples, Li Lok, Hinata Ninji, and Tenten, are also listed, as well as Kaminobi such as Kakashi Kiki and Yuri Hong, who usually have a good relationship, all came. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade came to attend the funeral, but the weather was not a face-saving event. If it rains heavily at this time and the atmosphere is set out, I am afraid that the effect of this funeral will be much better. Because of Meti's death, the people of Konoha Village no longer seem to have fear of war, and they all recognize Uchiha Sen as a person and are bent on seeking revenge on Uchiha Sen. Previously, Uchiha destroyed Konoha once, and later in the Land of Iron, many Konoha ninjas died. And now, the upper shinobi of their village, Matkai has also died at the hands of Uchiha Sen, which is difficult for them to accept. After the funeral, Tsunade sits on Hokage Rock with a jug of sake next to him. Jiraiya's figure appeared beside Tsunade, and after sitting down, he looked at the setting sun in the distance. Tsunade, the war is about to begin again. Jiraiya's voice is a little different. Yes. I think that after the end of the Third Shinobi War, I thought that we would always be so peaceful. What I didn't expect was that this time the war was about to start again, and I don't know how many people would lose their relatives and friends. Tsunade's tone was very emotional. She lost her lover and brother in the last war, and to this day, Tsunade still remembers what it was like then. Although the phobia of blood has improved, what happened that year is still vividly remembered. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade's side face, and there were some things he wanted to say, but he didn't know how to say it. Forget it, it's still a bar, I brought 2 more bottles of wine. Saying that, he didn't know where to take out 2 more bottles of sake and a glass and put them on the Hokage Rock. Then the wine from the bottle was poured into the glass and the glass was raised. Tsunade also raised his glass, and the 2 men glanced at each other, both seeing their faces in each other's eyes. Cheers! Cheers! After a glass of wine, he also felt that his whole body warmed up a lot, and Tsunade's face was also dyed with a layer of redness. Jiraiya also refilled the glass, but this time he didn't serve it. This war is very dangerous, the other side not only has Uchiha Madara, but also a Uchiha Senior. According to our combat effectiveness, if we don't want to find a way, I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat them at all. Jiraiya's tone was very complicated, and he was actually not optimistic about the prospects of this war. The other party not only has the two major combat powers of Uchiha and Uchiha Sen, but also has seven-tailed beasts, which is terrifying to think about. Although Uchiha claimed that he didn't have any combat power, and he couldn't figure out where their ninja was, he always felt that something was not quite right. Do you have any good solutions? Senju Tsunade looked at Jiraiya. I think that by letting Naruto go to war, Naruto can become a leader, and even he can. It's just that before he finished speaking, Senju Tsunade began to shake his head. Impossible. Letting the two people stay on Turtle Island is the result of the Five Shadows' joint decision, not one person can decide. And this war is to protect Kiribi and Naruto. If the two of them make any mistakes, I'm afraid our war is not necessary. Senju Tsunade shook her head. She only had the right to speak on this matter, but not the right to decide. This battle is not only about the interests of Konoha Village, but also the interests of the entire ninja world. I know, but I believe Naruto, he is the son of prophecy that the great Toad Immortal said. Zai Lai also smiled, he also knew this result, just to mention, it doesn't matter if it is successful or not. The matter of the child of prophecy is too ethereal, and it is normal for others not to believe. But only Ji Lai knows that all the languages of the Great Toad Immortal are correct. Big Toad Immortal? Do the Big Toad Immortals have any language again? For the reputation of the Great Toad Immortal, Senju Tsunade still knows, she inherits from the Wet Bone Forest, and naturally has heard of some things. Ah! The Big Toad Fairy just woke up once yesterday and told me something. In the future, he only saw boundless darkness, the only 2 points of light, although there was a feeling of uniting and blooming, but it would be engulfed by darkness again. This prophecy is very terrifying, and Jiraiya's face is really ugly. If this prophecy really comes true, what is the point of their war? And who are the 2 points of light that the Big Toad Immortal said? Is it Naruto Uzumaki and who? This prophecy. It's not good. Senju Tsunade also frowned, she sensed that something was not quite right. To be honest, they didn't have much confidence in this war, and this prophecy put a lot of pressure on them. Although it is a prophecy, it can be changed, and this prophecy is not sure of the Big Toad Immortal, just vaguely seen. So, I think it's time for us to carry out that plan. Chapter 168. That plan? When Jiraiya said these 4 words, Senju Tsunade was slightly stunned, but quickly reacted. This plan was the plan of the ancestors, and since the establishment of Konoha Village, Senjuma had established this plan, but it was opposed by Senju Kuma at that time and was not used again. Now Jiraiya is also Hokage, and Senju Tsunade is Hokage, so they all know the content of this plan. And the content of this plan is very simple, resurrect the dead. That's right, when Senju Kuma created the art of soil rebirth, he had reported this task to Senju Kuma, and he would find a group of ninjas with good strength and leave their flesh and blood. When they don't die, Konoha will have the power to use the dirt reincarnation technique to summon them and fight for Konoha. The dirt rebirth art has unlimited chakras and an immortal body, which is simply an excellent plan. However, it was vetoed by the Senju pillar at that time, because this plan was really inhumane. Originally, the deceased entering the Yellow Spring was already miserable enough, and after the person died, he still had to disturb the soul of others, which was impossible for the Thousand-Hand Pillar. At that time, some ninjas agreed to this plan, but because Senju Kuma vetoed it, it was shelved indefinitely. As for the original Flesh and Blood, the Thousand Hands clan has always preserved it, and even this plan has been going on until now, but it has never been used. What do you mean? If we take out these things rashly, I'm afraid we will become sinners in Konoha Village. Something that the 4 generations of Hokage in Konoha Village have not done, but we have to use it against morality. This is not. Senju Tsunade's face was very ugly. It's just that she knows that the reason why Zai Lai said this is actually his reason. Now their combat effectiveness is really scarce, and Medi is dead again, and many ninjas on the island are also dead. Yamato disappeared, and it is said that he was captured by Uchiha Mori and Yakushi, and his life and death are uncertain, and this time Konoha is two less kami shinobi. Coupled with the previous death of Sarutobi Asuma, who died against the Zhanxiao organization, and the Mitere Red Bean who went to find out the intelligence and also disappeared, there are not many kami tobi in Konoha Village. We don't need to summon everyone back, we just need to summon some of them back. Jiraiya is still arguing. It's just that Senju Tsunade is still hesitating, this decision is not so easy to do. Forget it, drink the bar first, tomorrow I'll go out and find someone. Saying that, Zi Lai also took the wine glass. Senju Tsunade also picked up the wine glass and touched it with Jiraiya, but his face was a little puzzled. Who are you going to? You must know that you are now the assistant of the Hokage, and you can't leave the village easily. The position of Hokage assistant is very important, many secrets of Konoha village are accessible, and if something happens after leaving the village, I am afraid that the intelligence in the brain will also be swept away by the enemy. Therefore, the position of Hokage assistant is generally not allowed to leave the village. I knew that when you made me this Hokage assistant, there would be no good thing. Jiraiya rubbed his temples, and he felt a little headache. Then you say who are you going to, maybe I will agree to let you go. Senju Tsunade smiled. I'm going to find the Great Snake Pill. When this sentence came out, Senju Tsunade obviously didn't believe it very much, and went to find the big snake pill. Are you kidding? Jiraiya, are you kidding me? Don't you know that Orochimaru is a rebel of our Konoha village? Even he killed teacher Ape Fei, do you really think it doesn't matter? Senju Tsunade's voice suddenly became cold, for her, these things were unforgettable. And now Jiraiya also proposed to find the Great Snake Pill, which made Senju Tsunade very dissatisfied. Don't worry, I didn't go to him for something to get him back to Konoha, but to ask him for a favor. The plan I said will be used sooner or later, it's better to go to him now for a favor, maybe there will be some unexpected surprises. Jiraiya said with a smile. I don't care about any unexpected surprises, but it's absolutely impossible to find the big snake pill. What's more, wasn't Orochimaru killed by Sasuke Uchiha? Where are you going to find him again? Senju Tsunade was also puzzled. Actually, I know that the big snake pill has never died, because some time ago, I found his information. The reason why I'm going to find him is because I think we will use that technique one day, even if we don't summon other ninjas, at least we must bring back the previous Hokage to help. Jiraiya was obviously still obsessed with that plan, because he really believed the prophecy of the Toad Immortal. Because the prophecy of the Toad Immortal has never been missed, this can also be confirmed. When I was talking about the prophecy just now, there was still a part left that I didn't say, it was about the ninja world. The future ninja world will suffer a catastrophe, in which not 1 in 10 will survive, but if this problem is solved, maybe everyone will survive. So after listening to this prophecy, Jiraiya must also find a way to let Konoha village come alive from this catastrophe. Jiraiya's insistence made Senju Tsunade a little helpless, and Jiraiya rarely had this kind of insistence before, and he has always acted casually. But this time, it seems that something is different. Jiraiya, tell me, is something wrong? Senju Tsunade frowned. What's the matter? I've always been in Konoha village, and you know what I've done. Jiraiya spread his hands. Senju Tsunade did not reply, indeed, Jiraiya had been in Konoha village all this time and had done nothing. But I don't know why, Senju Tsunade always felt that something was not quite right. Trust me Tsunade, I went to find the Great Snake Pill, there is definitely a reason for me, you must believe me. Zi Lai's words are very solemn, this is not the first time he has done this, but every time this time, it is a very important time. Therefore, Senju Tsunade was inexplicably a little flustered. Okay, I can agree that you go to him, but you have to promise me that you must come back safely. Senju Tsunade could only instruct Jiraiya. Zi Lai also smiled and filled the glass of wine, just 3 glasses, and there was not a drop left in the bottle. Well, in anticipation of victory in this war, cheers! Cheers! The two of them drank the wine, and Jiraiya stood up again and looked at the sunset in the sky. Tsunade, when the war is over, How are you? I'll treat you to a drink again. What do you think? It's just that there are 3 more words, but I haven't said it. Chapter 169. In the base of the big snake pill, the big snake pill is holding an experimental bottle in his hand, and the big snake pill is also adding some green juice to it. Although it is said that there is no chance for the evolution of the kaleidoscope chakra eye, how could the big snake pill give up so easily? Therefore, during this time, he has been studying about the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, but he has never had the opportunity. For Mutant plus the eternal kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, he naturally knows about the reincarnation eye. Even he knew more and more comprehensively than the medicine man's pocket. Just when the big snake pill was experimenting, a small white snake suddenly came to the foot of the big snake pill, followed the big snake pill's pant leg, and climbed directly onto the big snake pill's shoulder. The white snake's tongue gently spit out twice, as if it was conveying some message to the big snake pill. Oh? Are old friends coming? It seems that my old friend's information is really accurate enough to know that I am here. The big snake pill put down the experimental bottle in his hand, turned around, and walked directly outside. Outside the base of the big snake pill, Zai was leaning against a tree, quietly waiting for the arrival of the big snake pill. The reason why he didn't act was just to let the big snake pill come out, and he came first alone. He was also telling the big snake pill that he didn't come to hunt you down this time. Therefore, Zai also let the psychic snake report the letter, in order to let the big snake pill come out. After a while, the door of the cave opened up, and Orochimaru stood outside the cave with a smile on his face, looking at Jiraiya not far away. Zai, I didn't expect you to find me here, I'm afraid it didn't take much effort, right? Orochimaru's voice was a little ridiculous. He was not afraid of Jiraiya, he could defeat Jiraiya back then, and now that he has the Sharingan, I'm afraid Jiraiya is not his opponent. Zai also glanced at him, and then walked directly forward and came to the vicinity of the big snake pill. Big snake pill, I came to you today for something, I don't know where it is convenient to speak. Zai also said lightly. Ha 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 ha, it's rare to listen to you talk to me with such a businesslike attitude. It seems that the position of Hokage's assistant has indeed changed you dramatically. It's like Uchiha Sen said, people always become the most hated appearance of themselves, and you are an example. Saying that, the big snake pill turned around and walked in directly, and also signaled that he could also follow. Zai was also stunned, but soon followed, and the door of the cave was closed. The base here is not the same as the base before Orochimaru, there are not so many rooms. Only some small forks in the road and very dim corridors. Follow Orochimaru all the way to a hall that is relatively empty, and there is nothing else except 2 stone chairs. Walking here, Orochimaru stopped and turned to look at Jiraiya. Okay Jiraiya, it's safe to talk here, if you have anything, just say it here. Orochimaru wrapped his hands around his chest and looked at Jiraiya with a smile. Zai also paused, looked left and right at the surrounding environment, and then spoke. Coming to you today, I have a total of 2 things to ask you for help. The first thing is, I need all the information about Uchiha Sen, whether it was there before or not, I need it. Jiraiya's face was very serious, because he had something very important that needed to be confirmed. Orochimaru raised his eyebrows. About Uchiha Sen, I'm afraid Konoha Village knows a lot about him, twice invaded Konoha Village, once Uchiha Sen went, and once also had Uchiha Sen's figure. Konoha Village has been destroyed twice, and if there is no information from Uchiha Sen, it is better to die. Are all the intelligence offices in Konoha Village all decorations? Orochimaru couldn't help but say. No, I'm just here to confirm if there is still some information that Konoha doesn't know. Jiraiya said. Because in the dream of the big toad Immortal, he also saw a fire, a different flame than now. So I have to make sure of this. So what can you give me? If we are friends, I can naturally give you this information. But if it's a deal, what can you give me? Orochimaru's face was a little strange. He knew that if it was Jiraiya's personality, he would definitely not choose the first one. The reason is very simple, the big snake pill killed the ape flying sun / and destroyed Konoha once. If Jiraiya still has a relationship with the big snake pill this time, then he is not Jiraiya. Sure enough, Zai was slightly stunned, and he didn't know what to exchange with the big snake pill. Ninjutsu? Occult? I'm afraid that there are more ninjutsu and secret arts here than in Konoha Village, let alone other villages. Moreover, the forbidden technique of Konoha Village is not a secret at all for the Great Snake Pill, and the Great Snake Pill probably knows it much earlier than these people. So, Jiraiya, don't be too naive, and Uchiha Sen is still my partner, even if you can offer something of equal value in exchange, I won't give it to you. Orochimaru shook his head, it wasn't worth it to offend Uchiha Sen for Konoha Village. For Uchiha Sen's strength, Orochimaru also knows a lot, and if Uchiha Sen really wants to kill him, I'm afraid it won't take much effort at all. Orochimaru, if that's the case, then I'm really disappointed in you, Jiraiya shook his head. Hehe, isn't your disappointment normal? I'm not from Konoha Village now, and I can even say that I'm already a dead man. It's enough to be alive now and do what you want to do, and the rest has nothing to do with me. The big snake pill seemed to have seen through the world, and his tone was full of strangeness. But Zai also knew that the big snake pill was definitely not this kind of person, and the big snake pill would definitely be interested in his second proposal. In that case, I have another thing I need your help with, but this matter should be of great interest to you. Jiraiya sighed, he could only say his second purpose. The first purpose cannot be obtained, and the second he must succeed. I would be interested? Then you talk about it. Orochimaru licked his lips. Konoha Village has always had a plan to keep some of the flesh and blood of the strong for future wars, but this proposal was rejected by the original Hokage at that time, because Zilla also told the matter to the big snake pill again, and as he listened, the big snake pill's eyes began to light up. This is a famous figure from every era in Konoha Village. If you are willing to help us resurrect the 4 Hokage, I can let you try to summon a few people. Chapter 170. Uchiha Sen naturally didn't know about Orochimaru and Jiraiya's plan, because now he was meeting at the base of the Xiao organization. Since Yakushi captured Yamato, Baiju's strength has been further enhanced, and he has also injected the wooden cells between the 1,000-hand pillars into Uchiha's body. You know, Uchiha's reincarnation eye was dug up before he died, so there will be no reincarnation eye when reborn from the soil. Therefore, the medicine master used the cells between the 1,000-hand pillars to make Uchiha reopen the eye of reincarnation. It's just a pity that everything is only useful when Uchiha is a dirt reincarnation, and if it weren't for the dirt reincarnation, then his reincarnation eye would be shattered. But in any case, the purpose of the medicine man's pocket has been achieved, and everything is ready. The Ninja Alliance was also ready, and in addition to the 5 great powers, the Iron Country also joined the war. Originally, they intended to help the 5 powers, but later Uchiha Sen destroyed most of the Iron Country, and let Mifune decide to attack the Xiao organization together. The main combat forces of the Ninja Alliance are divided into 5 units, with numbers from 1 to 5 used as a ranking. Each unit has different abilities, from those responsible for close combat, those responsible for medium and long-range ninjutsu combat, those responsible for dark weapons, and some special units. Special forces include samurai from the Land of Iron, as well as ninjas with special ninjutsu similar to Shino the Oil Girl. Of course, in addition to this, there are also medical ninja troops, perception ninja units, and some troops responsible for protecting the 2 pillars of Naruto Uzumaki and Kirby. It can almost be said that except for the old, weak, sick, and disabled, the 5 major powers have used almost all their forces. And the reliance here on Uchiha Obito is also very simple. In addition to 100,000 Baiju, it is the Dirt Rebirth force summoned by the Medicine Master. These are the main forces of Uchiha Obito. Of course, Uchiha Sen is also one of the main forces, and he is sent to the 4th battlefield, the 4th unit of the Ninja Alliance, to meet the troops of Uchiha. It's just that I don't know if Uchiha Sen will send Uchiha when he reaches the 4th battlefield. Uchiha Sen did not have any opinion on this, but felt that there was nothing bad about seeing Uchiha spot. As war began to break out on the 1st battlefield, almost all of the other battlefields began to break out. Whether it was the battlefield on the coast or several other battlefields, after countless reincarnated bodies appeared for a while, the Xia organization instantly gained the upper hand, and the ninja coalition army began to fight hard against the enemy. And Sand Falls Iara came to the desert with the fourth force. Their troops are very large, and most of them are ninjas who fight from a distance. So when they encounter an enemy, the first thing they need to attack is to use ninjutsu. It's just that what surprised Sand Falls Iara was that they had been gone for so long, and not a single enemy appeared. In fact, it is not that there are no enemies, but Uchiha Mori is sitting on a cliff not far away, a little bored to close his eyes. For Uchiha Obito did not send him any white troops. In fact, he was mentally prepared. After all, with his strength, it is generally not necessary to work hard to deal with this level of coalition forces. Moreover, the medicine master will also release a few filthy earth reincarnations here, and if Uchiha Sen remembers correctly, it should be the shadow of the four villages. 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, 2nd generation Earth Shadow, 2nd generation Water Shadow, or 4th generation Wind Shadow. The strength of these people is not bad, but what Uchiha Sen doesn't know is how they were easily caught by Sand Waterfall Iara and then sealed. Anyway, this kind of thing doesn't mean much to Uchiha Sen, he just needs to keep it here. If in the end, the medicine master does not summon Uchiha to clean up the mess, then it will not be too late for Uchiha Sen to make a move. Sure enough, when the army of the Ninja Alliance slowly approached, 4 coffins also appeared next to Uchiha Mori. As soon as the coffins were opened, the people who came out of it were the 4 people that Uchiha had just guessed. Oh? Where did we go? The 2nd generation Shui Ying looked at his hands and felt that something was not quite right. This is the breath of rebirth of the soil, and it seems that we are controlled by 1,000 hands. The 2nd generation of Tokage was a little dissatisfied. The art of rebirth of dirt between 1,000 hands? But it seems like a strange place. The 3rd generation of Lei Ying looked at the surrounding situation and found the 4th generation of Wind Shadow standing next to him. He was very familiar with the first 2, but he didn't know this person. And you, who are you? We don't know you. The 3rd generation of Lei Ying frowned and asked. Looking at your appearance, it should be the 2nd generation of Earth Shadow, the 2nd generation of Water Shadow, and the 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow. I didn't expect to meet all the seniors, what an honor. The 4th generation of Feng Ying looked very humble. What the hell are you? Why was it summoned like us? The 2nd generation of Water Shadow asked. Actually, you guys guessed wrong, the person who summoned us is not the 2nd Hokage of Konoha, because he is dead. Because I am the 4th generation of the Wind Shadow of Sand Hidden Village, as far as I know, there is a person named Orochimaru who learned this technique. The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow told the others his guess, because he knew that Senjo was dead. 4 generations of Wind Shadows? It seems that Sand Shinobi Village has gone through 4 generations. No, it should be the 5th generation of Wind Shadows. It doesn't matter, it's just that this person named Orochimaru summoned us out. The 2nd generation of Tokage was a little puzzled. Everyone did not speak, because they did not know what the purpose of the Great Snake Pill was. Summoning you out, of course, to fight, otherwise your existence is meaningless. At this time, Uchiha Sen, who had been sitting not far away, spoke, and when Uchiha Sen spoke, the bodies of the 4 of them shook in unison. Because since he was summoned until now, they have not found Uchiha Sen at all. These people are all shadow-level figures, although the strength is high and low, but in terms of perception, they are still there. But that's it, they didn't even have the slightest intention of discovering Uchiha Sen. If Uchiha Sen didn't speak, I'm afraid they still wouldn't find Uchiha Sen. What are you? The 3rd generation of Thunder Shadow turned around and looked at Uchiha Sen, his eyes full of vigilance. You don't have to know who I am, but we should be a gang according to the meaning of the people who control you. And our target is the upcoming 4th unit of the Ninja Realm Alliance. Chapter 171. If Uchiha Sen's tone is difficult to accept, then the expression on his face is even more difficult to accept. From beginning to end, Uchiha Sen has not looked at these people squarely, and these people who died on the wheel of history are probably not what Uchiha Sen wants to understand. And as the shadow of a former village, being ignored by Uchiha Sen so much, they will definitely not be happy. If it weren't for the rebirth of the dirt and the body being bound, I'm afraid they would have rushed up to fight Uchiha Sen to the death. Abominable little ghost. Although your strength is very strong, don't underestimate us. If it weren't for this filthy reincarnation controlling us, I would definitely teach you a lesson. The second generation of Water Shadow shouted. It's just that as soon as he finished speaking, there was an explosion. Half of his body was directly shattered, and a lot of dirt reincarnated dust began to return to his body. You should be glad that you are now a reincarnated body of dirt, otherwise you would have been killed by me by now. Uchiha Sen turned his head and looked at the four shadows, and his eyes were already eternal kaleidoscopic chakra eyes. This I didn't expect you to be from the Uchiha clan. Could it be that in addition to the Uchiha clan, there is a new strong person in the Uchiha clan? The second generation of Tokage narrowed his eyes. For the person of Uchiha Ban, he had seen it with his own eyes back then, and he had also lost at his hands. And now, another clan member of the Uchiha clan has risen, so he has to say that the people of the Uchiha clan really have many geniuses. Nope. The Uchiha clan should have been exterminated, leaving only one Uchiha Sasuke. Are you that Uchiha Sasuke? The fourth generation of Wind Shadow frowned. Of course I'm not Uchiha Sasuke, introduce yourself. My name is Uchiha Mori, the person in charge of this battlefield. Next, you will fight the people of the previous village. I hope you can be prepared. With that, Uchiha Mori stood up from the ground and turned to face the four shadows. The body of the second generation of Water Shadow has been slowly repaired, and in the attack just now, Uchiha Sen added a small amount of yin and yang escape technique, so the speed of soil rebirth repair has obviously slowed down. This is a small test, such as the product of the yin-yang escape technique, which can directly destroy the dirt reincarnation, so it seems that the yin-yang escape technique does restrain the dirt rebirth. It's just that the medicine master doesn't know about this. He thinks it's an uncrackable technique, but it's really full of loopholes. Damn, this filthy earth rebirth technique actually uses us as a tool, it's really unwilling. The second generation Mizukage gritted his teeth. He already knew the strength of Uchiha Sen with the blow just now. Even if it was his peak, he might not be able to beat Uchiha Sen. Just now, his body was still controlled by him, but he did not react. If we are unwilling, there is no way. Since we are controlled, then we can only act according to his ideas. Just to fight with the people in the village before, I'm afraid there will be problems. As soon as the second generation of Tokage finished saying these words, their bodies couldn't help but start walking forward. Now that they have been controlled by the medicine master, the reason why they were chatted for so long just now is that the Ninja Alliance did not attack before. And now, under the leadership of Sand Falls My Arrow, the Ninja Alliance has moved forward. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. In addition to the other units that found the ninja reborn in the soil, the fourth force also found the ninja reborn in the soil. Respectively. The second generation of Water Shadow, the second generation of Earth Shadow, the fourth generation of Wind Shadow and 3 generations of Thunder Shadows. The person in charge of the report was naturally the ninja of Union Village, and he naturally knew who the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow were. The third generation of Lei Ying is the father of the current fourth generation of Lei Ying, a famous shadow in Union Village, and his strength is very strong. What? I even gave my daddy too. Just listening to the bang, the fourth generation of Lei Ying directly shot up, and the emotions on his face were very uncomfortable. Although he had this feeling before, and after the appearance of the Ninja Deo 7, he also had this premonition. But when this really happened, his mood was also unbearable. Lei Ying is a little calm. In fact, the 4 generations of Wind Shadow who appeared are also the father of the current Wind Shadow Iai Luo, so he also has to fight his own father, and the mood is similar to yours. Senju Tsunade naturally knew a little more, because the relationship between Konoha Village and Tsunade Village had always been relatively close. Hearing this, the 4th generation of Lei Ying was obviously stunned for a moment, but soon his face slowly began to improve. His father was just summoned to fight, but Iai Luo had to fight his father, so Iai Luo really suffered even more. If it's really these people, I'm afraid the 4th unit is irresistible. I don't know about the other shadows, but the second generation of Earth shadows, but they have the same bloodstains as me. Because of the elimination of bloodstains, it took so long to weigh Onaki in 2 days, and now he sees his teacher, he also has some emotion. It's better like this, I'll go to the battlefield of the 4th unit to support them, and you guys are sitting here. Onoji said. Senju Tsunade and the 4th generation of Thunder Cage glanced at each other, then nodded. This is also good, you can also rest assured if you go to support us, if there is anything, feel free to contact. The 4th generation of Lei Ying nodded and agreed to the plan of weighing Onaki for 2 days, which was a foolproof plan. Terumi has gone to protect the daimyo and prevent the enemy from capturing the daimyo as a threat, and Iera is the commander of the 4th force at the front, and now Onoji will also go to support in 2 days. There are only 2 people left, Senju Tsunade and the 4th generation of Thunder Cage, who will also support various battlefields at that time. As long as which battlefield is needed, they will go to which battlefield. Shortly after Onoji left in 2 days, the 4th battlefield finally met the 4 shadows reborn from the soil, but what surprised them even more was that there was Uchiha Sen next to them. Before, they didn't notice that there was Uchiha Sen, but they knew that there were 4 dirt reincarnations, and now it seems that the burden on their shoulders is even heavier than before. Stop! With the order of my AI Luo, the 4th army stopped directly. I thought that AI Luo was going to announce the 10 orders, but what I didn't expect was that AI Luo chose to retreat backwards. Retreat 500 meters one after another, find Uchiha Sen ahead, wait for support. As Iroha's orders reached the various parts, everyone understood why they did it, because they had all heard of Uchiha Sen's name. Now the opponent they face is Uchiha Sen, which is enough to make many people fearful. Chapter 172. It's just that what makes these people a little strange is that Uchiha Sen doesn't seem to walk forward with those shadows summoned by the rebirth of dirt, but stays on the high platform behind. It was as if Uchiha Sen was not with those people, and he was indifferent to their attack at all. What's wrong? I love Luo. What happened that required the troops to retreat? Temari did not question my arrow's order at the beginning, but came to ask after the troops had retreated. This way it won't make others question the authority of Iroha, and you can understand what happened. Just now, when I used the Eye of Sand to probe the intelligence, I found that Uchiha Sen was on the opposite side. The information I said made a drop of cold sweat suddenly appear on Temari's forehead, the name Uchiha Mori, but before the war began, everyone told me. When you encounter Uchiha Sen, don't go one-on-one with him, even a squad of less than 10 people, and don't go head-to-head with Uchiha Sen. Compared to the rest of the Xiao organization, Uchiha Sen has a characteristic that he is generally not interested in people who are too weak. Those who were killed before either attacked Uchiha Sen, or they blocked Uchiha Sen's path. Therefore, there is still a chance of surviving Uchiha Sen, as long as you don't offend Uchiha Sen. Because Uchiha Mori appeared in front, you ordered the troops to retreat. I understand, Temari nodded. There is nothing wrong with this order, it can even be said to be very secure, who knows if Uchiha Sen will make a move. Iroha frowned, what he saw, Uchiha Sen did not go this way, and I don't know if it was good or bad. Let the communicator report to the headquarters that we found Uchiha Sen, but Uchiha Sen did not attack us, and he did not approach us with the dirt reincarnation. Don't spread the word about this, only you and the communicators will know. I love Luo very carefully, because once the news of Uchiha Sen in front of him spreads, I am afraid that some people will unconsciously develop a feeling of fear. On the battlefield, you can have any emotion, but you can't have the emotion of fear. Once afraid, some of the person's movements will be deformed, resulting in many things that cannot be completed, which will make it easy for people to die on the battlefield. Moreover, the current Uchiha Sen has not yet entered the war, and if he says it, I am afraid that it is a little alarmist. Temari jumped down to find the communication ninja, and Iroha was still observing each other's movements, and the 4 shadows reincarnated from the dirt were getting closer and closer to here. Intelligence from the 4th force. Uchiha Sen appears on the 4th battlefield. But according to the observation of the commander of the 4th unit, Kazekage Iroha, Uchiha Sen doesn't seem to have any intention of participating in the battlefield, and I don't know what the enemy is thinking. In a short time, the war room in the rear has already received the news, and this news is really not very good. At the beginning, Uchiha Sen participated in the war, and they were still mentally prepared for this, but they didn't expect it to be so soon. Now the fourth battlefield not only has to face 4 shadow-level figures, but also a more combat-ready Uchiha Sen, which they didn't expect at all. I didn't expect Uchiha Sen to join the war so soon, but that Uchiha Madara has no news yet. The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow is still worried about the so-called Uchiha Spot, because in his opinion, the threat of Uchiha Sen and Uchiha Spot is the same. No matter what, Wind Shadow really needs support there, and we can't sit idly by. Tsunade said. I know, but if we go just before. Forget it, I'll go to support, the journey is too far, I'll use the heavenly sending technique to support. The 4th generation of Thunder Shadow stood up. I'll go too, the other party is Uchiha Sen after all, we can't underestimate it. Tsunade also stood up. Nope. The heavenly sending technique was originally a technique for transporting strategic materials, which caused great harm to the human body. I have cultivated the thunder armor, so I can withstand the damage, and the body of an ordinary person cannot resist it at all. The 4th generation of Lei Cage refused Tsunade without thinking. I saw Tsunade smile slightly, and came directly to the side of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow. Don't underestimate me, Thunder Shadow, I didn't become a Hokage based on my grandfather's relationship, I naturally have a way. Tsunade smiled proudly, she was still confident in her own abilities. The 4th generation of Lei Ying nodded, and did not persuade much, since Tsunade had confidence, then he didn't need to say more. Okay, Azabi, get ready for the heavenly sending technique. Send us to the battlefield as soon as possible, we went to support. Here in the command room, the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow and Tsunade were sent to the battlefield by the heavenly sending technique, and the Water Shadow on the other side was also preparing to teleport to the battlefield. The 3 people around Terumi are the same 3 who joined forces to save Tsunade using the Flying Thunder God technique, and now they are responsible for sending Terumi to the battlefield. The 4th force has already begun to fight with the 4 shadows reborn from the dirt, of which the 4th generation of Wind Shadows has now been sealed by my Iluo, and the 2nd generation of Earth Shadows has used Split to escape. Although the 3 generations of Thunder Cage were very powerful, suppressing the ninja coalition led by Temari for a while, and also destroyed Naruto Uzumaki's spiral shuriken, but in the end he was still defeated by Naruto Uzumaki. As for the 2nd generation Mesui Shadow, it was cracked by my arrow with sand to crack the secret technique Steaming Danger Explosion, and then sealed. So, in the end, Uchiha Sen finally had to go out in person. At this time, Tsunade, Terumi, and the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow had also teleported, and the 5 shadows gathered again. Pocket, it seems that your dirt reincarnation force is not very strong, said Uchiha Sen lightly. No way, after all, I control it, and sometimes I can't use this ability. But I can summon Uchiha now, what do you think? In order to maintain communication with Uchiha Sen, Yakushi Pocket communicates with Uchiha Sen through the 2nd generation Tokage. Oh? Do you want to summon Uchiha right now? It seems that you have already thought about it. Uchiha Sen glanced at the 2nd generation Tokage, but the medicine master could not detect his eyes. That's right, I won't control Uchiha so that he can exert his maximum combat power. Even if you don't control him, this kind of thing will surely play it, after all, it is a matter of whether he can be resurrected. The medicine master has already thought about it, and Uchiha will play anyway. Since you're all ready, what are you waiting for? Let me see what the legendary Uchiha is like. Chapter 173. As for the other battlefields, they are still in full swing, and although the 2 brothers of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn were sealed by Darui, they were sealed into the outer path golem by the rushed Uchiha with soil. Naruto Uzumaki's doppelganger has reached each battlefield, helping people in each battlefield to distinguish which is the one who has changed in white. And one after another people who were reborn in filthy soil are sealed, and the form of war is approaching the direction of the Ninja Alliance. Predictably, the battles on the various battlefields are almost over. Only the battle on the fourth battlefield continued. Tens of thousands of ninjas faced the opposite Uchiha Sen, and not a single one dared to step forward. None of them knew Uchiha Sen's purpose, or even what Uchiha Sen was going to do. The 5 cages have come here, and their only target is Uchiha Sen. It's just that what they don't know is that Uchiha Sen doesn't want to fight them, because they are not Uchiha Sen's opponent at all. Uchiha Sen, you guys lost. All fronts are already our advantage. If you surrender now, maybe you can spare your life. The voice of the 4th generation of Thunder Shadows was very loud, and it instantly spread throughout the battlefield, and everyone felt encouraged. This kind of words are not casual, each battlefield is an advantage. This point is still brought over by the 5 shadows, very reliable. So when they heard the news, many people began to cheer. It's just that Uchiha Sen's face hasn't changed in the slightest, and he doesn't even bother to glance at the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow. Are you a little too arrogant? The last time you were in the Land of Iron, it seems that you haven't fully remembered. How many of these ninjas here do you think can survive my art? Uchiha Sen said lightly. Uchiha Sen's words made the 4th generation of Thunder Shadow shake slightly, and he seemed to think of the Iron Country some time ago. Before that catastrophe-like technique, almost everyone had nothing to do, although the 5 cages would definitely survive that technique, but what about the ordinary ninjas below? After one move, how many of those remaining ordinary ninjas can survive? If I want to leave, I'm afraid none of you can stop me, but the protagonist of today's scene is not me. I'm very curious now how you would feel if you met this person. Uchiha Sen smiled and tilted his head in the direction of Yakushi, who also understood what it meant. The medicine master who controlled the 2nd generation Earth Shadow began to seal his hands, and soon an old coffin appeared on the ground again. The eyes of the 5 shadows stared at this coffin tightly. They didn't know who would come out this time. The coffin board fell with a bang, and out of it came a man in battle armor. This person had long black hair, was wearing a Warring States period battle armor, his hands were around his chest, and his face was indifferent. He is the legendary Uchiha Madara. This is not the art of reincarnation, it is the art of rebirth of dirt. Is there a problem with Uzumaki Nagato's plan? When Uchiha came out of the coffin, the first sentence was this sentence: I am afraid that he was thinking before he died, when will he be resurrected? But now, I thought it was the body resurrected by the reincarnation of the heavenly gods, but I didn't expect it to be the body reborn in the soil. Uchiha? How can it be? 2 days of Scales Oniki recognized Uchiha Madara for the first time, but Uchiha Madara left a shadow in his heart. At the same time, Senju Tsunade also recognized who this man in battle armor was. It's worthy of being Uchiha, who used to be on a par with the god of the ninja world, but now it seems that it really lives up to its name. Yakushi, who controlled the 2nd generation Tokage, sighed a little. This was the first time he had fully summoned Uchiha Madara. He used to control Uchiha's mind, and now he is the only time he lets Uchiha control himself. Are you the one who casts the rebirth of dirt? Hide in the dirt and talk to me after the rebirth, you are really shady. Uchiha looked at the 2nd generation Tsuchikage and Uchiha Sen next to him, the figure of the 2nd generation Tokage, and he felt the chakra. And from Uchiha Sen's body, Uchiha felt a powerful force. In the face of a character like you, it is natural to be careful. Besides, I am far away from you, and I can only explain everything to you in this way. The medicine man's tone sounded very respectful, but those who knew him knew that it was all fake. As for when it is true, perhaps now the medicine master himself does not know when his emotions are true. You don't have to tell me. This person next to you, I feel a familiar force. You are from the Uchiha clan, right? Uchiha looked at Uchiha Sen, and he clearly felt a sense of familiarity. I can't be considered a member of the Uchiha clan, although my surname is Uchiha. My father's surname is Uzumaki, and my mother's surname is Uchiha. My name is Uchiha Sen. It seems that you at your peak are indeed very strong. Uchiha Mori's eyes became an eternal kaleidoscope, and he felt it the moment Uchiha appeared. How to describe the feeling of Uchiha Spot? The current state of Uchiha Spot, probably has 3/5 of the strength of Uchiha Sen. Here is not an infinite chakra and immortal body. Because the immortal body has no effect on Uchiha Sen, the yin-yang escape technique can be destroyed. Of course, Uchiha also has the Eye of Reincarnation, which is also a strength bonus. Has the Sharingan come to this point? It seems that a new genius has appeared in the Uchiha family. Saying that, Uchiha's eyes also became an eternal kaleidoscope. The pupil power of the two people collided once in the void, and each of them cast an illusion on the other, which was regarded as an exchange of strength. If it comes to illusion, it must be Uchiha who is superior, because Uchiha Sen does not use illusion much. Good strength, in a few years you may have the strength of my peak back then. For Uchiha Sen's strength, Uchiha agrees very much, but he does not have the slightest sense of crisis. After all, if he regained his physical body and fused the 10 tails, Uchiha Sen would definitely not be his opponent. Of course, a domineering president like Uchiha Ban, he only needs what he feels, he doesn't need others to think, he thinks it's enough. Uchiha Sen didn't say much, just quietly looked at the 5 shadows on the opposite side. On the opposite side is the current 5 shadows, I fought with them, and the strength is not bad. I wonder if you are interested, move your current body, and feel the feeling of blood boiling again? Chapter 174. Move your body? Feel the blood boiling? Uchiha took a look at Uchiha Sen. Susanoo's body did not have the so-called feeling of blood boiling, and even Uchiha Sen could not feel the existence of his own body. It's just that it seems that Uchiha Sen doesn't know about this, and Uchiha doesn't plan to tell him. Looking at the forehead braces they are wearing, have the 5 major powers actually joined forces? Uchiha glanced at the ninja coalition below and asked thoughtfully. That's right, the current 5 major countries and many small countries have formed an army to resist Uchiha. Of course, the Uchiha BA mentioned here is your stand-in. Uchiha Sen's tone was somewhat meaningful. The medicine master was here, and he did not say the identity of Uchiha Obito. And when this method is said, Uchiha will probably understand what Uchiha Sen means. It seems that you know quite a few things. Uchiha glanced at Uchiha Sen. I was found by Kuroju, and I heard that I want to cooperate with you, and I feel the need to meet the strongest of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha smiled, he began to fool as much as he could. When the name Heijo was spoken, Uchiha's doubts were dispelled. In Uchiha's heart, Kuro is his incarnation in order to help him return to this world. And according to Uchiha Sen's strength, it is naturally stronger than Uchiha Obito, so it is also reasonable to let Uchiha Sen contact more secrets. It doesn't matter. It's not my real body right now, but I still want to give it a try. Uchiha said lightly. In order for you to recover your peak strength, I have made a lot of preparations, and it took a lot of thought to select such a body for you. I wonder if you are satisfied. The second generation Earth Shadow controlled by the medicine master took a step forward, and his tone revealed a faint excitement. Have you seen my peak? Uchiha glanced at him. In Uchiha's heart, I'm afraid these people never dared to imagine what Uchiha was at his peak. To put it mildly, if it is really the peak Uchiha who came here, I am afraid that no one in the entire ninja world is Uchiha's opponent. Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, I have always heard about it, but when Mori-kun told me a story, I was more convinced of my speculation. So I added something to your body, and you must have felt it too, right? The medicine master laughed twice, although the tone sounded relaxed, but it gave people a feeling that it was not very good to wait. Uchiha frowned, pulled open his clothes and took a look, and immediately understood a lot. It seems that you are not just a shady guy, you can even guess these things. After that, Uchiha also glanced at Uchiha Sen. He was curious about how Uchiha Sen knew. Uchiha Sen shrugged and didn't say anything, and he didn't have to explain. Forget it, since this body has this attribute, then I also have to try the strength of the 5 shadows now, and the 5 standing at the highest point are the current 5 shadows, right? Uchiha glanced at the 5 people on the opposite side, and he had already felt the chakra of the 5 people. That's right, the strength is not bad, it should make you feel it. Uchiha said with a smile. Since you and the 5 shadows have already fought, then leave the next thing to me, I want to see what kind of strength the 5 shadows of this era is. Saying that, Uchiha's hands began to seal rapidly, and a huge chakra appeared on his body. I saw Uchiha Sen take a deep breath, and then vomited it all out in one go. Fire! Fire extinguished. The flames in the sky directly swept the entire ninja alliance, and in the face of the overwhelming flames, these ninjas were stunned in place, looking a little confused. Because the range of flames was so great, they didn't dare to imagine that a single ninjutsu could give them a feeling that they could wipe out thousands of ninja coalition forces. Therefore, even when the flames were about to reach their faces, they still did not respond. Stop standing in a daze. Those who know how to use water escape with me. Block this blow. Terumi shouted, and his hands began to seal quickly, and these ninjas behind him finally came to their senses, and quickly began to use ninjutsu with Terumi. Shui Shui Duan. Water Array Pillar Art. Terumi's mouth spit out a large amount of water like a water column, and directly rushed towards Uchiha's blaze, and the ninjutsu of the 2 attributes of water and fire immediately collided in the air. A huge amount of water vapor burst out at this moment, instantly sweeping the entire battlefield. It's just that the water array pillar technique of Zhao Meihai can't completely defend against Uchiha's fire escape, and later these ninjas' water escape is the root of solving this trick. Shui Shui Duan. The Art of the Great Falls. Shui Shui Duan. River Art. All kinds of water done pounced in an instant, whether it was a range of water done ninjutsu or not, they all pounced together. With the addition of these ninjas, Uchiha's fire extinguishing was quickly extinguished, and the water rushed directly to the position where Uchiha and Uchiha were standing. Uchiha glanced at the rushing water faintly, his hands quickly formed 3 seals, and a very violent wind immediately appeared in his mouth. Wind escape. Storms gather. The fierce wind bombarded the surface of the water in an instant, and the water that was still advancing suddenly exploded directly in the middle of the 5 shadows and Uchiha as if it had been hindered by something. The entire battlefield turned from a desert to a river. It's just that because this is a desert, the water doesn't last long at all, and all the water begins to sink slowly, all sinking into the wind and sand. All this is done by Iroh because he knows that fighting on land is much better than fighting on water. At least ordinary ninjas don't need to gather part of the chakra on the soles of their feet to stand on the water, which also reduces the consumption of chakra in the Ninja Alliance. It seems that this Ren Shuiying still has some ability, but if it is only this level, I am afraid it is really not good. Uchiha was slightly disappointed. Compared to the scene they had back then, Terumi was really nothing. It's okay for the 5 shadows to join forces, you can give it a try, maybe there will be an unexpected gain or not. Of course, that yellow-haired one is the 9-tailed human pillar force, although it is only a doppelganger, but you can also judge a person's position by virtue of the doppelganger, right? Might as well arrest it. Chapter 175. In fact, this advice that Uchiha Sen gave to Uchiha was actually a bad idea. But this bad idea reached Uchiha's ears, but it turned out to be a very good idea. The reason is simple, Uchiha Madara is resurrected in the way of reincarnation in filthy soil, which proves that something has gone wrong with his plan, otherwise Kuro would never allow Uchiha to be resurrected in this form. Therefore, collecting tailed beasts has now become a very embarrassing problem, and it must be wanted, but it is not now. Because of the body reborn with filthy soil, Uchiha Madara cannot become a 10-tailed human pillar force, and cannot become a human pillar force, which means that Uchiha Ban's next plan will not work at all. Even if he captures the 9-tailed beast now, I am afraid that he will only bring soil to Uchiha to make a wedding dress. But the 9-tailed man pillar force is in front of him, making Uchiha blind, it is definitely impossible. So, Uchiha is definitely going on. Uchiha did not answer Uchiha Sen's proposal, but stepped forward himself and came to the opposite side of the 5 cages. Your grasp of people's hearts is really powerful, I didn't expect that a strong person like Uchiha was moved by what you said. The 2nd generation Tokage, controlled by the medicine master, walked to Uchiha Sen's side and looked at Uchiha in front of him, his tone a little playful. It's not that I have a strong ability to grasp people's hearts, but whoever it is, when facing temptation, will be like this. People are not fooled, not because they are smart, but because they don't have enough chips to tempt. Uchiha smiled. In fact, it was just a deal. Uchiha knew it, he didn't want to say it. And for Naruto Uzumaki on the opposite side, in fact, Uchiha Madara does not have to be captured, he just wants to squander his power now and vent his grievances over the years. Hey! It seems that Mori-kun knows more, but then again, Gakage should not be Uchiha's opponent, right? The medicine master asked with a smile. You should keep faith in your work. Maybe the current Uchiha BA is not as good as his peak back then, but now this strength is enough for Uchiha BA to squander in this era. I think Konoha Village definitely has a backhand. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes, although many things had not yet appeared, but Uchiha Sen had a hunch. Didn't Konoha Village think of any other way to increase their high-end combat power on the premise that they already knew that the 5 cages could not defeat them? Just one Uchiha Sen can overturn the entire battlefield, didn't they think about it? No matter what kind of backhand, you and Uchiha are enough to deal with them. Not to mention that there is another Uchiha spot with 7-tailed beasts in his hand. The medicine master smiled. In his opinion, their combination was no longer able to deal with them. If it weren't for the fact that Uchiha Sen hadn't made a move, I'm afraid that this part of the Ninja Alliance would have been completely wiped out long ago. Uchiha Sen didn't speak, because he knew that it was time for the first Hokage of Konoha Village to the 4th Hokage to enter the war. Is this the ancestral shrine of the Uzumaki clan? It doesn't look any different. In the ruins of the country of whirlpools, inside the ancestral shrine of the Whirlpool clan, Zilla was also looking at the surrounding environment, and next to him stood the big snake pill. For Jiraiya's emotion, Orochimaru did not care, but turned his head to look at the wall. There are many masks hanging on the walls, each mask has its own characteristics. Here is the Uzumaki clan's noodle hall, and the purpose of Orochimaru coming here is to find the mask of death. That's it. Orochimaru found the 7th mask in the 2nd row from the left, and a snake helped him remove it. When the snake of the big snake pill touched this mask, the big snake pill suddenly shook his whole body, and his eyes were full of incredulity. Because in that instant, he felt Uchiha Sen's chakra. This also means that Uchiha Sen already knows that Orochimaru has taken the mask here. What's wrong, Orochimaru? What happened? Ji-Lai also noticed the abnormality of the big snake pill. It's nothing, it's just that the matter of us coming to find the mask is probably known by Uchiha Senior. Orochimaru's tone was not much fear, but very interested. He wanted to know how Uchiha Sen knew all this. Because in the chakra just now, Orochimaru received a message from Uchiha Sen. It seems that you have already chosen a big snake pill. When he received this message, Orochimaru was also very shocked. Why Uchiha Sen was like an unknown prophet, thinking about everything ahead. As for why Uchiha Sen thought of the Shinigami mask, Orochimaru did not doubt it. Because no matter how you say it, Uchiha Sen is a member of the Uzumaki clan, and it is normal for him to know these secrets. But why did he know that the big snake pill would come here, and if he changed someone, was it also this news? Uchiha Sen got it. So what to do? Jiraiya's face changed. He never expected that Uchiha Sen would know about this, so how did he know? These masks have Uchiha Sen's chakra, and whenever someone moves these masks, he will receive a hint. So we're going to do it as soon as possible. The big snake pill said lightly. Saying that, Orochimaru glanced at the 5 trapped Baiju on the ground. These 5 Baiju were all responsible for monitoring the movements of Konoha Village, but they were detected by Naruto Uzumaki in the tailed beast mode. Instead of killing them at that time, Naruto Uzumaki followed Jiraiya's orders, trapped them, and finally brought them here. Then what do you do next? Jiraiya looked at him. Next, you stay away from me, I will summon the Grim Reaper and take out the soul you need again. Saying that, the big snake pill put on this mask, and a chakra immediately appeared around his body. A phantom of death appeared directly behind the big snake pill, and finally bit a knife, and the body was a strange rune, which looked very terrifying. Without saying a word, the big snake pill directly controlled the god of death to cut his stomach, and at the same time, a stream of blood also appeared in the abdomen of the big snake pill. In the name of the Grim Reaper, summon the 4 Hokage and the souls of my hands, and then when the souls of my hands are restored, I will release the dirt rebirth technique and resurrect the 4 Hokages. Remembering this plan of the big snake pill at that time, Zai Lai also saw this scene in front of him again, and naturally understood what it meant. Show up. People who know everything. The Art of Dirt Rebirth. Chapter 176. Uchiha Sen, who was far away on the battlefield, suddenly felt a sense of caution, the news from the Uzumaki ancestral shrine. In order to get first-hand information, but forgot which one was the Shinigami mask, Uchiha Sen attached chakra to all the masks on that wall. This is a small skill, but only Uchiha Sen can use it. Therefore, when Orochimaru used this Shinigami mask for the first time, Uchiha Sen knew. I have something to deal with, so I'll leave it to Uchiha here. After speaking, Uchiha Sen did not wait for the medicine master's reply, and directly used spatial ninjutsu to leave the place. When the Great Snake Pill finished using the dirt rebirth technique, he immediately used another of his unique rebirth techniques to occupy the last Baiju's body and successfully survived. There are many purposes for this, because Baiju's body is all cells between the 1,000-hand pillars, which can strengthen control. If there is any accident, the big snake pill will not have a problem. 1,000-hand pillars, 1,000 hands pick, ape flying sun chopper, wave feng shui gate. A total of 4 Hokage from the 1st to the 4th generation of Konoha Village stood in front of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, their eyes closed. Zai Lai also looked at these 4 with some expectation. 1 was his disciple, 1 was his teacher, and 2 were the legends of Konoha Village all along. I was really excited to meet them. Is this one called the Big Snake Pill again? Why did you call us out again this time? Aren't our souls sealed? Qian Shao looked at the Big Snake Pill in front of him and couldn't help frowning. Monkey, didn't you use the sealing technique to seal me and Kuruma at that time? What's going on? Senju Kuma asked. I did seal the 2 with a ghoul seal, and as the price for launching this technique, I was also sealed. As for why, I guess it was he who lifted the seal of the ghoul seal, and then used the dirt rebirth technique, right? Ape Fei Ri looked at his most outstanding sister-in-law with a complicated face, and he roughly guessed something. Can the ghoul seal also be lifted? Bo Feng Shuman asked. By the way, who are you? Qian Shao looked at the wave feng shui gate. Bo Feng Shuman was slightly stunned, and then turned around with a smile, revealing the words on the imperial god robe behind him. I'm the 4th generation. Bo Feng Shuman said with a smile. Oh, it turns out that you are the 4th generation, so who is the 5th generation? Is the village still safe? 1,000-hand pillar asked impatiently. The 5th generation is your grandson, Tsunade. Orochimaru said with a smile. Hearing that Senju Tsunade became a fire shadow, the expression between Senju Tsunade was a little difficult to control for a while. He never thought that the little girl who used to like gambling would really become the Hokage of Konoha Village. Big brother, let's not talk about this first, the one called the Big Snake Pill, what are you going to do when you summon us out? For these parents, Senjuma disliked it the most, and now he just wanted to know what to call them out again. He asked me to summon you out, so let him introduce you. Saying that, the Big Snake Pill took a step back, and Zilla also stood in front. Oh? It's Jiraiya sensei. I didn't expect Jiraiya to be so young. Bo Feng Shuman said. Watergate, Sarutobi sensei, 2 Hokage-sama. Jiraiya said hello. This is also your disciple, Monkey, it seems that you do have 2 brushes in cultivating talents. The 1,000-hand pillar nodded, whether it was the Great Snake Pill or Jiraiya, their strength was very strong. Although it is not as good as those he has met, he is already a leader in the ninja world. First Lord, I need to tell you the whole thing, now please listen to me finish the matter. A new ninja world war has begun again, and the opponent begins to claim to be Uchiha Madara, but the real Uchiha Madara is later summoned by the reincarnation of the soil, so the mastermind of the other party becomes an unknown figure. Uchiha has already let the current 5 cages resist. In addition to him, there is a more tricky character. When talking about Uchiha Sen, Jiraiya's face is a little unpleasant. A character trickier than Madara? Who is it? There is some curiosity between the thousand-hand pillars. People who can compete with Uchiha in this world are often top-notch in strength, but the word used by Jiraiya is more tricky, which shows that this person is stronger than Uchiha-ban. His name is Uchiha Sen. In fact, his father is from the Uzumaki clan, and his mother is from the Uchiha clan. I once fought with the current 5 cages, and the injuries were very light, and I also hit the 5 cages hard. When he said this, Jiraiya's tone became even more uncomfortable, because in his opinion, Uchiha Sen was quite terrifying. Just this time, it has already said a lot of things. The 5 shadows can't beat Uchiha Sen together. It's scary to think about. Uchiha Sen? Could it be that he, Ape Flying Sun, was shocked? That's right, he became a rebel of Konoha Village, has been taking revenge on Konoha, and destroyed the village twice, said Jiraiya in a low voice. Monkey, do you know this person? The thousand-hand pillars are no longer joking. Actually, the last time the two should have seen him, when the two were first summoned by Orochimaru, that child was Uchiha Mori. Ape Flying Sun's face was a little bleak. Uchiha Sen said that it was because of him that he appeared. If he was decisive at that time and killed Uchiha Sen, then nothing would have happened. But now regret, it's too late. That kid? I didn't expect to have such a strong strength. The thousand-hand pillar was slightly stunned. Senju closed his eyes, as if he was probing something. Their target is now the 8-tailed human pillar force and the 9-tailed pillar force, and we are fighting with them in order to protect the last 2-tailed beasts. When Bofeng Shuman heard the 9-tailed man pillar force, his expression also changed. Jiraiya sensei, Naruto, is he alright? Bofeng Shuman asked with concern. It's okay, now Naruto is already a qualified ninja, and a very strong ninja. Speaking of Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya's face was also very happy. After all, Uzumaki Naruto was also his disciple. You said Uchiha and Uchiha Sen. I have already felt 2 huge chakras. Uchiha spots are far away, and the other. Here it comes. As soon as the words of the thousand hands fell, a violent explosion immediately occurred in the position they were in. I didn't expect that the ancestors of the past generations came. It seems that this war will not be boring. Chapter 177. With an explosion, the ancestral shrine that originally belonged to the Vortex clan completely collapsed and became a ruin. And 6 people appeared from the ruins, and these 6 people were the Senjuju pillar, as well as Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Uchiha Mori was standing not far from them, looking at them with a smile on his face. Uchiha Sen. Jiraiya said his name at once. Ah! Zi Lei, I didn't expect to see you again. The last time I spared your life, I didn't expect it to be so lucky. And Orochimaru, it seems that you are also planning to rebel. Uchiha Sen's eyes looked at Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Although he was not surprised by the choice of Orochimaru, he felt some dissatisfaction. Since Orochimaru decided to betray Uchiha Sen, then Uchiha Sen did not mind eradicating this traitor. Senjun said and laughed, we are originally a cooperative relationship, how can we rebel and not rebel? Orochimaru said with a smile. Uchiha Sen couldn't help but smile. Should it be said that it really deserves to be Konoha Village? What should I say? As a rebel of Konoha, do you want to return to Konoha Village now? I really don't know what charm Konoha Village has, let you follow so desperately. Uchiha Sen glanced at Konoha's 4 Hokage, each of them was very strong and should not be underestimated. Orochimaru smiled and didn't speak, just stood behind the 4 Hokages and looked at Uchiha Mori, but he was muttering in his heart. Can these 4 Hokages defeat Uchiha Sen? Humph! The will of fire in our Konoha village is not something you can understand as a rebel. Uchiha Mori. Not only did you defect out of the village, but you also brought such a great harm to the village, just grab it. Saying that, Ape Flying Sun directly summoned the ape demon and attacked towards Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen glanced at the attack of the Ape Flying Sun lightly, and slowly raised his left hand, preparing the Ape Flying Sun Get out! Bang! With a violent explosion, half of the Ape Flying Sun's body was directly shattered, and where they were standing just now, there was also an explosion. Before Sarutobi could react, Uchiha Sen kicked him away again, but the body of the reincarnation of the soil was recovering. Ape Flying Sun, do you really think that you can kill me with you? Even if you are a body reborn from dirt? The crimes you committed back then are still vividly remembered, so now you tell me the so-called will of fire, do you think your nonsense can really deceive people? Uchiha Sen looked at the ape Flying Sun chop who was half kneeling in place, although his body could recover, but the mental blow was real. It feels like in just a blink of an eye, and Uchiha Sen has changed from a child who can kill at any time to such a murderous demon king now. Uchiha Mori, although Konoha Village used to be sorry for you, but you have already killed Danzo, what else do you want? At this time, Jiraiya also stood up, and he really couldn't get used to Uchiha Sen's behavior. Uchiha Sen turned to look at Jiraiya, and the next second Uchiha Sen's figure appeared on his left side, and a short knife slashed directly at his neck. Click! It's just that Uchiha Sen's purpose was not achieved, and a piece of wood was directly blocked in front of Uchiha Sen. The short knife in Uchiha Sen's hand did not even split the wood, but the chakra on the knife was absorbed by the wood. Muduan? It seems that the speed of the first generation of adults is really fast enough. The right hand between the Senjo pillars pinched a seal, and the moment Uchiha Sen acted, he was ready. Just at the moment when Uchiha Sen swung his knife, the wood blocked in front of Jiraiya and blocked the blow. Konoha Village captured my father to do so-called experiments, so I killed Shimura Danzo, and when my mother tried to run away with me, she was arrested. And the person who led the team to arrest my mother back then, was it you, the ape Flying Sun? Is that you? Uchiha Sen looked at the two people with both eyes, no joy or anger in his eyes, but his tone was questioning. Jiraiya silently glanced at Uchiha Sen and did not speak, because he was indeed involved in the hunt for Uchiha Sen's mother. And the reason that Sarutobi told him was that Uchiha Mori's father had become a rebel, and Uchiha Sen's mother was also running away, so he went to hunt them down. But now it seems that there is no doubt that fate lied back then, and the lie was very big. And 4 generations of Hokage, Uzumaki-gan, you should know, right? When he was framed as a traitor, you didn't say a word at that time, did you? Uchiha Sen looked at the wave Feng Shui gate, his face expressionless. Bo Feng Shuman was slightly stunned, and when he heard the name, he was also silent. The owner of the name, once one of his good friends, except that when he had an accident, he did nothing. Therefore, my feud with Konoha Village is endless. If you want to kill me, show your true skills. As soon as Uchiha Sen's words fell, the figure of Senju appeared next to him, and I saw him holding a seal in his right hand, and his eyes looked at Uchiha Sen's side. You're too careless. Multiply the technique of detonation charms. The surrounding area of Uchiha Sen immediately erupted with a shocking bombardment. This move is unique to Senju. He thought about this move when he designed the rebirth of Dirt. Dirt rebirth is an immortal body, so if you use the detonation charm to die with the other party, the enemy is flesh and has only one life, but the rebirth of Dirt can be restored and then fight. The fierce fire light shone directly into the sky, and at this moment the sky has darkened, so the light in this place is particularly bright. The Thousand Hands Pillar, who was missing half of his body, returned to the side of the Thousand Hands Pillar, and he had to leave without thinking. Let's go, he's dead. Qian Shao said lightly. He's not that easy to deal with. Senjuju whispered. Regardless of what happened to Uchiha Mori, Konoha Village did the right thing or not. As the first Hokage of Konoha Village, he must protect the interests of the village. Therefore, his goal today is also to kill Uchiha Sen. As soon as the words between the Thousand Hand Pillars fell, the smoke began to slowly dissipate, and the figure of Uchiha Mori appeared in place again. It's just that unlike before, around Uchiha Sen's body, light cyan armor appeared. Ken Susanoo? It's the same as Uchiha. Senju Kuma narrowed his eyes. It seems that you are really old. Do you really think that this level of attack will kill me? Are you too confident? Or underestimate me too much? Chapter 178. Uchiha Sen's tone was very calm, and the blow just now didn't even hurt the corner of his clothes. Senju turned his head, but before he could finish speaking, Uchiha Sen grabbed him by the neck and threw him directly into the wall behind him. Bang bang bang! The 4 black iron rods directly nailed the limbs between the 1,000 hands to the rock, and the 1,000 hands could not move for an instant. In the next second, Uchiha Sen jumped directly to avoid an attack from the wave Feng Shui gate, and the figure came to the other side. Don't save me, this iron rod will interfere with chakra, defeat him first! Senjutsu shouted. The shouting between the 1,000 hands made the wave Feng Shui men stop. If it will interfere with chakra, then if he encounters, I am afraid that his fate will be the same as that of the 1,000 hands. The figure of the wave Feng Shui gate flickered again, and he stood at the back, in front of which was between the ape flying sun chopper and the 1,000-hand pillar. Water gate, we are responsible for the frontal attack, you attack him from the side, as long as there is a flaw, attack. After speaking, Ape Fei quickly sealed his hands, and in an instant a ninjutsu was completed in his hands. 2 Shu. Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. An earth dragon immediately appeared on the ground, roaring towards Uchiha Sen, but not fast. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes, although he couldn't see the person of the ape flying sun, but his combat power was still certain. Knowing that this ninjutsu has no effect on Uchiha Sen, is it just because of the infinite chakra of the body of soil rebirth? Impossible, Uchiha Sen's heart moved, there must be some conspiracy in this. 2 Shu. Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Uchiha Sen decided to respond to all changes with no change, and the Sharingan instantly copied the technique of Ape Flying Sun, and the 2 earth dragons collided directly, causing a lot of sand and gravel to fly. Done. Birth of the Tree Realm. Senjutsu didn't know when he had come to Uchiha Sen's back, but he saw that his hands were clasped and he used his long famous wooden ninjutsu. A large number of trees rose directly from the ground, pierced the rocks, and attacked towards Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen glanced at the root of the tree, and a cloud of thunder and lightning appeared in his right hand, and the thunder turned into a blade, directly cutting off this tree root. It's just the beginning, a large number of tree roots spread directly, all of them appeared around Uchiha Sen, which instantly became a forest from a flat land. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes, in this wood, sensing chakra is not so easy. The big trees around all carry chakra, and if one wants to hide, it is actually very easy. It's just that they all forgot that now this person is Uchiha Sen, and Uchiha Sen is looking for someone, but he doesn't just rely on perception. Do you want to beat me by clinging to the normal state? Aren't you a little too naive? Between the 1,000-hand pillars? Thunder. Heavenly punishment. Uchiha Sen's left hand froze, his body began to float in mid-air, and a cloud of thunder and lightning once again appeared on his right hand. And Uchiha Sen raised his hand, this thunder and lightning straight into the sky immediately began to be cloudy, faintly thunder and lightning began to appear in the clouds. It's just that Senjukuma and the others did not take care of Uchiha Sen, but went to rescue Senjukuma first. They didn't think of any other way, they directly cut off the limbs between the 1,000 hands, and then let the limbs grow out slowly. Although this method seems cruel, it is the fastest solution for ninjas who are reborn in dirt. Especially Uchiha Sen is now brewing a terrifying ninjutsu, and they have very little time. 4th generation, looking at your appearance, you should also be able to fly the Thunder God technique, are you sure that you can fly next to him? Senjo looked at Uchiha Sen in mid-air, and his expression was very serious. He naturally saw how much chakra this ninjutsu contained, they were the bodies of dirt rebirth, and they were not afraid of this type of ninjutsu, but I don't know why, he was a little flustered. Ah! I know, but I'm going to change shapes. Bo Feng Shuman nodded, and his appearance immediately turned golden, which was the tailed beast mode of the 9 tails. This is, the 1,000-hand pillars were a little surprised. Ah, when the 9 tails attacked Konoha Village, I sealed half of the 9 tails on me and the other half on Naruto, which is my son, and I died at that time. This is a mode cultivated by relying on the 9 tails in my body, and I can freely use the chakra of the 9 tails. Bo Feng Shuman squeezed his palm, his state is much stronger than the previous state. What is really done is called golden glitter. In that case, I also have to give the enemy enough respect, after all, the opponent is not a weak person. Saying that, a lot of patterns appeared on the face between the thousand hand pillars, which looked like a face. But the thousand hands pillar knows that this is the immortal mode between the thousand hand pillars, and after it is turned on, the ninjutsu used between the thousand hands pillar is all immortal art. It's just that before they can implement the battle plan, Uchiha Sen will take the lead. With Uchiha Sen's right hand swinging down heavily, countless thunderbolts began to rush towards the ground, and the tree-like thick thunder and lightning smashed violently on the wood, igniting a violent flame. Immortal Law Muduan. Wooden ingot wall. As the thunder and lightning fell frequently, the trees that originally appeared between the thousand hand pillars using the tree realm were already burning at this moment. This forest that originally appeared suddenly has become a sea of fire at this moment. It's just that something bad for Uchiha Sen is that once this technique is launched, the sky will definitely rain. So before the flames burned for a while, it started pouring rain in the sky. In addition to the 4 Hokage, there is also Jiraiya hidden under the wall of the wooden ingot. Zi Lai also looked at the surrounding situation in surprise. Just now there were countless thunderbolts on the wooden ingot wall. Originally he was very worried, but the wooden ingot wall held up. Most importantly, because of the rain, the fire in the neighborhood began to slowly extinguish. The big snake pill, on the other hand, disappeared at the beginning of the battle. Senjozuma was the first to walk out of the wooden ingot wall, and at this moment Uchiha Sen was still stopped in mid-air, quietly watching them. Oh? It seems that you are going to show real strength, so that it is like words. As soon as Uchiha Sen's words fell, the thousand-hand pillar jumped onto the wall of the wooden ingot, looking at Uchiha Sen from afar. I haven't met this kind of opponent for a long time, I feel really excited. So I decided that I'm going to use all my strength against you, just like I did against Madara. Let's take it. Immortal Law. Muduan. What thousands of hands? Chapter 179. The ground began to shake violently, a huge Buddha statue rose from the ground. In addition, there were countless hands on this Buddha statue, densely packed, looking very terrifying. Relying on the bonus of this Buddha statue, the thousand-hand pillar came to the opposite side of Uchiha Sen, which was about the same height as Uchiha Sen. Coming up with him, there are also 1,000 hands and a wave of Feng Shui Gate. As for the ape flying sun, I don't know where to go. Immortal magic. Buddha on top. The thousand-hand pillar did not give Uchiha Sen time to think, and the moment the real thousand hands appeared, the top Buddha attacked in the direction of Uchiha Sen. Countless arms rushed towards Uchiha Sen at the same time, sealing all his retreats up and down, left and right, and Uchiha Sen instantly had no way to avoid it, and could only carry this blow. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he saw that a light cyan armor immediately appeared around his body. This is Uchiha Sen's susanoo. Susanoo became a complete body in a second, and Fang Tian's halberd transformed into a shield and directly blocked in front of him. The arms of thousands of real hands all hit Susanoo's shield, and although the huge roar was heard endlessly, Uchiha Mori's susanoo blocked the blow. Immortal Law Muduan. Myojinman. A lot of red torii suddenly appeared in the sky, and instantly fell from the sky, wanting to seal Uchiha Sen's susanoo. But Uchiha Sen will not be sealed so easily, and after blocking the blow of the upper Buddha, Susanoo disappeared in an instant, and Myojin Gate could only turn to seal Uchiha Mori. But Uchiha Sen's target is too small, and Myojin Gate is too big, so this blow is useless at all. It's now. Boom. It's up to you. The thousand hands pillar shouted, and in the next second, the thousand hands came to Uchiha Sen's face, and a kunai directly stabbed at Uchiha Sen's heart. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes, how did this thousand hands come up? But at this time, Uchiha Sen didn't think about it so much, and directly used space ninjutsu to dodge this blow. 4 generations, it's now, it's up to you. Senju shouted again. Behind the Senju Kuma, that is, in front of Uchiha Sen, the figure of Wave Feng Shuman appeared. Because of inertia, Senju's body all passed through Uchiha Sen's body, but the attack of the Wave Feng Shui Gate was connected. Spiral Pill. The spiral pill was directly pressed on Uchiha Sen's abdomen, and Uchiha Sen was shot out in an instant. With a boom, there was an explosion on the ground, and that direction was the direction where Uchiha Sen was bombarded out just now. 4 generations! Wake up! Just when Bofeng Shuman was about to celebrate, the 9 tails in his body suddenly reminded him that this meant that he had fallen for illusion. Because of the existence of the 9 tails, the wave Feng Shui gate instantly unlocked the illusion, but he was kicked away by Uchiha Sen. Bofeng Shuman forcibly turned his body in mid-air, and still had a kunao in the place of the Buddha statue, and his figure immediately disappeared into the air and returned to the top of the Buddha statue. Be careful with his illusion. I fell for his illusion just now. If it weren't for the 9 tails reminding me, I'm afraid I wouldn't know about it. Bofeng Shuman looked at Uchiha Sen very vigilantly. He had long heard of the illusion of the Uchiha family, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. The chakra eye in his eyes is no longer an ordinary pattern. This is the kaleidoscope chakra eye of the Uchiha clan. Kaleidoscope Sharingan will have 2 very unique techniques, and when using illusion, it is much stronger than ordinary Sharingan. So be careful not to look into his eyes. We don't have 9 tails in our bodies. Senjima also returned to the Buddha statue, and the attack just now was the plan made before. The intelligence brought by Jiraiya. The only weakness of Uchiha Sen is that after the space ninjutsu is launched, there is a second or so, and he cannot use the space ninjutsu again. So take advantage of this. First use the top Buddha to attack Uchiha Sen between the 1000 hand pillars. This move of the top Buddha is a continuous attack, so it is inappropriate for Uchiha Sen to use space ninjutsu to dodge. Several people predicted that Uchiha Sen would use Susanoo to resist, so when the fist attacked Uchiha Mori's Susanoo, the fist had already transferred the spell mark of the Flying Thunder God to Susanoo. The Myojin gate in the back is to ask Uchiha Mori to give up Susanoo and use his real body to avoid instead. After that, although Uchiha Sen's Susanoo was put away, the sign of space ninjutsu was still there, so Senju Kuma stepped forward to attack on the spot, and on his back was the Flying Thunder God charm of the wave Feng Shui gate. Originally, Senju was a feint, in order to deceive Uchiha Sen's space ninjutsu, and wave Feng Shui Men was the main attack, in order to defeat Uchiha Sen with one blow. But what I didn't expect was that Uchiha Sen's illusion technique was so strong, which instantly made the wave Feng Shui gate stiff. Strong opponents always make me excited, but I didn't expect the 4 generations of Hokage in Konoha Village to cooperate so tacitly. It's just that your attacks are ineffective against me. If you don't want to tie your hands and grab it, then take out some real kung fu. Uchiha Sen looked at the 1000 hand pillar. He knew that the 1000 hand pillar was far from using real strength, and there was also the wave Feng Shui gate next to it, and the tailed beast mode was quite strong. Senju Kuma is also looking at Uchiha Sen, although they are both surnamed Uchiha, but Uchiha Sen and Uchiha are fundamentally different. Uchiha has his own ideals and goals, and Uchiha seems to have done all this for revenge. Although the 2 sides are not the same people, in terms of strength, the 2 are indeed very strong. Even outrageously strong. Fire. Fire Dragon Bullet Art. Shui Shui Duan. The art of water dragon bullets. Tu Shu. Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Thunder. The art of thunder dragon bullets. Wind Escape. The art of wind dragon bullets. Just when Uchiha Sen and Senjuju and the others were confronting, behind Uchiha Sen, a voice suddenly appeared. The long invisible ape Flying Sun. As soon as the ape Flying Sun slash came up, he used his strongest move, and the 5 attributes gathered. 5 escapes. The art of Dalian. The 5 attribute techniques fused together in the air to form a huge long dragon, and the long dragon rushed towards Uchiha Sen at a high speed, very powerful. Uchiha Sen glanced at the shujutsu behind him, and 2 black orbs appeared behind him, forming a shield. This ninjutsu bombarded this shield directly, but the expected explosion did not happen. It's as if this ninjutsu has been silently worn away. Chapter 180. Seeking Dao Jade, a product of yin-yang escape technique, sounds high-end, but it is actually something embarrassing. First of all, the power of Seeking Dao Jade is that he can invalidate all ninjutsu attacks, and can also restrain the reincarnation of dirt, and even hurt people's souls. But there are also many shortcomings, and the defense formed by Seeking Dao Jade will be broken by space ninjutsu. That's right, Uchiha Sen still remembers that Kakashi Kiki tore the defensive shield made of Yudo Jade with Kamui, giving Matkai an angle of attack and hitting Uchiha in the 6 paths mode. What's more, the attack of Seeking Deo Jade was actually shattered by Matkai's physical skills. Because when Matkai punched Uchiha Madara with a punch, Seeker Deo was also shattered because of this impact. Also, Seeking Deo Jade is helpless against Immortal Chakra, and there are too many weaknesses. Such a high-end atmospheric thing, but the ability to restrain it is so much, Uchiha Sen is really not interested in them. However, when everyone has not yet discovered this ability, Uchiha Sen does not have to be afraid of this, and it can be used to resist ninjutsu or something. How? How can it be? How could this move of Mr. Ape Fei be so easy? Standing on the Buddha statue, he couldn't be clearer about the ability of Ape Flying Sun, especially this level of ninjutsu, which can already be regarded as S-level. Except for someone like Ape Flying Sun / who is proficient in the 5 series of chakra, no one can use this move. That black sphere that can withstand ninjutsu. No, it's not just resistance, it's more like eliminating ninjutsu into invisibility, which is very weird. Senjo was analyzing this move on the side, and he really had a headache about Uchiha Mori's haunted ability. Flying, chakra eyes, space ninjutsu, and these little black balls. As long as ordinary ninjutsu casually possesses one of these abilities, it can become a leader in a ninja village. But these things, Uchiha Sen has them all, and each ability is very terrifying and powerful. The monkey's move is a move of the 5 series chakra, which shows that the black ball is defensible to the 5 series chakra, which looks quite troublesome. Try space ninjutsu, or the detonation charm. Tsukuma, Shide, you guys go and try it and see if space ninjutsu can break that turtle shell from Uchiha Mori. If you want to find the weakness of this technique, you can only try it little by little. The suggestion between the 1,000 hands is normal, and there is nothing abnormal about it, even if it is Uchiha Mori on the opposite side. Monkey, you're ready, we're going to rush up. 1,000 hands shouted, and then the figure left directly from the Buddha statue, and then the figure of Bo Feng Shui Gate also disappeared, waiting for the next attack. The ape Flying Sun / was not afraid, his hands quickly sealed, and a fire escape technique appeared. Fire. Dragon Fire Art. The fiercely burning flame spit out directly from the mouth of the ape Flying Sun, and rushed in the direction of Uchiha Sen, who glanced at the ape Flying Sun chop behind him, and did not react at all. The Seeking Deo Jade behind him appeared on his own, directly isolating this ninjutsu from the outside and blocking this blow. But a scene that surprised Uchiha appeared, and the Wave Feng Shui family actually appeared in front of that flame. Flying Thunder God Guide Thunder. The moment the flame was loaded on the Wave Feng Shui Gate, it disappeared, and when it appeared again, it actually crossed the defensive shield formed by the Seeking Deo Jade and came to the front of the 1,000 Hands Gate. And 1,000 Hands was in front of Uchiha Sen at the moment, and in an instant Uchiha Sen was engulfed in flames. Spiral Pill. Bo Feng Shuman also wanted to make up another attack, but he didn't expect to be poured out by Chiu Dayu himself, and this blow ended in vain. But between the 1,000 Hands, it seems to have found a little different. This little flame doesn't have much effect on Uchiha Sen, let alone can't touch him, even if you can touch him, it won't cause much damage. In the next second, a ball of energy appeared in Uchiha Sen's hand, and the energy ball instantly came to the side of the Wave Feng Shui Gate and the 1,000 Hands Gate, and exploded them with a bang. This bombardment made Bo Feng Shuman experience what is called the feeling of explosion, and what is even weirder is that the recovery speed of their dirt rebirth is slowing down. Most of the body was blown up between the 1,000 Hands, and the same was true of the Wave Feng Shui Gate, and the 2 hands disappeared without a trace. Therefore, Senjo Zuma could only temporarily take over the frontal battlefield and attack Uchiha Sen. Sarutobi Hinata also joined in, and the two joined forces to start a hand-to-hand battle against Uchiha Sen, not like attacking Uchiha Sen, more like delaying time. If Uchiha Sen guessed correctly, after the successful blow just now, Senju Kuma was going to leave here first and go to find Uchiha Madara because he had to stop Uchiha Madara. But Uchiha Sen's ability is too strong, just with the 1,000 Hands and Wave Feng Shuman, I am afraid that he is not his opponent for the time being, let alone drag him down. Senju Kuma and Uchiha Sen were fighting in full swing, but the wave Feng Shui Gate came to Jiraiya's side. Jiraiya sensei, there is something I need your help with. Bo Feng Shuman whispered. Water Gate, what's going on? I was also a little confused. I seem to have discovered a weakness of Uchiha Sen. Of course, it can't be regarded as his weakness, it can only be regarded as the weakness of that black ball. Bo Feng Shuman said. Okay then. If you can break through his black ball, it is already very powerful. I'm very happy. Don't worry, when I used the spiral pill just now, I added a little immortal chakra to it, but what I didn't expect was that the defensive cover didn't destroy the spiral pill. On the contrary, I accepted that blow abruptly. It seems that there is no problem, but I think that ability has no effect on the immortal chakra. I don't have a good control over immortal chakra, so Jiraiya sensei, after I use the move later, you will help me inject immortal chakra. Bo Feng Shuman whispered. No problem, I'll enter immortal mode now. Saying that, Zai Lai also clasped his hands together, and it didn't take long for a pattern to appear on his face. Everyone is improving, and he is not idle. The two immortals, Fukazaku and Shima, appeared on Jiraiya's shoulder again, and when they saw all this in front of them, Shima and Fukazaku were a little too convinced. Is this a small water gate? I didn't expect to see you again. Shima was pleasantly surprised. Shima Immortal, now is not the time to say this, we have to deal with this person on the other side. Jiraiya sensei, I use the spiral pill, you help me inject the immortal chakra. Immortal Law-Tailed Beast Spiral Pill. Chapter 181. A spiral pill with a somewhat different color immediately appeared on Bo Feng Shuman's hand. If it was a normal spiral pill, the color should be blue, and the size was normal. But this spiral pill, mixed with a little red chakra, has also become a lot larger. These are the tailed beast chakra of the 9 tails, and after mixing with the chakra of the wave Feng Shui Gate itself, they formed such a spiral pill, which is very powerful. And Zai Lai also put his hand next to the spiral pill, and an immortal chakra directly entered the inside of the spiral pill. This spiral pill has also undergone some changes, but if it is not for people who have been in contact with this spiral pill, they can't see any changes in it. Great! I'm on! The figure of Bo Feng Shuman immediately disappeared in place, while the battlefield on the opposite side was in full swing. Uchiha Sen fought against the first, second, and third Hokage alone, and there was no pressure at all, although Uchiha Sen was not good at sealing and could not seal them, but it was enough to drag them down. Uchiha Sen needs to give Uchiha enough time for him to successfully resurrect, think that this time is enough. So, Uchiha Sen was already planning to evacuate, but before he could evacuate, he had one thing to do. Uchiha Sen was still thinking about this, but the attack of the wave Feng Shui Gate arrived first. I saw a spiral pill in his left hand, and in the arm transformed by the 9-tailed chakra, there was also a black-tailed beast jade. This spiral pill pressed fiercely on Uchiha Sen's Dao-seeking jade, and unlike what the other 3 Hokage imagined, the spiral pill was not directly destroyed, but shattered the protection of the seeking path jade. At this moment, the tailed beast jade of the wave Feng Shui Gate was thrown directly in front of Uchiha Sen, and even if Uchiha Sen used Susanoo now, he could not resist this blow. The high-quality concentrated tailed beast chakra, as long as it touches the object, is a heaven-destroying explosion. The 4 Hokage are not afraid of the damage caused by the explosion, because they are the bodies of the reincarnation of dirt and will recover soon. But Uchiha Sen is different. Uchiha Sen is pure flesh. As long as it is engulfed by the explosion, it will be seriously injured if it does not die. Watching the tailed beast jade gradually approach Uchiha Sen, the faces of the 4 Hokage showed excited smiles, and even they had imagined the scene of Uchiha Sen lying on the ground and dying. Uchiha Sen's eyes also widened, and he saw the kaleidoscope of his left eye turn slightly, and a pupil force was released. But something strange happened, that seeking jade. It actually disappeared. That's right, that Dao-seeking jade disappeared directly in place as if it had been suddenly taken away by space ninjutsu. There is a paragraph in the intelligence about Uchiha Mori being able to space ninjutsu, but Uchiha Sen has never shown that he can transfer objects away. It was like when the wave Feng Shui Gate transferred the nine-tailed beast jade outside the village, but they didn't know where Uchiha Sen transferred that concentrated tailed beast jade. This is actually the ability of Uchiha Sen's left eye, and since Uchiha Sen's kaleidoscope opened his eye, he rarely uses his ability. The left eye is to erase the object, just like the tailed beast jade just now, inexplicably disappeared. That's why. I have to admit that you are indeed very powerful ninjas in history, and you found the flaws in seeking Dao Jade in such a short period of time and used them. It's just that the wheel of the times has rolled forward, and you are just some characters abandoned by the times. Your appearance is actually a sadness for your beloved Konoha Village, for the simple reason that your village no longer has enough means to protect itself, so it can only invite you out. In that case, I also show mercy and do not destroy your last hopes. Uchiha Sen looked at the 5 shadows in front of him lightly, but before he could finish his words, a very dazzling heat wave appeared on his left side. Immortal Law. 5 right guard gates. Deep Wind, Shima with fire, and Jiraiya with oil, these 3 things combined to form a flame with extremely high temperature this time, rushing towards the direction of Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen glanced at the technique that Jiraiya was using lightly, and his left eye turned slightly again. The overwhelming flames disappeared instantly, just like the tailed beast jade before, inexplicable. What the hell is this? Could it be that we are in illusion? The ape flying sun cut a seal. However, she quickly determined that they did not have illusions. I felt the chakra fluctuation just now, it means that Uchiha Sen used a technique just now. Did you feel the spatial fluctuation? Senju Kuma asked. No, Shide, what about you? Senju turned his head and asked. I didn't feel it either, as if that technique had somehow disappeared. Bo Feng Shuman is also a little puzzled, but he still needs to continue to verify to see if Uchiha Sen can be applied frequently. After using it twice in a row, can Uchiha Sen continue to use this move? In theory, no one can use this type of ninjutsu frequently, even the 6 Dao immortals. But Uchiha Sen's methods are too unpredictable, and even now, does Uchiha Sen have any moves that have never been used waiting for them? It's just that what they didn't expect was that Uchiha Sen's figure had come to Jiraiya's side at this moment. Poof! A black rod made by yin-yang escape technique pierced directly into Jiraiya's heart. A mouthful of blood sprayed directly from Jiraiya's mouth. Jiraiya Sensei! Bo Feng Shuman is about to come to the rescue. It's just that Uchiha Sen waved his hand heavily, and the 4 Hokage were instantly pierced by countless such black rods, standing in place and unable to move. Just now, Uchiha Sen was just playing with them, and now Uchiha Sen has come up with his true skills. Bo Feng Shuman, you should have experienced that kind of pain, right? A loved one dies in front of you, but you can't do anything about it. Ape Flying Sun, so are you? It's just that you should already be numb. At the beginning, Shinra Danzo was also killed by me after watching the destruction of Konoha Village, so before he died, he should have also seen the destruction of his most beloved thing. So this time, you're going to experience grief again, I'm really sorry. Saying that, Uchiha Sen's right hand was raised high, and then fell violently, and countless black rods directly pierced Jiraiya. In an instant, he became a veritable hedgehog. It's a pity. You guys are just a bunch of walking dead, and it's really boring to vent at you. So let you watch this world be destroyed. Chapter 182. Uchiha Mori left, leaving only Jiraiya's body and the 4 Hokage nailed in place. Zi Lei's death is something that no one expected, especially Ape Flying Sun Chopper and Bo Feng Shuman. The relationship between the 2 of them and Zi Lai belongs to the relationship between master and apprentice. They never expected to see Jiraiya's death. At the beginning, Uchiha Sen destroyed Konoha, so that Jiraiya did not have time to spy on Pain's 6 ways, which invisibly left him with a life and lived until now. And today, Uchiha Sen personally took Jiraiya's life away, which can be regarded as complete. Shortly after Uchiha left, a man reappeared on the ground, carrying a stunned ninja in his hand. This person is the Great Snake Pill. The big snake pill walked towards Jiraiya's corpse, his eyes exuding a faint complexity. Hi! Zilei, I didn't expect you to end up like this, it's really sad. In the voice of the big snake pill, it seems that there are memories of the past, and it also seems to have some other emotions. Perhaps in the eyes of the big snake pill, there will be this result today, maybe it is doomed. No one can survive when Uchiha Sen wants to kill him, and now Uchiha Sen's only enemy is the only one in front of him. Orochimaru. What are you doing back again? Ape Flying Sun glared angrily. Hi! Isn't this my most beloved Sarutobi teacher? How did you get pinned in place and can't move? The big snake pill turned his head and looked at the Ape Flying Sunko, with a faint teasing in his eyes. If it weren't for Uchiha Sen, maybe he might never have to see Ape Flying Sun Chopper again in his life, and for Orochimaru, feelings are actually a burden. Ape Flying Sun Chopper was also staring at the big snake pill, not knowing what was going on in his heart. I didn't expect that the four famous Hokage were defeated by the same person, and even being by people is effortless. There was some mockery in Orochimaru's tone, perhaps he was still angry at the decision of the Ape Flying Sun. It's just that this emotion he no longer wants to show, and many things are no longer so important over time. Oh yes, I forgot to tell you a news, over there Uchiha has already begun to kill all sides. There is no one in the Ninja Alliance who is Uchiha's opponent, it seems that what Uchiha said is about to appear. Orochimaru glanced at the four Hokage with a smile, he was really not in the slightest hurry. Because he had heard something about Uchiha's plans from Uchiha Mori, Orochimaru had been looking for how to solve these problems for a while. Fortunately, he found a way. What? Then you still don't let us go? Let's deal with Uchiha. Senju was a little angry. Don't worry, it's not so easy to release you, these things on your body are all made of special materials that can interfere with everyone's chakra. So, ordinary people without chakra can help you lift this thing. Saying that, the big snake pill made a seal, and the person who was still in a coma just now woke up and stood up. Like a puppet, this person staggered towards the four Hokage, only to see him holding an iron rod in both hands and pulling it out hard. However, visible to the naked eye, burns appeared on this person's hands. The big snake pill looked at this person's movements with interest, as this person pulled out more and more black rods, the injuries on his hands were further increasing, bloody, and looked very terrifying. But this person seemed to have no pain, and helped the thousand-hand pillar to pull out the last black rod. The thousand-hand pillar glanced at the big snake pill, and then put his hand on this person's shoulder, and chakra instantly entered this person's body, intending to help this person recover the wound. But strangely, the wooden chakra between the thousand-hand pillars did not work, and his wound did not change at all. It's useless, this weapon is made of special materials, all chakras have no effect on him, just like you attack that black orb, the material should be the same. Although ordinary people can pull out these black rods, every time they touch these black rods, there will be pain that touches the soul. Although this is just an ordinary person, because of the pain, I almost broke out of my control. Although Orochimaru was smiling on his face, he didn't think so in his heart. This person was not casually found by the big snake pill, but had been transformed, and the strength of his hands was already 5 times that of ordinary people. But even so, at this moment, his hands were already festering, and he looked very terrifying. If an ordinary person comes to take it, I am afraid that his hands will melt in an instant. Forget it, we are going to the battlefield next, for the sake of you saving us, this matter will be put aside for the time being. You bring back the corpse of this little devil called Jiraiya, Konoha's memorial tablet should have his name on it. Senju glanced at Jiraiya, who was dead in place, and there was no expression on his face. For death, Senjuma has long looked down on it, and over the years, whether it is the enemy who died in his hands or the companions who died with him, Senjuma has seen death many times. So for the word death, there is not much feeling between the thousand hands. These 4 Hokage are all people who have experienced war, and naturally know that the lives of war are not worth much. It's just that because he is also a person in the Hokage, his feelings for him are a little deeper. Forget it, I'll bring his body back, but don't waste this person. Saying that, Orochimaru took out a needle from the ninja bag and pierced it directly into this person's neck. The pale green liquid was directly injected into the person's body, and the person began to change instantly. My cells? But it looks like it's watered down, Senju whispered. Orochimaru did not speak, but took a part of Jiraiya's blood, and then his hands began to make imprints. The art of dirt rebirth. A large amount of confetti directly covered the person's body, and when the confetti dissipated, Jiraiya's appearance appeared again. I'm not dead? Jiraiya muttered. You are indeed dead, but you have survived in another way. Orochimaru said with a smile. Zi Lai also glanced at his hands and noticed the difference in his body. This look, it's really what I want. For Hokage, you guys go and stop Uchiha first. I can also bring a group of reinforcements to find you. Chapter 183. On the battlefield on the other side, at this moment, Uchiha has been truly resurrected, yes, not the resurrection of the rebirth of the soil, but really becoming a living person. The innate art of reincarnation was used by Uchiha Obito, and at this moment, Heiju was still possessed by Uchiha Obito's body, and the target was the reincarnation eye of Uchiha Obito. At this moment, Uchiha was standing on the outer path golem, and 9 chains were spit out of the mouth of the outer path golem, firmly locking the 9-tailed beasts to his own chains. And Naruto Uzumaki, who is the pillar force of the 9-tailed people, is struggling to support, but it doesn't seem to have a good effect. Click. Uchiha Sen's figure slowly appeared next to Uchiha Spot. Looking at the scene in front of him, Uchiha Sen couldn't help but smile. Looks like you're ready, Uchiha laughed. What did you go to do just now? According to Heiju, you seem to have gone to deal with some trouble? Uchiha Ba glanced at Uchiha Sen. For this helper, Uchiha Ba did not believe it at all. It's just that this person was found by Heiju, and Heiju is his own will, so Uchiha still believes it. He always felt that Uchiha Sen seemed to have some kind of conspiracy. I went to deal with some things, but I need to remind you that your speed 1000-hand pillars seem to be resurrected. However, the state of resurrection is also the rebirth of filthy soil, and I deliberately did not seal them. Uchiha Sen actually knew that the big snake pill was nearby at that time, and the reason why he didn't find the big snake pill was actually to let the big snake pill rescue them. The reason why he did that, Uchiha Sen also had only one purpose, that is, to kill Jiraiya. After killing Jiraiya, all of Uchiha Mori's enemies are dead, and Uchiha Sen no longer worries about this. Between the columns? It's just that he in this state is not my opponent. The current Uchiha is very confident in himself, although there is only one reincarnation eye now, but soon the second one will arrive. Uchiha Obito was standing next to him, but now he was dying. He had not died after performing the reincarnation innate technique, largely because of the wooden cells between the 1000-hand pillars in his body. But even so, it looks like Uchiha Obito is already dying. It's just that Uchiha knows that Uchiha Obito is not so fragile, and soon the intercolumnar cells in his body will make more cells for him, making him barely survive. Then it's all up to you. Heiju once told me that your purpose is the Moon Eye Project, which can make this world see the so-called truth. So I'm looking forward to your plan. Uchiha Sen glanced at Uchiha Madara, and although he was very clear about Uchiha Madara's plan, Uchiha Sen was still pretending to be confused. It's just that Uchiha glanced at Uchiha lightly and didn't talk to him. I saw Uchiha Ba pinching a seal with both hands, and I saw the outer path golem wailing, and the chain in his mouth began to pull in. The tailed beast without human pillar power was easily dragged in, and the 1 tail to the 7 tails were quickly swallowed into the stomach by the outer path golem, while the 8 tails and 9 tails who were still alive with the human pillar force were somewhat difficult. Naruto Uzumaki and Kiribi are still struggling to support, because they know that once they let Uchiha get the 9-tailed beasts, not only will they die, but the whole world will also fall into the hands of Uchiha Madara. It's just that this matter is not what they want to do. The power of Uchiha has surpassed most people now, and it is useless to struggle. In an instant, the tailed beast in Naruto Uzumaki's body was stripped away, and Naruto Uzumaki, who had lost the tailed beast, felt death for the first time. Uchiha smiled, and the chakra in his body surged wildly, directly swallowing the 9-tailed beasts into the outer path golem. When all 9-tailed beasts entered the mouth of the outer path golem, all 9 eyes immediately opened, and the 10 tails appeared again. Bang! With a puff of smoke, the outer path golem under Uchiha's feet disappeared again, and Uchiha Sen walked forward naked with his upper body and without looking back at all. Uchiha Sen glanced at him, and immediately summoned the 10 tails behind Uchiha Madara, and it began to frantically pour into Uchiha Madara's body, and Uchiha Madara's appearance also began to change. Unlike Uchiha Obito, Uchiha does not have any difficulty at all when he becomes a 10-tailed human pillar force. As if it came to fruition, Uchiha's black hair turned white, and a layer of white clothes appeared on the outside of his body, and on the back of the clothes, 9 black guya were drawn. A black tin staff appeared in Uchiha's hand, and 9 Dao-seeking jades also appeared, and at this moment, Uchiha really became a new generation of 6 immortals. Uchiha Sen can clearly feel that the whole feeling of Uchiha has been completely different. Although it was very strong just now, it was at least within the scope of ordinary people, and now, the Uchiha spot has undergone a qualitative change. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes. This degree is similar to the fairy chakra, but the difference is that Uchiha is already completely this chakra in his body. Heiju, how long are you going to stay with that guy and not come back? Uchiha asked. I'm helping you take off this reincarnation eye, and I'm coming back now. Saying that, Heiju slowly began to break away from Uchiha Obito's body, and just when he was about to completely break away, he suddenly stopped. Abominable! Aren't you supposed to die? Heiju shouted, but his body was slowly returning to Uchiha Obito's body. Bang! Immediately afterwards, the place where Uchiha was originally standing exploded. 4 figures came directly to Uchiha Obito, and one of them, Uchiha Obito, was very familiar. Obito, sorry, almost came late again. Bofeng Shuman turned his head and looked at Uchiha with a smile, and Uchiha Obito was also stunned in place. Old teacher? It's just that their reminiscence has not yet begun, and Uchiha once again appears in front of Uchiha Obito, and the target is the eye of reincarnation in his left eye. It's just that Uchiha's hand passed through Uchiha with soil. Is that what your eyes are capable of? Uchiha narrowed his eyes. It's just that soon, the 2 brothers Thousand Hands Pillar and Senjo Pillar rushed up and joined forces to repel Uchiha Ban. Sensei, Naruto needs half of the 9 tails in your body. He has now been extracted from the tailed beast and is now being treated over there. Kakashi Kiki appeared behind the wave Feng Shui gate, and now Naruto Uzumaki's situation was at stake. Watergate, you go first, leave it to us here, go and save Naruto first. Chapter 184. The arrangement of the ape flying sun/made wave Feng Shuman let go of the worries in his heart, and directly came to Naruto Uzumaki's side with a teleportation technique. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki is dying, and Sakura Haruno is doing artificial respiration for Naruto Uzumaki. Looking at his son in front of him, Bofeng Shuman only felt a sense of guilt. How's Naruto? Bofeng Shuman couldn't help but ask. 4 generations of adults? Haruno Sakura looked up, as if a little incredulous. Ah! How is Naruto now? Can it still hold on? Bofeng Shuman said with a smile. I have to say that Bofeng Shuman is indeed very handsome, especially when laughing, it is very sunny and warm. And Haruno Sakura is saving her son again, so Bofeng Shuman smiled very kindly. Naruto's current situation is very bad. After losing the tailed beast, all his organs are failing. If he doesn't think about it, Naruto may really not be able to hold on. Haruno Sakura's expression was very anxious, and her right hand was pinching Naruto Uzumaki's heart, helping it beat. If the heart really stopped beating, then Naruto Uzumaki was really helpless. Wave Feng Shui Men squatted down and put his right hand on Uzumaki Naruto's stomach, and a huge chakra was being transmitted to Uzumaki Naruto with Wave Feng Shuman's hand. The half-body 9-tailed chakra was all transmitted to the body of Naruto Uzumaki, and Naruto Uzumaki's body was visibly restored with the naked eye. Whether it was an injury on the outside or an injury on the internal organs, when the 9-tailed chakra entered Naruto Uzumaki's body, Naruto Uzumaki really began to recover. At the same time, Uchiha Ba has already fought with the 3 Hokage, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Uchiha Obito also entered the Six Realms mode, and in Uchiha Ban's body, pulled out a part of the tailed beast chakra. Kakashi, send Naruto to Kamui space. Uchiha shouted with soil. Kiki Kakashi immediately cast Kamui and directly brought Naruto Uzumaki to the Kamui space, and while Uchiha was entangled, Uchiha Obito also entered the Kamui space. At the moment of seeing Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Obito immediately put his left hand on Naruto Uzumaki's abdomen, and suddenly a violent chakra entered Naruto Uzumaki's body. Naruto Uzumaki at this time is much more powerful than Naruto Uzumaki before. There is not only a half nine-tailed chakra in the body, but also a partial chakra from one tail to 9 tails. Although this part of the chakra did not fuse into the 10 tails, it allowed Naruto Uzumaki to come to life and meet the legendary 6 Dao Immortals. Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, who were about to die, met the 6 Dao Immortals at the same time, but they didn't give them so much time. In the hands of Uchiha, the Senjutsu pillar has been sucked away from the Immortal Chakra. The Senjutsu pillar is a black rod full of yin and yang escape techniques, and the Sarutobi Sun Slash is a fluke. The left hand of the Bofeng Shui Gate was cut off, and it did not continue to recover, and the object attacked by the Seeking Dao Jade would not recover. It's just that Uchiha has never had a reincarnation eye, so he can't cast his infinite moon reading and complete his purpose. And Kuroju and Uchiha Obito have already entered the Kamui space, and only the Kaleidoscope Chakra Eye in Kakashi's right eye can successfully enter the Kamui space. Therefore, Uchiha's purpose now is Kakashi's Sharingan. Uchiha's speed was very fast, almost in the blink of an eye, he came to Kiki Kakashi's side, and the target was the Kaleidoscope Chakra Eye on Kiki Kakashi's left eye. It's just that before Uchiha can succeed, a figure directly kicks him out. Kakashi Kiki looked at the figure in front of him with some surprise. This is one of his best friends, Matkai. It's just that the current Matkai appeared in front of Kiki Kakashi in the posture of the rebirth of the dirt, and more importantly, in addition to him, there is also a person who was reborn from the soil. Jiraiya. No one expected that when I saw Jiraiya some time ago, I was still a good person. But now, Jiraiya is actually dead, and now he is still using the way of rebirth in the dirt, coming to them. Jiraiya-sama, I didn't expect you to. Kakashi Kiki was a little surprised. Ah. That's right, but it's nothing. Where did Uchiha go there? I have something to ask him. I don't know why, but Jiraiya asked where Uchiha Sen had just gone, and I didn't know what he was thinking. It's just that Kakashi didn't think so much, pointed to the direction where Uchiha Sen was, and disappeared directly in place. Originally, Uchiha Sen was watching a play, and it was a very wonderful drama, which was much more comfortable than sitting in front of the computer to watch. Not only the sound effect was full score, but even accompanied by the ground shaking. Especially seeing all kinds of wooden escape techniques, as well as Uchiha's tricks, Uchiha Sen felt very cool. It's cooler than the kind of 3D movies I watched in my previous life. It's just that Jiraiya's sudden appearance interrupted Uchiha Sen's interest in watching movies. Uchiha Sen glanced at Jiraiya lightly, did not pay attention to him, but continued to look at the battlefield. At this moment, Uchiha Ban is in full swing with the reincarnated Matkai, who is reborn in the soil, and Matkai, as always, has opened the 8-door dungeon, and is circling with Uchiha Ban. Sen, there are some things I need to explain to you. The things back then were not actually as you thought. After thinking for a long time, he finally spoke, but when he finished saying these words, he saw Uchiha Mori's mocking eyes. Are you trying to tell me that my parents didn't blame Konoha back then, but were grateful to Konoha? Uchiha Sen looked at Jiraiya with a smile, but this smile made Jiraiya look a little flustered. In fact, Zai also came this time to persuade Xiao Lu to turn back and help them deal with Uchiha together. To that end, he even thought of a way. This was indeed not the case back then. Many things were single-handedly controlled by Shinra Danzo, and when Sarutobi Sensei knew about it, your father was already dead. In order to make the village more stable, in desperation, Sarutobi Sensei can only order to find your mother, but your mother mistakenly thinks that we are arresting him, so she resists. After the resistance, we Enough. Stop it. Didn't your apprentice Bo Feng Shuman tell you that there is an ability in the Vortex clan that can make a person's chakras stay somewhere? And my father is also from the Uzumaki clan. Do you think I know these things? Is it really my own? Chapter 185. Zi Lai was also a little speechless. In fact, the things of that year were also in an unknown state. At that time, he only received an order from Sarutobi Hinata, saying that Uchiha Mori's mother wanted to flee the village, so he chased him out with Sarutobi Hinata. But what he didn't expect was that in the end, Uchiha Sen's mother died, leaving behind a Uchiha Sen. Later, Zilla also knew about this, and the same wave of Feng Shui men also knew about it, but none of them spoke. For Uchiha Sen's father, he has also seen it many times. After all, he has a good relationship with Bo Feng Shuman, especially the clan of Uzumaki Jushine, so he has also pointed out a few times. At that time, Uchiha Mori's father was put on a rebel name, and he didn't believe it at all. But Shinra Danzo presented a lot of evidence at the time, such as dead root ninjas, and some non-existent missions. At the time, this evidence was enough to show that Uchiha Mori's father had attempted to steal information and defect, but was discovered by the people of the Roots, and after a death battle, he was killed by the people of the Roots. But many people died at his hands in the Roots, and Shinra Danzo told such a story at that time. And this story, which was also recognized by the ape Flying Sun Chop at that time, did not refute it. This is why Uchiha is so disgusting when he hears Uchiha attack his words. No matter how dark this village is, I am still the Uchiha Itaki of Konoha Village. Konoha Village is dark like this, but you are still the Uchiha of Konoha Village, and your brain is really bad. Zilei, when you chased and killed my mother, I killed you, and we should be even. Now you are just a walking corpse. Instead of you trying to rebel against me, you should take a look. Your people over there are not so comfortable. Uchiha Sen glanced at the battlefield, and at this moment, the ninja coalition army was really defeated. At this moment, the people on the field are like pawns arranged by fate, moving forward one after another. Even if they have no hope of winning at all, they are delaying time. The 1,000-hand pillar and the 1,000-hand pillar had been nailed in place, and the wave Feng Shui gate had lost its left arm and half of the 9 tails, and now, they had to rely on Medi to support. Medi in the dirt rebirth mode, to be honest, is really almost invincible, and after the 8 doors of Dunjio were fully opened, he stunned Uchiha in an instant. When Yuxiang Wolia kicked and Yekai appeared, he even subdued the extremely proud Uchiha Madara. Although the body of the reincarnation of the dirt can allow Uchiha to use the 8 doors of Dunjio continuously, but Matkai forgot one thing. Although the soil rebirth is immortal, it takes time to recover. The Beiman Dunjia inevitably caused Metkai's left leg to begin to dissipate, but soon the body of the reincarnation of dirt took effect, the surrounding confetti began to converge, and Matkai's left leg recovered in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Uchiha has not fully recovered. If he is given such a round of attacks, I am afraid that Uchiha will really be destroyed by Metkai. So, at this time, Uchiha Sen stood up. Zilla also saw what Uchiha Sen was doing, and he naturally knew what happened on the battlefield, so he directly attacked and prepared to stop Uchiha Sen. But what he didn't expect was that he was in Uchiha Mori's eyes. No, Uchiha Sen didn't put Jiraiya in his eyes at all. Before he could take a few steps forward, he could clearly feel that his direct body was directly igniting with flames. The purple flame engulfed Zi Lai in an instant, but Zi Lai couldn't experience the painful feeling, but he just felt that he couldn't move. Uchiha Sen's figure instantly disappeared in place, and the next second he appeared on the left side of Medi. Matkai was stunned, but at this moment, Uchiha Sen's left hand was already on his shoulder. Sealing. Soul and body parting. Uchiha Sen pinched a seal in his right hand, and said such a word lightly in his mouth. But in an instant, 2 people appeared around his body, Bo Feng Shuiman and Kiki Kakashi. Spiral Pill. Rachel. Chakra, who had 2 attributes of wind and thunder, hit Uchiha Sen's body one after the other at the same time, and they wanted to prevent Uchiha Sen from casting the sealing technique, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. It was just that what made them feel disappointed was that their attacks directly hit the defense formed by Seeking Dao Jade, and all attacks were nullified. And in the next second, Uchiha Sen's figure came to Uchiha's side, unscathed. I didn't expect you to be beaten like this by such a ninja. He was killed by my own hands. Could it be that you are testing your true strength? There was a faint ridicule in Uchiha Sen's tone, but it also gave Uchiha a reason. He knew that Uchiha was not testing his strength, but that blow he really couldn't avoid. With that blow Yekai, even the surrounding space would be distorted, and even Uchiha couldn't find any points to counter-attack at all. Humph! You don't have to worry about it, and you don't have to worry about it. Although Uchiha said so, he didn't say anything about what Uchiha had just done. Because he had seen it, Matkai's body was slowly dissipating. What happened to you? Kiki Kakashi was a little anxious. Kakashi, I feel like my body has begun to dissipate, and I'm afraid I'm going back again. Matty smiled. Kiki Kakashi did not speak, his eyes were firmly fixed on Matkai. When Matkai died, Kiki Kakashi was not around. And this time, it was a farewell to one of his best friends. This is sealing. The sealing technique of the Vortex clan. I didn't expect that Uchiha Sen would even use the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Bo Feng Shuman frowned, he had no solution but to let Matkai leave. 4 generations, how can my father say that he is also a member of the Uzumaki clan, although Tsunade was once the princess of the Uzumaki clan, but the things he learned are almost similar. And this move is what I specifically used to deal with the rebirth of filthy soil on the basis of the Vortex clan's sealing technique. If the separation of soul and body is applied to a living person, he will die immediately. If it is used on a person who is reborn in filthy soil, then his soul will go to the belly of the god of death. This is the contract between Uchiha Sen and the Shinigami, through which the soul of the person is taken away to achieve his own purpose. Chapter 186. When Matkai appeared, that set of 8-door dun armor made the Ninja Alliance see hope and hope that they could promise Uchiha. It's just that when Uchiha Sen reappeared, this hope was directly shattered, and Matkai died after all. Their only hope is gone. For a while, the chips in their hands were only the reincarnation eye in the Shinwei space, and if they could destroy that reincarnation eye, they might be able to stop Uchiha's conspiracy. That's the only way they can do it now, so they have to find a way to get it done. Kakashi, send me to Kamui space. Bo Feng Shuman shouted. Kimu Kakashi was stunned, but soon thought of what Wave Feng Shui Gate wanted to do, only to see his right eye turn slightly, and spatial fluctuations immediately began to appear next to Wave Feng Shui Gate. It's just that before Kamui finished using it, Uchiha directly kicked Kakashi Kiki and flew out, but did not kill him. If he kills Kakashi Kiki, Uchiha will have no way to go to Kamui space and take out his remaining reincarnation eye, and he will not be able to continue with the next plan. However, the advantage is that Kuro is still possessed in the body of Uchiha Obito, and the current Uchiha Obito has not thought of destroying Uchiha Spot's reincarnation eye. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies will be useless, you take your fate. Without the threat of Medi, Uchiha began to be arrogant again, because these people present were not Uchiha's opponents. Wave Feng Shui Gate once again stood in front of Kiki Kakashi, and Sarutobi also stood up, and they all knew that now Kiki Kakashi was the most important protector. In his Kamui space, there is not only Naruto Uzumaki, but also another reincarnation eye of Uchiha. So protecting Kiki Kakashi is a top priority. Oh? Are you two left trying to stop me? It looks like you guys are very courageous. The corners of Uchiha's mouth rose slightly, the tin staff in his hand was raised, and the 9 seeking jades began to rotate with his body. 3 generations of adults, that black sphere can destroy the recovery of dirt rebirth, and once hit, the dirt rebirth will be invalid, so you must be careful. And that black sphere, the limit range is 70 meters away, if it exceeds 70 meters, he can't control it. How to say that the wave wind water gate is also the Hokage of Konoha? After fighting for so long, some of the abilities of Uchiha are clear. It's just that what they didn't expect was that the current Uchiha didn't even use his full strength. The reincarnation eye's escape technique has not yet been used, and some blood succession limits have not been used, and even now Uchiha spot, no one can let him use his full strength. Of course, this kind of thing can only be thought of by Uchiha himself, and soon he will regret it. The two people who opened the hang have probably woken up now, because in Uchiha Sen's perception, he has sensed Uchiha Sasuke's chakra and began to move here. Although still Uchiha Sasuke's chakra, there is something different in his chakra. It's like Uchiha Madara now, but Uchiha Sasuke has more powerful power in his body. The power of yin. Just as Uchiha Sasuke rushed here, Kakashi's right eye suddenly turned into a kaleidoscope chakra eye, and with a burst of spatial fluctuations, Naruto Uzumaki appeared here. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto has completely come to life, and there is one more thing in his body, which should be the power of yang. The power of yin and yang has gathered, and now Uchiha Sen's purpose has finally been achieved. Naruto. Are you okay? Wave Feng Shuiman looked at Naruto Uzumaki. It's okay, I just dreamed of a strange grandfather, and he told me a lot of things. Now I feel like my whole person has changed, presumably Sasuke is the same, right? When Naruto Uzumaki talked about Sasuke, the figure of Sasuke Uchiha also appeared here, followed by Orochimaru and Yakushi Pocket and others. Seeing that Uchiha Sen was also here, the big snake pill did not appear, and he was afraid that he would be killed by Uchiha Sen as soon as he appeared. After all, he is similar to Jiraiya's strength, and Uchiha Sen can easily kill Jiraiya when Jiraiya is also on guard, so naturally there is also a way to kill him. Naruto, it seems that you have seen that old man too. Sasuke Uchiha crossed his right hand at the waist. Ah! That old man also gave me something special. With that, Naruto Uzumaki stretched out his right hand. Sasuke Uchiha also extended his left hand, but their palms were facing inward, and others could not see what it was. Naruto Uzumaki's appearance began to change, and the tailed beast mode appeared again, and a unique pattern appeared in his eyes. The pupils of the 9 tails plus the pupils of the Immortal mode, although it does not indicate whether this is a pupil technique or just a manifestation of this, but from his body, everyone can feel a kind of power. And Sasuke Uchiha also began to change, his eyes were no longer ordinary black eyes, but became something else. The right eye became the eternal kaleidoscope chakra eye, while the left eye became the 6-hook jade reincarnation eye. The forms of the two people changed at the same time, and the yellow-haired one on the right suddenly increased his vitality. And Sasuke on the far left, the right eye has not changed much, but the left eye. It's a different eye of reincarnation. In an instant, Uchiha judged the matter, and he also felt that the two little ghosts in front of him had undergone tremendous changes. Uchiha Sen was standing aside, in fact, now he wanted to make a move, but after thinking about it, now is not a good time to make a move. After all, such a big boss as Uchiha is still here, if you don't make full use of it, isn't it a waste of talent? If there is still this, Kagaya Atsuki has not yet appeared, how can Uchiha Sen miss this grand event? Therefore, let Uchiha Madara and Naruto Uzumaki fight with Sasuke Uchiha first, and when both sides have no strength to fight, then the rest should be Uchiha Sen's shot. Although the current Uchiha Sen does not need to play a pig and eat a tiger, why bother when it can save trouble? And judging by the chakra in the human bodies of Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki, these two people are still at their peak, so let Uchiha go and consume them first. Uchiha Sen was thinking. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha had already rushed up, and the target was Uchiha Madara. And Uchiha did not fall behind in the slightest, and the Dao-seeking jade around him rushed up, extremely fast. A big war between the two sides is about to break out. Chapter 187. It seems that the two sides have not yet made contact, but in the next second, Naruto Uzumaki was shot out. This situation is very strange. Obviously there is no contact between the two sides, and Naruto Uzumaki does not know why he was directly shot out. Naruto. You attack again, I seem to see something. Uchiha Sasuke narrowed his eyes. In his 6-hook jade reincarnation eyes, he seemed to see something at that moment, but he didn't see it clearly just now. Therefore, he had to let Naruto Uzumaki attack again to see what was going on. For the attack just now, Naruto Uzumaki seemed to be able to feel it more or less, but because he was not mentally prepared before, he didn't care. In terms of perception, Uzumaki Naruto is indeed very outstanding, because of the tailed beast mode, plus he has the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, so in this regard, it is indeed very powerful. And this move is the skill in the eyes of Uchiha Ban's reincarnation, Wheel Tomb, and Side Hell. Summon a shadow from another world, this shadow will not be seen by people, nor will it be perceived by people who do not have the power of the six paths. No one can see the existence of the shadow, but this shadow can interfere with the real world, and it will be miraculous to attack and defend instead of the caster. It's just that what Uchiha doesn't know is that the two people in front of him are people with the power of the six paths. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha inherited the power of yin and yang respectively, that is, the two of them together are the legendary six Dao immortals. It's just that now they are more powerful than the anime that Uchiha Sen saw, especially Naruto Uzumaki. In the original work, Naruto Uzumaki only had a part of the nine-tailed beasts, so he became what he is now, but the current Naruto Uzumaki has half a nine-tailed beast, and a part of the other tailed beasts. From the chakra side alone, Naruto Uzumaki is much stronger, not to mention other aspects. But the current Uchiha spot is not a complete body, a reincarnation eye, can only summon a shadow, very weak. Therefore, Uchiha must get his other reincarnation eye back. On! Shout Tsuru! Lend me your power! Naruto Uzumaki stepped forward quickly again, and a spiral pill appeared on his right hand, but soon, a magnetic chakra poured in, and the spiral pill changed. This is the magnetic chakra of Ichigo Mori Tsuru, and when used, it has the effect of sealing. Immortal Law Magnetic Escape Spiral Pill. Uzumaki Naruto rushed straight up, Uchiha smiled slightly, the body did not move, but his shadow directly attacked Uzumaki Naruto. It was at this time that Sasuke Uchiha threw out his Kusanagi sword and blocked the shadow's attack for Naruto Uzumaki. A doppelganger-type technique split from the body? This avatar can't see it, but it can be touched. It's just that it seems that it will return to the body after a while, but this still needs to be confirmed. The corners of Uchiha Sasuke's mouth smiled slightly. During the attack, he seemed to have discovered the mystery of the doppelganger of Uchiha Madara, but there were still a few points to confirm. So, Sasuke Uchiha is a bit of a blast at the moment. Come on Naruto! I see it! Sasuke Uchiha shouted. A smile appeared at the corner of Naruto Uzumaki's mouth, a feeling of fighting side by side, it had not been a long time. So now, Naruto Uzumaki rushed directly to the near front of Uchiha Madara, and Orochimaru directly attacked Uchiha Madara's heart. Shinra Heavenly Sign. A layer of repulsion suddenly appeared from the appearance of Uchiha's body, directly bouncing Naruto Uzumaki away and dodging the blow. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes, he was a little surprised by Uchiha's performance. Can a reincarnation eye also use some ninjutsu? I see. It's not a full-blown repulsion. Uchiha Sen instantly saw the flaws in Uchiha Spot, and in the case of a reincarnation eye, Uchiha Spot could not use the 360-degree Shinra Heavenly Sign at all. He can only control the repulsion in a certain part of the direction. Abominable. Forget the basic ability of the Eye of Reincarnation. Sasuke, this is the basic ability of the Eye of Reincarnation, able to manipulate gravity and repulsion, pull others in front of him, and can bounce all the enemy's attacks away. Pain's cooldown is 5 seconds, but Uchiha is not clear. Naruto Uzumaki told Uchiha Sasuke about this part of the ability of the Eye of Reincarnation in one breath, and Uchiha Sasuke nodded, but he found something different. The Kusanagi sword he threw just now appeared behind Uchiha after being blocked. However, the Kusanagi sword is still stuck in the ground and has not been ejected by Shinra Tensei, which is a little strange. According to the radiation range of the Shinra Tensei just now, the Kusanagi sword at this distance should be ejected. Don't! Uchiha Sasuke's eyes suddenly lit up, he seemed to have discovered something different. Naruto, attack again, use your strongest technique. I found a way. Uchiha Sasuke whispered. Naruto Uzumaki was slightly stunned, but out of trust in Sasuke Uchiha, he did not ask why, but once again condensed chakra and gathered towards his right hand. Naruto Uzumaki once again rushed towards Uchiha Madara, and according to custom, the first to stand in the way was Uchiha Madara from another world. Naruto Uzumaki threw out a seeking jade, directly knocked the shadow away, and came directly to Uchiha's face, and a spiral shuriken suddenly appeared in his right hand. This spiral shuriken is not the same as the previous normal version, and it seems to have red magma in it. Immortal Fusion Spiral Shuriken. The spiral shuriken once again attacked towards Uchiha, whose face was a little serious, and his hands began to seal rapidly. Immortal Law. Arashi Wankoya. A laser ray immediately appeared from Uchiha's mouth and swept directly towards Naruto Uzumaki. It's just that Uchiha Sasuke suddenly appeared, and Susanoo's arm grabbed Naruto Uzumaki and pulled him out of the attack range, but in the next second, Sasuke Uchiha threw Naruto Uzumaki again. This time, a smile appeared at the corner of Uchiha's mouth, and I saw him raise his right hand and prepare to Uzumaki Naruto. Shinra Heavenly Sign. The huge repulsion once again repelled everything outward from Uchiha's body, and Naruto Uzumaki was naturally among them. It's just that Uchiha Sasuke also smiled, and the six-hook jade reincarnation eye in his left eye shrank slightly. Heavenly Hand Power. In an instant, Naruto Uzumaki's body disappeared directly in place, replaced by a sword. Kusanagi Sword. Naruto Uzumaki appeared behind Uchiha at this moment, without hindrance. Immortal Fusion Spiral Shuriken. Die. Uchiha Madara. Chapter 188. How is it possible? Uchiha Madara was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Naruto Uzumaki to suddenly appear behind him. What's more, when fighting before, there was no information that Naruto Uzumaki would know space ninjutsu, and in such an intense situation, it was impossible for Naruto Uzumaki to hide this ability. So what's going on now? And there is also the sword that just appeared. Phew, little ghost. Seeing that the spiral shuriken was about to hit his back, Uchiha would not have hit the move so easily, and the Seeker Jade behind him directly attacked Naruto Uzumaki. The reason why Uchiha didn't have to seek the Path Jade to turn into a shield was because he felt that the spiral shuriken in Naruto Uzumaki's hand contained immortal arts and the ultimate power of Yang. Therefore, seeking Dao Jade as a defense is useless, and can only be used as an attack. It's just that Naruto Uzumaki has already thought about it, and the Dao Jade behind him is dispatched at the same time, and all of them are knocked away by Uchiha Madara one-on-one. Ah! Spiral Shuriken! Naruto Uzumaki shouted, and the spiral shuriken directly hit Uchiha Madara's back. Visible to the naked eye, Uchiha Madara's body gushed out a large amount of blood. Then, the spiral shuriken directly spun Uchiha and flew out, and in the process of flying out, Uchiha Ban's mouth spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time in so long time that apart from Metkai's 8-door Dunjia, he had suffered such a serious injury. With several consecutive explosions, many pits appeared in the direction where Uchiha was shot away. It can be seen that Uchiha's injury should be serious. Uchiha Sen looked at this battle with a smile, and it was visible to the naked eye that the combat effectiveness of Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki was raised. This is a very strange phenomenon, because in the world of Naruto, it is also the kind of cultivation that gradually becomes stronger and then goes further. Although there is Uchiha Sasuke in the middle to open the kaleidoscope chakra eye, and Naruto Uzumaki gets the tailed beast mode, although it seems to be suspected of opening, but these are also understandable. But this time is different. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki have reached the time of dying, but because of the appearance of the 6 immortals, the power of yin and yang was dispersed, and then the two were resurrected. Not only has it been resurrected, but it has even become countless times stronger, which is a little difficult to accept. It's like an ordinary child, suddenly becoming a 30-year-old man, becoming the peak age of mankind. Not only did the age become older in an instant, but also all the experience and growth of the past few decades were stuffed into the child's brain, and even gave this body the attribute of strong. This is difficult to accept. Therefore, the villain of Uchiha is still quite miserable. In the ruins, Uchiha was buried in a pile very weakly, looking very miserable. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki appeared next to Parama, and both of them looked at Uchiha with no expression on their faces and neither speaking. I don't know why, Uchiha collapsed. Unexpectedly, Uchiha has been planning things for so many years, but I didn't expect to be defeated by two imps. Pillar Ma also defeated me once, and now it's your turn again. It seems that no matter how many years, the result will be the same. Uchiha looked very discouraged, and even felt dejected, but Uchiha knew that Uchiha could not announce surrender at this time. To put it bluntly, he has been planning things for so many years, how can he give up now? You are already in the past tense, and those who should be buried in dust should be buried in dust. It's all the age of young people, so you better go back where you should be. Uchiha Sasuke's tone was very proud. Defeating Uchiha did not consume any strength, but Uchiha Madara was keenly aware that Uchiha Sasuke's right eye was an ordinary eye. Not a kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. What does this represent? This means that although Uchiha Sasuke improved his strength in an instant, his pupil power and chakra did not recover because of the repeated battles. Sasuke Uchiha is not Naruto Uzumaki, and there is no chakra of the tailed beast in his body, so the amount of chakra also has an end. Now close the kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. I am afraid that it is because it cannot be supported. Hi. Although I feel very angry listening to you say this, it seems that there is nothing I can do at the moment. It's just that I'm very curious about one thing. Why did you suddenly become so strong? This is actually Uchiha-ban's real curiosity about this matter, because the awakening of these two people is very sudden, which makes Uchiha feel very unhappy. It is clear that he planned so much, but he was inexplicably defeated by two people who opened the hanging. Uchiha wanted to himself, what the hell these two people went through to become like this? Nothing. We just met an old grandfather and listened to him tell some stories that have passed a long time. Then he gave us a part of his strength. Naruto Uzumaki looked at the circle on his right hand and remembered what the 6 Dao immortals had told him inside. The same is true of Uchiha Sasuke. He has one more question to think about and give the 6 immortals an answer. So that's the case, that old man, it should be 6 paths, right? I finally know now why the chakra in the human body of the two of you is so familiar. It turns out to be the power of the 6 paths. Uchiha chuckled, he kind of understood everything. Many things have come out now, and all of Uchiha's unwillingness has turned into a long sigh. Okay, seal him, use the sealing technique given by the old grandfather. Naruto Uzumaki stretched out his right hand and looked at Sasuke Uchiha. Just now, the 6 immortals taught them a sealing technique. This sealing technique can seal Uchiha spots, and can also seal other people, which can be regarded as the strongest sealing technique. Because when the 6 Dao immortals sealed the 10 tails, they used this. Sasuke Uchiha nodded and extended his left hand as well. It's just that before they could take a step forward, their bodies froze directly in place. Naruto, watch your back! Bofeng Shuman shouted. At this moment, Uchiha Mori appeared behind the two people, and his right hand made a seal. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha could no longer move, so the wave wind water gate rushed directly up. It's just that it's just moths fighting fire, and the next second the wave of Feng Shui gate is shot out. Chapter 189. It's really embarrassing. I didn't expect you to be beaten so badly by these two people. Uchiha Sen looked at Uchiha Madara so miserable, and couldn't help but open his mouth to mock Uchiha Madara. Uchiha did not speak, but quietly stood up from the ruins, and you can see that his body is tattered, and there are many wounds on his body, which looks very miserable. Even standing up was a little laborious, looking trembling, like an old man. Yes. I didn't expect that the young people are so strong now. If it weren't for you here, I'm afraid I would have died. Uchiha's body began to recover slowly. After all, there was still a 10-tailed chakra in his body, and this level of injury was not fatal to him at all. The reason why he acted so miserable just now was nothing more than the words of Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. Just a few seconds later, the injuries on Uchiha's body surface had completely recovered, while Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki had been tied to the same place, unable to move. Then you go and complete your plan. Only one reincarnation eye. I'm afraid you can't complete the Moon Eye plan, right? Uchiha Sen pretended not to know anything and looked at Uchiha. Uchiha smiled and did not answer Uchiha Sen's words. His body began to fly slowly, and the goal was to restore Chakra's Kiki Kakashi not far away. And after Uchiha left, Uchiha Sen walked in front of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. The power of yin and yang comes from the power of yin and yang of the 6 immortals, and each of you has a chakra in your body, representing a son of the 6 immortals. The eldest son, Indra, in the body of Sasuke Uchiha, the youngest son, Ashura, is in the body of Naruto Uzumaki. You have passed on from generation to generation. The previous generation was Senjukuma and Uchiha Madara, and this generation is you. I have to say that the 6 Dao immortals played a big chess game, trying to use the power of his 2 sons to seal the people he wanted to seal. Uchiha Sen's voice was soft, but every word reached the ears of Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki. When they heard Uchiha Sen's words, the faces of the 2 people turned into surprise, because they didn't expect that Uchiha Sen knew about it. Because from the 6 Dao immortals, it can be known that only 2 people, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, know about this matter, but why does Uchiha Sen know so clearly? Do you wonder why I know so well? Sorry, I can't tell you that. But the power of yin and yang in your body, I will accept it. Saying that, Uchiha Sen put his 2 hands on the shoulders of Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki, and these 2 people suddenly felt that the chakra in their bodies began to slowly disappear. The power of yin and yang is actually not a consumable, but can be sustained. This can be seen from the subsequent Hokage works, when Sasuke can still use the Rokugata Jade Reincarnation Eye, which shows that this power still exists in Uchiha Sasuke's body. Because only with the power of yin, Uchiha Sasuke can open this 6-hook Jade Reincarnation Eye. This can mean that they can restore the power of yin and yang. Therefore, it is probably impossible for Uchiha Sen to take away this power. How? How can it be? How is the power of yin possible? Uchiha Sasuke's face was full of disbelief, because the yin power in his body was flowing continuously to Uchiha Sen's arm, and this power was getting weaker and weaker. The same is true of Uzumaki Naruto on the other side, and his body has begun to lose a steady stream of power, and even the most basic tailed beast mode, Uzumaki Naruto can't keep it. And Uchiha Sen absorbed the yin and yang power of the 2 people into his body through the system. As more and more yin and yang power poured into his body, Uchiha Sen also began to change. It's just that unlike Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Sen's eyes have become reincarnation eyes, and faintly, several gouges began to appear between his eyes. It's just that as soon as these gouges appeared, they disappeared directly, and Uchiha Sen's eyes also turned into eternal kaleidoscopic chakra eyes, as if they had not changed. In addition, the 9-tailed beast chakra in Uchiha Sen's body finally became a kind of chakra. It's just that what is fused is not 10 tails, but a phoenix. That's right, the power of yin and yang plus the power of a tailed beast, and then add a phoenix power. Therefore, this force directly turned into a phoenix, entrenched in Uchiha Sen's body, sitting obediently. The host has collected the power of yin and yang, completed the task, and awakened the power of the ultimate 6 paths. The first world is successfully searched after 3 hours, and when the new world is searched, the host has an hour to consider whether to leave this world. The system's tone followed, and the suction force in Uchiha Mori's hand stopped. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki sat down directly on the ground, and the passage of chakra in their bodies made them a little not in a good state. Don't worry, I haven't absorbed all of your strength, you can still recover. So while Uchiha is looking for his reincarnation eye, try to recover. I can imagine seeing a real battle, not across the screen. Saying that, Uchiha Mori's figure took 2 steps back, not intending to make a move at all. At this time, both Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki were very wary of Uchiha Sen's movements, but seeing that Uchiha Sen was retreating quickly, he moved away from them in the blink of an eye. Although they are still doubting Uchiha Mori's purpose, it is too late now, and they must defeat Uchiha. Because by the time Uchiha gets the second reincarnation eye, I don't know what will happen. Kakashi's left eye was smoothly taken by Uchiha and placed on his left eye, and then successfully entered the Kamui space. After about 5 minutes of time, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared in the void, and two people, Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Madara, stood up at the same time. It's just that in Uchiha's eyes, there are already two reincarnation eyes, and Uchiha brings soil. No, it should be said that Uchiha Obito, who was possessed by the black, is two kaleidoscopic chakra eyes. I didn't expect these two to be alive. Didn't Uchiha Sen make a move? Heiju said. No, I don't want him to do it, because I'm going to do it. To be honest, these two imps, I will personally solve them. Chapter 190. After possessing the two reincarnation eyes, Uchiha felt that he had reached his peak and became arrogant again. As for Uchiha Sen, although Uchiha Sen saved him just now, he is still wary of this Uchiha Sen. Because from the beginning of the battle, Uchiha Mori did not participate in the battle, and he has been watching from the sidelines, and he has a feeling of sitting on a mountain and watching the tiger fight. Therefore, for Uchiha Sen, Uchiha has always had an observation and has never relaxed. Kuroju, you go and monitor Uchiha Sen, if he has any changes, stop him first, and I will quickly solve the battle here. Uchiha whispered to Kuro, who didn't speak, just nodded, and then used Kamui. In an instant, Kuro came to Uchiha Sen's side and looked at Uchiha from a distance. How? Did Uchiha ask you to spy on me? Uchiha Sen said with a faint smile. Yes, he is very worried about you, maybe the strength you have shown threatens him, making him feel a little uneasy. But I feel like he has some new ideas in mind, but I can't see it yet. In some ways, Heiju's relationship with Uchiha is not as close as the relationship with Uchiha Sen. After all, two people know the same secret, and this secret is unknown to everyone else, which will form a situation. That is, these two people will form a tacit understanding, and there is also a different kind of trust, so Uchiha Sen and Kuro are now in this strange situation. It doesn't matter, he just needs to trust you now, and you will do what you want. The current Uchiha spot, as long as it is defeated by the two of them, Uchiha Madara will use that technique. Uchiha Sen's expression did not change, and Uchiha did not believe him, which was expected. If Uchiha believes in him in particular, then Uchiha Sen feels that Uchiha has some conspiracy, then he needs to look at Uchiha more closely. Anyway, there are still 3 hours left, Uchiha Sen will leave this world, and after 3 hours, what happens in this world has nothing to do with Uchiha Sen. I hope so, but I think now, what do you want? Until now, you've never said what you want, or even shown it, so say. What exactly do you want? Heiju turned around, at the moment he was still controlling Uchiha Obito's body, but Uchiha Obito had fainted. Uchiha Sen smiled and did not look at Heiju. What I want has actually been obtained, so you don't have to worry about me. You still care about your mother Kagaya Atsuki. If Uchiha doesn't want to cooperate, I'm afraid there will really be problems. After listening to Uchiha Sen's words, his eyes and emotions were a little different. As for the name Kagaya Atsuki, so far, only Kuraki and Mori know it, but Uchiha Mori doesn't seem to have any expectations for this matter. What do you mean? Uchiha does not cooperate? I naturally have a way to get him to cooperate. Heiju always felt that there was something in Uchiha Sen's words, but he hadn't made it clear what he meant. Haven't you seen it yet? You have lived for so long, have you not even seen this? Uchiha shook his head with some disappointment. He felt that Kuro knew it, and it turned out that it seemed that Kuro was not clear at all. Perhaps after living for thousands of years, his thinking has become rigid, especially when Uchiha is about to go to a dead end. Because once Uchiha is on the road to a dead end, it is his plan to finally return at this moment. You make it clear, I didn't see anything. Kuro is a little irritable. The key to resurrecting Kagaya is to merge the chakra of Asura and Indra into one, and then add the chakra of the 10 tails to achieve the 6 paths, which is the first step. Then aim at the moon with the 9-hook jade reincarnation eye on your forehead, release the infinite moon reading to the entire world, and immerse everyone in the infinite moon reading, and all your preparation conditions will be met at this time. In the third step, you are going to kill Uchiha Madara and then use the special chakra in your body to summon the sealed Atsuki Kagaya back, and Uchiha Madara is the carrier. If there is no carrier, I'm afraid that the big tube wood Kagaya will not be able to come. So, your whole plan looks like this, right? Uchiha Sen glanced at Heiju lightly, and said all of Heiju's follow-up plans. Heiju's face was full of horror, because for thousands of years, only he knew about this matter. This was a plan he personally made, and it was impossible for others to know. And now, Uchiha Sen has said all his plans from beginning to end. The plan of the first and second parts, Uchiha Madara knows, because this part requires Uchiha to do it willingly himself in order to succeed. But the plan of the third part, Heiji, has always been hidden, and no one knows about it. But what I didn't expect was that Uchiha Sen not only knew, but also knew so clearly, and even said the way the big tube wood came, which... This Uchiha Sen. What the hell is it? Uchiha Mori. Who the hell are you? What do you want to do? Heiju was very excited at the moment, because if this kind of thing was leaked out, I am afraid that there would really be trouble. Hey. It doesn't matter who I am, I not only know this, but also a lot of things you don't. Just now I said that you didn't see it, the reason is very simple, you take a closer look. Now Asura and Indra's chakra, to whom? Uchiha Sen glanced at Heiju, didn't Heiju see this kind of thing? Kuro was stunned, looked at the battlefield again, and saw Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha who were in full swing with Uchiha. You mean, Heiju suddenly thought of something. Did you just find out? You feel like you're about to achieve your goal, so you feel unscrupulous, right? You are right, the two people between Senjojokuma and Uchiha are indeed the inheritors of the two people of Asura and Indra, and they all have this part of the chakra in their bodies. But what you forgot is that as soon as they die, their chakra will be reincarnated again. And this reincarnation came to Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, and the two of them are also the last insurance means of the 6 Dao immortals. 4. After preventing Kagaya from resurrecting, no one solved it. If it's just to beware of the 6 modes of Uchiha, why bother? Chapter 191. Uchiha Sen's words made Heiju stunned in place. He really didn't think about it, because over the past 1,000 years, Heiju had plotted many times, but he had also failed many times. After finally meeting Uchiha, Kuriko finds the best person to complete the plan. Uchiha has strength, scheming, and unwilling emotions. Therefore, Kuro successfully seduced Uchiha and tempted Uchiha with infinite moon reading, making him a pawn. Just as Uchiha has controlled Uchiha Obito, in fact, Uchiha has always been a pawn in the hands of Kuro. It's just that the autonomy of this chess piece is still very large, and Heiju is only responsible for the general direction and will not be crooked. Just like after Uzumaki Nagato's death, in order to prevent Uchiha from taking the soil to have any other ideas, Kuro decisively cooperated with Yakushi to reincarnate Uchiha Spotted Earth. In order to prevent Uchiha from having any other ideas. It turns out that Uchiha Obito does have other ideas, and it can be seen from his fusion of the 10 tails to become the 10 tails human pillar force that Uchiha Obito definitely has a conspiracy. It's a pity that Uchiha Obito's reincarnation eye is Uchiha's, so he can't open the 9-hook jade reincarnation eye on his forehead at all. Even if he absorbed that flower, the 9-hook jade reincarnation eye would not appear on Uchiha Obito's forehead. Otherwise, Kuro definitely doesn't care who becomes a 10-tailed human pillar force, as long as he brings Datomu Kagaya back to this world, everything is just floating clouds. What you said is just your guess, even if they have the power of Asura and Indra in their bodies, they can't resist the power of their mother. Even the ability of that old man in the big tube wood feather coat comes from his mother, and his mother is their ancestor. It's a pity that Kuro is absolutely blindly confident in Kagaya Atsuki, so that he can't listen to Uchiha Sen's persuasion at all. Or maybe he heard Uchiha Sen's suggestion and remembered it in his heart, but in order to maintain Atsuki Kagaya's ability, he deliberately didn't say anything. Anyway, either way, it doesn't mean much to Uchiha Sen. Because in the countdown of the system, there are less than 2.5 hours to search for the next world. Forget it, no matter what, don't worry about me, what I want has already been obtained, there is nothing I want. I'm not interested in anything, because soon everything here has nothing to do with me. Uchiha Sen's tone was very relaxed, not like he was lying, but Kuro couldn't understand what he meant. What is called has nothing to do with him. Could it be that Uchiha Sen can crack the infinite moon reading? Of course, Kuro would never have known that Uchiha Sen would disappear from this world and go to another world. Perhaps in their eyes, their world is a complete world. But in Uchiha Sen's view, this is just his life, and there is a more exciting world waiting for him later. Heiju did not speak again, but looked in the direction of Bo-ban. In this battle, although Uchiha Madara successfully obtained 2 reincarnation eyes, he still couldn't defeat Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki. Just imagine, these two people can be 5 or 5 with Kagaya Atsuki, let alone Uchiha. Therefore, after being hit by a spiral shuriken once, Uchiha became very miserable again, full of wounds, blood flowed from all parts of his body, and it seemed that the injury was very serious. But even so, Uchiha still struggled to stand up, and although it didn't look good, Uchiha Sen's face was smiling. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect you to be so strong, but that's the end of you. I feel that feeling of blood boiling again, but now, it's time for you to fall asleep. Saying that, Uchiha directly hugged the flower that was about to fall, and the flower frantically poured into Uchiha's body, and Uchiha's body was also recovering. Uchiha Sen could clearly feel that the chakra in Uchiha's body began to change. The power in his body is more like a collection of the power of yin and yang, similar to the chakra in Uchiha Sen's current body. But the difference is that the energy on his body is extremely unstable and changing at any time, and countless surging chakras are locked behind a door and cannot be opened. Now you need a key, open the lock on the door, and Uchiha will gain more power. Of course, in Uchiha's heart, this key is the 9-hook jade reincarnation eye above his head, and when the infinite moon reading is projected on the moon, everything is about to start again. Therefore, Uchiha Sen came directly to the air and broke off the things on his forehead, revealing the 9-hook jade reincarnation eye. Unlimited monthly reading. When Uchiha slowly recited these words from his mouth, the 9-hook jade reincarnation eyes on his forehead suddenly opened and aimed at the moon in the sky. The moon began to show the appearance of the 9-hook jade reincarnation eye, and immediately after, the moon began to burst out a huge white light. The white light shone on everyone, and in an instant, all the people who were illuminated by the white light began to become dull, and their eyes also became reincarnation eyes. God Tree Realm is born. Uchiha's eyes began to become a little excited, his hands were sealed, and a huge tree suddenly appeared on the ground, and everyone allowed the summoned divine tree to wrap their bodies, and then began to absorb chakra. But this is not without exceptions, such as Uchiha Sasuke using Susanoo to protect Naruto Uzumaki and Kakashi Kiki and Sakura Haruno under him, without being caught by the white light. In fact, Uchiha Sasuke only wanted to protect Naruto Uzumaki, for the simple reason that only the two of them had a chance to defeat Uchiha Madara. There were also 4 Hokage summoned by the reincarnation of the soil, as well as Jiraiya, who was ignored by everyone, and they were not affected in any way. Jiraiya has been desperately attacking the vines on the tree, but the people who were quickly rescued are wrapped up again. Uchiha Sen's eyes turned into 6-hook jade reincarnation eyes, allowing white light to shine on his body. To put it bluntly, the infinite moon reading is just an illusion, and it has no effect on the 6-hook jade reincarnation eyes. Therefore, Uchiha Sen didn't even release Susanoo, just quietly waiting for the next step. The body of Uchiha Obito next to him has long disappeared, but because of the existence of Heiju, Uchiha Obito was not taken away by the divine tree, but controlled by Heiju. And at this moment, the Black Absolute has come to the back of Uchiha. Chapter 192. For Heiju, all his plans have been completed, and now he only needs to do one thing. That is to kill Uchiha. When the white light gradually disappeared, Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo also slowly disappeared, and several people showed their figures. Uchiha Madara was standing on a cliff, looking arrogantly at Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki, as if everything was under control. At this moment, Uchiha is not the same as before, and Naruto Uzumaki, who has a strong perception, judged it at the first time, so his face was very serious. And Sasuke Uchiha is silently recovering chakra. He is not Naruto Uzumaki, chakra has a lot. Although he has the power of yin, Sasuke Uchiha also has shortcomings, not to mention that most of the power of yin in his body was absorbed by Uchiha Sen before, and he needs to replenish it himself. Just now he experienced another big war, so his combat power is much weaker than it seems. Uchiha Sen sat next to him, smiling at everything in front of him. He knew that something was going to go wrong soon. Ha 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 ha, sure enough, everything is true, I am finally done. Accomplished this great cause. And next, it's just a few of you, as long as I solve you, everything is up to me. Uchiha couldn't help but laugh, although he looked a little crazy and his tone was a little crazy, but it did make Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha feel the pressure. Because of the current Uchiha spot, his strength seems to have improved a lot. Just to defeat Uchiha Ban, purely relying on Uchiha Ban's carelessness, but now, Uchiha Madara will not only not be careless, but even pay more attention to them. There was even a Uchiha Sen who didn't know what to do on the side, which made them very wary. Sasuke, is there any way to wake everyone up from the illusion? Naruto Uzumaki turned his head and looked at Sasuke Uchiha. He knew that Sasuke Uchiha definitely had a way. The illusion of the Eye of Reincarnation can only be lifted with the Eye of Reincarnation. Uchiha Sasuke whispered. Instead of speaking, Naruto Uzumaki turned his head and looked at Uchiha Madara who had flown in front of them. Although Uchiha still looks a little scarred, it is not so embarrassing, but it is much better. So, it made them wary. The eyes on his forehead are the same as the eyes on the moon. Haruno Sakura found a very important point, from which she could judge something, but Haruno Sakura could not continue to analyze it. Because in this battle, she is just a dispensable little character, not as useful as Kakashi Kiki. Next, solve them, and that's it. Heiju said hoarsely. No, the next thing is done by the savior of my world. I'm not going to let you move. I have cut off the cause and effect of this world, stripped away human suffering, pain, and emptiness. Uchiha opened his hands, like a savior, the same as Pain's self-proclaimed god. This gesture looked very proud, but it was very pitiful. Because Uchiha Sen knows that Uchiha is not the savior of this world, and even almost became the destroyer of this world. Nonsense! What are you? Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help but shout. Naruto, you are hindering everyone's happiness, and there will be no more war and harm for the people of you here. I turned hell into heaven, and the mistakes that were once between the pillars were corrected by me. Uchiha's tone was very intense, and if he didn't consider what he did, I'm afraid many people would believe it. Impossible. What did the first adults do wrong? Haruno Sakura didn't believe it. Once, in order to prevent young children from going into battle again, the two of us teamed up to form the Konoha Ninja Village, and at that time I suggested unification by force. But my proposal was rejected, and the world is moving forward towards the meaning of the column. But the result? And the result? Uchiha's tone was a little excited. If in those years, Konoha Village passed his proposal, I am afraid that there would be only one country and one ninja village in the entire ninja continent now. Unfortunately, there are now 5 major countries. The First Ninja World War, the Second Ninja World War, the Third Ninja World War. The battle between people began to slowly expand, from the initial clan to the family, to the village against the village. Countless people's relatives died, countless people's friends also died, and those who survived by luck will have the next battle. Uchiha's tone seemed to be very emotional, and in his heart, he always felt that Senjojima was on the wrong path. If the two of them had joined forces and conquered other countries. Now everyone is dreaming of happiness in the divine tree, and they are all in their ideal world. Uchiha said lightly. Is this what you call an ideal world? You just gave everyone a dream. Uchiha Sasuke retorted. I wanted you to enter a beautiful world of complete peace, but I didn't expect you to refuse. It's a pity. But it doesn't matter, in that world, you still exist, in the memories of many people. Accept reality, it's all over. Poof. It's just that before Uchiha could finish saying this, a hand directly penetrated his chest, bringing out a large amount of blood. Heiju was standing behind Uchiha Madara at this moment, and his left hand pierced Uchiha Madara's back, directly in front of Uchiha Madara's body, pinching his heart. Wrong. Spot. You are not a savior, and everything is not over yet. Heiju whispered. Uchiha Madara stared in disbelief, and Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were also stunned, not knowing what happened. At this moment, Uchiha's body couldn't move. Why do you say it's completely different from Obito? Is it someone who can use everything? Don't you think it's ridiculous to think that only you are different? Heiju whispered. Uchiha's eyes struggled to look to the left rear, and he felt very unwilling. Madara, you are just living in an illusory dream, which is the beautiful dream I have described for you. Heiju's words immediately dealt a heavy blow to Uchiha's heart. Heiju, what are you talking about? I created you, and you are my will. Uchiha couldn't believe it. You're wrong, my consciousness. It's Kagaya. Chapter 193. This. What's going on? What happened? Haruno Sakura was a little puzzled. At this point, has there actually been infighting? Kakashi Kiki also didn't quite believe it, but the picture in front of him really reminded him that everything was true. Nope. He mentioned Kagaya just now. When the 6 Dao Immortals mentioned this name, I have an impression. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were fixed on Uchiha and Kuroja, and a sense of uneasiness suddenly surged in his heart. I don't know why, this thought also appeared in Naruto Uzumaki's heart, which coincided with Sasuke Uchiha. Suddenly, the divine tree began to absorb the chakra in each ninja's body, and it was continuously transported towards the trunk. This chakra was very large, it was too terrifying. Ah! Uchiha let out a miserable scream, and his body began to crack, very miserable. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke was slightly stunned, because his 6-hook jade reincarnation eyes could clearly see that the 4 shadows that originally surrounded Uchiha began to slowly disappear. This is a very strange behavior. It is impossible for Uchiha to cancel this technique at this time. The only possibility is that Uchiha cannot control this technique, so it is passively cancelled. The shadow is gone. I'm afraid there are other big things. Everyone, be careful. Uchiha Sasuke shouted. What the hell is going on? Where did this huge chakra come from? Naruto Uzumaki shouted as well. Uchiha Sen, who was on the side, narrowed his eyes. This amazing chakra did look a little terrifying. When I was watching anime or manga, I could only guess how strong this chakra was from the words of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha from the screens and books. And now it's different. Now Uchiha Sen is standing here, he can clearly feel it. It is worthy of being the most powerful individual in this world, and the big tube wood Kagaya in this state is really strong. In terms of the amount of chakra alone, Uchiha Sen is not the opponent of Kagaya Atsuki. Of course, this cannot be regarded as the pure power of the phoenix, but can only be regarded as the chakra affected by the power of the phoenix. Because he had previously absorbed the yin and yang power of Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Sen's phoenix power was also greatly unlocked and enhanced a lot. It is worthy of being the first person in this world to eat the fruit of the divine tree, and his strength is really strong. It's Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki. Why is the power in their bodies increasing all the time? This matter is the thing that makes Uchiha Sen the most puzzled. Since the two of them obtained the power of yin and yang, both Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki's chakra reaction has been increasing. It seems that there is no upper limit to this enhancement, especially now, the speed of enhancement has become faster. Is it the will of this world? Because of the awakening of Kagaya Atsuki, the strength of the two people is increasing. Then who is the will of this world, the 6 Dao Immortals? Or someone else? The current Uchiha Sen is completely different from his previous self, and it is fundamentally different. The power of yin and yang is the two most basic forces in this world, and it can be regarded as the source of everything, and this power, coupled with the power of the phoenix, plays a role in assisting each other. More importantly, Uchiha Sen has gone from being human to being a non-human. Just as Uchiha Sen was thinking about this, the ground suddenly cracked, and countless chakras poured out from the ground, shattering all the surrounding earth, and Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto and others also shook a little. These chakras were completely integrated into Uchiha's body, and in an instant, Uchiha's body began to expand. Nope. This chakra is even more powerful than the 10 tails. I can't wait any longer. Uzumaki Naruto obviously felt this chakra was even more surging than the 10-tailed chakra, and Uzumaki Naruto felt a little scared. Where the hell is this chakra? What to send what? Haruno Sakura was a little confused. I'm afraid it's the people on that big tree. Chakra are all those who are trapped, we can't go on like this. Up! Naruto, stop him! A cloud of thunder and lightning immediately appeared on Uchiha Sasuke's left hand, and then he held this thunder and lightning tightly and turned it into a thunderbolt long sword. And Naruto Uzumaki also appeared in his hand, a black rod made of yin-yang escape technique, and then rushed forward. In the next second, Uchiha Sasuke also came behind Uchiha Madara. They just wanted to make a move, but they were entangled in Uchiha's long white hair. Two fire-fighting moths, just now they happened to absorb your chakra. At this moment, Heiju's hand is still in Uchiha's body, but it has only changed from the original heart to the unknown position now. Moreover, Heiju is also fusing into Uchiha's body step by step, stripping it from Uchiha's body little by little. Sakura Haruno wanted to rush to save someone, but was stopped by Kakashi Kiki. Sasuke. We can't let him absorb chakra like this, otherwise everyone's chakra will be sucked out. Naruto Uzumaki is now very anxious, because chakra can be said to be the life of ninjas, and if there is no chakra, many ninjas will die instantly. And now, Uchiha. No, or that Kuro is wantonly absorbing other people's chakras, which makes Naruto Uzumaki very anxious. Don't worry. They won't die. Kagaya once used an infinite moon reading on everyone, saving them alive in order to produce an army that belonged to Kagaya. Kuro's voice reached the ears of Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, and the two of them were instantly a little confused. What the hell do you mean? Uchiha Sasuke was stunned. Sasuke, you seem to be much sluggish than attacking. Can ordinary people really use it to fight? Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback, as if he had thought of something. That's right, it's Baiju. After a long period of change, these people will become Baiju, and then become Kagaya's troops. Heiju said compassionately. Saying that, most of Heiju's body has been integrated into Uchiha's body, and Uchiha only has his face that has not been fused by Heiju. Black. What the hell are you talking about? Infinite Moon Reading is clearly a ninjutsu that appeared by the Uchiha clan to bring eternal peace to mankind. How could it become these things in your mouth? To this day, Uchiha still doesn't believe what Kuro says, and he has always believed what he sees. It's just that what he doesn't know is that what he sees is actually fake. Chapter 194. Ha 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 ha, Madara. And on what basis do you think so? The black tone makes people feel very playful, as if they are sighing at Uchiha's death throes. The 6 Dao immortals recorded this technique on the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan, and it was clearly written on the stone tablet. Uchiha still believes in that stone tablet to this day, because everything he thinks is the truth that appears on the stone tablet. Uchiha Sen smiled. I'm afraid that until now, Uchiha still doesn't know. In fact, he is also a pawn, right? Madara, ah. I've lived many years longer than you, and I have a lot of time to find out the stone tablet that you once left behind and then correct it. Heiju's tone was very strange, and this sentence also made Uchiha's pupils shrink slightly. Correction. Uchiha muttered to himself. Infinite Moon Reading is not a technique to give mankind peaceful dreams, but to gather everyone's chakra and make them incomparably huge. Heiju's voice is still the same. What do you say? Uchiha still didn't believe the truth about it. You acted for this matter, and under Kagaya's will, drove you to do this. And what's the difference between you and Obito? Just as you think of Obito as a pawn, in fact, you are just a pawn. Heiju's words seemed to give the last blow to Uchiha, and Uchiha's body began to expand rapidly. Uchiha's body suddenly swelled nearly twice, and it looked like it was about to explode. Uchiha Sen, who was in charge of watching on the side, smiled. In fact, he summed up a rule, a law of all villains in a Naruto. For example, Uzumaki Nagato, he thought he was a god, and he could get this weapon by gathering the 10 tails and bring peace to the world, but he didn't know that in the eyes of Uchiha Obito, he was just a pawn. And Uchiha Obito considers himself the spokesperson of Uchiha Madara, and has been cooperating with Uchiha Ban, although he is a little cautious, but he does not believe in his pawn until Uchiha Madara himself admits it. And when it comes to Uchiha, Uchiha thinks that he is the one who controls everything, but he is worse than the first two. The biggest lie is still here in Uchiha, he always thinks that he is behind the scenes, but Kuro is. Madara It seems that you have only been brilliant for half a night, and there is no way to do it now? Uchiha Sen smiled, looked at the infinitely expanding Uchiha spot, and silently mourned in his heart. And when the black turned into a black liquid and wrapped all the Uchiha spots no longer became larger, but began to shrink, gradually shrinking into a human form. Uchiha's body with soil also fell to the ground. At this time, a woman appeared in front of everyone, the 9-hook jade reincarnation eyes on her forehead opened, and a huge chakra directly attacked the entire heaven and earth. This is what Grandpa Iudeo said. Atsuki Kagaya. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha swallowed in unison, they obviously felt this chakra. And the woman in front of her, the two of them also recognized her identity. Uchiha Sen could clearly feel that there were more chakras moving in this direction, very fast. It can be said that in an instant, Kagaya Atsuki will collect everyone's chakra. Chakra, which has been scattered for so many years, has finally been completed today after tens of thousands of days. Under the guidance of the moonlight, attach to my body and become one again. Heiju's voice is getting louder little by little, and the language in his mouth is like performing some kind of ritual. Wake up! The ancestor of chakra, the Almighty God. With the cry of the Black Jew, all the chakras finally came together, and the big tube wood Kagaya appeared. As Uchiha's body no longer changed, a beautiful woman appeared in front of everyone. His long white hair floated behind him, and 2 horns grew on the top of his head, and his eyes looked like the white eyes of the Hyuga family. It's just that these white eyes are not known to be many levels higher than the white eyes of the Hyuga clan, and even these white eyes are still the ancestors of the reincarnation eyes. Wow! So powerful chakra, this chakra, much stronger than Madara. Although Naruto Uzumaki was entangled in his hair, he was still full of surprise. This kind of strength is really terrifying. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were also glued to Kagaya Atsuki, as if he had discovered something. The 6 Dao immortals must have guessed that this Kagaya would appear, so they gave us this yin and yang power. Uchiha Sasuke did not say it, but silently thought in his heart, although he felt a little surprised, but this answer was already the best answer. My 2 children. No, should it be the chakra of Indra and Asuras? Kagaya Atsuki said to himself, and then directly threw Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha out, and these 2 people instantly fell to the ground, shattering a lot of rocks. In the next second, Kagaya's hair followed, and Sasuke Uchiha stood up, and a cloud of thunder appeared on his left hand. The lightning split a lot of Datomu Kagaya's hair, but it was difficult to resist after all, and it was sent flying out again. Naruto Uzumaki was similar, and the second time he was also shot out, it looked very miserable. And Kagaya's white eyes also began to observe Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, and almost understood who the 2 were. Immediately afterwards, Kagaya Atsuki slowly floated past Harano Sakura, and Harano Sakura only felt a huge and terrifying chakra walking past him. Harano Sakura suddenly froze in place, because her body was terrified and stopped in place. Datomu Kagaya is too terrifying, just the chakra in her body, is no longer a human being. Calm down Sakura, we can only trust Sasuke and Naruto now, we can't act rashly. Kiki Kakashi reminded from the side. As everyone knows, now Harano Sakura no longer dares to move, and if she wants to move, she can't move. What is even weirder is that when Kagaya Atsuki came to Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, he suddenly stopped. This land is my nursery, and you are just clowns who are playing with chakra. Let me recycle this last chakra. When Kagaya Atsuki finished saying this, the entire surrounding environment changed dramatically. All the bodies are falling, and below. It's magma. Chapter 195. This kind of thing is a very strange thing for everyone, and even without reacting, he was pulled into this space by Kagaya Atsuki. And Uchiha Sen, who was particularly far away from them, was also pulled here. I deliberately stayed away from here, but I was still brought to this space. It seems that the scope of influence is very large. Uchiha Mori frowned, his body floating in midair, looking at the big tube of Kagaya in front of him. What he didn't expect, the first person Kagaya wanted to destroy was not Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, but him. That's right, at this moment, Kagaya Atsuki has already arrived in front of Uchiha Sen, but he hasn't started yet. In your body, you have a very unique power, and this power is not chakra, but a special energy. Although you once had chakra in your body, you have been assimilated by this force. Atsuki Kagaya looked at Uchiha Sen, his white eyes had opened. I am afraid that the situation in Uchiha Sen's current body has been seen a lot by Atsuki Kagaya. However, Kagaya Atsuki does not see the ultimate secret, which is the most secret thing of Uchiha Mori. Worthy of being the ancestor of everything, have the white eyes reached the point where they can see through the energy in my body? It's really powerful. Uchiha Sen said with some sighs. Atsuki Kagaya is indeed very strong. But now that Kagaya Atsuki has hit him with the idea, that's not something Uchiha Sen can endure. Therefore, Uchiha Sen really burst out of his own momentum. A huge energy directly drove up a huge wind, blowing others who could not stand at all. Even Uchiha Sasuke's psychic bird could not stay standing. This chakra is really terrible. Who are these people, and why are they all so terrifying? Uchiha Sasuke is very unwilling. This Uchiha Sen is obviously the same age as him. Why is there such a big gap between everyone? Especially in the case of getting the power of Yin, Sasuke Uchiha is still not Uchiha Sen's opponent. This feeling is really uncomfortable. What kind of person are you, a person in this world, who will not have such powerful energy? Atsuki Kagaya squinted and looked at Uchiha Mori, because from his body, Atsuki Kagaya felt this powerful force. As long as Kagaya Atsuki gains this part of the power, she doesn't have to be afraid of people from that world. Uchiha Sen smiled, and the power of the phoenix that erupted in his body weakened slightly, which could be regarded as giving them some chance to stabilize. I'm just like you, where you come from, I come from, of course, we are not in the same place, but my world is very far away from here. Uchiha Sen said his origin very cryptically, and he believed that Kagaya Atsuki would naturally understand it. Kagaya Atsuki is not from this world, and likewise Uchiha Mori is not from this world, so it's the same. Impossible. This world is not yet connected to other worlds, only that place can come here, and other worlds can't come here. Kagaya Atsuki shook her head. She didn't believe what Uchiha Sen said. It doesn't matter. Whether you believe it or not has little to do with me, I just have to believe what I say. Since you have all your eyes on me, if I am still indifferent, doesn't it mean that I am a good bully? In fact, Uchiha Sen also wants to try it with Kagaya Atsuki. After all, Kagaya Atsuki can be said to be the most powerful individual in the world. The reason why I don't say that she is the strongest person is because the current Atsuki Kagaya is not an ordinary person. She comes from another world, and the purpose of coming to this world is only to use this world as a nursery to create a white army to face other people of the Datumu clan who will come in the future. The subsequent arrival of the Big Tube Wood Peach style and the Big Tube Wood Gold style also confirmed the words of the Big Tube Wood Kagaya. It's just that at that time, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were inexplicably weakened a lot, and Naruto Uzumaki's son inherited his tenacious protagonist name. Of course, as for that Naruto New Century, Uchiha Sen didn't watch it, because what he said was completely nonsense. Therefore, Uchiha Sen has always despised the so-called Naruto, which is nothing more than a sequel to the name of Naruto. The same recipe, the same taste, the same passionate protagonist. If it weren't for the fact that it was a sequel to Naruto, I'm afraid that many people wouldn't have paid so much attention. If I can get your power, no matter who comes, I won't be afraid. So, contribute your strength to me. I'll make you into this world. Bang! Before Kagaya finished speaking, her figure was directly shot out by Uchiha Sen, and the stones on the surrounding magma began to fall downward, causing a burst of flames when they fell into the magma. Such a high-temperature flame, even if it is a stone, after falling into it, it will be burned quickly. Well, it's terrible. I didn't see his speed at all, and from the beginning to the end of the attack, I didn't even see a single movement of him. Uchiha Sasuke's face was full of shock, because all this time, he felt that he was not much different from Uchiha Sen. Especially after obtaining the power of Yin, Uchiha Sasuke felt that now Uchiha Sen should not be his opponent. It's just that what terrifies him is that Uchiha Sen has never used all his strength. He seems to have the chakra of the tailed beast in his body, but it is difficult to detect. I don't know if it's real. Naruto Uzumaki thought silently in his heart, he couldn't be sure of the truth of this matter. He did absorb my chakra, and he was the masked man when Konoha was invaded by Orochimaru. At this time, the Nine Tails spoke up to Naruto Uzumaki, and he remembered everything that Uchiha Sen had done. The reason why he never said it, he forgot about it, and now being reminded by Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine Tails seemed to suddenly think of this matter, and his face was serious. He also came to absorb my chakra, I remember it too. At this time, the figure of Ichigo Morizuru appeared, but he was not an entity, but a phantom. The tailed beast is like this, as long as there is a part of chakra, it is a whole and has all the original memories. Being said by Shaojuru, Naruto Uzumaki dared to determine all this. It's just that what Naruto Uzumaki doesn't know is what Uchiha Sen is going to do. Chapter 196. Uchiha Sen has been planning the tailed beast chakras since several years ago, but no one knows what he did at that time. But now it's different. Now Naruto Uzumaki has a chakra of 9 tailed beasts in his body, and he knows the secret. It's just that even if Naruto Uzumaki knows the secret, it's already too late, because not to mention that Uchiha Sen is about to leave this world, and even no one in this world can stop him. That's right, Uchiha Sen has this confidence, whether it is Kagaya Atsuki now, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, they are not Uchiha Sen's opponents. And apart from the rest of them, it is not worth mentioning. Kagaya, who was kicked out by Uchiha Sen, did not come out of the pit, but an irregular black hole suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Sen, and Kagaya Atsuki was drilling out of it. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, who were opposite Uchiha Sen, certainly saw all this, but they didn't make a sound in tacit agreement. They now suddenly have an idea, let Uchiha Sen strike first, test what ability this big tube of wood Kagaya has, and even let the two of them divide the victory first. If Uchiha Sen dies, then Kagaya Atsuki will inevitably consume more strength, and vice versa. When the time comes, the two of them can sit and reap the benefits of the fisherman, and then attack when they finish fighting. Naive. Uchiha Sen smiled, and at the moment when Kagaya's right hand was about to touch his body, a hot flame immediately appeared on the appearance of his body. The temperature of this flame is already inestimable, and before the big tube of wood Kagaya touches the flame, his right hand is already burned. In an instant, Datuma Kagaya quickly retreated, and the expression on her face was also a little incredible. This is not an ordinary burn, because with Kagaya's ability, she can recover from all the injuries in an instant. But the difference is that this injury, Datuma Kagaya recovered very slowly. Eclipse Day. A phantom shadow of a figure immediately appeared behind Uchiha Sen, and Fang Tian's halberd directly struck out quickly, and a crescent-shaped energy attack directly hit the direction of Datuma Kagaya. Datuma Kagaya narrowed her eyes, and she recognized the spatial fluctuations in this move in an instant. 80 God Air Strike. Kagaya Atsuki concentrated chakra on his palm and unleashed countless fists in the air, a move that seemed to be used for attack, but it could actually be used for defense. Because in the air, Kagaya's fist collided with Uchiha Sen's blade shadow, and suddenly the blade shadow and fist were strangled together, and a strong energy fluctuation erupted. The energy fluctuations produced a huge wind, which blew people a little unsteadily, but Uchiha Sen smiled slightly. His hands began to seal quickly, and a wave of energy appeared. Fire! Fire extinguished! Uchiha Sen's mouth immediately spit out the flames in the sky, directly sweeping the entire narrow place, except for the surroundings of Uchiha Sen, other places were suddenly filled with flames. This move is the flame that Uchiha Sen joined the power of the phoenix, and the phoenix originally belongs to fire, and it has a bonus to the fire. Not to mention the result of this move after joining the power of the phoenix, the temperature cannot be calculated at all. In less than 2 seconds, the surroundings were all burning flames, and huge flames filled this place at once, which was very terrifying. Not good. Hide in. Uchiha Sasuke's appearance immediately appeared Susanoo, and then everyone else hid in Susanoo. It's just that the flames of the sky are still burning around Susanoo, even if it is Susanoo who is very defensive, but these need chakra. Fortunately, Sasuke Uchiha has been recovering chakra during the previous period, otherwise there may not be any problems. It's just that there is another problem, because of the burning flame, the temperature of Susanoo's appearance is also rising. Although it is possible to hide a little, it is not a long-term solution. Because as the temperature rises outside, the temperature here is also rising, and the oxygen in the air is also drastically reduced. For human beings, if they lose air, they are simply unable to resist. In addition to Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki, the flames also swept through the body of Kagaya Atsuki, and this level of flame was enough to seriously injure Kagaya Atsuki. So Datoki Kagaya acted, and in the next second, everyone's position changed, and they came to a cold space. The surrounding space suddenly changed from hot to cold, and the ground changed from magma to snow. Oh! Instantly took everyone out of the space, but did not transfer other energy. Can you just take the others away? Uchiha Sen glanced at Kagaya Atsuki. This ability is really strong and can throw off all the factors that are not favorable to him. For example, when Uchiha Sen used a big move, Kagaya Atsuki directly left here with Uchiha Sen, so that Uchiha Sen's attack this time was in vain. What's more, Uchiha Sen also consumed chakra, which is a two-pronged thing. It's just that there is a drawback, Kagaya Atsuki must bring everyone together, otherwise Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki will not bring them. Because by leaving them in that space, at least you don't have to worry about their sneak attacks, and you can also wait until you solve Uchiha Sen to solve them. Of course, maybe it's because Kagaya Atsuki feels that even if Uchiha Sen plus Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke, they are not his opponents. If this is really the case, then even if Uchiha Sen guessed wrong, he should not have said it. Where is this place? Why did you suddenly change places? Sakura Haruno asked. After changing places, Uchiha Sasuke no longer had to protect them with Susanoo, so he dispersed Susanoo and preserved Hitomi and chakra. I'm afraid that just like before, I suddenly changed a space, and the surrounding environment also changed. It's also not an illusion, so does she have the ability to change space at any time? Kakashi analyzed the cause of the matter and could see that this ability was really terrifying. 1 second it was a very hot magma, and the next second it became a very cold snow, which is terrifying. Naruto, observe them well, no matter who wins or loses in the end, we need their intelligence. More importantly, if we can't defeat them, I'm afraid the entire human race will perish. So, we have no chance of failure. Chapter 197. Uchiha Sasuke's tone was very serious, because he knew that there was no way back for them. If Uchiha Sen had won, perhaps everything would still be said, because Uchiha Sen had never shown the intention of ruling the world, unlike Kagaya Atsuki. But Kagaya Atsuki is different. What she hopes is to turn all the people in this world into her army, that is, Baiju, and this world will also be controlled by her. In this way, Sasuke Uchiha hopes that Uchiha Sen will win, at least the world will not be destroyed. Although there is still some unwilling attitude towards Uchiha Sen, at this moment Uchiha Sasuke can still distinguish between the important and the heavy. Sasuke, you mean? Naruto Uzumaki was slightly stunned. Do you know that? The 6 Dao Immortals gave me the power of Yin and the power of Yang, in order to deal with Datomu Kagaya, and he had long expected that Datomu Kagaya would appear. And the power of Yin and the power of Yang in our hands are the key to sealing the big tube wood Kagaya. If we die, then the whole world will have absolutely no chance. Sasuke Uchiha said it with certainty, and what he said was true, and it was. If one of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha died, then they wouldn't be able to seal Kagaya Atsuki at all. By the end, I can only watch the world being destroyed by Kagaya. I see, we need to help Uchiha Sen now and deal with Kagaya Atsuki, right? Naruto Uzumaki said. Nope. Let's wait and see, let the two of them fight first, no matter who wins or loses, they will definitely consume a lot of chakra. So, we'll wait. Sasuke Uchiha had figured everything out, Naruto Uzumaki understood what it meant, and Kakashi Kiki nodded. Now those little ghosts have now achieved such achievements, both of them have become ninjas who can stand alone, and as teachers, Kakashi Kiki is also very gratified. It is only a matter of time before the disciple will surpass the teacher, so in this regard, Kakashi Kiki is still quite emotional. Now that the time has come, the burden of life and death for all mankind has fallen on the two of them, and this pressure is unimaginable. Kakashi Kiki also thought that they might not be able to bear this pressure, but now that they look at it, they have become accustomed to this pressure and have turned the pressure into motivation. You have grown, we can indeed stand still now, we don't need to do more. Recover chakra first, watch the battle between those two. Kiki Kakashi said. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto nodded, and then involuntarily began to recover chakra. And Uchiha Mori was still standing in place, quietly looking at Kagaya Atsuki, with a somewhat interesting expression. You obviously knew that it would be risky to deal with me first, but you did it anyway, I want to know why. Uchiha Sen crossed his hands around his chest, and his tone was very flat, like a chat between neighbors. Kagaya Atsuki also slowly flew into the air and came face to face with Uchiha Mori. Heiju told me that you know a lot of things you shouldn't know, and that's very important. I can't let you watch from the sidelines, although you are troublesome, but solving the trouble first is more important than anything else. As for those two children, they only have the power of Yuyi, and they are still 1.5. Uchiha Sen looked at Kagaya Atsuki a little speechlessly. It turned out that the reason was so simple. Kuro said that he knew something that others did not know. It's such a simple reason, so let Atsuki Kagaya choose to fight him first. Actually, there is another one, as long as I collect your chakra, I don't have to worry about people coming from that place. All I have done for so many years is just to guard against them, and I have never seen hope. And now it's different. Your power, coupled with the power of this world, is enough for me to defeat them. Kagaya's words reminded Uchiha that what she had done for so many years was just to beware of the people of the Atsuki clan. So that's the case, it's just that you picked the wrong person. Uchiha Sen shook his head, his hands were raised, and the phoenix power in his body immediately penetrated his body. The explosive power burst out directly, and in an instant, the surrounding mountains began to shake. The glacier under the feet began to crack, and even a strong earthquake was produced, and everyone began to stand unsteadily. What is this? Why is this person so terrifying? Is he really human? Naruto Uzumaki looked at Uchiha Sen while trying to stabilize his figure. This feeling was too uncomfortable. And Uchiha Sasuke once again used Susanoo, because Kakashi Kiki and Sakura Haruno couldn't survive in this situation. Naruto. It's about to turn into tailed beast mode. Just relying on myself, there is no way. Although Susa is very strong, this move of Uchiha Sen is even stronger, just this burst of energy can already make Uchiha Sasuke shocked. After Naruto Uzumaki listened, he also began to quickly turn into a nine-tailed. Pretend susanoo. Then, Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo once again draped on the body of the nine tails, and the defense was further enhanced. And Kagaya Atsuki was also frightened by the power that Uchiha Sen burst out, and this force was stronger than him in terms of both quality and quantity. What's even more terrifying is that Uchiha Sen seems to have erupted this kind of power, and there is no price. Phoenix power. Extinction. Just listening to the sound of explosions one after another, the surrounding scenery began to change drastically, and countless glacial rubble flew up. It really seemed like it was the end of the day. A black wormhole suddenly appeared above the sky. From the wormhole, a huge meteorite appeared. This trick. It's the trick of the Iron Country. Kiki Kakashi recognized this move at a glance, once this move destroyed half of the country of the Iron Country, and if they were hit now, I am afraid that they would also be seriously injured. Kill the ashes together. Just listening to Kagaya, Atsuki shouted, two bones immediately appeared in his hands, flying towards Uchiha Sen's forehead and heart. If this move hits, I am afraid that Uchiha Sen will die without a corpse in an instant. Little trick. Uchiha Sen's left eye turned slightly, and these two bones instantly disappeared without a trace, which is the ability of Uchiha Sen's left eye. Seeing that this blow had no effect, a force immediately erupted around Kagaya's body, bouncing off the meteorite that was about to fall above his head. Huangquan Hirasaka. Chapter 198. But before Kagaya Atsuki could complete this technique, Uchiha Sen kicked her out. Then in an instant, Uchiha Sen came to the back of Kagaya Atsuki, and his right hand hit him directly on the back. This blow does not seem to be heavy, but Uchiha Sen used the power of the phoenix, and the power was greatly enhanced. Wow! Datoki Kagaya's mouth couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and he hit a falling meteorite head-on, and his body was smashed into the meteorite. Soon, under the control of Uchiha Sen, 7 or 8 meteorites simultaneously struck in the direction of Datomu Kagaya, instantly smashing Datoki Kagaya inside. It's just that Uchiha Sen did not stop, but controlled the meteorite one after another, smashing towards the big tube of wood Kagaya. What was originally a small meteorite, instantly turned into a huge meteorite. Boom! With a low drink from Uchiha Sen, the meteorites surrounding them exploded directly, causing another wave of shaking. Wow! It's so terrifying, this kind of strength, is such a strong big tube of wood Kagaya so vulnerable? Harano Sakura looked at this picture with some disbelief. Just now he had heard about Kagaya Atsuki from Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha, and also knew his identity. Such a powerful person, in front of Uchiha Sen, as if he had no ability to resist. So how strong is Uchiha Sen? No, Kagaya Atsuki will definitely not be so weak, her recovery ability is very strong. Uchiha Sasuke didn't think that Kagaya Atsuki was defeated, and even people like the 6 Dao Immortals couldn't kill Kagaya Atsuki. Could Uchiha Sen really kill him? In fact, to be precise, Uchiha Sen can't kill Kagaya Atsuki, for the simple reason that it is a matter of rules. Uchiha Sen tried, the blow just now was already a very powerful attack, and Kagaya Atsuki was also seriously injured. However, in that instant, Kagaya's injuries had fully recovered, as if he was fine. Of course, the chakra in his body also consumed a lot, but the chakra in her body was too large, and consuming these was actually useless. Therefore, this is why the 6 Dao Immortals have been saying that the Great Tube Wood Kagaya can only be sealed. Although injuring her can make him consume chakra to recover, in fact, the bit of chakra consumed will soon recover. Shen Luo Tian Zheng. Sure enough, although the explosion had just ended, Kagaya Atsuki also acted. The stones entangled around her body shattered at the same time and flew in all directions. This is the Shinra heavenly sign. Although Datomu Kagaya's eyes are white, she has a 9-hook jade reincarnation eye on her forehead, so she can definitely use the ability of the reincarnation eye. Rabbit hair needle. The hair behind Kagaya instantly flew out countless steel needles and stabbed in the direction of Bosun. Because of the existence of white eyes, the acupuncture channels in Uchiha Sen's body were seen through by Kagaya in an instant. As long as these needles can be pierced, they can definitely paralyze Uchiha Sen. Uchiha Sen smiled slightly, and his hands immediately raised all the meteorites in the air to block in front of him. In the next second, the figure of Kagaya Atsuki disappeared in place and came behind Uchiha Sen. But at the same time, Uchiha Sen's right eye turned slightly, and what was visible to the naked eye was that Kagaya's movements began to slow down. In other words, the speed of the whole world is slowing down, and only Uchiha Sen is still maintaining his normal speed. But in the eyes of others, it was as if Uchiha Sen's speed had suddenly increased several times, which was very strange. One fast forward, one slow down, that already says it all. Momentary Fang Hua. This is the ability to manipulate time in Uchiha Sen's right eye. This name was given by Uchiha Sen, and it sounds very literary. If you are just deceived by his appearance of literature and art, it is really wrong. This trick is really strong. A short knife appeared in Uchiha Sen's hand, and this short knife was the one that death left to Uchiha Sen at that time. Uchiha Sen wanted to make a try, so he slashed at Kagaya's neck with a short knife. At this moment, Kagaya Atsuki is in a slow release, and he can't resist Uchiha Mori's attack at all, but this doesn't mean that he can't fight back. Gonaku. Kagaya's body began to twist, and in a very strange posture, he dodged Uchiha Mori's attack. In the next second, Kagaya's counter-attack came as scheduled, and her hands condensed a small-tailed beast jade and threw it directly in front of Uchiha Sen. The speed of small-tailed beast jade formation is fast, and it will not give Uchiha Sen too much reaction time. If it is super large-tailed beast jade, I am afraid that Uchiha Sen will interrupt the big tube of wood Kagaya before the tailed beast jade is formed. The speed of the tailed beast jade is extremely fast, no, not ordinary speed, but across space. Kagaya Atsuki combines this tailed beast jade with her unique spatial ninjutsu, and although it seems to be in front of her, a second smaller will appear on the side of Uchiha Sen. After several transfers, the direction of the tailed beast jade changed, and Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes. Because in an instant, 4 black holes appeared around his body, and inside each black hole, a tailed beast jade flew out. It turned out that Datomu Kagaya secretly condensed 3 tailed beast jades in the secret, plus the previous one, a total of 4. And the ones that appear on the left and right of Uchiha Sen are actually separate, and they are not transferred through space. All the previous operations were just deceiving Uchiha Sen's eyes. Bang! Just listening to a violent explosion, a huge flame appeared where Uchiha Sen was, and the fire almost illuminated the entire heaven and earth, which was what it looked like after the explosion of the tailed beast jade. After a dazzling flash of light, everyone looked at where Uchiha Sen was. It's just surprising that Uchiha Sen turned out unscathed. Sealing off the surrounding space with the Heavenly Emperor, so that I can't use space ninjutsu to dodge this blow. Then exploded with high-density tailed beast jade, trying to make me die in the explosion. I have to say, you are indeed very rough in the use of chakra. Uchiha Sen glanced at Kagaya. No one knew how Uchiha Sen got out of the explosion. It didn't hurt even to the end. It's just that it's over, and my time is almost up, so pick me up for the last blow. The other side of the sixfold. Chapter 199. Everyone present suddenly felt their hearts beat violently, and then, they suddenly felt a palpitation. In their flesh, they didn't suffer any harm at all, but they felt that they were missing something. Only Datomu Kagaya tightly covered her heart, and her heart was in a very colic state, as if she was grabbed by a pair of hands and twisted into a twisted shape. This feeling is so bad that even Kagaya Atsuki feels that his breathing has been affected. It's true that Kagaya Atsuki is not an ordinary human, but her body structure is actually the same as that of a normal person, so when the heart is in extreme pain, Kagaya Atsuki will also feel unable to breathe. This move was adapted by Uchiha Sen using Magneto's ability, which can make a person die through tiny metals in the blood in the human body, so Uchiha Sen used this trick. The human heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys have blood vessels around them, and Uchiha Sen controls these blood vessels to deal with the internal organs of the opponent. Why is it called the sixfold other side? The other side is easier to understand, it means the other side flower, and also represents the signal of death. And the other side of the sixfold, in addition to the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, there is one. That's the soul. It's just that Uchiha Sen doesn't use this trick easily, and in the world of Hokage, it's good to say that the Shinigami and he are the contractors, and many causal relationships can be handed over to the Shinigami to handle. But in another world, maybe the causal power of that world is even stronger than this, then if you easily manipulate the soul, then Uchiha Sen will definitely have a big problem. Therefore, this trick Uchiha Sen is only the first attempt, try it. This force. You are really not an ordinary person, and I am even more eager for your strength. Poof! To Uchiha Mori's surprise, Kagaya Atsuki actually crushed her own heart, and then a brand new heart grew in her body again in the next second. Moreover, this time Kagaya Atsuki, a layer of yin and yang power appeared on the surface of his body to isolate Uchiha Sen's attack. Although the power of yin and yang is not comparable to the power of the phoenix of Uchiha Sen, in this world, the power of yin and yang is definitely a top-notch ability, very rare and rare. It's just that for Uchiha Sen, even if he defends this move, Uchiha Sen has another move. For example, occult. Mountains and rivers are shattered. Uchiha Sen raised his hands separately, and then opened them, and a landslide immediately appeared in the direction of his left and right hands. The glacier shattered into seawater, and countless ice blocks flew into the air, following the seawater, crashing towards the direction of Datumu Kagaya. Kagaya's eyes immediately opened, and a black hole immediately appeared in front of him, and all the glaciers were directly swallowed into the black hole, but immediately after, a black hole also appeared behind Uchiha Sen. Countless glaciers directly hit Uchiha Sen's back, which was to return Uchiha Sen's attack. Susanoo. Uchiha Sen's mind gave this order, and then a layer of Susanoo immediately appeared outside Uchiha. This time, Uchiha Sen's Susanoo is a real person, and he is also moving with him. If in the time of the eternal Kaiwa riding wheel Uchiha Sen's Susanoo looked like a stiff Gundam, and now Susanoo is like a real one. The eyes are shining, and the face is also exposed, it is the face of Uchiha Sen. In addition, the exposed skin looks like the skin of a real person, and some tattoos appear on the arm. I don't know these tattoos, but I can feel that with these, Susanoo's strength has become stronger, several times stronger than before. Of course, it is also possible to wear a mask to hide your identity, but Uchiha Sen did not choose to wear a mask. This time, after the transformation, Susanoo has changed in addition to his appearance, but also his inner strength, especially his defensive power. The defense is twice as strong as before, so when these icebergs appeared behind them, Uchiha Sen's Susanoo actually turned his head and began to resist these ice cubes with his Fang Tian drawing halberd. You know, Susanoo can only be on the same side with the host, that is, ordinary Susanoo is impossible to turn his head and back to back with the host. Just like Uchiha Sen now, this move is equivalent to one more person to help Uchiha Sen fight. You know, when one-on-one, behind is a person's biggest flaw, but Uchiha Mori Susanoo has changed this weakness, one person is equal to two people. The location of another world has been detected, and the world is being confirmed. The world is confirmed, it is an Earth-like world, technology is more developed than the Earth, and it also has special abilities. Does the host lock the location of the world? Just when Uchiha Sen was playing happily, the voice of the system appeared in his mind, making Uchiha Sen slightly stunned. Just now, he also deliberately glanced at the time, there was still more than half an hour, originally thought that there was enough time. But what I didn't expect was that the system directly skipped this half hour and searched for the next world. Lock the world location. Uchiha Sen said in his heart. The location of this world has been locked, and the host has an hour to confirm whether to leave this world and go to the next world. Remind the host that the instability of the spatial channel, the sooner the success rate is confirmed, the more likely it is that it will be transmitted to an unknown place because the spatial channel is unstable. The system's prompt made Uchiha a little speechless. This hour did not lie, it was true. But this spatial passage. However, Uchiha Sen does not plan to stay here, although he has not finished fighting with Kagaya Atsuki, but for him, it is enough. So now, Uchiha Sen is going to use his own big move. Uchiha Sen clasped his hands together, and a phoenix power gathered in his hands, and Uchiha Sen's palms began to emit white light. This huge force suddenly made Datumu Kagaya alert, which was really weird. It's just that she doesn't know that Uchiha Sen is going to plan the final blow. Pure White Lotus. A white lotus appeared in Uchiha Sen's hands, a move he had used a long time ago, and now it was not the same as before, and it was much more powerful. As Uchiha Sen released the lotus slowly fell to the ground, although it looked slow, but no one could stop it. Shaking leisurely, this white lotus finally fell to the ground. Bang! The whole world suddenly turned into a burst of white light, and there was no sound around for an instant, and everyone was swallowed by the white light in an instant. The whole world is like being silenced. System, teleport. Chapter 200. When Uchiha Sen said these words, he suddenly felt that his whole person seemed to be sucked away. That's right, it was absorbed into a black hole by a huge suction force, and then into a small space. Here, Uchiha Sen sees what he has experienced over the years, and it all starts to play in a corner of this space like an animation. From the beginning of coming to this world, then extracting the power of the phoenix, becoming a ninja in Konoha Village, and then getting stronger step by step. He defected from Konoha and returned to Konoha Village, destroying most of Konoha Village while killing Shinra Danzo, Koharu, and Mizuto Manita. There are also some relatively big things in the middle, such as collecting tailed beasts, killing Meti, and all other things, which are also played one by one. All the scenes freeze after Uchiha Sen throws the white lotus of the pure world, and then the film closes, as if stored somewhere. Then, several red lines appeared on Uchiha Sen, one of which was already about to break. This should be Uchiha Sen's relationship with this world, and what is about to be broken should be a contract signed with the Shinigami. Uchiha Sen is about to leave this world, so the signed contract is invalid, and as for this death dagger, it is also slowly disappearing in Uchiha Sen's space. After completely cutting off this thread, all the other red lines were hidden and did not cut off. It seemed to indicate something, but Uchiha didn't know. Forget it, system, when will we be able to reach another world? Uchiha Sen let out a breath, he was very much looking forward to what the next world would be. Teleporting, arriving in the second world in 3 seconds, hoping that the host is ready. 3, 2, arrive. In a secluded room, a pair of eyes suddenly opened, and a white woman with a bald head looked solemn. People from outside the region. The bald white woman stood up from the futon, gently waved her right hand, and a circle of sparks appeared in front of her. If you look carefully, inside the aperture, it is different. Mage, are you going out? At this time, a slightly chubby man came over and bowed respectfully to the woman. When I went out, I sensed that an outsider had come to this world, and I had to take a look. The woman nodded, her face very serious. People from outside the region, is it? The man was a little surprised. It's not Dormammu, he doesn't have the dark power of Dormammu in his body, but there is a familiar but very special power, so I'm going to take a look. The woman shook her head and denied the man's statement, and the man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Mage, let me go about this matter, I don't have to bother you. The man said. No, I can't understand the strength of this person, so I have to go and see it for myself. You stay in the Holy Land of New York, and watch out for the dark forces at any time. The woman glanced at the man, who nodded and did not continue to persuade. The woman walked directly into this aperture, and the figure disappeared directly into this room, and soon this aperture disappeared. Director, we found an abnormal reaction over the suburbs of New York. In a seemingly mysterious department, a tall woman walked up to a man's desk with a report. The man wore a black blindfold that wrapped his left eye and was also bald. It's just that this is a black bald head, like a brine egg. This brine egg. The man took the material from his hand and examined it carefully. There is only one piece of this material, and it just records some very conventional things. Time, place, what unusual reactions are, and the target number of people, etc. These all seem relatively simple, but at the top of the paper, it says Level 8 Secret. Who else is there in the bureau now? The man closed the material in his hand and looked at the woman. Natasha went on a mission, and Clinton is still in the bureau. The woman whispered. Okay Maria, you let Clinton bring 3 squads over, be sure to find out the identity of this person. Then bring this person back to the bureau, be sure to live, I have something to know. At this moment, Uchiha Sen was as if he had suddenly been thrown from a high altitude, and his body instantly lost his balance. Originally, in that small space, Uchiha Sen had a foothold, but now, the soles of Uchiha Sen's feet suddenly were empty and fell directly. Uchiha Sen recovered from his initial consternation and also controlled his body to stop in the air. When Uchiha Sen made this move, he immediately felt something different from the Naruto world. In this world, flying tightly, the energy consumed is much more than that of Naruto world. This is not to say that the energy of this world is small, on the contrary, the energy of this world is very active and has many kinds of energy, which shows that the cultivation civilization of this world is very developed. What can be known is that this world is more advanced than Naruto's world, so it requires more energy. Of course, this may also be the reason why Uchiha Sen has just arrived in this world and is not completely familiar with it, so he feels this way, which is also very possible. After stopping in mid-air, Uchiha Sen began to observe the situation around him. The surrounding is a relatively empty place, since the system said that this is a world similar to the Earth, and the technology is more developed than the Earth, then the place where Uchiha Sen landed is probably a suburban or something. Because in the distance Uchiha Sen can see high-rise buildings, you can see that this is a very developed city. Uchiha Sen did not stay in the sky for long, because the energy was visibly consumed, so Uchiha Sen slowly landed and prepared to leave here. Because in his perception, several planes are already coming in his direction. It seems that the technology of this world is really more advanced than that of the Earth, and even this kind of spatial fluctuation can be detected. Now is not the time to reveal my identity, I need to collect information about this world first. Saying that, Uchiha Sen's figure began to gradually disappear, but suddenly, a palm was placed on his home shoulder. In an instant, Uchiha Sen's body began to react naturally, and a force directly bounced this hand away. In an instant, Uchiha Sen turned his head and looked at the person who had attacked him just now. Chapter 201. After seeing this person's face clearly, Uchiha Sen couldn't help but be a little surprised. This person he knew. This person is a bald white woman, dressed in yellow, with an indifferent face. Supreme Mage Guyi. In an instant, Uchiha Sen understood what kind of world he had come to, but Uchiha Sen was also a little suspicious. Just the Supreme Mage Guyi, there are also two possibilities. The first possibility must be Marvel's movie Doctor Strange. This movie Uchiha has seen, the power system is still quite high. But another possibility is that in the entire Marvel universe, because the Ancient One belongs to the Marvel universe. If it is the entire Marvel universe, the danger level will increase dramatically, and there are even dark forces like Dormammu in it. But it's okay if it's just the Marvel universe in the movie, if it's the Marvel universe in the comics. Uchiha Sen really didn't dare to think about it. He has developed 50% of the Phoenix power, and in the eyes of a group of big bosses, he is no different from his younger brother. Even Thanos, who left the Avengers helpless and the world almost perished, is actually just a licking dog of the goddess of death. Who is your excellency? Why come to our side of the world? Furyuki was not angry at Uchiha Mori's aggressive behavior, and his first words were to ask Uchiha Sen's identity. I'm just a passerby, and as for my name is Uchiha Mori. Uchiha Sen did not intend to hide his name, because he had just come to this world so far, and he did not want to cause trouble for the time being, because the system had not yet issued a task. When the system announces the task, Uchiha Sen decides what to do next. Passerby? So you're leaving this world soon? Furyuki still asked. I don't know the exact time, I don't want to be an enemy of you, but this is only within my patience. If something is beyond my patience, then I'm afraid we really have to talk about it by force. Uchiha Sen didn't plan to cause trouble for the time being, but he was also not afraid of things, and he had already thought of a way to get out. Because he had just tried it, his spatial power could also be tried in this world, but the consumption was much greater than before. But the energy in Uchiha Mori's body is enough to support him to use, so don't worry about this. No, I am the guardian of the earth, and there are some things I have to ask clearly. So what is the purpose of your coming to this world, and do you have any conspiracy? Furyuki was still asking questions of Uchiha Mori, but he didn't mean to do it. I'm sorry, I still don't know what I'm going to do. I came to every world to learn from each world. I still don't know where the world you live in, and I need time. Uchiha shook his head and came up with a nice lie. After all, Furyuki is the one who protects the earth, and at the same time monitors the invasion of people from outside the region. Without being familiar with his abilities, Uchiha Sen will not conflict with him for the time being. Furyuki pondered for a moment. She did not feel the power of darkness from Uchiha Mori, but had a sense of familiarity. This familiarity is unknowable, but it is. Now that many planes have come, I'm afraid they are the enforcers of this world. If you don't want to be exposed, then how about we disperse? Uchiha sensed that 3 planes were coming towards this side, very fast. If Uchiha Sen guessed correctly, this should be a SHIELD plane, and the people inside should also be SHIELD agents. Now, Uchiha Sen has more or less guessed that if this plane is really SHIELD, then this world is probably the world of Marvel. So, Uchiha Sen is going to confirm the timeline, and the specific content now. Well, I don't feel the power of darkness from your body, but you are a strong person. If you dare to have any thoughts about the earth, remember. I've been staring at you. After speaking, the portal appeared behind Guyi again, and then he walked directly in. Uchiha Sen narrowed his eyes. He didn't pay attention to Koichi's threat. If he was really afraid of being threatened, then he honestly stayed in the Hokage world. Wouldn't it be invincible in the world? Wouldn't it be fun to conquer a world without a little challenge? Therefore, Uchiha Sen needs a little challenge, and now this Marvel world is just very suitable. Uchiha Sen's figure gradually disappeared in place. He did not want to be exposed to SHIELD, because he still had a lot to do. Uchiha Sen's figure had just disappeared, and 3 planes came directly into the sky. Because there was an open space all around, the plane landed quickly, and several police cars appeared not far away. When the police car came to the plane, every police officer stared at the agents nervously, not knowing who they were. The man in the lead waved his hand, and an agent stepped forward and pulled out his credentials. If Uchiha Sen was still here, he would definitely recognize this leader. Hawkeye. One does not have any special abilities, but with a powerful bow and arrow, he has become a member of the Avengers. It can be said to represent a group of people who have no money, but they are also unable to mutate. After the police left, Hawkeye began to look around. The surroundings were very empty, and they did not find anyone. But this thing is very strange, because on the way here, they saw a man here. But now this man has mysteriously disappeared. Hawkeye crouched down and came to a footprint, motioning for the agent to take a picture and record it. The shoe print of US 8.5, the height is about 185 centimeters, the weight is 170 pounds, and the man is strong. According to the back, the hair is black, and the one he is wearing is a black trench coat, semi-long hair, and has no front face and name. Just one shoe print, Hawkeye observed quite a few things. No footprints of the target person leaving. This is an anomaly, unless the person can fly. Thinking of this, Hawkeye paused slightly, and then looked at the female agent in charge of recording. What level of agent do you belong to? Hawkeye asked suddenly. Report, sir, I belong to the 5th level agent. The female agent replied. Hawkeye thought for a moment, took the book from her hand, and began to record it himself. The target is suspected to have mutant-like abilities, and is initially speculated to be able to fly, or even stealth, or deliberately use space to teleport himself away. After writing, Hawkeye closed the notebook and wrote a number on it, 8. This matter is positioned as a level 8 secret, and people below level 8 are not allowed to watch it. I'll set up the combination lock myself. Go back now. Chapter 202. The plane took off again, but some SHIELD agents did not leave, and they followed Hawkeye's orders and began to search the surroundings for possible targets. Although there is no appearance, but the approximate height and body type have been said, they only need to search. There are generally very few people here, so those who live here should be acquaintances, no strangers. With a little inquiry, you will naturally know if any strangers have been here recently. It's just that their work is ineffective after all, because Uchiha Sen is now far away from them. Uchiha moved a space and came to a warehouse that stored a lot of clothes, which looked like a company's reserve warehouse. Uchiha Sen found a nice outfit from here on board, a white shirt, a black trench coat, a suit, and a pair of boots. In an instant, he changed from an ordinary person to a person who was among the upper classes. Not long after Uchiha Mori finished changing his clothes, a man like a patrol security guard suddenly walked over. His hand was always on the pistol on his waist, and he was ready to draw it out for defense or attack. What are you? Why is it here? The security guard approached Uchiha slowly step by step, and the pistol had been drawn from his waist. Uchiha Sen was just about to turn around when the security guard spoke again. Don't move. I now warn you that you are suspected of entering a private place, and I have the right to shoot you under the laws of the United States. So now raise your hands above your head, turn around slowly, and if you make any changes, I'll treat you to a bullet. Saying that, the security guard raised his gun and pointed it at the back of preparing Uchiha Sen's heart. As long as Uchiha Sen dares to make any changes, he will definitely shoot Uchiha Sen without hesitation. Uchiha Sen did not move, but raised his hand above his head, and then slowly turned around. But in less than a second of turning, Uchiha Sen lowered his hands and walked in front of this person a little casually. Reaching out to take the gun from his hand, Uchiha Sen played with the pistol in his hand, his face a little playful. When this person saw Uchiha Sen raise his hand, he had actually fallen for Uchiha Sen's illusion. Uchiha Sen now releases illusions, and there is no need to aim at the other party's quiet, and every move can release illusions. It seems that there is something tricky about this factory. Even if the United States is free, it will not even have a security guard with a gun, right? Uchiha Sen took a closer look at this pistol, and this pistol was 90% new, and it was a new gun. Although Uchiha Sen does not understand guns, it can be seen from the appearance that this gun is not even worn out on the outside. Uchiha put his right hand on the security guard's head and closed his eyes. After more than 10 seconds, Uchiha Sen opened his eyes and probably knew what the situation was. This is a textile factory on the outside, and this is a warehouse, but in reality, this is Hell's Kitchen, the territory of a gangster. They used the textile factory as a cover, and the warehouses were full of guns and ammunition. If it's just an ordinary gun, it's nothing. Uchiha Sen found that there is still a C4 in Nima in this warehouse. This is going to make trouble. It's just that this kind of thing has nothing to do with Uchiha Sen. He came to this world, he originally wanted to change his clothes and go, but he didn't expect someone to send him to the door. So, Uchiha took control of this security guard and found the person in charge of this textile factory. The next thing was very easy, and Uchiha Sen directly controlled the person in charge with the Sharingan and got all the cash in this textile factory. The cash was about more than $800,000, and even when leaving, Uchiha Sen avoided all surveillance. Although SHIELD is known as the division of Hydra, this is also a joke, although I don't know what stage SHIELD is now, but it is still very simple to check individuals. So until his identity is completely settled, Uchiha Sen will not show up easily. The rest was much simpler, and Uchiha used more than $800,000 in his hand to lure out a senior immigration official, along with an official from the Department of Homeland Security. Now that the Immigration Bureau has been transferred to the Department of Homeland Security, it still has some autonomy. For example, if Uchiha Sen wants to stay here, he has to nod his head at the same time. Borrowing the hands of these two high-ranking officials, Uchiha set himself a very distinctive resume, which can be said to be almost seamless. I came to the United States 5 years ago, and spent my first and second years studying at Stanford University, and I have alumni relationships with senior officials of USCIS. After graduating, he was pulled to work at the Immigration Bureau, and after working for 3 years, Uchiha submitted his resignation. After resigning, Uchiha used the money from his work to buy a small estate in the suburbs of New York, where he now lives and has no plans to take the next step. This resume is really very good. Stanford University, Uchiha has also said hello. His name does appear in the school archives, and many of his classmates know Uchiha Sen. It's just that Uchiha Sen has a shy personality and does not communicate with people often, and many people only know him and are not familiar with him. As for the affairs in the Immigration Bureau, Uchiha Sen also arranged it, and many colleagues were very impressed with Uchiha Sen, feeling that he was very positive in his work and his personality was more cheerful than at the beginning. Being shy as a student and gradually cheerful after work is a process, which is a very normal thing. Coming to a strange place alone to take classes naturally gives people a very shy feeling, and later they get used to life here, so their personality slowly becomes cheerful. Through Uchiha Sen's further modifications, the whole character began to become richer, and he even had a girlfriend. Of course, this is also fake, but in the brain of a certain classmate, this memory was planted. In the name field, Uchiha Sen used his real name, which refers to the name he used before traveling through the world of Naruto. Shazen. The name meant a lot to him, so Uchiha Sen decided to use this name in the future. The English name is Alfred, that is, Alfred. By now, Uchiha Sen has completed all the identification, and as for that manner, it is naturally also the place where the senior officials of the Immigration Bureau are located, and now Uchiha Sen is cheaper. Then, it's time to wait, and after 3 days, the green card will come to Uchiha Sen's hands. At that time, Uchiha Sen will be able to travel freely to various places without worrying. Chapter 203. Director, the search report in the past few days shows that the person who appeared in the suburbs of New York that day has not reappeared. And we haven't found his whereabouts. In the office of the director of SHIELD, Phil Coulson is talking to a halogen. Reporting to Nick Fury. In the past few days, the focus of their work has all been on Xiao Sen's body, and they have been tracking Xiao Sen's tracks. Because a sudden person suddenly appeared in this world, which made Nick Fury and them have a sense of crisis. Could Xiao Sen be an advanced soldier sent by aliens? Will it first spy on the intelligence of the Earth, wait until the intelligence is almost understood, and then send it back to the parent planet, so that the aliens of the parent planet will invade the Earth again, and then occupy the Earth? These are all possible, and that's why SHIELD was formed. Global anomalies, including things beyond Earth, are all things within S.H.I.E.L.D's mandate. It's a pity that they searched for so many days, and although they found many people who matched the description, after careful investigation, they found that they were not the target they were looking for. Therefore, Phil Coulson also felt a little distressed. After all, after checking for so long, there was no news, which was very frustrating. Nick Fury took their inspection report and flipped through it, finding nothing of value. Phil, has the immigration office checked there? Have there been any new immigrants recently? Nick Fury narrowed his eyes. Phil Coulson shook his head and said, No, I checked the immigration records within 3 years, rummaged through all the black-haired immigrants, and found nothing. Most of the black-haired immigrants are Asian, and the faces of Asians are really a bit of a headache. In Phil Coulson's eyes, he feels that Asians look similar, which is typical face blindness, just like Asians look at Europeans and Americans, they all feel the same. We can't rule out the possibility that number 7 will change, there is a good chance that he killed someone and then replaced him. Is there anything unusual about the recently deceased person I asked you to check? Nick Fury's attentiveness index is outrageous. As long as there is a possibility, he will never let go. It is precisely because of this that many superpowered criminals will be invisible under the search of SHIELD. I have checked, in addition to some people who died normally due to illness, there are some homicide cases that have been solved, and only 3 cases are more intriguing. The first was an attack in Queens, New York, where a young man was inexplicably knocked unconscious on the side of the street, found by patrolling police and taken to the hospital. After being taken to the hospital, the person lost all his memories and did not even know his name. Saying that, Phil Coulson took out the first dossier from his hand and put it on Nick Fury's desk. And Nick Fury opened it and looked at the file, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle. Michael Zhao, 28 years old, Asian, brunette, and golden bachelor. I don't interact with many people usually, and because of my work, the salary is very high, but I need to sit in the office, which is a very typical programmer. These coincidences. It's a bit much, and in every way, it's the same as what we have. And this man's identity is also very suitable for hiding himself, and now he has amnesia again. Remember to send someone to focus on it. Saying that, Nick Fury drew a unique symbol on this person's file. This symbol represents the meaning of focused observation, and everyone in the bureau knows it. So Phil Coulson took the file and put it at the end. This is a kidnapping case. Harris, who lives in Manhattan, was kidnapped 3 days ago, and the kidnappers demanded a ransom of $3 million, but after the family called the police, the accident happened. Just 3 days later, this morning, the man actually escaped on his own, and according to him, he escaped while the kidnappers were not paying attention. But when asked where the kidnappers were, the man couldn't say anything, just that he was too anxious to come back and didn't pay attention. Saying that, Phil Coulson put the second file in Nick Fury's hands. This case is slightly less suspicious than the previous one, because the person can remember everyone's names, including neighbors, relatives, children, etc. Living habits and names are remembered, and yes, it's just that this can't be easily let go. Check it out. Nick Fury nodded. And this one is also very suspicious. We found that near Hell's Kitchen, 2 people actually shot each other and died on the side of the street, supposedly for some money. One of these 2 people is the manager of the textile factory, the other is a security guard, and even more coincidentally, these 2 people are in the same textile factory. According to our intelligence, this textile factory should be a base for the gangster, but it is said that this manager and this security guard have not met several times, let alone borrowed money to form a vendetta. So I think there should be something in this. It's just that this piece of information, Nick Fury did not answer, just shook his head. This situation often happens in Hell's Kitchen. Wasn't there a case half a year ago? A low-level little brother of the gang saw a very upper-level boss come home alone with a lot of money. So he raised a gun and shot, killed this boss, and then snatched the money. Let the New York police deal with this in advance, and if there is anything strange, we will send someone again. Nick Fury rubbed his temples. All this time, he had been worried about a lot of things. Whether it is ordinary people or mutants, or perhaps the group of people with supernatural powers, it is the object of Nick Fury's headache. The Brotherhood of Mutants, in particular, seems to have been less secure lately. I know, then I'll find someone to check these people next. After that, Phil Coulson left Nick Fury's office directly. Nick Fury closed his eyes and began to close his eyes and think, but what he didn't know was that because of his small negligence, he still didn't find any trace of Xiao Sen after all. At this moment, Xiao Sen, who is sitting in his small manor, is sitting on the sofa, watching TV. A news report on TV made Xiao Sen very interested. According to this station, the famous billionaire and famous playboy Tony Stark was kidnapped by terrorists when he went to the Middle East to experiment with the latest weapons of the Stark Group a few days ago. So far, no terrorist group has claimed responsibility for this matter, and this station will continue to follow the report. Chapter 204. Tony Stark kidnapped? A smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Sen's mouth. What he didn't expect was that the time he came here happened to be integrated with the plot of Iron Man 1. Now that Tony Stark has been arrested, it can be regarded as opening the entire plot of the Marvel world, and it can be seen that the world where Xiao Sen is located should be the Marvel Universe. As for whether mutants exist, there is no need to say more about this kind of thing, and the newspapers in the past few days have been reporting on mutants. When Xiao Sen saw this news, the system also gave his own task. Because it is detected that the new world is the Marvel world, which is very consistent with the system itself, the system will automatically evolve, and the next stage will evolve into a multiverse system with a time of 48 hours. After the evolution is completed, all the lotteries accumulated before are fused into an S+ level ability draw, and when the system evolution is completed, the lottery will be opened at that time. The mission system will also be turned on after 48 hours. Please pay attention to the straight and main quests, as well as the final mission. S+ ability extraction. S+ does not simply refer to S level, it is all levels above S level, but according to the introduction of the system, the probability of this high level is greatly increased. For example, those that could not be rated before have also been changed to the legendary level, and the legendary level can have a 10% chance of obtaining. The SSS class has 15%, the SS class is 25%, and the S class is 50%. Compared to the previous 100th, it is already much better. The system's prompt tone made Xiao Sen feel a little excited. For a long time, Xiao Sen felt that his system belonged to a relatively rigid system, until he released a task and prompted that it could evolve. Xiao Sen felt that it had changed. And now, the system can be further evolved, which also makes Xiao Sen feel a glimmer of opportunity. As long as the system can evolve at any time, can he extract more things, such as becoming an immortal and becoming a saint? Of course, these are just Xiao Sen's speculations for the time being. Whether they are true or not, then wait until the system evolution is completed, and then see what is updated in the system. This multiverse system made Xiao Sen very interested, and what he had to do now was to wait. Of course, at this time, Xiao Sen still has one more thing to do, that is, to buy the shares of Stark Group. After Tony Stark's disappearance, Stark Group's stock began to fall off a cliff, and the original high-quality stocks began to become junk stocks in people's eyes. Because the reason why Stark Group can have today's scale has a lot to do with Tony Stark. It is precisely because of his existence that the weapons created by the Stark Group will be so advanced, and there will be arms deals with the US military, and the current Stark Group. So, as soon as Tony Stark appeared in danger, the stock of Stark Group was plummeting. At this time, Xiao Sen entered. He is not a predator, he only has more than $1 million in his hand, but he has bought a large number of stocks at a price that is almost bottom out. The price of each share is almost a quarter of its peak, which is really terrifying. It is foreseeable that when Tony Stark returns, this stock will definitely grow wildly, and when the time comes, Xiao Sen will make money, but make a lot of money. This more than $1 million of knives, in a place like Nasdaq, thrown into it, cannot even see a splash. And it's not that Shazen is doing this alone, there are many bold speculators, like Shazen, who are expecting Tony Stark to come back successfully and let the stock appreciate. The only difference is that they are gambling, while Xiao Sen is confident. During this time, Xiao Sen was not idle, but found a lot of people to help him find out the news. One of them was a small gangster with more than 20 people in his hands, and Xiao Sen directly controlled their boss, and then used the advantage of their kind of ground snake to report to Xiao Sen. During this time, although they did not collect too much useful information for Xiao Sen, they collected a lot of small news. For example, the government will organize a memory of Captain America in the near future, and on that day, countless things about Captain America will appear on the street, and there will be a museum dedicated to explaining Captain America. In addition, Xiao Sen can feel that there is a hand behind his back that faintly controls the guidance of the fishing boat, and many people miss Captain America very much and feel that the United States needs a figure like Captain America. This news can be determined that the government is already building momentum for the return of Captain America, and I am afraid that the current SHIELD has found the traces of Captain America and is even about to start digging. It's just that the time of digging is not certain, so it is necessary to use this method to warm up in the early stage. And Captain America naturally represents the contribution of the United States in World War II, of course, this is the contribution they think they made. In fact, their contribution was to frantically export arms to the fascist Axis and the anti-fascist allies, respectively, to make a lot of money and make a lot of war money. If it weren't for the neon country's brain, I had to pump the face of the United States, and I am afraid that the United States would not have entered the war until the end of the war. Far away, these gangsters also heard a news. It is said that in the recent period, the government department seems to be looking for a person, from some characteristics description, very similar to Xiao Sen. Xiao Sen knew that this should be the handiwork of SHIELD. It's just that the current SHIELD should not have found him yet, otherwise it would not be all over the street to inquire. In addition, these people did not provide Xiao Sen with any more useful information. Originally, Xiao Sen did not expect them to bring him any useful news. These two news were already available, and Xiao Sen was already relatively satisfied. For other news, Xiao Sen decided to think of a way again. Xiao Sen has not been idle these days, he tried his ability to the limit, and felt a lot of different places. In addition to Susanoo's changes, the phoenix power in his body seems to be changing. And the phoenix power in his body is pouring out something to him. Just on this earth, there is something of the same origin as him, and it has been calling for the power of the phoenix. Xiao Sen naturally knew that it must be the phoenix power in Qin Giliai's body, and the appearance of two phoenix forces in one universe would naturally cause a great shock. Since Xiao Sen has this feeling, then Qin Ji Lei will also have this feeling. The current Qin Gray should not have awakened yet, but Professor X probably knows it. Therefore, during this time, Xiao Sen should always be wary of the attention from Professor X. Chapter 205. 2 days later, in a coffee house, Xiao Sen was sitting in the coffee house with a cup of coffee in his hand. Xiao Sen sat in a seat by the window, he was waiting for someone. 3 minutes had passed, 10 minutes had passed since the agreed time, and the person Xiao Sen was waiting for had not yet arrived. It's just that Xiao Sen didn't seem to notice the time, and there was no eager expression on his face, but he leisurely picked up a donut and stuffed it into his mouth. For sweets, Xiao Sen generally does not eat much. On the one hand, he does not have this hobby, on the other hand, it is too sweet. However, the donuts in this coffee shop are not bad, at least not so sweet, and Xiao Sen only asks for that. Another 5 minutes passed, and a man in a suit and sunglasses walked in, glanced left and right, and walked directly to Xiao Sen's seat. It's just that the expression on his face is a little disdainful. It seems that meeting someone like Xiao Sen is an insult to him. What about the stuff? The man said contemptuously. Jahir, don't be in such a hurry, we have something to talk about. Xiao Sen put down the coffee cup in his hand and looked at the young man named Jahir opposite him with a smile. Talk? Alfred, do you really think that a person like you deserves to communicate with someone like me? Jahir had a mocking look on his face, because in his opinion, it was already his blessing that Xiao Sen could meet him. If it weren't for his grandfather's arrangement, I'm afraid Jahir would never have met with a low-ranking person like Xiao Sen in his life. Hi! Jahir Anderson, the second son of the Anderson family, one of the well-known old families in the United States, has power throughout the United States, almost controlling half of the United States. The ancestor is Robert Anderson, who was a major general in the American Civil War. Since that time, the Anderson family has begun to extend its tentacles to all classes of the United States, and it has developed to this day, which is still dilapidated. Xiao Sen slowly read the origin of Jahir Anderson, and had to say that what he just said was really right. People like Jahir Anderson, in his own opinion, may not communicate with Xiao Sen in this life, and will not even let Xiao Sen get close to him. How? Any questions? Jahir Anderson couldn't help but frown. He didn't know why Xiao Sen read out the glorious history of their family. Xiao Sen smiled, took another sip of coffee, and then cocked Erlang's leg. Our agreed time was 16 minutes ago, it's a pity that you were 16 minutes late. Since you gave me such a big gift, I naturally want to return the gift, so I also want to give you a gift. It just so happens that you arranged 17 people in this cafe early, maybe they can still live one. Oh sorry, I'm afraid they won't even survive the last one, because it's already 17 minutes. Saying that, Xiao Lu pointed to the watch on his wrist, and a harmless smile appeared on his face. Jahir Anderson didn't know what Xiao Sen was talking about at all, but in the next second, Xiao Sen raised his left hand, put his thumb and middle finger together, and gently rubbed it. Bang! Suddenly, the heads of 17 of the people in the entire cafe exploded immediately. If a watermelon is violently shattered in the air, a large amount of red blood and white brain pulp all crack out, and the surrounding area suddenly screams. Although there are frequent shootings in the United States, it is really too rare for someone like this who is still chatting with you to die suddenly. Especially the head exploded directly. Of the 17 men, the one closest to Jahir Anderson was next to him. I originally planned to protect Jahir Anderson at any time, but I didn't expect this to happen. The right half of Jahir's face was all covered with brain pulp and blood, and his whole person was stunned in place, at a loss. Like my gift? No one has ever dared to be late, and you are the first. So in order to thank you for your love, this gift I gave you is not bad, right? Xiao Sen smiled and leaned comfortably on the back of the chair. His calmness and the panic of the people around him formed a strong contrast. People around were screaming and rushing out the door, and the employees in this store did the same, and their first reaction was to run outside. And they didn't even notice that there was a person sitting leisurely in the store. Because many customers screamed and ran out, from time to time someone looked inside, but they couldn't see what was inside. Because all the glass is the kind of glass that can only look out, but can't look inside, they can't see it. But they didn't dare to come in, after all, so many people ran out, something must have happened inside. In 3 days, we'll meet across from this store, at that 2 Michelin-starred store, and if you still want to trade, then meet my conditions. I know you're listening, these people have microphones on them, so next is my condition. Our agreed time is 12 noon, I want your people to wait for me in the store 160 minutes early, and the price of our transaction will be doubled. And all the gold has to go through Swiss banks to trade, I need clean gold. If I find something wrong with gold, then I'm sorry, these 17 people who died today are your end. Saying that, Xiao Sen pulled out his wallet from his arms, put down a $100 knife and pressed it under the coffee cup. Xiao Sen is a civilized person who never eats overlord meals, and this $100 plus consumption is enough. Pushing away the stool, Xiao Sen stood up and turned his head to look out the window, and there were 3 or 4 people outside looking inside very anxiously. And Jahir Anderson still sat in his chair like a fool, motionless. Xiao Sen smiled, and a black hole slowly appeared behind him, and then engulfed him. In the next second, Xiao Sen's figure disappeared into this coffee shop. Soon, a large number of police cars with sirens appeared on the streets, surrounding the coffee shop, and the surrounding people were all emptied, and people were completely isolated. The police in New York did not act rashly, but shouted inside, they did not want to lose their lives. Because listening to the introduction of the policeman, the scene is too weird, many people's heads exploded at the same time. If not for the appearance of explosives these things, I am afraid that the New York police really think that they have encountered a human bomb. But they shouted for a long time and no one responded, so the captain was ruthless and tiptoed in with a few policemen. When they went in, they found that there were more than a dozen people sitting inside, but none of them had their heads. The only one with a head also sat in place, motionless.